From the time he was still in his mother's womb, this young man recalled all the memories of his previous life. The consequence was that his infant body could not withstand the vast amount of knowledge, nearly causing him to be eliminated from the very beginning. At that moment, a system notification appeared. You have overcome adversity and received the Adversity Overcomer attribute. In losing combat capability, all skills are raised to a rank, and you are immune to pain for the duration of the skill's effect. Sun Hu could not believe his eyes. How could he be so lucky to obtain the first villain's attribute, a terrifying attribute allowing him to turn the tide even after losing consciousness? From this moment, Sun Hu's second life officially began. Upon being born, he received a quest to grow up strong and healthy, only needing to grow up in his parents' care. The quest was completed quickly and moved to the second stage. Sun Hu received additional stats and understood why the first villain was so powerful. In the Apocalypse world, the 8 great villains and 8 great saints formed the 16 strongest S-rank awakeners. The 8 who chose to oppose the system were called villains, but all aimed to satisfy their personal pleasures. Sun Hu and his teammates fought against them, but they hoarded items and relied on their strength, resulting in a disastrous defeat. The strongest among them was the first villain. While others were fumbling with their newly awakened powers, he had already reached a perfect state. He never expected a rival of equal caliber would be born, all thanks to his own boastful words from when he was still a fetus. Truly, the mouth ruins the body. After a year inside an infant's body, Sun Hu finally managed to open the status window, and at this age he was sure to receive a reward from the system. A sudden notification appeared. Congratulations, you are the first to awaken. Sun Hu was astonished. This exceeded all expectations. Reward was a challenge coin shining brilliantly in his consciousness space. Sun Hu was stunned to realize it was the highest-ranked coin, the very thing that had allowed him to travel back to the past. He never expected to open it once more. The reward inside was the Odin's Wrath skill. This skill allowed Sun Hu to control lightning in the palm of his hand. This was a mythical rank skill, the signature ultimate technique of one of the 8 great villains. Sun Hu still remembered the day when over half a guild was annihilated by a single, ordinary snap of the fingers. With this, he had a chance for revenge, but he still needed to prepare thoroughly before Genesis Day. In reality, Sun Hu's frail body could not withstand the pressure, causing him to cry incessantly. His mother gently picked him up in her arms. She hoped her son would grow up strong and happy. Sun Hu's spirit gradually recovered after a while. He looked at his parents with determination. His goal in returning was to protect everyone, vowing to let no one defy his will, even if it cost him everything. In his previous life, Genesis Day occurred while Sun Hu was walking down the street. His ordinary life vanished in the blink of an eye. The entire world fell into doomsday. Strange monsters appeared, frantically attacking passersby. Sun Hu was frozen in shock as he witnessed that scene. At that moment, the country issued an announcement. This is not a drill. Monsters are attacking citizens. Civilians are evacuate into buildings as monsters are rampaging outside. Sun Hu snapped out of it and hurriedly fled. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Trial zone. Sun Hu's entire body turned into a beam of light and vanished. He was not alone. Many others experienced the same situation. After Genesis Day, monsters poured out from gates torn open in space. The chosen ones to awaken were pushed into the trial zones. Some were there for months, others lost entire decades. Those who returned were not even given a moment to breathe, having to fight against terrifying monsters. After being pushed to the brink of extinction, humanity used their strongest nuclear weapons, but failed and nations collapsed. The villains and saints used their own powers to build factions, but the world was still peaceful for now. Sun Hu was now just a child still in diapers. He lay watching TV, criticizing the foolish actions of countries. His parents noticed he seemed strange. They came over to play with him. Sun Hu realized this was a different life. He only needed to prepare well to change the future. That night, while his parents were fast asleep, Sun Hu secretly woke up. He tried to walk with his tiny body, but as soon as he took one step, he fell asleep on the spot. After all, this was still the body of a child, but Sun Hu's will prevailed. He fought off the drowsiness and walked the full 10 steps to complete the chain quest. A notification appeared. He had completed the Get Healthy chain quest. Vitality increased by 1, received 20 points, and met the conditions for strength growth. The reward was a Yang coin. Sun Hu looked at the Yang coin before him, astonished beyond words. Unbelievable. This was something he had to struggle for in the dungeon in his past life, just to obtain. The rewards during this growth process were truly too incredible. That only made him more certain. The first villain, he would eliminate him before the day of fate arrived. If that man grew at this speed, he would become a disaster for all of humanity. Time passed quickly. Autumn had arrived. Sun Hu lay in the sun, staring blankly at the system screen. The next quest was quite simple. Choose a target and have a conversation of about 10 sentences. But who could Sun Hu talk to? A baby a few months old talking would be no different from a horror story. This quest was truly a headache. Just then, Sun Hu saw the calendar hanging on the wall. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. He would have a chance to complete this quest soon. Target Sun Hu aimed for was his cousin Zai. She was only 4 years old and already spoke very well. Zai was the perfect target for this quest. In the past life, Zai passed the bar exam and possessed exquisite beauty. She was Sun Hu's pride. However, on the day of fate, Zai and her mother went missing. Could he change the outcome this time? The moment she saw Sun Hu, Zai could not resist his cuteness and immediately hugged him tightly. Right then, Sun Hu spoke, startling Zai. From a distance, no one would suspect that two children were actually having a conversation. Sun Hu did not forget to instruct Zai to keep his secret. Although a bit surprised, Zai still agreed to help her little brother. Notification appeared. He had completed the life chain quest. Congratulations, you have completed all the first-time tutorial quests. Unexpectedly, everything was only the beginning. Notification continued. You have the option to skip the remaining tutorial. No quests will be scheduled after skipping. Do you wish to skip the childhood tutorial? Sun Hu wanted to spend time with his family, but he would only surprise or scare everyone. After careful consideration, Sun Hu decided to skip the tutorial. In the blink of an eye, Sun Hu's consciousness arrived at the time of middle school. In 1997, he was 12 years old. Sun Hu had now grown into a tall youth. He participated in countless brawls with thugs to enhance his combat ability. Even if his opponent was a tall man wielding a weapon, Sun Hu easily dodged and defeated him instantly. He became a famous fighter, sweeping across the entire Marble Province area. After the victory, the broker came close, draping an arm over his shoulder and flattering him. He said that although it was a bit late, Sun Hu should not waste his talent in places like these. He had the qualities to become a world-class fighter. Why get involved in street brawls and get hurt? Sun Hu did not care. He stared straight at the broker, his gaze icy cold. I hate repeating myself. If you cannot find anyone, I will ask someone else. Then Sun Hu coldly walked away. On the road, he checked the status window. His body now resembled an adult's. His strength and agility far exceeded those of professional athletes. Sun Hu sneered, revealing a handsome face. Looking like this, who would think he was a 12-year-old kid? He checked the wounds from the fight. As an awakened one, he recovered quickly. The wounds had already healed. Back when he was in school, Sun Hu was only average height. Now he stood 1 meter 80. The stat increases during the tutorial period had affected the time that was fast-forwarded. His physique far surpassed that of a 12-year-old youth, but he still failed the exam. Now with no more quests, he had to go conquer dungeons to level up. Sun Hu thought of a place on a mountain in Gyeonggi Province. Waesong City, there was an F-rank dungeon sealed there. Sun Hu sat in class, his mind only on conquering. He had to prepare many things. Buy that mountain and isolate it from the outside world. He also had to set up a defensive barrier to prevent monsters from leaking out. But the mountain cost 1.3 million. Including facilities, it was truly an exorbitant price. Not only that, this world had many hidden dungeons. To claim them all, Sun Hu first had to gain the upper hand. He knew the future, so money was not an issue. He could acquire a massive fortune in an instant. But at present, Sun Hu was still a minor and could not borrow too much money. He needed a representative. While lost in thought, Sun Hu was tapped on the head by his teacher as a reminder. But now, he no longer had the mind for middle school studies. Sun Hu continued thinking about what needed to be done. The only person he could entrust was a comrade from his past life. Sun Hu recalled unforgettable memories with that comrade. At that time, Sun Hu was betrayed by two men he considered brothers. Both of them stabbed sharp spears into his body, muttering under their breath, "Do not blame us, Captain. If you were us, you would do the same." But Sun Hu had anticipated this situation. He calmly placed his hands on the two spears. Suddenly, a burst of red light erupted, sweeping away the two traitors and everything around them. Escaping the danger, Sun Hu could not help but curse. Those damn dogs, seeing the box made them go mad. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar voice sounded beside him. That was the mark of annihilation. Lucky I did not get close. That was Jonathan, Sun Hu's kindred spirit. He was tense at the time, thinking he was about to die, but it turned out Jonathan came to save him. Jonathan raised his hand, using the healing mark. Two spears in Sun Hu's body were pulled out, and all wounds were healed. Only then did Shan Hu dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Jonathan, in this world forsaken by God, still had feelings after all. After resting, the two left the dungeon. On the way, Jonathan asked, "Jun, I heard you also worked on Wall Street. Do you remember the financial market of '97? Shan Hu heard this and recalled the terrible memories of that year. His country was mired in a financial crisis. He was young then but still remembered it clearly. Jonathan then remembered that Shan Hu was Korean and had to laugh it off. Despite his easygoing appearance, Jonathan was once a renowned trader in Hong Kong during the Asian financial crisis. By the campfire, Jonathan proudly boasted of his past glories. He used to be much more formidable than now. People called him the Old Wolf of Wall Street. An A-rank awakener was nothing. He preferred the era when money was everything. Did he not agree? Shan-Hu stared intently at Jonathan. He could not understand this man. He had achieved an A-rank title, making countless people envious, yet he still yearned for his glorious past. Back to the present, Jonathan was 25 and working on Wall Street. In his stories, he often mentioned the nickname Old Wolf because his old financial firm had the word wolf in its name. From that information, Shan-Hu was able to look up Jonathan's details online. Afterwards, Shan-Hu sent an intriguing email. Pleasure to meet you. I would like to hear your opinion on whether the Thai baht is overvalued. Shan-Hu clicked send with high confidence, certain that Jonathan would respond. At that time, Jonathan suspected the hedge fund intended to attack the Thai baht, but was not sure. If he bet big on this information, his history would be more than just boasts. A hedge fund is an investment fund that uses other people's assets to maximize profits. Because they focus too much on profit, they are also called the demons of capitalism. Just as Shan-Hu predicted, Jonathan replied to the email immediately. The baht will not be overvalued. Shan-Hu knew as soon as he read it that Jonathan was just playing dumb. He continued to send an email to pique his curiosity. Sorry, what I truly meant was, can no one push the price up? Jonathan read it and quickly asked back, can you tell me your identity and organization? Seeing that his opponent had taken the bait, Shan-Hu provided more information. Given the Asian foreign reserve situation and the strengthening dollar, it is very easy for a hedge fund to make a decision. I believe there will be an attack on the baht this month. If the war broke out, Thailand was not the ultimate target. It was just a stepping stone. Jonathan read the analysis and was extremely stunned. His mind was reeling. Thailand was just a stepping stone? Unbelievable, the situation on Wall Street was as tangled as a mess of thread. That person used the term leverage, proving he was an insider. Who was he, or rather, who were they? This could be a challenge. After some thought, Jonathan decided to respond. My office is always open. I am ready to welcome you. If you cannot come by, here is my contact information. Shan-Hu sat before the screen, a smug smile spreading across his face. Jonathan, oh Jonathan, he knew you would react like this. His judgment was very good, just a bit indecisive, but he could not ignore this matter. Soon a war would break out in the financial market. In April 1997, the hedge fund's attack on the baht officially began. In 1992, a hedge fund took 50 days to break the British pound. Based on that, Wall Street thought it was normal for Thailand to collapse in 50 days. But the Thai baht was not so easily defeated. It resisted fiercely, even dealing a heavy blow to the hedge fund. After 3 months, Thailand finally collapsed on July 2nd. That was the future information Shan-Hu knew. He would use it to make a fortune, but the important thing was still to improve his physical constitution. He trained day and night to prepare. Sometime later, everything happened exactly as Shan-Hu said, and Jonathan began to panic, sending over 10 emails. All the topics revolved around the profits from betting on the baht's collapse in May, but anyone could guess that. Shan-Hu sent an email with a disappointing subject. If you take profit from betting on the baht's growth, contact me again. Shan-Hu smiled confidently and sent another email. If you are confident enough to start your own investment firm, I will make an investment proposal. In return, I want 51% of the company. Jonathan received the email, his face changing color. He could not believe what he was reading. What the hell? He wants to bet on the baht rising. But thinking back, that man only said the baht would be attacked. He never said whether the hedge fund would win or lose. In that case, as long as the attack was launched, Thailand had no ability to hold out. Even a superior financial system could not stop it. Jonathan's mind was full of calculations. He cross-referenced documents, but all information indicated that the baht could hardly grow. Moreover, the offer of 51% for an investment proposal was truly a joke. After some thought, Jonathan concluded that he had been tricked. He picked up the phone to contact other VIPs, but Jonathan suddenly hesitated. A strong intuition told him that what Shan-Hu said was right. Jonathan quickly put the phone down and sent an email asking, "How did you conclude that the hedge fund would lose?" He sipped his coffee, telling himself this would be the last question. But he did not expect an answer to come immediately. "It seems you misunderstood. I did not say the hedge fund would lose. I only said banks have many ways to protect themselves, like bilateral agreements, or a dual exchange rate system. Thailand still has some cards to play. My conclusion is that the baht will appreciate in the short term." Jonathan read it and choked on his drink. He realized these things were entirely possible. Wall Street was predicting the baht would collapse in May. Overconfident, they had used the opportunity to develop relationships with VIPs. If the baht did not collapse, Wall Street itself would collapse. Jonathan rubbed his hands, weighing his options. In the end, he trusted Shan-Hu and went to speak with his boss. What Jonathan received in return was a scolding. His boss yelled, "Are you insane? The baht will appreciate. Those greedy hedge funds have pooled everything to destroy the baht, and you think Thailand can protect itself? If you keep talking nonsense, pack your things. I am afraid rumors of an idiot like you in the company will spread far. Jonathan gritted his teeth and picked up each sheet of paper from the floor, surrounded by the murmurs of his colleagues. He had foreseen the outcome but did not understand why he had believed in that information. Afterwards, Jonathan replied to Shan-hu, "Betting on the bot's growth brings no profit. Unfortunately, our goof group also has no intention of pursuing that kind of profit." Jonathan was now haggard, having not slept for days, his mind always on the tie bait. Shan-hu seized the chance to advise Jonathan to go independent, but giving 51% would be handing over both money and future to his opponent. But Shan-hu did not yield, persisting, "Think it over carefully. My offer only lasts until the end of May." Jonathan wanted to arrange a meeting at his office, but what he received in return was silence without a reply. Jonathan angrily kicked over the trash can beside him, his mind echoing only with the taunts of others. He was the only one who did not invest in the growth of the bat. What was he doing? How could he be so blind to the obvious? His mind was not right. A colleague told him he was being underestimated, and if he continued, they would stop supporting him. Jonathan held his head in his hands, sitting on the chair, doubting his own decision. Was he doing the right thing? Not long after, the answer came. The ASEAN Central Bank used a $12 trillion bilateral agreement to support Thailand. The entire financial district seemed ready to explode. No one could believe what was happening. Even Jonathan stood frozen in place. Just then, a female colleague ran over in panic to deliver the news. "Jonathan, you were right. The bat was rising." Everyone was panicking out of their minds. They had lost at least $300 million. Upon hearing this, Jonathan could not hold back his tears, covering his face as he cried. His decision had been completely correct. It was fortunate that he had chosen to trust Sun-Hu. At that moment, a colleague came to inform him that the boss wanted to see him. Jonathan adjusted his attire and walked into the meeting room. The boss now introduced him as the pride of the goof group to the VIPs, a stark contrast to before. Jonathan understood the reason for this immediately upon hearing it. The VIPs were extremely angry at the bot's rise. The boss wanted to introduce Jonathan to escape from danger. Life was not a dream. Jonathan calmly placed a business card in front of the VIPs and said, "From today, I will leave goof and establish a new investment company. I have not changed my views. Feel free to contact me for evaluation at any time." The boss immediately tried to stop him, but Jonathan had made up his mind. He would leave a place where his words were not valued. Jonathan was confident he would soon receive many offers. He was known throughout the financial district as the only one to avoid this disaster. Upon hearing this, the VIPs immediately left. The goof group was no longer worth anything. Jonathan walked out of the meeting room under the astonished gaze of all his colleagues. He cheerfully packed up his personal belongings. Before leaving, Jonathan sent an email to Sun-Hu, "I have resigned. I agree with your proposal. Let us meet to discuss the details. Where should I go?" At this moment, Sun-Hu was at home doing push-ups with his legs elevated. He had never stopped enhancing his physical condition. Receiving Jonathan's email, Sun-Hu immediately jumped up. The money-making plan could finally begin. He gave a satisfied smile and then replied, "Come to Seoul, right now." While waiting for Jonathan, Sun-Hu continued living the life of a middle school student. Sun-Hu was not greatly affected by middle school life. More accurately, he had little affection for studying. Because his body was more developed than his peers, Sun-Hu was isolated and had no friends. But that was even better. Sun-Hu was used to solitude. The quiet hallway suddenly stirred up memories he did not want to recall. The scene of a city piled corpses. At this moment, the teacher stood looking at Sun-Hu's lonely back, and for some reason, tears began to fall. Perhaps she could feel the sorrow hidden behind that back. The next day, Sun-Hu went to the airport to pick up Jonathan. After a few greetings, the two found a quiet place to talk. At that moment, Jonathan still thought the young man before him was just a guide. Sitting down, Jonathan casually crossed his legs on the chair. "Are we just waiting here? He is still enjoying himself while I really want to meet him." And his email writing skills were not normal at all. When Sun-Hu said he was the one who wrote those emails, Jonathan's face changed color. His mood shifted from surprise to anger. Jonathan never thought he would be tricked into coming here by a kid. He slammed the table and shouted, "How old are you? 19 or 20? I took a risk to come here. Do you understand what you have done?" His eyes were filled with fury as if he could leap forward and strangle Sun-Hu at any moment. That look was exactly the same as the Jonathan that Sun-Hu knew. To calm him down, Sun-Hu pulled a set of documents from his pocket. "Do you always judge people on the street by their age? If you do not like it, just leave. But I should give a gift to a guest who crossed the ocean to meet me." Jonathan immediately snatched the set of documents. After looking them over, he stood frozen. Seeing this, Sun-Hu said, "Please sit down first. Wasn't the Asian crisis predicted when the US government sent unlimited dollars? They said the 21st century would belong to Asia and the 4 Asian dragons. All the investment funds in the world have begun to get involved. How do you find the documents I gave you, sir?" Jonathan could not take his eyes off the report. He asked, "Even so, you still think Thailand will collapse?" Sun Hu did not answer but asked in return, "Before reading that report, what did you think?" But just like the situation in the financial district, Jonathan could not easily answer after the investment funds stopped funneling money to the government. No one could predict the outcome of this currency war. The tense atmosphere lasted until July 2nd, when Thailand declared surrender. After finishing the report, Jonathan replied, "The attacking side will win, but this report is missing an important part." Sun Hu clasped his hands on the chair, his entire body exuding an oppressive aura of authority. "I am not the one who needs to answer that question, Jonathan. You are the one who must do that, whether or not you choose to work with me." Jonathan felt the threat in those words. If he did not sign the contract, he would not learn anything more. If he kept underestimating the youth before him, he would be in big trouble. Thinking it over, Jonathan negotiated. "With money and the report, I now have everything. As for you, what do you have?" Sun Hu immediately replied, "Isn't that an opportunity cost? What would have happened if I had chosen to cooperate with someone else from March until now? Right now, while I am talking with you, I am wasting the money I could be earning." As an expert, Jonathan knew these words were completely accurate. He lowered his head and thought for a long time, still hesitating. Seeing this, Sun Hu decisively stood up and left. "Fine then, I will wait until June 3rd. Just hearing the date June 3rd, Jonathan suddenly seemed to realize something. He quickly flipped back through the report, looking at the growth forecast chart he had just seen. Jonathan realized that was the very day the Thai economy crashed. He stared in shock towards Sun Hu. "Today is June 2nd, right? Is that right?" Jonathan still couldn't believe it. He could predict trends, but there was no way he could be this detailed, down to the exact day. Not only was it close, but Sun Hu had also predicted the exact hour. This couldn't be something a human could do. While Jonathan was still stunned, Sun Hu had already turned and walked away. "See you on June 2nd, Jonathan. If you haven't decided by then, this relationship is as good as over. If you are the Jonathan I once knew, then you will surely choose correctly." That final sentence confused Jonathan, but his gaze was very firm. Jonathan will definitely make the right choice. A few days later, Sun Hu received an email from Jonathan, asking what the company should be named. In the end, Jonathan had decided to sign the contract. After signing, Jonathan felt a bit regretful, but everything was too late. The ship had set sail, and his fate was now in Sun Hu's hands. Having become partners, Jonathan immediately asked Sun Hu how he had predicted the recession, even knowing the exact date. Sun Hu still only said it was due to calculations. Only an idiot would believe this answer, but it didn't matter anymore. Since they were both in the same boat, they had to trust each other completely. Jonathan asked about the upcoming strategy, but Sun Hu only provided the information. Everything after that was entirely up to Jonathan to execute. At this point, Jonathan finally remembered to ask his partner's name. Damn, money really does blind people. Jonathan intended to name the investment fund company Jonathan and Soon, but Sun Hu didn't want to attract attention, so he refused. Afterwards, the two discussed their business plan. Jonathan's total assets at this point were $400,000 in the fund. After hearing this, Sun Hu looked at Jonathan with a dull stare. He had put up 51% of his assets for a mere $400,000. His mind must have some issues too. Jonathan asked Sun Hu if he had any funds to contribute. How could a middle school kid have money to invest? That was the reason he had to make Jonathan fly all the way to South Korea to meet. At that moment, Jonathan asked the question that had been bugging him. "Hey son, why me? How did you know about me?" When he learned he was chosen randomly, Jonathan sighed. Opportunity sometimes comes in the strangest ways. When you beg earnestly for it, it never comes. Hearing this sentence, Sun Hu was reminded of the past. Jonathan had once said the exact same phrase, word for word. Initially, Jonathan intended to accumulate points to open a challenge chest, but halfway through, he decided to open a sovereign chest instead. This man who wanted to give up planned to sell all the items in the sovereign chest, using the money to bury his own life. Yet what he received was a powerful skill, the kind only found in challenge chests. Chance of a low-level chest containing a high-level item was extremely rare, almost a miracle, and yet that miracle came to a man who had already decided to give up everything. Ignoring Sun Hu's advice, Jonathan plunged headfirst in his revenge. Back to the present, while Sun Hu was lost in thought, Jonathan pulled out a set of documents needing a name filled in. Jonathan asked Sun Hu if he had brought his citizen ID card. Sun Hu only handed him a piece of paper. That was the only way to verify his current identity. The 13 numbers here are his US Social Security number. Jonathan looked at the first 6 digits, his eyes wide with shock. Though Sun Hu was only 12 years old, Jonathan broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe that such a young kid could have such a mature body and mind. He just signed a contract with a 12-year-old. Was this a disastrous mistake or not? Sun Hu only smiled. He had anticipated this. He pulled out a stack of documents about the plan. "Jonathan, there is no more time to be amazed by me. Now, let's start discussing our business." Sun Hu pointed at the charts in the document. "The second week of June. From the 8th to the 13th, I'm certain the market will drop by 10%, but Thailand won't collapse immediately. It will try to resist, And that is just the beginning. The Thai market decline hits 10%, fear will sweep across all of Asia. Relief capital will be mobilized quickly, and the final destination of that flow will be South Korea. Hearing this, Jonathan was astonished. What are you saying, son? Foreign capital can't just automatically enter South Korea without permission. Sun Hu immediately explained. That's right, because it would cause chaos in the South Korean foreign exchange market. What will attack South Korea isn't money from the relief funds, but something else that can cover fear across all of East Asia. That fear will sweep away even the inflowing foreign capital. Jonathan wondered, wow, is something big about to happen? So, do you plan to do anything to stop it, out of patriotism or something? But even a genius, a skilled sailor, cannot escape a tsunami. Sun Hu understood that, so his primary goal was money. War will be ignited by those who control the hedge funds. But when the dust settles, who will be the one who benefits the most? Jonathan, we are going to bet with 50 times leverage, Sun Hu said aggressively. Economic leverage is borrowing debt to invest using personal assets as collateral. Jonathan was extremely shocked after hearing the plan. He said it would be a 10% decline, but the chart wouldn't drop straight down to negative 10% like that. We'll go up 2%, then down 3%, oscillating like that continuously. Only at that point will it be a free fall. That is why the higher the leverage ratio, the greater the skill needed. If the ratio is 50 times, losing 1% means losing 50%. Losing 2% means losing 100%, in other words, going bust. Back home, Jonathan still couldn't believe it. He wrote an email asking Sun Hu, "You're going to use my entire fortune, $400,000, with 50 times leverage. Is it because you trust me, or because it's not your money?" Sun Hu checked his email while lifting weights. He understood why Jonathan was worried. 50 times leverage meant trading a $20 million asset base from a $400,000 capital, profit and loss both multiplied by 50. This was a high-stakes gamble. But Jonathan's trading skill was no joke. By October, the hedge funds would weaken after the Hong Kong incident. As long as he trusted Sun Hu's data, victory was certain. Sun Hu only wrote a short line. "I'm counting on you, Jonathan. This is probably the last chance to use 50 times leverage." They both had to hit hard and win big to prepare for the battle. The period would be from around the 9th to the 13th, about a week. The ball was at his feet, just waiting for Jonathan to shoot. At that moment, at Jonathan's place, he was holding his head, about to cry. But having committed himself so far, he had to see it through to the end. Jonathan decided to take the risk. He put everything he had on the line, risking it all for a big win. Sometime later, Sun Hu went to the airport to pick up Jonathan. In Sun Hu's eyes, Jonathan looked like an A-rank awakener returning with a trophy in his hand. He was not mistaken, Jonathan had indeed brought back spoils. The spoils were even more valuable than mana crystals from an S-rank monster. As soon as he met Sun Hu, Jonathan dropped the number 700. Sun Hu was not surprised and asked if Jonathan had converted all the money to dollars. But Jonathan's demeanor was a little off, he could barely contain himself. "You think I meant 700%? No, I mean 700 times, son. We multiplied $400,000 by 700 times. A week has passed and we have earned $280 million. This is truly a massive number." The eyes of the two men suddenly gleamed like hungry predators. This was just the beginning. They were going to shake the world economy. Afterwards, the two went back to the hotel. Since he was still a teenager, Sun Hu had to pretend to sleep over at a friend's house to get permission from his mother to stay out overnight. Already lying at such a young age, Sun Hu carefully checked the pile of documents Jonathan had brought back. The profit this time was 70,000%, even better than what Sun Hu had thought. Jonathan was truly a talented investor. He could not contain his joy and drank beer to celebrate. Holding the beer can, he sang loudly, "Love, oh my love, what the hell did we just do? I cannot believe it. With just one single attempt, we achieved exponential growth. A massive hedge fund created by two people." Seeing Jonathan excited, Sun Hu decided to discuss upcoming matters. He sat with his hands clasped on the chair, seriously providing information about the future. It seemed that Thailand would implement a floating exchange rate regime, choosing that as the starting point. "We will use the entire fund and maximum leverage for one gamble. On that day of chaos, there will be no price increase. A vertical drop. No one will rush to buy stocks that are falling." This matter seemed serious. Jonathan also became serious. Clearly the implementation of the floating regime had been cancelled. Sun Hu then gave his opinion. "So what do you think about using $200 million? Jonathan listened with his mouth wide open in shock. "I think the people in the hedge fund will just sit still if the $200 million bet depreciates against the Thai baht." Before Jonathan could finish his sentence, Sun Hu interjected, "That is why we need to leave them a decoy. As I said, they are the ones who start the war. If we choose the wrong start date, we will lose everything." Jonathan could not stay calm at this point. All the hard-earned money was at risk of being lost. He kept shouting loudly. Using a huge fund without assessing the risk was truly insane. If you are not a god, you cannot do things like that. But Sun Hu had no intention of stopping. Jonathan saw the confident look in his eyes and understood. Sun Hu stepped closer to Jonathan. Starting tomorrow, there is some data we need to study. We must check the percentage of foreign reserves Thailand plundered against the $280 million we have. Jonathan was suspicious. This information was not easily obtained by commoners. But Sun Hu had basically done no calculations at all. Simply compared everything to the historical event of July 2. To be safe, he could lower the leverage index and change it to July 1. After careful consideration, Sun Hu turned around and said with a confident expression, "Why do you think I called it a $200 million gamble? $80 million was enough to contact the manager of the Central Bank of Thailand, right?" Jonathan, after listening, could not believe the child in front of him was only 12 years old. After explaining the plan, Sun Hu told Jonathan to go to Thailand to facilitate the execution. Initially, Jonathan was worried, but he was still convinced by Sun Hu's confident demeanor. 1997 will be our golden year. Jonathan, go all out. Next day, Jonathan seemed extremely nervous, but his eyes resembled those of an awakener entering a dungeon. While Jonathan searched for news in enemy territory, Sun Hu prepared to make a move. Going a different route, he put on his usual attire and began hand-to-hand combat with the gangsters. Sun Hu's opponent this time played dirty and used a knife, but in the end, he still had his arm broken by Sun Hu with a single blow. The thug fell to the ground in pain. He kept screaming that he would kill Sun Hu. If the broker had not stopped him, Sun Hu would have sent him to meet his ancestors. The broker was scared because the man on the ground was a notorious gang leader. There were even rumors that he was connected to the gang leaders. He would definitely not let this slide. But Sun Hu was not only unafraid, he was even looking forward to the upcoming retaliation. That would be a great opportunity for him to train his skills. A moment later, Sun Hu was surrounded by a group of gang leaders. Each of them carried a weapon, their faces looking like they wanted to kill. The gang leaders were quite surprised that Sun Hu did not run away, but chose to fight immediately. Since normal training made it hard to increase his stats, Sun Hu decided to use this chance to test his results. After their martial arts failed, the gang leaders charged at him all at once. Despite their numbers, Sun Hu easily took care of each one. Not one of them could withstand a single blow from him, but two hands were no match for four. Sun Hu was caught in a siege tactic and fell into a tough fight. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit on the head by a thug with a brick. That man was finished. Sun Hu grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard to the ground. At this moment, Sun Hu was a bit dizzy, the wound on his head bleeding nonstop, but he could see openings in the middle of the fight. It felt like the system was empowering him, but if Sun Hu used Odin's wrath here, it would be a joke. He decided to only use his skills to take on the entire group of gang leaders alone. While the whole bunch was fighting like in a movie, one thug got bored and decided to end the fight quickly. He did not hesitate and used his motorcycle to ram straight into Sun Hu was thrown far by the car, severely injured in the back and unable to stand. The thugs rushed in to gang up on him. Sun Hu lay there taking the beating, unable to fight back. Just then, the guy whose arm was broken earlier charged in to deliver the finishing blow, but he did not expect Sun Hu still had the strength to stand up. That man was furious. He kicked Sun Hu straight in the face. Sun Hu was kicked far away and lost consciousness. Suddenly his eyes shone brightly, his aura was dense. The system announced the activation. One who overcomes all hardships. All of Sun Hu's stats and skills were raised from F to E. His body floated in midair, emitting a mysterious red light. The thugs who witnessed it were terrified, wildly swinging their knives randomly. But Sun Hu's speed was now on a different level. He threw a clean punch that turned that man's head into a pig's head. The gang of thugs was terrified and dared not move. Sun Hu calmly assessed his own body. The soaring stats made him still unfamiliar. Thanks to one who overcomes all hardships, his wounds partially healed and the pain temporarily disappeared. Now Sun Hu was a true fighting machine. The thugs saw their leader's face and all charged at once. But one was knocked down on the spot. The other surrendered his weapon to take the beating. Finally, only the boss who drove the car to hit Sun Hu remained. Sun Hu used the Wrath of Odin's skill, shooting lightning at the car. The boss was electrocuted, spinning several times before being thrown far away. Done with the job, Sun Hu coldly walked away, leaving horror in the crowd. Back home, Sun Hu still trained tirelessly. Today's battle taught him many lessons. One who overcomes all hardships did not activate during training, only when he was attacked and incapacitated. Sun Hu had to get used to it, turn it into a powerful punch. It was a weapon to fight monsters and the 8 great evils after the day of creation. Just then the phone rang, an overseas call. As soon as he picked up, Sun Hu said, "Good thing you called before the curfew." Jonathan was surprised, not expecting this middle schooler to predict everything. Skipping the pleasantries, Jonathan got straight to the point. "You were right, they really did act. I got shot at and almost died. I looked into it, our profits have exceeded 20%, which is a shame." After just a few sentences, Sun Hu deduced the situation with Jonathan. He did not mention Thailand, meaning that country still had more foreign currency than expected. Sun Hu understood the hesitation, so he asked, "We already agreed on everything, do you object?" Jonathan replied, "I already paid $80 million to read that pile of documents. Not to mention the result. What we are doing is way too crazy. When is the deadline?" Sun Hu smiled confidently. "July 2nd, we will place our bets at the highest point." Jonathan trembled, unable to stay calm. "I am starting to go crazy. If your calculations are correct, you understand, right?" The way hedge funds like the Sacred Dragon Fund and others reacted, Sun Hu knew it all. After all, they were still the leaders. When the Sacred Dragon Fund acted, the other funds would follow suit. This relationship was like that between the 8 great evils and the world's hunters. When one person went into battle, those behind created a disaster. Jonathan covered his face. "If you are right, we will affect the entire world's investment funds with just one incident." "Oh God, my weak heart is about to explode." The two chatted happily, all worries gradually fading away. From some point, the two had become reliable teammates. July 1st, Hong Kong returned to China. Some said history would repeat itself. A modern opium war was about to reoccur in Asia. Western investment funds poured in dollars instead of opium, weakening the economy and attacking with money instead of cannon shells. This war happened because an S-class dungeon was sealed in Asia. Leading it was one of the 8 great saints and his subordinates. But the victor was someone else. Those things had not happened yet. At this moment, Sun Hu was listlessly checking his email. In this era, that was almost the only way to receive news from afar. Sun Hu had to wait for news from Jonathan. Currently, the foreign currency Sun Hu and Jonathan could collect from the $200 million bet was about $10 billion. Even if they bet everything on the collapse, the opposing side still had to accept for the transaction to continue. The currency market was not that large. The daily trading volume in the foreign currency futures market was less than $10 billion. Sun Hu worried there would not be enough fees to trade, so they had to take a favorable position to prepare for tomorrow's incident. Just then, Sun Hu received an email from Jonathan saying preparations for the attack were complete. He happily lunged to hug the computer. This was truly good news. It felt like entering a dungeon with a bag full of gear. Sun Hu used to charge into dungeons even when he was not sure he could return safely. Now he was still trembling, but for a different reason. Sun Hu was sure the money was in the bag, even if he had to die for it. The accumulated points would no longer be worthless due to bad luck. But Sun Hu suddenly clenched his fists. He was not allowed to let his guard down. A normal life had made him relax his vigilance. He covered his face to wake himself up. Even though he had not been back for a year, the feeling of his past life felt like it had passed a long time ago. Calming down, Sun Hu composed an email to reply to Jonathan. "Preparations are complete. We will clear out a big dungeon." That sentence he told himself so he would not forget his original determination. July 2nd, Sun Hu was taking a test in class, but his mind was entirely on the watch. It was now 12 noon, only 30 minutes left until the Bank of Thailand announced the float of the exchange rate. That was when everything began. In his past life, there was a group that was extremely certain Thailand would surrender. Similarly, another group also believed Thailand would surrender, but in mid-July, the final group believed Thailand would win. According to his past life, today would clearly distinguish heaven and hell for these groups. Thanks to Sun Hu's intervention, the number of groups betting on an early surrender would significantly decrease. All the money from the groups believing Thailand would win would fall into Sun Hu and Jonathan's hands. At that moment, the teacher walked over, interrupting Sun Hu's train of thought. "Sun Hu, why are you looking at your watch instead of focusing on the test? We are having a test." After he apologized, the teacher finally let him off. But Sun Hu suddenly noticed something strange. The homeroom teacher should have remained the same as in his past life, but he had no memory of this teacher at all. He had a slight suspicion, then quickly forgot about it. At this moment, his mind was completely set on Thailand. 30 minutes later, the test ended and it was time for lunch. Sun Hu immediately acted without any delay. He went to see the homeroom teacher to ask for early leave because he felt unwell. The teacher held the test paper in her hand and sighed, "Another one. Sun Hu, why do you always say you are sick whenever you see me? Yet you look bigger than before." "Ah, you must have tried to get a perfect score so you could leave early, right? Usually you deliberately make a few mistakes to avoid a perfect 10. I believe you are not the type of student who skips class to do bad things, so go ahead." It seems Sun Hu was very trusted by the teacher. He packed his things and prepared to leave. Suddenly she called him back. "But Sun Hu, are you not being alienated by your friends?" "I do not mean anything by it, I just see that you are often alone." The question caught Sun Hu a little off guard. He slowly turned around. "It is just because my personality likes being alone. Thank you for your concern." It seemed this teacher was not simple. Sun Hu had a bad feeling about her. But that matter was not important right now. He urgently needed to get home to receive news from Jonathan. As soon as he got home, Sun Hu immediately turned on the computer. Jonathan was already waiting. Seeing Sun Hu online, he immediately started a conversation. After a while of exchanging information, Sun Hu basically understood the situation. He eagerly waited for Jonathan's answer. After a moment of hesitation, Jonathan finally replied, "It is currently at 30 bait. We have made a 300 times profit on the initial capital. About $60 billion. A colossal number." Sun Hu felt as if electrocuted, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He had never seen such a large amount of money. Although he had predicted it, seeing it with his own eyes was still overwhelming. Sun Hu messaged Jonathan that he would monitor the exchange rate to the end, but Jonathan replied worriedly, "The opposition has started to fight back. It means the profits are huge. I think we should withdraw immediately." Jonathan acted like an analyst reporting to his boss. He tried to suppress his emotions. This was the moment Sun Hu needed to focus the most. He quickly replied to Jonathan, "According to our agreement, I am the one who decides the timing for withdrawing the money. Do not worry about the opposition's disruptive actions. With today's announcement, everything will turn upside down." Jonathan continuously updated the situation. The baht's value was plummeting uncontrollably. Even though he knew the exchange rate would drop in the end, witnessing trillions disappear before his eyes was truly terrifying. Sun Hu trembled, never having been so frightened even when he had risked his life before. After calming down, Sun Hu decided to start withdrawing money. The main force of the hedge fund alliance was the spot market. Using the futures market was just one of his tactics. Those involved in the futures market were not guaranteed success. They only played a supporting role to reduce risks for the spot market. As for Sun Hu, he had placed all his money in the futures market with a 50 times leverage. Even though it was a crazy gamble, he had won big and reaped enormous profits. Now Sun Hu and Jonathan had to withdraw all the money. Just as Sun Hu guessed, things had turned out different from history. Thanks to his intervention, the baht appreciated rapidly. The other hedge funds also caught the news. They all watched nervously. The baht continuously climbed to the $33 mark, but that was the peak. The baht immediately went into freefall. Like Krat's volatile mood, one had to grasp the timing firmly or face bitter consequences. At that moment, Jonathan messaged to inform that he had successfully withdrawn 80% of the funds. He suggested keeping the remaining 20% until the contract expired. Sun Hu understood Jonathan did not want to miss the chance to earn more when the baht fell. But the war was over, only scraps remained for the scavengers. Sun Hu angrily demanded Jonathan erase all traces and return to South Korea to prepare for what was to come. That day, the global news reported on this incident. The Thai baht fell into a crisis, hitting its lowest point in history. Yesterday, the baht was listed at 30.4 baht to the dollar due to the floating exchange rate system approved by the central bank. The baht depreciated, casting a shadow of worry across all of Southeast Asia. After the long, tiring flight, the first thing Jonathan did was go find Sun Hu, carrying a suitcase full of money. Jonathan looked haggard, as if he could collapse at any moment. Placing the suitcase on the table, he said seriously, "During the withdrawal process, the amount withdrawn was lower than expected." Sun Hu's mood was also affected, but that was within expectations. "So how much?" Jonathan simply held up one hand. $50 billion. Hearing this, Sun Hu felt dizzy. The past few days, both of them had eaten poorly, slept poorly, and nearly had a stroke. After calming down, Sun Hu spoke. "Jonathan, calm down. This is just the beginning of the Asian financial crisis. Pay attention to your health. Malaysia and Indonesia will not be affected, but Hong Kong will be soon." Hearing about Hong Kong, Jonathan's eyes lit up, his spirit seemingly recovering at the thought of a new market. But first, Sun Hu needed Jonathan to do a favor. To start, there were a few pieces of land in South Korea that the two of them needed to buy. Jonathan suddenly fell into a mysterious space. Before his eyes was a giant who reached out and firmly grabbed hold of him. Even though he struggled, Jonathan could not escape that strength. At that moment, Jonathan finally saw clearly the face of the one choking him. It turned out to be Sun Hu, but it was all just a nightmare. Jonathan woke up with a start, his face full of terror. A flight attendant came to announce that the plane had landed. This time, Jonathan was heading to the world's #1 superpower, America. On the car ride to the company, Jonathan could not stop thinking about the dream. Perhaps he had been so stressed that he dreamed of such childish things. Jonathan recalled the previous day's conversation with Sun Hu. When Sun Hu said he wanted to buy land, he thought the man wanted to get into real estate. But Sun Hu's answer surprised Jonathan. "Jonathan, real estate is just the start. From now on, we will do business in every market, as long as it helps us rake in money." Jonathan could not believe what he heard. He did not expect that $50 billion was just the capital for Sun Hu. He asked nervously, "Jun, you and me, nothing will happen, right?" Sun Hu noticed the tension, so he handed Jonathan a piece of steak and reassured him, "Eat first, you look really stressed. First, use my shares as collateral and then split the company. If you want to join, invest as much as you can." Jonathan asked while eating, how many companies did he plan to envision after splitting them? Sun Hu suddenly became serious. The more complex the structure, the better, so that no one can trace the real person behind everything. We must make it so even the employees in the company do not know who they are working for. Those words meant Sun Hu was proposing to set up hundreds of shell companies with paperwork, truly a blatant scheme. Sun Hu then continued, "You have been alone for so long, it must have been difficult. When we move to Hong Kong, we should prepare a team. Skills are not important, we only care about loyalty and honesty." Hearing those requirements, Jonathan had some ideas in his mind, but Sun Hu's plan was not over yet. After achieving the desired results in Hong Kong, we should buy 2 mid-range investment companies, naming them Goof Group, where he used to work, and gather as many experts as possible, someone like Jeffrey, for example. example. Hearing this name, Jonathan showed a surprised expression. Oh my, a corporate raider. You mean to put the top star under my command? It is like a dream. But Sun Hu considered it normal. We give them resources but do not let them see the people inside the company. Once the split is complete, I want one of them to be named Zion and located here. I will use it to buy some things here. Jenin is the name of Sun Hu's father. That is a secret, but one day Sun Hu will tell him. Sun Hu is truly a filial son. Finally, Sun Hu concluded a sentence. Jonathan, we should focus on getting the work done right now. There is no time to lie on this pile of money. That time will come when all the money in the world is in our hands. Don't you think? These words directly awakened the monster inside Jonathan. World economy is about to be turned upside down by the Jonathan Investment Fund. By agreement, Sun Hu's name will not be mentioned. Jonathan will gain all the fame he wants. After arriving at the company, Jonathan walked straight to the meeting room. Seeing Jonathan, everyone in the room froze. Jonathan, however, was full of energy and spoke confidently. How long are you all going to keep making those long faces? We have finally reached the professional league. Welcome, this is Jonathan Investment Company. The atmosphere exploded. Every member was endlessly inspired and could accomplish any task set before them. There is a type of monster called army ants. They march in hundreds of thousands at a time, destroying everything in their path. They are always hungry, and the hedge funds and their supporters are the same. They moved to Southeast Asia and settled there. But history has changed. The money they could have received is now in Sun Hu's pocket. They should catch up with the change. According to the newspaper Sun Hu was reading, a single group was allowed to swoop in on the first day of July and suck out all the honey for themselves. Obviously, the identities of Sun Hu and Jonathan remained secret and unknown to anyone. At this moment, Sun Hu was preparing to make a contract to rent a new office. Although he was underage, money could solve many things. Sun Hu qualified to rent an office for work, a 2-year contract with the entire deposit paid in cash, the transaction only using the name Sun Hu on paper. All these things were clearly illegal, but it was mutually beneficial as the money went directly into Chairman Choi's black fund. The refer then led Sun Hu into a new office. There was a simple reason for Sun Hu renting this office: careful security and an ADSL modem. Sun Hu had finally gotten rid of the old, sluggish modem. It was truly a tear-jerking joy. Sun Hu held the new modem in his hand, feeling deeply moved. No one else was in the room. Sun Hu walked around. He wondered whether he should redecorate the place before Jonathan returned. Then, Sun Hu pinned a picture of a dog-headed monster on the wall. That was the monster he was about to face, and this would become the first front line. Jonathan had long begun reporting new progress. He had finished splitting the work for the new startups, and 8 groups had been selected to proceed to the next step. Every time he achieved something, he changed companies. Those groups discussing the recent split definitely would not know what they were up against. All Jonathan cared about were the papers and the work. There were now nearly 1,000 different types of taxes, with unimaginable commission fees. Sun Hu would have to plan the fund allocation himself. After consulting with Jeffrey, Sun Hu discussed the necessary issues with Jonathan. Prediction was the top priority in the acquisition. However, try to tolerate that man CEO Donald Finn until everything is over. Jonathan immediately asked back, wasn't he just a simple investment concept to take over Donald? What Jonathan said was correct. It was not just a simple concept. The burst of the com bubble led to enormous market capitalization, but that was not the main reason. The data source they created was recognized as the industry standard since the 80s, including dungeons, monsters, skills, stats, lucky boxes, and so on. That was top secret information only handled within the system. Among them, the most important data software was the one directly linked to the main company Jun of Lee Sun, a database for the revolutionary faction. If Sun Hu had had the chance to see the data collected by the revolutionary faction in the past, the battle against the 8 great evils and the 8 great saints might have been a little different. Of course, Sun Hu knew that his intervention would change the course of history, just like the changes within the internal development team. Therefore, keeping the frequency of changes as small as possible was very important. After some thought, Sun Hu messaged Jonathan back. Our priority is prediction. You can recognize Donald at the highest level based on his salary and stock options in the picture, but he might still decide to pull out, and we cannot do anything about that. Jonathan listened and decided to follow Sun Hu's words. He now had absolute faith in this kid. Sun Hu, however, was burning with determination to take away all the power of the 8 great evils and the 8 great saints. He would be the one to end their reign. Next day, as Sun Hu was about to leave the house, he heard some interesting information on TV. In Financial Services will host a major meeting on the 21st to begin a venture project with Goldwish, an investment company from overseas. They decided to build a centralized investment system. Goldwish was just a shell company that Sun Hu created. He felt quite sorry for the government for taking the bait and then coming to negotiate a deal. Overseas capital was being drained like a receding tide. Perhaps they wanted to snatch it up greedily. Sun-Hu carefully put on his shoes and prepared to go out, but he told his mother he was going to boxing practice. Sun-Hu's mother saw her son leave and approached him. "Son, tell that friend Hu to come over and play a few times. I have heard about him a few times but never seen his face. He is your close friend, right?" Hearing this, Sun-Hu was a bit flustered. How could he invite an imaginary friend to his house? Sun-Hu was racking his brain for an answer when his mother changed the subject. "Also, do you plan to continue boxing?" Seeing the injuries on her son's face, Sun-Hu's mother was a little worried. Sun-Hu noticed this and said he would quit if she was worried. But his mother immediately said, "Oh, come on, this kid, I did not mean that. It must be very tough, but I am still glad you keep training like this. You can do whatever you want, son." Of course, how could a mother not care about her child's health? Although Sun-Hu had shown unusual behavior since he was a child, he had always received full support from his parents. After saying goodbye to his mother, Sun-Hu put on his hood and started jogging. His destination was a high-rise building. The ground floor of this building was leased to build the most modern online network for Korea's #1 bank. Sun-Hu merged into the crowd and walked through the passage reserved for executives and senior staff. There, he overheard an interesting conversation. A man asked his assistant, "Hey, Kim Forrest, is this the thing Dodger gave you?" The assistant immediately replied, "No, I already confirmed it." The market manipulator who crashed and the one who liquidated a series of companies on July 2nd were all accomplices. They did not expect the person they mentioned was standing right next to them. That man was surprised. Are they gods? If everything is cleared out, the money pocketed would be unimaginable. An assistant reported activity in the Philippines, Singapore, and several other places. The only place left was Hong Kong. After thinking, the man realized Sun-Hu and Jonathan's next target was Hong Kong. He ordered documents to be prepared and a meeting to be held immediately, wanting to catch up with the other two. Sun-Hu, standing nearby, could only smile. "Catch up with us?" The world's largest bank was probably in a similar state, right? But how were they going to catch up? Had long since dissolved into countless shell companies. Sun-Hu walked away. Now he was a shadowy tycoon who could influence the world economy. Sometime later, Jonathan returned to Korea. He was surprised to see Sun-Hu's office. "This is a gym, not an office," Jonathan said, then happily tried out the exercise equipment, but he had no idea how to use them. Seeing an A-rank hunter struggling like that, Sun-Hu could not help but laugh. Jonathan noticed a pair of real swords in the room. He was astonished and asked Sun-Hu if he knew how to use them, even though he was just a grade 2 kid. Just then, Sun-Hu changed the subject. "Show me the data I asked you to prepare." Jonathan took out a heavy notebook, the list of shell companies he had compiled. Sun-Hu carefully checked it. The notebook contained information on over 1,000 of their shell companies. If it were lost, they would not know where the money went. Assuming it was here meant there would be no problems with fund manipulation. But Jonathan was worried if anyone saw this list, they would risk life imprisonment in the US with a sentence of up to 1,000 calendars. Sun-Hu spoke calmly. "If the jury and lawyers are well arranged, tax evasion or embezzlement is fine. If needed, I will use money to solve everything. Everything I do is to generate that money. They are all criminals, just on a different scale." As he spoke, Sun-Hu walked to the photocopier, made a copy of the list, and offered to keep the original. Jonathan did not hesitate and immediately agreed. He had a feeling everything would be fine. After that, Sun-Hu opened a safe and handed Jonathan a stack of cash. "You're tired, just rest. From now on, remember to only use cash, no credit cards." This felt like a crime, but Jonathan had no objection, completely trusting Sun-Hu. After discussing, Sun-Hu said goodbye and arranged to meet Jonathan tomorrow. Just then, Jonathan noticed the monster drawings on the wall. They looked very scary and realistic. Jonathan thought Sun-Hu was just a child who liked drawing magic. He did not expect to have to face them later. At DP Grum, one of North America's 4 largest banks, Emily from Jonathan's company arrived to make a transaction. The bank employee reviewed the contract and said, "Pleasure to meet you. This is a new type of swap transaction. I will look it over as usual, but do not want to waste your time." Who would agree to such terms? A swap transaction was buying and selling the same amount of foreign currency with 2 currencies simultaneously. Emily calmly reminded the other party to read the contract carefully. Jonathan's company was Party B. The employee checked again and was astonished, immediately reporting to a superior as they lacked the capability to assess it. The board of directors arrived and discussed with Emily. According to the contract, the interest in Hong Kong increased by 100%, but the yield on Jonathan's side dropped rapidly. The bank director asked Emily how much she wanted. The figure of 500 million made him laugh. Even Emily found it ridiculous. Raising the interest by 50% was already insane. Now 100%, how is it profitable? "Jonathan, that bastard, calling me here to do something stupid." The director agreed to sign the contract immediately after reading it repeatedly and finding no traps. After signing, both sides were satisfied with getting what they wanted. Jonathan received the news and reported back to Sun-Hoo, "Done. I bet all $5 billion." It turned out everything was according to Sun-Hoo's plan. 2 months ago, in October, he saw Jonathan slumped over by his screen. Beside him was a mountain of trash. It seemed he had been living there for several days. Sun-Hoo approached and asked, "How much did you lose?" Jonathan held his face in disappointment. "I can't even count anymore." Betting on the international stock market without getting caught was quite difficult. Except for the Asian region, the market was rising steadily. Even though Sun-Hoo knew it beforehand, witnessing the collapse was still hard to swallow. Jonathan looked sadly at the screen, not planning to follow Sun-Hoo's advice. A profit of 300% is truly unbelievable. When he heard Sun-Hoo say Hong Kong would ruin the market, Jonathan's jaw dropped. He did not believe Hong Kong would do that. But Sun-Hoo had checked, and this was the only way to drive out all the dead wood. Jonathan thought they would not give up easily, but Sun-Hoo thought differently. Hong Kong and Japan were Asia's two financial strongholds. Sun-Hoo wanted to trade with Japan, but if it went too far, the government would not stand idly by. That left Korea. At that time, Korea enacted financial policies to block foreign investment. Traders targeting Southeast Asia made things worse. They aimed for Hong Kong, a region that could not win against Korea, scaring Korean investors into fleeing, forcing international banks to collect money instead of lending to companies. Korea gradually collapsed from within, the fear of bankruptcy increasing. This was when the investors began to execute their predetermined deals. This time, Sun-Hoo was determined to make a difference by storming the Hong Kong stock market and causing a stir. Sun-Hoo and Jonathan immediately cooperated to carry out the plan. The influx of capital grew larger, from hundreds of millions to billions of dollars, spanning across heavy industry and chemicals. Corporate stocks in Hong Kong plummeted across the board, forcing banks to scramble to reassure the market. Suddenly, Jonathan panicked and reported that a group of people was following them from behind. Sun-Hoo was extremely tense, thinking that if he was caught now, everything would be over, but he still told Jonathan not to jump to conclusions. Jonathan had to immediately protect the company in New York, so he rushed out to make calls. Now, with caution, he could find out who was attacking Hong Kong. Sun-Hoo immediately began trading. He used his sophisticated investment techniques in the market to track the pursuer. Individual investors could flee at any time, but a company could not. This moment decided everything, a life either blooming or falling into a dead end. The hedge fund was increasing, and Sun-Hoo and Jonathan had no choice but to pray. If the Hong Kong market collapsed because of them, history would turn a page, and Sun-Hoo could no longer predict the future. After hours of tension, they finally managed to stabilize the Hong Kong stock market. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Things had almost come to an end. They decided to sort everything out and stop there. The day had been too exhausting. Sun-Hoo changed his clothes to head home after a long, stressful day. Back to the present, DP Cram, the bank director, was cheerfully telling his colleagues about the $500 million deal. Everyone laughed loudly and continuously congratulated him on the sudden huge profit. He thought he would be fired after the heavy losses in Thailand, but now he saw hope. He silently thanked Jonathan's investment fund for saving him from defeat. Joy vanished when the news broadcast showed the situation in Hong Kong with interest rates reaching 400%. The whole room was stunned for a moment, then they hurriedly called their assistants to check the situation. The bank director suddenly remembered the contract, thinking it was a good deal, but it turned out to be a trap. With an interest rate of 400%, the amount the bank had to pay would reach $2 billion. He was stunned, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat, not knowing where he had gone wrong. At the same time in Seoul, only Jonathan and Sun-Hoo were the happiest. While checking the market, Jonathan cheered because they had succeeded again. Not just Hong Kong, but stock markets around the world were plummeting. Both spot and futures trading dropped. Our side reaped a huge profit. The Asian financial crisis spread like dominoes. A dark Tuesday in Hong Kong, America, and Japan pulled Europe down. Sun-Hoo and Jonathan hit the jackpot again. This was only the beginning. In the new era, fortune was unpredictable, but the power of Sun-Hoo's money would crush everything. Before long, Jonathan made it onto the list of the world's billionaires, renowned as an investment king who could foresee the future. Sun-Hoo received the news without much surprise. He was only worried if his identity would be exposed. Jonathan calmly said that if they knew his true identity, it would be a disaster. They only knew that 51% of Jonathan's risk was held by a mysterious person named John. Jonathan did his best to protect Sun-Hoo's identity, even hiring experts. The problem was that the tax bureau could cause trouble. They have seized all the profits from Thailand and won big in the deal with the world's largest bank. I calculated, the company in New York is worth about $22 billion. John's assets are $11.2 billion, and mine are $10.7 billion. The two of us rank 18th and 20th on the world's billionaire list. If we count the money from those shell companies after the inflation crisis, we would be ranked first and second. It's crazy. Who would have thought a middle school kid would be the top one on Earth's server? Winter had arrived. Sun-Hu walked on the street to the office, seeing everyone looking dejected and lifeless. 1 week after the Hong Kong incident, the South Korean government had already appealed to the IMF, 2 weeks earlier than in his previous life. Today, Sun-Hu went to the office to interview someone he wanted to recruit. From a distance, he recognized her. All eyes were drawn to her. After some basic questions, Sun-Hu and Jamie found a quiet place. Before he could speak, he handed her a business card with a fake name. Jamie asked if this action was because of her appearance, or because he cared about the candidate. Sun-Hu replied that if it were a regular interview, he would not have given a business card. "We have decided to hire you." Jamie was tempted but still hesitated. Sun-Hu added that her past was not an issue. "We only care about your appearance and the information on this website. We need a beautiful Asian woman, a real estate expert, to be our representative. Soon, you will understand why your appearance matters." Winside had assigned Jamie to the core investment office in Asia. She was smart, quick, and strategic, turning negative perceptions into positive ones. But the key point was she was willing to do anything to make a deal succeed, even break the law. Her criminal record was very bad in the business world. She was once a CEO and a major shareholder, but was arrested after embezzling profits from a former employee. Sun-Hu had been looking for someone like her since August, but Jamie had never heard of Sun-Hu's company, so how could she accept the job? Sun-Hu confidently said the company name was Yonan, where she would work. Not long after, the news reported on the collaboration between the investment company Yonan and the South Korean government. Representative of Yonan was none other than Jamie. Sun-Hu witnessed this scene on TV and was extremely satisfied. Right at that moment, someone opened the door and walked in, immediately congratulating Sun-Hu upon seeing him. "Congratulations, you are now the most sought-after person in the political and business circles of the entire country." Person who walked in was Jamie. Being praised that made her a little embarrassed. Sun-Hu handed her a card and gave her some instructions. "Here is the company card. You must always keep money in the linked account. That way, there will be no separate statement for where you used it." Even when accused outright of embezzling company funds, Jamie remained calm as if nothing had happened. This was exactly the kind of person Sun-Hu needed. He immediately asked Jamie about the issue of hiring personnel. "The company will guarantee covering all expenses within the scope of the investment capital. Sun-Hu will only get involved in special directives." After confirming the terms, Jamie replied, "My former colleague will come tonight. I also have to negotiate with the domestic real estate advisory firm. The Samu Accounting Group and Kim Law Firm will send people. In this country, everything is handled at those two places, the head accountant Ho Dewan and the legal director Hang Sik." Sun-Hu naturally knew these two names. They were from the upper echelon of the business world, both good choices for the current positions. "Now we just need to find an office to work in." Jamie pointed at the building in front of them, saying it was for sale and the price would keep dropping. The reason was that more than half of the tenants had already moved out. The cause was that earlier Jamie held a meeting at the Blue House to carry out Sun-Hu's special directive. As a result, the real estate market opened up half a year early. Towering ban referred to a fire in the building that forced the owner to sell the asset at a low price. But the situation in South Korea was even worse than that. Jamie looked at the building with intense desire. She said her specialty was real estate, but she could not stop herself from calculating for other markets. This opportunity would not come again. "Ethan, is your client interested in domestic real estate?" Sun-Hu said the only thing they cared about was the rate of return. "Not just real estate, but in every other industry as well, but this matter comes with responsibility." Jamie continued, "The returns are definitely huge. In this country, as long as you have money, even a child can sit in the chairman's seat. If so, they can understand that we can expand into the nation's largest companies. A large portion will fall into the hands of foreign enterprises. This is an ideal country for business. I know that, but the more I understand it, the more interested I become. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to show you this harmless thing." Sun-Hu's expression was stern at this moment. He knew perfectly well that Jamie was trying to manipulate his psychology. Sun-Hu was not some clueless brat. In the post-apocalyptic world, he had realized there were things more terrifying than monsters. That was human nature. Sun-Hu's eyes lit up, radiating a fierce aura. He interrupted Jamie, "I understand what you're trying to say, but that's enough. I won't be participating in the giant investment company regularly. I also hope you are worthy of the trust from my clients. But you must follow the special directive. If you want to expand the business, hire people from the loan branches of the 3 major banks." Jamie sensed his aura and began to tremble. Only now did she realize her boss was not simple at all. The special directive Sun-Hu gave her was the transaction. Money was good, but the other thing was truly important: South Korea and the dungeon. At a remote mountain, Sun-Hu was carefully examining the situation. It took him a while to buy the mountain and find the dungeon. This place was completely different from when he first came. In his previous life, this place looked like a military base. The power of the military back then was very strong. The hills and the detention area were under government control, and martial law was strengthened. This probably would not happen again. The survivors from the lab, like Sun Hu, were called the reserve force. They were taken to a government research facility and thought they were going to be lab rats. But when facing the door of the trial zone, Sun Hu realized that this was even worse than being a lab rat. Back to the present, Sun Hu waited from morning until night to meet the construction contractor, a simple uncle named Choi Chun-min. After introductions, the two got into the car and drove deep into the mountain. The entire road was within the construction area Sun Hu had set. The uncle was astonished that they had already been driving for 20 minutes. He did not know just how vast this construction area was. On the way, Sun Hu explained the construction requirements. Proceed at the entrance and keep the area as intact as possible during the excavation. After a while, the two had to get out of the car because they could not go any further. Sun Hu asked the uncle if he could build a building and a road. Sun Hu asked repeatedly to be sure, because it was winter and the scale of the project was very large. The uncle hesitated and thought for a long time. Demolishing a mountain, building a road, and a building were no simple tasks. But because the economy was tough, the uncle had no other work, so he could not miss this opportunity. The uncle clenched his hands tightly and then agreed with Sun Hu that he would complete the job. Sun Hu smiled faintly, turned around, and got back into the car. Complete it as quickly as possible after you measure everything. What I fear is time, not money. I will receive estimates from other companies, but I need you to get this done. The uncle wondered why Sun Hu wanted him to do such a huge project. Sun Hu glanced at the photo of the uncle and his daughter on the car's dashboard, then said, "Isn't this a tough time for fathers?" Hearing this, the uncle could not hold back his tears and cried like a child. "I didn't think there were still good people in this day and age." On the last day of the year, Sun Hu's father came home drunk. Sun Hu was not surprised, because in his previous life, his father had been the same. That was the day he was imprisoned until death for being forced into early retirement at a young age. But this time, Sun Hu did not expect his father to find a new job at a company with the same name as his. Life was full of surprises. His father ended up working as an employee at his son's company. Sun Hu recalled his previous life. It was his father's influence that brought him into the financial world. His father gave him a bank book containing 1 million won and told him to go buy stocks. That was a huge amount of money for a high school student like Sun Hu. After the IMF ended, it was a time when even a monkey could make money. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million won. Before he knew it, Sun Hu had become a successful schoolyard investor. The beginner's luck was so great that he asked his father to invest more. His father gladly agreed, but this time he only lent the money, not gave it. Not long after, everything crashed. The dot-com bubble burst and half the money, then the other half, disappeared. Sun Hu cried after losing his father's precious 2 million won. A voice like thunder rang in his ear. His father said coldly, "Son, the money I lent you, at the latest you have to pay back in full by next week. You can borrow from your mother to pay me back. I really need that money right now." Sun Hu was in utter despair at that time. Where was he going to find 1 million won to pay his father back? But his father showed no sympathy at all. "If you don't ask, you will have to give me your allowance every time you get it, and I will take your CDs, phone, and computer. But that's still nothing compared to the money I lent you. You know that, don't you? You will have to talk to your mother about this by the end of the day. Even though you're grown, don't talk back to her. Who knows, if you listen, she might lend you the money. What I mean is, the reason I got fired, I hope you understand that. I hope you get interested in finance the same way you got interested in stocks." Current father-son situation is nothing compared to the day he was fired, so this was the villain's past. Father Sun Hu was number one at turning his son into a debtor from middle school. No wonder after the regression, Sun Hu wanted to earn a lot of money and named his company after his father. The kid must still be holding a grudge over this. Back to the present, Sun Hu was overseeing the construction progress on the mountain. Everything was going smoothly. Chairman Choi looked very confident and calm. He had built a good team and was confident in his relationships with people. At this moment, Sun Hu noticed the attitude of the local residents. On the way back, Sun Hu suggested building a community hall in the village next to the mountain so the villagers would have a place to sit. Although this wasn't necessary, Sun Hu would later control access by fencing off the base of the mountain. This was to prevent anyone from discovering the dungeon, but it could also anger the villagers. In doing great work, one cannot use force. A clever solution is needed. In this case, building the community hall was the right decision. At a luxurious restaurant, the accounting director and legal director of Jianan Investment were comfortably drinking. The two were preparing a plan targeting the Dio Group. Would the plan succeed? January 1998. Amidst the wave of high interest rates, countless companies went bankrupt. Production halt announcements from large conglomerates caused a storm of unemployment. The fishing agreement with Japan, taking advantage of the financial crisis, also collapsed. Sun Hu was reading the newspaper intently. Initially, things didn't change much, but they became increasingly different due to his intervention. Some things were still fine, like DP Cram and the German bank not participating until the second quarter of this year, because these were places Sun Hu had made incur losses. They were desperate from the losses and planned to join in the first quarter of the year to recoup, because the entire country was sitting on a time bomb. Sun Hu hadn't anticipated this, but he also didn't think he had been that successful. Three largest conglomerates in South Korea were D2ON, Diho, and Usung. Diho ranked second in the world, higher than Usung. Both were more internationally renowned than D2ON. They had about 400 overseas branches, 100,000 domestic employees, and 200,000 international employees. When Sun Hu was training, he received news from Jamie. The chairman of Diho would be arrested tonight. Sun Hu was astonished, stopping to listen to the details. Diho's bankruptcy wasn't because of the IMF. All their problems were supposed to erupt only 2 years later. But now a prosperous Diho was facing trouble. Through Jamie's words, Sun Hu understood the reason. It was all because of Hodewan and Jongsik, both of whom were in politics. They continuously met with major politicians, turning Diho into a scapegoat for the IMF. Diho itself had no flaws. Sun Hu didn't think the government would tolerate it. At that moment, Jamie's voice turned dangerous. That's why I decided to get involved. We will soon meet with the #1 group in the financial sector. Sun Hu realized this was the moment Diho began to collapse. The elite's winning rate in lawsuits had once been very high, because even in peaceful regions, many people sought ways to attack to gain profit and bring down the strong. Looking at it that way, everything became logical. Sun Hu wore a scheming smile and said to Jamie, "Both you and those two are excellent." Jamie immediately continued. The documents about Diho held by the government had been handed over to the court. They wanted an investment of at least $500 million, a compromise, and also Diho's debt. Of course, if it required a bit more effort, getting the subsidiaries would be enough, but Jamie needed more time to understand the Korean financial and political world. The next leadership would belong to the Democratic Party. If Sun Hu was the sole beneficiary, he would inevitably face scrutiny. When the financial crisis subsides, they would surely launch a thorough tax investigation. Those two directors weren't aiming for wealth or buyouts. Their real goal was to maintain Diho's top 3 position, not just the title, but the actual top 3. Sun Hu thought for a moment and then spoke to Jamie. "Jamie, can you handle Diho? You aren't planning to bring in leadership from abroad after taking it over, are you?" Investigate their new chairman. Starting from the board of directors, the closest associates, even the family. Jamie was astonished upon hearing this. Hodewan and Jongsik had said the exact same thing. Sun Hu poured coffee and continued, "Jamie, don't worry about additional investments or business direction, just do your best. Whether it's land, real estate, or that entire conglomerate, don't let them get snatched away. Jianan Investment must monopolize the Korean crisis. This is an order and also a warning for Jamie." Sun Hu's attitude was serious, filled with murderous intent. The next day, Jonathan's flight to South Korea had landed. Countless reporters were on standby, waiting to interview the legendary investment guru. Jonathan was a bit annoyed by this, but suddenly a question piqued his interest. "Mr. Jonathan, I want to get rich. Where should I invest? Please guide me." Jonathan paused for a moment, then raised one finger. "If you want to invest, invest in fear." The statement quickly hit the front pages of every newspaper. This was also the joke Sun Hu used to tease Jonathan when they met. This time, Jonathan came to South Korea to meet Sun Hu. Before even exchanging greetings, the two began discussing the economic situation. South Korea was receiving financial support, and Sun Hu was continuously pumping in dollars. Therefore, the country would soon overcome the crisis. Jonathan grabbed a bottle of liquor and took a long swig. He asked Sun Hu about the Daeho matter. Sun Hu said it wasn't his plan, but he had a part in it. Sun Hu only handed the knife to Jern an investment. The rest was up to them to execute. Sun Hu's intention was to take over the entire Daeho group, restructure it, and clear all its debts. Jonathan didn't understand why Sun Hu would take such a risk. Sun Hu just smiled. "Because the dollar isn't always the strongest. The crisis will end soon. I am preparing for that time." Jonathan sneered. "Jun, are you that patriotic? Money isn't the only thing making you want to take over Daeho. You don't need to be ashamed of loving your country. With lots of money, you can do whatever you want." Suddenly, Sun Hu became serious. $1 billion. I want another $1 billion, plus the $1.5 billion about to be transferred in. We will transfer $2.5 billion into the country at the same time we take over Daeho. Jonathan's face changed, and he held his head, warning, "Think it over carefully. If you go on like this, you'll be sentenced to 100 million years in prison. Do not be too careless. The tax authorities could investigate soon, but Sun Hu was not worried at all. He does not need to rush. The government is the one that has to rush. $2.5 billion. This was an opportunity to launder that money. Jonathan could not believe it after hearing that. He downed the entire bottle of wine in one gulp and then asked Sunhu, "How could you think of using an entire country to launder money? This is truly unbelievable." When the tax investigation concluded, the conglomerate fell into a state of needing debt relief. Debt relief is the process by which an indebted country can repay its debt, including restructuring and new funding. No CEO resigned. This was a rare occurrence. Only the chairman's family was affected. At this moment, Sunhu was listening to Jamie report on the takeover process. Everything was still under control. Sunhu hung up the phone to handle the matter at hand. A group of thugs was punished by him with push-ups for bullying others. After the session, they were as docile as puppies, not daring to make a peep. After a few threatening words, Sunhu let them go. These useless punks were of no help to his training whatsoever. Sunhu intended to return to the classroom. As he walked, he thought about what excuse he would come up with this time. Just then, the homeroom teacher called him over for a private talk. She was concerned about Sunhu having no friends in school, but he did not catch a single word as he was busy thinking about other things. Sunhu was sure the homeroom teacher would soon be someone else. He had overlooked it because it was only a minor change, but he was worried about her attitude towards him. Sunhu needed to look into this matter. He had hired experts to investigate the homeroom teacher over the past few days. Yu Guyan-hee, 24 years old, born in Seoul, the eldest child of an ordinary family, did not like to dress up, had few social connections, so she did not keep in regular contact with friends. At first glance, she just seemed unsociable. But there were two interesting points. First, she had known Sunhu before. According to the investigation, she was very interested in a certain type of person. Though not to a sickening degree, it could be said she was an eccentric. The problem was that Sunhu was also a person she was interested in. She had known him since elementary school. After passing the interview, she worked hard to become Sunhu's homeroom teacher. Second thing was that her medical records showed the prescriptions she received were only the usual type for depression or anxiety. But she also claimed a few other conditions, which gradually caused her to grow distant from her family. Medicine could not help because her delusions and hallucinations were real. She was an extremely rare therapist. That evening, Sunhu kept thinking about the teacher's matter. The reason therapists were rare was not just because of their ability, but also because they struggled to survive after awakening. They could influence the minds of others with just their ability, even without speaking. After the trial, they were cornered and had to endure the exhaustion of old awakenings when they initially overcame it. At that point, they simply could not bear it. With the teacher, things were even harder to predict, because she had awakened before the outbreak. Sunhu was certain there was a dark reason behind this. Just then, he received a call from Jonathan. Sunhu was very glad to receive the call. Jonathan was in Texas and reporting on the situation. A few days earlier, Sunhu and Jonathan had discussed the upcoming plan. This time, Sunhu's target was the financial god of wealth, assets 5 times larger, building an entire country, the mastermind behind the war. The reason Sunhu revived at this point was not just because of the stats. If it were only that, there would have been no need to go back this far. Sunhu gave Jonathan a list, telling him to keep it safe to deal with clients. But Jonathan seemed to have forgotten about the merger of the small investment companies. Sunhu angrily yelled, refusing all interviews and events. If he kept being bothered by those things, he would become negligent. Jonathan did not make excuses, but he disliked having someone better than him under his command, so he often avoided others out of fear of being found out. Jonathan hoped Sunhu would show his face, but that was essentially impossible. How shocked would the world be to know the top one on the Earth server was a middle school brat? Sunhu had to advise Jonathan to confidently show his ability. Once the company expanded, Jonathan would soon realize there was a deep sleeping monster within his own body. Returning to work, Sunhu reminded him that the important people from Bluestone had arrived in South Korea. That company was the largest private placement investment firm in the world. Just hearing the name made Jonathan stunned. He wondered if Sunhu wanted to take over Bluestone. Sunhu shook his head, regretting it was not possible. If they had been hit during the Asian financial crisis, things would be different, but they were still fine. But there was a loophole. It was the Bluestone Capital Partner 3 fund. Jonathan already knew about this. Bluestone was pouring all their effort into their third product. Finally, Sunhu told Jonathan to stir things up from the bottom. If no members came to South Korea, Bluestone's new fund would be useless. Although Bluestone was quite attractive, Sunhu actually preferred its member, Blue Rock. 20 years later, Kim Chong-soo, Jillian, and Jessica would jointly grow that company by leaps and bounds. During its golden era, they managed over $4 trillion, but currently Blue Rock had no one, and it would be the same later. Because the old bankers who controlled the economy from behind the curtain would have to make way for others. Sunhu's parents both thought he was studying at the Bible Institute, but in reality Sunhu was using the short spring break to go to the US to handle all the work. Before they join Blue Rock, recruit Jillian and Jessica, and also find and analyze the genius Kim Jung-soo, who was dismissed and swept under the rug. And most importantly, find a person named Bobby. To find a missing person, Sunhu must prove he has a blood relation to that person. To hunt a criminal, he must prove he has connected the case. But finding Becoming a trust fund beneficiary is not hard. As soon as he landed, Sun Hu went to find investigator John Clark. Sun Hu provided the investigator with the information he knew. The name Bobby, born in Brooklyn, around 12 to 15 years old, possibly in New York. The investigator asked if there was any more information, but Sun Hu could only add a few physical characteristics. He made the excuse that he had lost all other information. After hearing this, the investigator reported that this search would take a lot of time and money because they would have to scour the entire North American region. Of course, Sun Hu had anticipated this, but time and money were not an issue. He could not help but clench his fist. He had to find Bobby at all costs, because he would be the leader of the 8 great villains, the man known as the Demon of the Head Gang. In New York, Jonathan received the profiles of the people Sun Hu wanted to recruit from the investment company. First was Jillian. Sun Hu planned to entrust him with a portion of the overseas fund, about $1.5 billion. Jonathan was a bit doubtful of this person's ability, but he fully trusted Sun Hu's judgment people. Then Sun Hu showed Jonathan something like a gift. Initially, Jonathan thought it was an autobiography, but unexpectedly it was investment research material. This dataset helped analyze every capital injection from both sides up to now. Jonathan's shocked expression was understandable. Sun Hu had borrowed a few theories that did not yet exist in this world. This was a gift he gave Jonathan, and the introduction was still blank. If the book was published under Jonathan's name, no one would doubt his expertise anymore. Jonathan held his head, thinking this matter was a bit hard to accept. After thinking for a while, Jonathan decided to enjoy this fame until Sun Hu officially made his debut. But the condition was that Sun Hu had to immediately drop that formal way of speaking. Age was no longer an issue. For Jonathan, Sun Hu was more than a partner. The two had become lovers, no, friends of each other. Facing this request, Sun Hu was a bit surprised. Awakened beings had no concept of friends, but Jonathan still shared points and spoils with Sun Hu because they were former teammates. However, this Jonathan was completely different from the Jonathan Sun Hu once knew. Besides, having one more friend is good, right? Sun Hu gave an unprecedented happy smile and then fist bumped Jonathan. Whether in this life or the past life, they would forever be the most trusted friends. Spring break ended. Sun Hu returned to Korea to continue his studies, but some trouble occurred at school. Yuguyan, his mother, came to the school making a fuss because the school had let someone with a mental illness like her become a teacher. Sun Hu had to delay his plans to confirm whether she was an awakened being or not. Today was an important day more than others. This was the only place Sun Hu could increase his stats before the trial. He needed to prepare well before entering the dungeon. Sun Hu went alone to the mountain he had bought. Construction was complete. The entire area was under control. A building surrounded by countless other structures was the dungeon entrance, disguised as a psychiatric hospital. Sun Hu cautiously entered. After passing through countless sturdy metal doors, he finally reached the entrance. As soon as he stepped into the room, a gate suddenly appeared. A system notification appeared to confirm whether Sun Hu wanted to enter the dungeon. Sun Hu was a bit nervous. Even though it was only a border dungeon, thinking about having no escape ticket was like walking into a tiger's den or a dragon's lair. But this was the only way to improve his stats. Sun Hu had no choice but to risk it. After pressing confirm, a staircase leading underground suddenly appeared. Sun Hu hesitated for a moment before entering. Within the dungeon's range, electronic devices and all types of guns did not work. All Sun Hu could use was a custom-made sword from Namdaemun, some painkillers, and emergency rations. A shoddy survival backpack could not compare to what he had before. But with no other choice, Sun Hu had to move forward to become stronger. Before entering the dungeon, Sun Hu had sent Jonathan a will, just in case of the worst scenario. Jonathan, who was having fun, suddenly changed expression, not understanding why this kid had written a will. At this moment, Sun Hu was struggling in the first dungeon. The things he needed to eliminate were monsters named Suzen, also known as Mutfu Suzen. With such meager equipment, Sun Hu could only barely solo them one by one. The Suzen group did not play fair. They swarmed forward one after another. Sun Hu was always in a life or death situation. In a moment of carelessness, one Suzen recklessly lunged, grabbed Sun Hu's head, and pressed it to the ground. It opened its mouth and breathed into Sun Hu's face, intending to use its 1,000-year unbrushed mouth to suffocate its opponent. Because of the stench, Sun Hu gradually lost consciousness. Just as he thought he was about to meet his ancestors, the monster suddenly collapsed. A system notification appeared. You have killed a Suzen scout, killing a member of the Suzen tribe. Killed Suzen tribe warriors, 3 out of 60. It turned out that before the monster lunged, Sun Hu had managed to draw his sword and stab forward. That had saved his life by a hair's breadth. Sun Hu used all his strength to push the monster that was pinning him down off. Only 3 monsters and he was already this sore. He did not know how to deal with the rest. crest. The monster carried the number typed R175 Susan tribe. Because it was quite easy to deal with, it was named after the shape of a hunting dog breed. Although Sun Hu had anticipated the situation, with the stats of a weak person, this miserable state was truly overwhelming. He picked up his backpack and continued moving forward. This dungeon was a maze type, where 3 scouts appeared right at the entrance. The structure changed constantly, so it was impossible to know what was inside in advance. There were a total of 3 quests in the dungeon. First was defeating the boss. Next was the hunting quest. Third was the duel quest. The way to escape the maze was to complete all quests above or use an escape ticket. The reason Sun Hu chose this dungeon was simple. He knew how to kill the boss, and the escape ticket was a reward received upon completing the hunting quest. Sun Hu held his injured left shoulder, limping miserably through the dungeon. He was risking his life for a simple system task. Suddenly, a dungeon bronze chest appeared before him. Many awakenees had been fooled by it because it looked so much like a copper chest. He was lucky. He would get rewards like from a copper chest. If not, he might get cursed with fear or psychological manipulation. After hesitating for a while, Sun Hu decided to skip it. If he got cursed now, it would be hard for him to return in one piece. Moving forward a bit, Sun Hu saw the next door. He gently put down his backpack and then cracked the door open. Sun Hu trembled, praying incessantly, "Behind this door, please let there be only one monster, please." But life was not a dream. A pack of Susans were waiting for him on the other side. They looked toward the door from the darkness, as if to say, "Surprise, Mosovsky." As soon as he saw them, Sun Hu quickly slammed the door shut, his face looking displeased as if he was sulking. Worst-case scenario had happened. Sun Hu was forced to use his skill. The skill, Odin's Wrath F rank. Effect, attack with lightning or enhance a weapon with lightning attribute, lasting 30 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Because of the low rank, the cooldown time was very long. Using it here meant Sun Hu lost his trump card. After activation, the longsword gained the lightning attribute, greatly increasing damage. Time was of the essence. Sun Hu did not hesitate, kicking the door in front of him open. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted, "Come here, you dogs, do you know who your daddy is?" Monsters had self-respect. They could not stand such insults. The entire pack of Susan near 175 charged forward together, but they all became mere targets for Sun Hu's blade. Sun Hu moved like the wind. Each swing of his sword echoed like a voice from the void. First strike good, second strike hits the edge, third strike is wicked, and that is Solokin. Before long, Sun Hu had killed 21 Susans, significantly reducing their numbers. But an F-rank physique could not keep up with the intensity of this fierce battle. Sun Hu's sword slowed, and then was blocked by a Susan belonging to teacher Tori. The others took the chance to gang up. Sun Hu could not withdraw his sword in time, taking all the attacks. Blood splattered everywhere. Knowing how long passed, Sun Hu lay in a pool of blood, his eyes rolled back, surrounded by the corpses of the monsters. Could this journey end here? Suddenly, Sun Hu woke with a start, coughing up blood incessantly. He used all his strength to force himself to sit up. Checking the system, Sun Hu knew he survived thanks to the attribute, the one who overcomes all hardships. When he lost consciousness, it automatically activated, healing his wounds and raising all his abilities by 1 rank, allowing him to sweep away the monsters. But the cooldown of this attribute was 7 days. Now with 6 days and 1 hour remaining, that meant Sun Hu had been unconscious for 23 hours. He could not believe he had used it in the very first room. Luckily, his left arm was still there. If the skill had not healed it in time, it would have fallen off during the battle. After assessing his body, Sun Hu immediately checked his task progress. The number of Susans killed was 56 out of 60, only 4 more to complete. The points received after the battle were 112, 2 points per Susan. His total was now 204 points, not enough to exchange for a copper chest costing 300. Only then did Sun Hu realize how valuable the rewards from the tutorial task were. Putting aside the points matter, Sun Hu picked up his gamma knife and dragged his battered body forward. He mumbled as he walked, "If it's just killing 4, I can do it." But the elders spoke the truth: don't count your chickens before they hatch. Before Sun Hu could step into the next room, 2 Susans appeared before him. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, but the 2 Susans did not charge forward. Instead, they seemed somewhat hesitant. Could it be they feared the death of their kind? The answer was no. They were waiting for orders from their leader. Sun Hu looked at the scene before him, frozen stiff. What was scarier than 1 Susan? That was a Susan with 2 heads. Wasn't this a dual task? Why did it appear here? Sun Hu could not help but curse. The enemy opened admin, "Are you messing with me?" Before Sun Hu could steady himself, the 2-headed monster suddenly charged. Thanks to his agility, he dodged it by a hair's breadth. Because it had 2 heads, the monster had no delay between attacks. It immediately brought down a sky-splitting strike, but thanks to the protagonist's halo, Sun Hu managed to stay alive. Assessing the situation, Sun Hu determined the monster was at least E rank. He could not deal with it without the one who overcomes all hardships. Before he could catch his breath, the 2-headed monster threw a saber from a distance. Thanks to his agility, Sun Hu once again dodged successfully, but the Susan beside him was not so lucky. It was pierced through by the saber and died on the spot. Seeing that ranged attacks were ineffective, the two-headed monster charged in for close combat, frantically chasing after Sun Hu to behead him. Having no other choice, Sun Hu had to run back towards the dungeon bronze chest. Now, if he did nothing he would die anyway, so he might as well bet on his luck. In the nick of time, Sun Hu successfully grabbed the chest. The monster had also grabbed his leg, lifted Sun Hu high into the air, and then slammed him hard into the ground. But since the author said he had plot armor, he would not die. Sun Hu's luck hit the jackpot. The dungeon bronze chest opened to reveal an escape ticket. In that life-threatening situation, Sun Hu used the escape ticket and was teleported out of the dungeon. Sun Hu thought he was dead for sure, but in the end he escaped. He stared blankly at the dungeon door, breathing heavily, his heart pounding. There was truly nothing more thrilling than poking a dog and then running. Sun Hu covered his face and sighed in relief. Now he understood why the 8 great sages went crazy for the system. Everything was just a taste of the horror. It made people struggle to give up hope until the very end. More terrifying things still awaited. After calming down, Sun Hu checked his phone. During his absence, there had been 30 missed calls from Jonathan. He was extremely worried after receiving the will, but could not contact him. Sun Hu knew this, but did not care. He would call Jonathan later. Truly, the cruel often live carefree. The first person Sun Hu called after escaping death's door was his homeroom teacher. As soon as she answered, he said, "I guess you did not go to the hospital, did you, Teacher Gu Yanhee?" Recognizing Sun Hu's voice, the teacher was extremely surprised. According to what he said on the phone, Gu Yanhee immediately went to the mountain with the dungeon. Sun Hu had bandaged his wounds and was waiting at the gate. Seeing her student covered in wounds, the teacher was very worried. Sun Hu quickly reassured her, and then told her to go inside to talk. Seeing the sign for a mental hospital before her, An felt a bit scared. Seeing this, Sun Hu spoke up. "Don't worry, what's there to be afraid of in a mental hospital? It's just the two of us here." Really, does this young man actually know how to comfort someone? At this moment, Aun's whole body was trembling. She tried to explain that she was not crazy and did not want to go into the mental hospital. Of course, Sun Hu knew that. If Gu Yanhee were truly strong, she would have been able to read his mind. So she still was not at that level. Sun Hu suddenly became serious, his eyes blazing brightly, a dangerous aura radiating from him. "Choose either return to a normal life as a mental patient, or follow me." After stepping inside, Sun Hu showed the teacher the beast inside his body. No, the monster in his memories. Even though Yanhee's ability was not yet developed, Sun Hu could still share a few days of recent memories with her. Seeing the monster Gu Yanhee screamed in terror repeatedly. Fortunately, with Sun Hu by her side comforting her, she calmed down. But this matter seemed a bit too much for a young girl. Gu Yanhee sat fearfully hugging her knees in a corner. When Sun Hu was unsure what to do next, she spoke up. "You mean we were chosen to fight those monsters, and they are about to attack us?" Gu Yanhee's eyes were full of despair, unable to believe what she had just heard. Sun Hu looked towards the dungeon gate, saying that on the day everything began, he had always been prepared for it. Beneath that passageway, there were tons of monsters like the one she just saw. Having said that, Sun Hu took out a contract and handed it to Gu Yanhee. "If you decide to challenge the dungeon with me, I will pay you according to the contract. If not, then live normally as if nothing happened until the day of the apocalypse. Because not everyone has to fight. Go back for now, I will wait until tomorrow. Since this is a life and death decision, think it over carefully." Gu Yanhee could not believe such words came from a middle school boy. Even back then, she had seen illusions of the system window. She once told her mother, but she dragged her to the prayer house instead. One day, Gu Yanhee began to sense the emotions of others. She tried to find the connection, but failed every time. Among them, the person whose emotions she sensed most strongly was Sun Hu. Gu Yanhee thought she could find a clue from this boy. That was why she approached Sun Hu from a young age and became his homeroom teacher. Returning to the present Gu Yanhee drove away from the psychiatric hospital and stopped to look at the contract. This contract was insane. A contract fee of 200 million won, a salary of 1 billion won per year, an additional 500 million won for entering the dungeon, plus a performance bonus for surviving the return. The death compensation was 3 times the annual salary, 3 billion won. These were all astronomical figures. Gu Yanhee could not believe her student had offered such an unbelievable contract. After thinking it over, she decided to drive back. Sun Hu stood waiting at the gate, seeing her dazed expression. He already knew the answer. Welcome to the other side of the world. After signing the contract, Sun Hu got into the car with the teacher and returned to the city. On the way, Gu Yanhee drove at an unbelievable speed, only slightly slower than a few Vietnamese leopards. Sun Hu, sitting beside her, was also a bit scared. He asked if she was doing this because she felt resentment towards her duty. But Gu Yanhee did not think so. She said she was grateful to him. "Before you told me everything, I was always thinking about how I should die. I have no reason to refuse. It is just a large sum of money and accepting the fact that I am not crazy, right?" Gu Yanhee acted tough, but her hands would not stop trembling. Inside, she was still just a weak girl. Despite her panic, Gu Yanhee confirmed with Sun Hu one more time. "Will you really pay me that huge amount of money? After all, financial matters must be clear. But Gu Yan, he never expected that the boy before her was the #1 on the Earth server. That amount of money was nothing to him. Upon arriving, Sun Hu immediately went into the office. As soon as he saw him, Jonathan rushed over. Sun Hu, you said everything was fine, so what was that freezing about? How badly were you injured? The just closed wound on Sun Hu was almost shaken open by Jonathan. It was clear how worried he had been these past few days. But Sun Hu was worried about whether anyone had followed someone as famous as Jonathan. He was truly speechless with this guy. Seeing the man before her looked very familiar, Gu Yan, he asked if he was the investor Jonathan. Sun Hu then confidently introduced that he would be the executor of our contract, chosen by Forbes' top 20 billionaire in the world, the god of the investment world, the hunter Jonathan. You have nothing to worry about now, right? Guyan, he received 200 million and then left. At that moment, she still could not believe this was real. Jonathan then asked Sun Hu why he gave that girl so much money. If we both disappear, giving her 3 billion, that is crazy. But it was not the right time yet. Sun Hu would tell Jonathan everything one day. The important thing now was to go eat first. Sun Hu had not eaten well in days. At the dinner table, the two could not help but discuss the world economy again. Currently, not only in Korea, but international capital flowing into Asia had shifted to Eastern Europe, Latin America, and finally Russia. Hearing the news, Jonathan immediately went to investigate. He could not believe what Sun Hu said. Impossible? How many nuclear weapons does Russia have? Everyone thought that country could not be destroyed. But Sun Hu's next target was that very place. Sun Hu looked at Jonathan and asked if he had asked how great Jila was. Compete with Russia. Whoever rises higher will have the advantage. Then Sun Hu introduced a friend, Brian, whose Korean name was Kim Jong-soo. Things are not too good inside him right now, but please take care of him. Jonathan looked at the photo on the computer and laughed happily. So what I have to do is watch him, finally getting some rest after a long time. Life was not a dream. There was no way Jonathan would get to rest easily. Sun Hu turned into a different person when it came to making money. The next sentence gave Jonathan goosebumps. We have to raise the stakes. There will be an event for selling Russian government bonds. We will make a proper move, about $1 billion US. Right after that, Jonathan boarded a plane to Russia to start the plan. In his mind, he recalled the past. Russia is in crisis, knowing it is about to collapse, yet daring to pour in $1 billion. Here we go again. On the other side, Sun Hu's wound began to heal. While the economic knights were in action, the knights who would enter the dungeon also needed preparation. The training of Guyan he officially began. She held the knife, her hand trembling violently. Even when ordered, she still did not dare to attack Sun Hu. Seeing this, Sun Hu stepped forward and pressed the knife against his own stomach. He emitted an invisible killing intent, and then spoke. If you were in the dungeon, you would have died 10 times already. The contract clauses about the dungeon are all absolute. Of course, that includes training. Did you forget? Guyan, he could barely withstand this killing intent, nearly fainting. The abilities she displayed were all mediocre, not ranking as a hunter. But there was one skill that interested Sun Hu. The skill Hand of Mary restores the non-combat capability of a target. F rank cooldown 24 hours. Sun Hu had never heard of it, so he had to verify it. The skill causes the target's wound to heal faster. Guyan he stabbed with her own knife. The stabbed target would recover, while she would bear the wound herself. This skill was no different from turning Guyan he into a substitute doll. Could a weak girl endure it? But time was running out. If they hesitated, both would die in the dungeon. Sun Hu grabbed Guyan he's hand and shouted loudly, "This is the last time Guyan he stab me." Guyan he gathered all her courage, shouted loudly and thrust the knife forward. After the attack, when the danger came from excessive blood loss, the Hand of Mary was finally used. Her touch made you forget the pain and healed the wound, but did not completely remove it. Thanks to that, Sun Hu could continue fighting in a more stable condition. The pain Guyan he had to bear was unimaginable. Using the skill on her small body, she endured 3 times the pain. This was a skill only used in emergencies. Standing before Guyan he's hospital bed, seeing the small girl writhing in pain, Sun Hu hesitated a bit. Could she do it? Could Mary's hand in the dungeon act without any hesitation? After a 12-hour coma, he woke up with a start while Sun Hu had been by her side the whole time. An thought things were simpler than she had imagined, but Sun Hu did not think so. He told her to be careful with her wounds for the next few days, then changed clothes to go out. Sun Hu went to Yonan Investment Company, where his father worked. When he saw Sun Hu, his father immediately introduced him to a colleague who was with him. Knowing Sun Hu was only in middle school, the colleague was quite astonished at how mature kids were these days. That man gave Sun Hu some pocket money, completely unaware he was giving it to his own boss. The scene was quite amusing. On the way back, Sun Hu's father said he had been promoted twice in a row and wanted him to keep it a secret from his mother. Leonin pointed towards the bank, proudly showing off to his son, but everything had already been arranged by Sun Hu beforehand. It truly was thanks to the son that the father enjoyed the blessings. Finally, the fateful day came when Sun Hu received the passbook from his father. Leonin gave his son the passbook, telling him to think about which stocks to buy and then discuss it together. Sun Hu took it moved. Sun Hu began stepping into the financial world with this account. He had survived many trials. This was the start of the butterfly effect, and he was ready to enter the dungeon. Back to the training, Guian, he could now use the crossbow accurately. Although Sun Hu was not sure she could deal damage, there was no other choice. She could not fight in close quarters. After thinking for a while, Sun Hu decided the two of them would enter the dungeon the very next day. Hearing that, Ion was stunned for a moment, then asked if she needed to prepare anything else. Sun Hu replied without changing his expression. If there was anything necessary, it was for her to prepare her will. Truly, the chance of Guian he not returning after this dungeon run was very high. But Sun Hu plunged into a frenzied combat state. This time he had prepared well, so the battle was completely one-sided, making Guian he realize her imagination had been too shallow. Her worldview collapsed when she saw that in the dungeon, everyone lived only to destroy each other, with no boundary between monsters and humans. Even though she did not fight, Yeonhae still fulfilled the support role well amidst the brutal survival battle. Sun Hu walked out from the pile of corpses, covered in blood, approached and praised Guian he for keeping her calm. After the mission, they received an escape charm. Even knowing it could save her life, Guian he did not object to Sun Hu keeping it. This girl's willpower was stronger than Sun Hu thought. Just as expected, fighting with a teammate was much more effective. Alone, Sun Hu might have suffered wounds and used painkillers, affecting his combat ability. Sun Hu never thought the day would come when the spirit world was his companion. The only ones who escaped were those two evil men. The fake one could use an impossible attack anytime and in any form. Sun Hu did not know what else he could do. Just then, a notification appeared. Wu Guian he uses phobia therapy. Sun Hu was startled, seeing her trembling violently. Sun Hu reassured her, I understand the spirit world makes me more sensitive. I am fine, just reminiscing about the past. Hearing that, An calmed down again. She was still worried, suggesting they wait a little longer for Sun Hu to settle down before going. Sun Hu wiped the blood off his face while encouraging her, telling her she was doing very well and not to hesitate when she felt doubt. They reached the second room. Sun Hu checked it first before entering. Just a glance, and Sun Hu quickly told her to remember the instructions when encountering the two-headed monster. Once again, Sun Hu faced the monster that had almost killed him, completely passive, taking the blows. Hit by a slash in the middle of his body, Sun Hu was kicked into the wall, terrifying An. But she still remembered his words, not using recovery or provoking it with the clumsy crossbow. If anything approached her to survive, she only knew to run. While Sun Hu dealt with the two-headed monster, two Susan creatures lunged at Guian he, making her immediately flee. Her heart felt like it was about to explode. Her stamina was truly pitiful. She still could not use Mary's hand and was helpless, not knowing how to survive. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You have completed the one-on-one combat challenge. Inside the first and second place, Guian he wept with joy when Sun Hu had defeated the two-headed monster. But danger was approaching from behind. The Susan creature was still preparing to attack her. Just then, Sun Hu threw a pile of blood to attract the two Susan creatures. His whole body was bathed in blood, surrounded by the skill rays from the wrath of God Odin. In his hand was the monster's head, his eyes full of killing intent as he taunted, "That is right, over here you dogs." A notification appeared to Sun Hu. Knowing his teammate was alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. The skill duration was only 10 seconds left, but it was enough to handle the two monsters. With just a few sword strokes, the two Susan creatures were slashed to pieces, but Sun Hu was exhausted and fainted. When he woke up in pain, the image of the evil man was the first to appear in his mind. That man must have experienced this life and death pain before. Sun Hu used to envy him, but he had not foreseen its intensity. Thanks to Guian He's healing skill, Sun Hu recovered so quickly. Seeing Guian He injured, Sun Hu recalled the battle, thinking he had survived thanks to a preset trap, but that was not the case. Guian He used her bow and arrows to stab the monster's eyes, making it panic, then waited for an opportunity to use her dagger, helping Sun Hu eliminate the last two creatures. Sun Hu had once thought she was useless, but he was wrong. A healer who had not yet shown any outstanding traits, but whose gaze had already changed. He truly looked forward to the moment she survived the ordeal. All week long, the two of them had scoured every box in the dungeon. The goal of the first challenge was to attack everything, defeat all insects to clear the entire dungeon. To do that, Sun Hu had to collect all the item boxes in the dungeon, so he upgraded his skills and prepared for the boss fight. Sometimes hidden rooms in the dungeon contained curses, but luckily Guian He was quick to use healing magic to help Sun Hu overcome his fear. Each time Guian He removed a curse, Sun Hu remembered the 8 great evil doors, because to dispel a curse, one must first have the ability to suppress it. Being near someone who could invade his mind at any moment made Sun Hu uncomfortable. After completing all objectives, Sun Hu and Guian He headed straight for the boss room. This was the final room of the dungeon. Behind the door was the boss. A dungeon would normally need at least 5 E-rank hunters, yet the two of them only had 1 F-rank hunter, and someone even weaker. Before entering the boss room, Sun Hu turned to reassure Guian He that if they followed the plan, it wouldn't take much time. They had both survived this far, so he told her not to die here. After adjusting their states, they decided to enter. Inside the room was an entire army of Susans. led by the boss, Susan I-175 Teacher 3. The boss was completely white in color, gigantic in size, and completely ignored the intruders because they were too weak. The first time Sunhu came here, some guys had laughed when they saw this horde of Susans, but then they realized the more they killed, the stronger the Susans became, and by the time they knew that, it was already too late. The boss had farmed up to 1,000 units, and at that time, no one could stop it. As soon as he met the boss, Sunhu activated all his skills: Odin's Wrath, Speed Boost, and Armor. The main strategy was to avoid confronting the Susans as much as possible, because a single unit of them was worthless. Sunhu yelled and charged straight at the boss. It seemed Sunhu misjudged the angle a bit and couldn't jump to where he intended, so he had to land on the snout of a nearby Susan. Seeing this, the boss sneered in contempt just as a Susan lunged forward and bit Sunhu's left arm. Sunhu punched it right in the snout, sending it off to meet its brethren in the afterlife. As expected, even with the F-rank Iron Fist skill activated, Sunhu still couldn't block the Susan's jaws. The F-rank Iron Fist granted power to any body part, so Sunhu had no choice but to tear apart each monster to reach the boss. Fortunately, Gu Yan he was timely with her healing, so Sunhu had no worries and pressed forward. She used her recovery skill and concealed their presence using a mysterious item. Seeing Sunhu charge forward so recklessly, ignoring his injuries, Gu Yan he was scared to tears. Sunhu had to get through the wall of monsters before they noticed Gu Yan he. That was the only way to survive. But it felt like Sunhu was punching a wall. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move them. In a moment of carelessness, a Susan punched Sunhu in the head, and he lost consciousness immediately. At that moment, the attribute Overcomer All Hardships activated automatically. His physical strength rose from F rank to E rank, his muscle power and speed from E rank to D rank. His wounds healed and pain was nullified for 5 minutes. The real fight had begun. Nothing could stop Sunhu after Overcomer of All Hardships was activated. The wall of monsters now seemed as thin as paper. Overcomer of All Hardships had only 42 seconds left. But finally Sunhu had eliminated all the monsters and stood face to face with the boss. Sensing the danger, the boss stood up and fired a beam from its palm. Sunhu dodged it by a hair's breadth, but his carotid artery was still grazed. He threw his dagger straight at the boss, who couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through the chest. Before it could even cry out, Sunhu jumped up and stomped it hard into the ground. The effect of Overcomer of All Hardships was now measured in seconds. Sunhu shouted loudly for Guyan He, and Mary's hand was activated. He recovered a bit of stamina, then used his dagger to slash off the boss's head. The moment Overcomer of All Hardships ended, Sunhu's injuries were transferred to Guyan He with 3 times the damage. At this point, her position was completely exposed to the remaining Susans. Sunhu quickly ran back to Guyan He, who was lying motionless just as the mission completion notification appeared. Even though she was not fully conscious, Guyan He still managed to tell Sunhu to prioritize choosing the first reward. Earlier, the boss's attack had grazed Sunhu's artery, and now that wound had transferred to Guyan He, causing her to lose too much blood. But it was not yet safe to worry. To survive, Sunhu had to eliminate all the remaining monsters. He held his dagger, his whole body radiating killing intent. After a fierce battle, Sunhu used his remaining strength to carry Guyan He outside. Both of them looked terribly battered. Guyan He survived thanks to the recovery attribute from the second priority reward, which maintained a minimal life state when suffering fatal injuries. But the pain could not be alleviated. Someone with that attribute still needed time to recover. Sunhu received Devi's sword, a good sword with an effect on every hit. This was the first sword he had ever obtained. The Devi sword inflicted sharp wounds that made it difficult for the enemy to move. It was a cheat-like attribute that even high-rank awakeners coveted. Sunhu was momentarily overwhelmed, thinking everything was going according to plan, and the results of the financial empire were truly astonishing. Jonathan's group, Kim Jong-soo's group, and Jillian and Jessica's group all achieved massive victories. Jonathan happily called to report. Jun has finished the calculation, a 450% profit, totaling $90 billion. We did it, but 450% wasn't the highest. Jillian and Jessica's profit reached 615%, truly an unimaginable number. When Guyan He woke up, Sunhu handed her a document folder, which was the complete version of the new pharmaceutical group. The dungeon had been destroyed, so that area could be used as a fully functional hospital. Next was the contract pay, 500 million yen for entering the dungeon, 500 million for surviving, and 1 billion in annual income, totaling 2 billion. Guyan He looked at the bankbook in her hand, her whole body trembling in disbelief that this was real. She had previously done charity work with very low income. That was very difficult for someone as sensitive as her, but from now on, with the pharmaceutical group, she could comfortably help many people. Guyan He giggled foolishly on her hospital bed, having never seen so much money before. Just then Sunhu asked her if she had changed her mind about entering the dungeon. After hearing that, Guyan He was frozen for a moment. After thinking it over, she gave a bright smile and replied, "About that decision, I guess I'll need a lot of money. So please guide me more in the future, team leader." Sun Hu was satisfied with that answer. Now he had his first teammate. The next day, at a luxurious hotel, Sun Hu was preparing to welcome an important employee from New York, Jessica. She was the one who had worked with Jillian and brought Sun Hu a massive profit. After greetings, Sun Hu immediately handed over the documents. This is a sample investment proposal from the board of directors, a project from Russia. Now it's up to you. Jessica hesitated a bit. Jillian, my boss, thinks highly of me. Ed and I need to ask his opinion on this. Upon seeing this, Sun Hu spoke up. Go ahead with ease. No need to rush. But why not try listening to me for once? Jessica had almost sold all her stocks on the Nasdaq New York. She is worried but will accept it soon. $30 billion is a worthwhile investment, a sudden decision without liability for damages. Sun Hu pretended to be lenient but still watched Jillian. An interesting event was about to happen. As for Jonathan, he was monitoring Kim Chang-soo. He did a very good job. Currently, Jonathan was executing a technology deal with a young startup named Mark. Mark held the document, intending to introduce a search technology called PageRank, but Jonathan had already researched it thoroughly, so he took the initiative to speak. It is a technique for evaluating the importance of websites. It depends on the reliability from users. I hear it is worth $1 million. Upon hearing this, Mark was shaken. $1 million, imagining his technology sold for that price. With a large sum, he could pursue his PhD project. But that technology could not be sold outright. This startup had two people. They had to run the developing company themselves. This was the best opportunity, difficult to share safely even after an initial public offering. This term referred to the first issuance of shares on the exchange. Jonathan bought this technology, the other two would return to their PhD program. Jonathan was the only one who could resolve this dilemma. Without saying much, Jonathan pulled out a $10 million check and placed it on the table. Mark took the check, his whole body trembling. He could not believe his eyes. There were too many zeros on a single check. Mark swallowed his saliva and asked Jonathan for permission to discuss with his partner. Jonathan looked at his watch, giving him exactly 10 minutes. Right on time, Mark returned with an answer. Mr. Jonathan, we sincerely thank you for your kindness and high regard. But before the other could finish, Jonathan pulled out another check. Mark immediately fell silent. His heart rejoiced like a festival, but he held his ground. Seeing this, Jonathan said, "Do you know why I am successful? If you have read my book, you must know I once bet my entire fortune twice. That was not gambling or relying on luck. I seized the opportunity and every calculation was accurate. Today, I see a third opportunity. Can you imagine the price I am willing to bet? Our current liquid fund is over $500 billion, spread across the United States, Canada, and Japan, and the number is still increasing." Hearing this enormous figure, Mark was terrified. He had never dared to imagine such an amount of money. Jonathan pointed at the two checks and continued, back to the main issue. If one truly craves something, they will not reveal their intention. But I do not do that. Do you really not want to change your mind? Mark was still bewildered. Jonathan said bluntly, from the start, your goal was only to sell the technology until you met me. And now do you truly believe you can generate more profit than the price I am offering? If so, I will not stop you. Jonathan picked up his phone and called his assistant, instructing him to cancel the meeting with the Treasury Director due to urgent business. Mark felt the threat, his whole body tense. In front of the investment king, he was nothing. Seizing the psychology, Jonathan touched the two checks and leaned in close to Mark to speak. I will do my best for your benefit. So let me make this clear, this is not the end. You will have no other choice but to come back to see me. Mark was scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. He did not expect Jonathan to go that far for the technology of a small company. After careful consideration, Mark firmly grasped the two checks and gave his final answer, 50-50. But our share must have operational control. If you truly want this technology, you must at least do that. Jonathan smiled, dispelling the tense atmosphere. This was exactly the answer he had wanted. Sorry about earlier. People say fate walks with my name, the power of 10 to the 100th power. Google has always lived up to its name. After the deal was successful, Mark left happily under Jonathan's friendly smile. Just as the door closed, Jonathan's expression immediately changed. Sun Hu stepped out from the back room, applauding. Well done, Jonathan, you have learned well. Jonathan shook his head in dismay, because just now he had actually intended to withdraw the $20 million. Whether Jonathan thought $20 million was too much for a new company was unknown, but attracting shareholders at too low a price was not good. But that was a company that would rise to $60 billion in 10 years. Everything has a reason. Just then, Sun Hu received a message. I found the cat. Sun Hu's gaze turned dangerous. This was the biggest reason for his regression. John Clark, a former mercenary, joined Wall Street hoping to meet a big shot. He would rather die on the battlefield than believe someone could make a lot of money from repetitive tasks. When John grew tired of the private detective life, a man named E came to see him. That was Sun-Hu in a false identity. John smelled the scent of someone who had crossed life and death boundaries from Sun-Hu. He thought this young man was connected to some big shot, so he tried to gain his trust. John could not meet the requirements under company regulations, so he proposed a service outside the law. Sun-Hu smiled mysteriously. John had successfully obtained what he wanted, a connection with a big shot. In a large black vehicle, a group of armed mercenaries were checking their equipment. Everyone wore masks. Sun-Hu, who had hired them, was also sitting in the car. He sat in deep thought about the target, the first villain. That man was in a restricted camp, unreachable by normal means. He was charged with first-degree murder, but was released for lack of evidence. Sun-Hu was sure this was the person he was looking for. After a while, the car arrived at the target location. Sun-Hu would also participate in this operation. Murder at the age of 13. He must have been insane for a long time, no need to show mercy. The whole team communicated via radio, ambushed around the building, leaving someone to observe. If the cat escaped, shoot immediately. Understanding the plan, Sun-Hu, along with John and T-Boy, advanced. Before the action, Sun-Hu reminded them, "Remember, do not underestimate him because he is young. If you think about the reward upon success, you will know how dangerous he is." The mission reward was up to $1 billion. John did not know what to say about these rich people, spending a whole billion just to kill a 13-year-old boy. Indeed, one should not teach the rich how to spend money. Through listening devices, the observer located the target in the bathroom and informed the team. Sun-Hu led the group swiftly to the front of the target's room. Despite the urgency, he calmly assessed the situation. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a young man with blonde hair and a tall, large build. He was the target, Bobby. John and T-Boy were stabbed in the neck before they could react, unable to breathe. Luckily, Sun-Hu participated personally. Only an awakened could defeat an awakened. The opponent was a regressor like Sun-Hu. He did not hesitate and opened fire. The other two regained their senses and continuously fired bullets at the target. But an invisible shield around Bobby absorbed all damage, blocking the bullets. While his teammates suppressed the fire, Sun-Hu decided to use his awakened power. Sun-Hu concentrated power in his palm, activating David's sword. A sharp stream of purple sword energy pierced through the shield, knocking Bobby against the wall. Sun-Hu immediately used the Wrath of Odin to empower his dagger and charged straight forward. He also activated the skill on Bobby, but it failed and Sun-Hu's attack was blocked by a shield. Bobby truly was a top-tier villain, hard to kill. He drew a red-painted folding knife, increasing its damage to counterattack. Sun-Hu, thanks to his superior stats, dodged and retaliated. 4 consecutive punches shattered the invisible shield and struck Bobby before he could resist. John and T-Boy stood watching the battle, speechless. Finally, Bobby took enough hits and lost consciousness. Things had truly just begun. Bobby, like Sun-Hu, had regressed, so he received the survivor attribute, and after activating it he blocked Sun-Hu's punch. Bobby's eyes lit up and his body exuded killing intent. Sun-Hu was caught off guard, unable to dodge the iron head strike, and was knocked far away. Seeing this, John immediately opened fire, but Bobby suddenly vanished without a trace. While everyone was still confused, Sun-Hu shouted, "He is still within 20 meters. Split up, go to the rooftop, down to the basement, and I will check the street. Move quickly. If he gets away, the world will suffer terrible consequences." John and T-Boy acted immediately. As Sun-Hu stood up to give chase, he suddenly felt dizzy. At some unknown moment, he had already been stabbed in the stomach by Bobby's knife. Excessive blood loss caused Sun-Hu to gradually lose consciousness. Fortunately, thanks to the survivor attribute, he pulled out the knife and began searching for Bobby. Even with enhanced senses, Sun-Hu could not detect him. When the effect wore off, he completely lost awareness. The next day at the mercenary base, Sun-Hu came to inspect as the boss. The soldiers avoided his face because the scene yesterday was too violent and unusual. What they had witnessed yesterday was a world of violence completely different from the norm. Sun-Hu came to see the body of the member who died in yesterday's pursuit. Looking at the condition of the body, it seemed to be a skill related to poison. If the poison could cause Sun-Hu to pass out, then this person's internal organs must have been completely corroded. It was indeed a painful death. After asking for the name of the deceased, Sun-Hu spoke, "When this is all over, I will set up an insurance fund for the employees. For now, let's focus on catching that bastard first." After witnessing the battle, John looked hesitant. "How can we catch that sly fox? And do we even have the capability?" Sun-Hu said seriously, "The longer we wait, the stronger he becomes. If we miss this window, even a massive military force won't be able to stop him. We must act now before it is too late." John realized the severity. This was no longer a joke. John reported Bobby's activities to Sun-Hu. The victim was a 28-year-old man met online. No weapon was found, and he was released due to lack of evidence. Now Sun-Hu understood why Bobby's growth rate was so high. He must be hunting down potential awakened. Sun-Hu immediately contacted Jonathan. He asked how much gold online was worth. The messaging app they used was called Gold, a service of Gold Online. For the benefit of investigating crimes related to gold, and as a shareholder, Sun Hu could access the server logs. Bobby approached potential awakened through a chat room named "Those with Power Are Welcome." After getting the list, Sun Hu gave it to John, assigning him the task of surveillance. Sun Hu instructed him to only observe them, because the target would try to approach them. Bring at least one squad and prepare thoroughly. John did not question the mission. He only cared about the payment, but Sun Hu had already calculated it beforehand. He walked over and opened a container. John was astonished to see it filled with cash, amounting to tens of billions of dollars. At that moment, he realized his boss was no ordinary rich man. After the handover, Sun Hu boarded a plane back to Korea. On the way, he looked at the 1998 World Asset Management Ranking. Jonathan's investment fund led with $519 billion. Pension fund held political influence across the United States. The assets of many billionaires were concentrated in corporations in New York. The bank behind that controlled the world economy was about to reveal itself. As the plane just landed in Korea, the person greeting Sun Hu was Gu Eon-hee. He had used all her points from clearing the dungeon to exchange for 2 bronze luck boxes. She waited for Sun Hu to open the boxes together. Gu Eon-hee did this because she wanted advice from him. On the way back to the office, Eon-hee eagerly asked about Sun Hu's affairs. As soon as they arrived, she opened the first luck box. Even though she only got a recovery item, she was so happy she danced and sang. Truly, she was young and naive. For a seasoned player like Sun Hu, no item from the bronze luck box surprised him. But the second luck box made his eyes go wide. It was the Jester's dagger. When attacking, it had a small chance to paralyze the enemy F rank. Eon-hee, knowing nothing, asked Sun Hu if this item was good. Looking at his expression, she knew it was more than just good. This item was identical to one of the 3 unique weapons from the previous life. These were the only items that could be enhanced to S rank. In the previous life, it belonged to an extremely formidable man. Sun Hu knew that man would not stop until he achieved his goal, but he did not expect him to be crazy enough to enhance an F rank item to S rank. If it failed, the item would be destroyed. He did not expect Gu Eon-hee's good luck to bring such unexpected joy. That evening, Director Park of Jianan met the chairman of D2On Corporation at a high-end restaurant. After a few drinks, he revealed the main purpose of the meeting. He wanted to use 100 billion won to buy the shares of Jianan Corporation. Just after hearing this, Director Park downed his glass of liquor, then stood up and left, citing an urgent meeting. This was the most correct decision at that moment. Going behind Sun Hu's back was never a good idea. Afterwards, he received a phone call saying the meeting was postponed until the next morning. Although he found it strange, since he had been summoned just a few hours earlier, he remained calm. Afterwards, he thought of the woman who had turned down his invitation because of that meeting. She was currently standing next to Sun Hu, drenched in sweat. The entire room was filled with sharp cold weapons, frightening her. Seeing this, Sun Hu reassured her that they were just collectibles, then shift to business matters. Domestic media is targeting Zion, so I called you back to ask about the conglomerate's investment situation. Jamie flashed a mysterious smile and said, "We have secured most of the chain shares of the top 10 companies. Amidst the chaos, the conglomerate set up slush funds and restructured their governance. For example, equity would go from Yohorn to Yohorn Dreamland, Yohorn Insurance, then Yohorn Electronics and Packaging, finally circling back to Dreamland. Thus, just the shares at Yohorn Dreamland, the Yohorn conglomerate could control all operations. It was similar for D2ON Elevators and Sun Hu's Confectionery. They played a crucial role in chain management, hence they were called chain shares. This was good news for investors. The country was about to belong to Jianan. Now it was midsummer, history would change little by little, but the natural disasters would still occur. The day Typhoon Oga hit the Korean peninsula, the storm rain could not cool the stock market. It would rise with the tech boom in New York. Trend began when Russia invested 10 billion USD into Zelnin after the financial war. D2ON Securities quickly issued rights to the Korea Fund, and then the Korea 21 Supertech policy was implemented. But on the day the Bank of Korea paid the IMF, Sun Hu had to make a final decision. He wanted to finish high school normally, but that no longer seemed possible. Sun Hu could not delay any longer. He would talk to reassure his parents. That evening, Sun Hu showed his father an email. The content indicated that his report on major companies had caught the attention of the Jonathan Financial Group. He had been chosen as an analyst for them. Leonin stared at the lines, his mouth agape in astonishment. Beyond genius, there were no words left to describe it. His third-year student's achievements far exceeded his parents' expectations. Sun Hu closed his eyes, trying to think about what his father was thinking. This time he was even more nervous than when he entered his first dungeon. Seeing this, Leonin asked his son why he looked like he was about to die. Sun Hu immediately bowed to apologize. His father placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes red. What does this mean? Why are you apologizing? How could I not realize you were a special child? Lift your head. I am only sad that I was not by your side at important times. But knowing now is also good. Wiping away tears, Leonin hugged his son tightly. You have grown up. You no longer need to worry about me. Cooperate with the big investor, do what you want. I am sorry for not supporting you more. Hearing this, Sunhu also cried and hugged his father. I am grateful and thank you. After talking with his father, Sunhu needed to convince his mother. His mother handed him a photo of him as a child and then spoke. Taekwondo was your only hobby as a child. If you remember, you were very excited back then to represent the country in competition. I guess you must have trained hard for that. I hope you achieve what you want. Everything was easier than Sunhu thought, or maybe he had worried too much. Anyway, his parents had always supported him from behind. Next day, Guian he knew Sunhu had good news just by seeing him. Sunhu immediately became wary upon hearing those words. Only when Guian he hurriedly explained she was not using a skill did the atmosphere ease. Today, Sunhu came to ask about the progress of finding potential adventurers. It turned out adventurers were not that hard to find. On a rainy day in a dense forest, Sunhu and Guian he were tracking the trail of an awakener. After a while searching, they discovered a glowing dungeon door in the distance. John was extremely astonished by this. This dungeon showed no sign of opening yesterday. It proved an awakener was challenging it. That was why Sunhu did not sit still for 3 years at school. Traces of awakeners were everywhere. John he immediately drew her dagger and assumed a defensive stance. Her eyes lit up, completely different from her usual knave look. Seeing this, Sunhu was also surprised. He had never taught her to be wary of pre-awakeners. Just as he expected, she had enough understanding to realize that, because of the rain, it would be hard to follow the trail if the awakener finished the dungeon and left. Sunhu signaled for Guian he to stop and observe. After waiting a long time, Sunhu worried that Guian he might get hypothermia. They probably should not have brought raincoats. They would make moving more agile. Just then, Guian he noticed something unusual. The light from the dungeon door suddenly weakened and then disappeared. Sunhu signaled for Guian he to stay still, while he moved closer to investigate. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A dungeon had appeared. Would you like to open it? The dungeon being sealed meant the first person to enter had died. After confirming the situation, Guian he breathed a sigh of relief. Sunhu approached to praise her. Good job, you were right to be careful. If you stay this cautious, you will live a long time. They both had escape tickets, but they did not know what monsters were inside, so they could not relax too early. After forming a party, Sunhu and Guian he decided to conquer the dungeon. As soon as they entered the dungeon, countless notifications appeared. You have infiltrated the dungeon. Warning, you must complete the mission before escaping. Mission Dead Zone, the Duke's decay and hibernation has been activated. Hearing about the Duke, Sunhu immediately became alert. He turned to ask Guian he if she was afraid of killing. Guian he strongly said no, but her body was very honest. Her whole body trembled violently, her legs like noodles, unable to move. Just then, rocks from the cave ceiling suddenly fell. Both looked up and saw a giant blue centipede crawling on it. The centipede immediately attacked the two. Fortunately, Sunhu reacted quickly, hugging Guian he and jumping far away before using his dagger to block the blow. At that moment, both could clearly see the monster's form. This was the dungeon Duke mentioned in the mission, a supermassive centipede with countless poisonous tentacles. Sunhu spoke to remind her, get ready, we have met the worst kind of monster. Among monsters, some act just like humans. It looks scary, but if you grasp the following, you can kill a noble centipede easily. Destroying the head renders it helpless. Slash the joints to separate the head from the body. Avoid the venom in the legs. Theory is enough, let's start practice. Sunhu only needed a few moves to take down the first noble centipede. If you do not have the main character's aura, do not imitate him. Out of 36 strategies, running is the best. A system notification appeared. Massacre of nobles killed 1 out of 30. Sunhu's expression was a bit strange. Why was it so easy? They should have been stronger than Susan's group. But now was not the time to think about that. The easier, the better. Sunhu used the monster's corpse to note a few things for Guian he. It looks like that on the outside, but they still have brains. Do not think they are just bugs, or you will pay the price. But losing tentacles makes them stupid. You should be careful with the venom glands. If you get bitten or stung, you will endure many pains. Only skills and seals can neutralize the poison. If you take too heavy a dose, the pain will be terrible. But do not worry, it will recover in a few days. After that, Sunhu approached and kicked the centipede's shell a few times. Confirming that its hardness almost disappeared after death, he decided to handle some byproducts. Sunhu accurately identified the segment he needed on the centipede's body, then decisively peeled off the outer shell. Then he thrust his hand straight inside, groping for something. Guian he, witnessing this for the first time, was scared out of her wits. After a while searching, Sunhu pulled out a large, sparkling stone. It was a mana stone. Right now it was useless, but soon it would be more valuable than gold. After finishing, the two continued conquering the dungeon. Neither knew that danger was near. It was no accident that the first noble centipede was so easy. A system notification appeared. The will of Gaia has been activated. The enemy is watching you. Going deeper into the dungeon, Sun Hu encountered more and more noble centipedes. Thanks to his experience, skills, and superior stats, Sun Hu easily took them all down. He killed over a dozen noble centipedes. The injuries he received also did not affect his combat power much. The closer he got to E rank, Sun Hu's consciousness gradually returned. Rank hunters had gained countless real combat experiences through survival skills. Currently, Sun Hu was even stronger than the system's evaluation. Realizing this, Sun Hu was confident he could clear the dungeon without needing a single win condition. He would speed up the progress. However, there were some things outside the data. Over 100 noble centipedes had attacked the two. 5 days had passed since Sun Hu was poisoned by the centipedes. He sat amidst countless monster corpses, his mind hazy. What happened? There were so many of them that I could not tell which end was which. Was it when I was using the Wrath of Odin, the explosion from that clown's dagger, or the one who overcomes all hardships before? Plus the whirlwind attribute that boosts agility. Just then, a system notification appeared. Yuan Hair has activated bravery. Sun Hu's mind gradually recovered and became clear again. He had not anticipated this. Fighting for survival against such a massive horde really was not like him at all. Seeing his teammate lying on the ground, Sun Hu approached and gave her a sip of water to wake her up. It seemed Guyan He's memory of what happened was a bit hazy. Seeing this, Sun Hu explained, "We were surrounded by over 100 centipedes. Thanks to that, I completed all the missions except for the main quest. After holding out together until the end, the two began to distribute the rewards. Guyan He received 2 skills, Steadfast and Confusion. These skills made it hard for enemies to detect her. Seeing this, Sun Hu thought deeply. She was getting more and more cunning skills, but she still needed to move very stealthily. Among the things Sun Hu received was a standout attribute called Innate Talent. When existing attributes are activated, there is a very small chance to enhance quality based on level. Damn, this skill was truly overpowered. Did this mean Sun Hu's trump card, the attribute One Who Overcomes All Hardships, would increase from S to SS? The author was too blatant. After dividing the rewards, the two collected the remaining chests in the dungeon, preparing for the main boss. Sun Hu had also temporarily set aside his worries about Guyan He. He needed to recover first. To enter a high-level dungeon, a healer was necessary, so Guyan He was indispensable. As they advanced deeper into the dungeon, they saw massive pillars standing side by side. Guyan He anxiously asked Sun Hu if they were just pillars. Of course, they were not. Nothing in these dungeons was normal. That was the seal of a mid-grade noble centipede, and the swarms of noble centipedes were inside. The body part was not too dangerous. If they broke the shell, even a mid-grade noble centipede would be easy. Looking at the pillar's size, mid-grade seemed wrong. Sun Hu randomly chose a pillar and punched it hard. The result was that he only hurt his hand with no effect. The elder's saying was true, already weak yet showing off. Guyan He immediately activated healing for this foolish young man. To get revenge, Sun Hu turned to look at Guyan He and said he would use a new skill. Guyan He understood his stupid intention as soon as he heard it. The secret of Devi's sword was revealed when the skill increased thanks to the One Who Overcame All Hardships. The cheating skill was one but not unique. After leveling up to E, Devi's sword transformed into Shiva's sword. Sun Hu was astonished when he saw this for the first time. Shiva was the name of the god of creation, and this skill was the main one of the 8 great villains. Indeed, one could only call it a cheating skill. After activating Shiva's sword, a divine flame enveloped the entire pillar in an instant. The skill had a long attack range and used firepower. Sun Hu could roast the centipedes hiding deep inside the shell with this. Sensing they were being burned alive, the centipedes desperately destroyed the seal and burst out, but as soon as they stuck their heads out, Sun Hu electrocuted them all the way to their tails. The helpless centipedes screamed in agony, echoing throughout the dungeon. This sound attracted a strange monster with wings and sharp claws on its hands. As soon as it lunged, it used a sonic wave attack that dazed Sun Hu and Guyan He, but it was too late. The centipedes had already been destroyed by the hellfire. The mysterious monster was no match for Sun Hu either. Sun Hu used the Jester's dagger, activating the paralysis effect. The monster, stunned by the ice on its hand, was then hit by a punch from Sun Hu that sent it flying. By the time Guyan He came to his senses, everything was already over. Sun Hu threw the monster's corpse towards her, striking a cool pose as he walked forward, with the blazing fire behind him. Guyan He was still terrified of the monster in front of her, trembling violently. Seeing this, Sun Hu seriously reminded her, only the lead insect was left. This dungeon was over. I told you before you would see much scarier things. Get used to it. Because the main character's power was too overwhelming, the author was too lazy to draw the fight scene with the boss. We skip straight to the reward section. The first place was, of course, Sun Hu. However, Gu Yan he also received a reward as second place. Her reward was the skill Aegis's Gaze, the skill of the second villain in the past. The second villain possessed a skill that everyone wanted to avoid, including Sun Hu. It was mental manipulation and domination. Now Gu Yan he had that skill, so Sun Hu had only one thing to do: maintain a clear state of mind at all times. Back in South Korea, Gu Yan his senses had been upgraded to E level. Unlike physical strength, enhanced senses were very difficult to adapt to. Light stabbed into her eyes, loud breathing sounded like screams, and the slightest scent smelled like sewer stench. Gu Yan he needed time to adapt. After preparing plenty of food and drink, Sun Hu decided to leave despite her pleas to stay. But right now, Sun Hu had extremely important business to attend to. At this moment in Arizona, USA, the second mercenary squad hired by Sun Hu to hunt down Bobby was preparing to act. Before the operation, all members were ordered to return any items that could identify their humanity. Commander, while collecting the items, announced, "There are only 2 things I want you to do. Report and keep it secret. If you don't follow these orders, then leave right now. We will cover the transportation costs." When asked about the mission, the commander only said one thing: catch a cat. But this cat was very strange. If not careful, it would chew your head off. After thorough preparation, the mercenary team drove to the mission location in a black vehicle. While waiting for the target to appear, a young man named Michael seemed quite anxious about this trip. Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared inside the vehicle, and a door of light slowly materialized. Before anyone could understand what was happening, a person in a hooded cloak stepped through the door of light. It was the mission target, Bobby. Without saying a word, he drew a knife and slaughtered everyone in the vehicle. During this, he wore a satisfied smile, enjoying the killing. In just a few short seconds, only Michael remained alive. He knew he could not beat the monster in front of him, so he was ready to accept death. But Bobby sensed danger and immediately used instant teleportation to escape. This allowed Michael to keep his life. The mercenary team cordoned off a 100-meter radius, but like last time found no clues. After witnessing that scene, Michael panted heavily, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. A few days later, Michael was assigned a new task: to receive a monster even more terrifying than what he had encountered. That monster was none other than Sun Hu. As soon as he received the news, Sun Hu immediately flew to the USA. After all, only one cat could hunt another cat. As soon as he saw Michael, Sun Hu immediately understood what had happened, placed his hand on the trembling man's shoulder, comforting him. "Don't worry too much, you had no way to catch that cat." Right after that, Sun Hu set out with the mercenary team to the designated location. That place was a desolate desert on American soil. Sun Hu's target this time was a dungeon located there. On the way, Sun Hu chatted with Michael to help ease his trauma and self-blame. More than anyone, Sun Hu understood the feeling of witnessing comrades die right in front of you. That was precisely why he had to eliminate Bobby as soon as possible. After arriving at the location, Sun Hu called to buy out the entire area, ordered people to block the entrance, and prepared for a 2-week incursion inside. The other team members thought Sun Hu was just a rich guy with a lot of money and weird hobbies, so they looked down on him. Only Michael understood the seriousness of this trip. After 3 days of rough trekking, the group finally reached the dungeon gate. When the gate was activated, a familiar beam of light appeared, frightening Michael so much he almost shit his pants. He immediately pointed his gun at the gate, ready to fire at the bastard who stepped out. Sun Hu stopped him. This was just a normal gate with a display of lightning and sparkling lights. Before going down into the dungeon, Sun Hu ordered the mercenary team to guard the place and not let anyone near. Michael understood the seriousness and told everyone to wait until he returned. Sun Hu said he would return within a week no matter what, then shouldered his backpack and set off. A week later, the mercenary team heard strange noises from the dungeon and immediately surrounded it. They almost opened fire when they saw something step out, but Michael managed to stop them, saving Sun Hu from a bullet. Sun Hu stepped out of the gate like a monster, his entire body covered in wounds and caked in blood. No one understood how he could still move in that condition. Sun Hu ordered Michael and the mercenary team to head to point number 2, enduring the pain by activating his ability to overcome all difficulties. Recovery was quite difficult without healing ions, but Sun Hu still could not help smiling because he had single-handedly cleared the dungeon. The Infinity Gauntlet, though not yet fitted with stones, had helped him greatly, countering the boss's magic and absorbing immense damage. The Ring of Fire had shattered, and in its place Sun Hu received the Ring of Night Shadow with a stealth skill, which he immediately used. His senses became keener, and he was about to reach D rank, a major achievement. After fully recovering, Sun Hu called Michael over to discuss appointing an investigator. Seeing Michael's surprise, Sun Hu said that John Clark had not informed him yet, but he had the authority to do so. Michael asked in confusion about his mission, and Sun Hu explained that he wanted Michael to report every action of John Clark and the other investigators. He was not asking Michael to suspect them, he just needed this done because the organization was growing stronger by the day. Sun Hu's goal was to develop the organization into an association that managed awakened individuals, maintaining it to expand on a large scale. After settling everything, Sun Hu and Michael went to meet John Clark. John had set up a covert base in an abandoned residential area near Manhattan. When Sun Hu introduced Michael, John was a bit uncomfortable but still accepted. Afterwards, John led them into the secret room. The room was filled with countless monitors controlling cameras from all the areas Bobby had left. Over the past month, Bobby had been constantly pursued and had probably used up all his stored items. Sun Hu was satisfied with the results, then asked John about Joshua's case. Following Sun Hu's orders, John had someone place cameras in the mansion to monitor that man. The results showed that the man only focused on his work, with nothing unusual. His name was Joshua von Korean. In the future, Joshua would achieve great success and shoulder the burden of his family, paving the way for the revolution of the world's most powerful armed organization. Knowing the situation well, Sun Hu returned to see Jonathan, walking straight into the investment fund building. Michael had many speculations running through his head, but he decided to stop overthinking and focus on the current matters, which were already difficult enough. As soon as he saw Sun Hu, Jonathan put on a sour face, telling him to let him know when he retired into seclusion, then asked if he had checked on Mel yet. Jonathan asked when Sun Hu was coming to New York, which caught him off guard. His gloomy expression meant something was definitely up. Jonathan said the network had grown by over 200%, now worth about $300 billion. Sun Hu was astonished. If combined with Jillian's corporation and Jessica's fund, it would be at least $500 billion. For a financier returning from the future, a 2-year achievement like this was not bad. But before he could celebrate, Jonathan handed him a letter saying that the instigator was him. On September 15th of next month, they would call. Inside the letter was a notice for a hearing. This was a warning from the White House. If he did not comply, the corporation would face endless tax audits. Sun Hu asked what they wanted. Jonathan hesitated, then replied, "Jun, they want you." Sun Hu was stunned, knowing the US government would not let an Asian kid ruin their world. They would use everything to expose Sun Hu's information on the media and toy with him in the palm of their hand. This reaction was slower than expected, but Sun Hu's information could not be leaked. Jonathan knew that and was racking his brain for a solution. Being discovered was inevitable, but Sun Hu still had to prevent exposure to the public. The first reason was his parents. If his identity was revealed, they would be confined under strict surveillance. Every action of theirs would be monitored by society, and his attribute training would be restricted. After some thought, Jonathan suggested advancing the state investment to create pressure by spreading the White House's animosity toward the investment fund committee. Thinking about the money they made from investments, the other side would surely go mad. But that alone was not enough. Sun Hu decided to directly discuss with the Russian president and the Japanese prime minister. Jonathan thought Sun Hu wanted to discuss public investment funds with the two countries, but it turned out not to be the case. Sun Hu wanted to drain the US Treasury from Russia and Japan, destroying all the fuse points the US had installed around the world. Jonathan's face changed color, having witnessed many of Sun Hu's crazy decisions. But this was completely different. Jonathan held his head and groaned, believing this matter would end badly. But Sun Hu had decided. He planned to buy Japanese government bonds in Russia and Russian government bonds from Japan. If he used the reason of exchanging with US bonds, they would have no other choice. The US, Russia, Japan, three great powers. This was no different from sparking a third world war. Jonathan broke out in a cold sweat, never having been so terrified. After some thought, he apologized to Sun Hu, but he did not mind, saying this was bound to happen sooner or later. Jonathan asked what amount of money he was targeting. Sun Hu said for now it would be all the money in the New York area, but if they did not yield, he would pull all the capital from the Isle of Man and London. He answered seriously that according to the plan, he currently needed $300 billion. That was the US defense budget for 1 year. Even with the Isle of Man and London cooperating, the worst-case scenario would occur, something even more terrifying than war. That was only the last resort. Sun Hu told Jonathan to try calling the White House one last time, talking about their ambition and the severity of the situation. Jonathan immediately called to request a meeting with the White House. This was the last chance to prevent a great war. Because of this, Sun Hu decided to accompany Jonathan this time. On the way, Sun Hu made Jonathan stay behind until he saw the signal, and even though Jonathan was annoyed, he still obeyed. The person they met today was the US Treasury Secretary Ed. Sun Hu wanted to see the president, but meeting the secretary was fine since they worked together and were essentially one. Before Ed could ask anything, Sun Hu got straight to the point. "I am about to bankrupt LCTM. You should consider that." Ed immediately said, "Young man, this is not your office. Calm down and speak slowly. We have plenty of time." If you keep acting so ignorant, even if I have no power to stop you, LCTM is important to you, is it not? LCTM was a hedge fund that fled to America after the Russian economic war, and though it was about to go bankrupt, it caused a huge shock and belonged to the New York Association after Sun Hu took over. Sun Hu frowned, "You all owe us, so how do you plan to repay it now?" It still pretended not to know, so Sun Hu stopped being polite and directly turned hostile. "If you do not take over LCTM, you will face huge risks. We took the hot potato off your hands and prevented a second Great Depression." Ed was intimidated by Sun Hu's aura into breaking out in a cold sweat, and could only turn to Jonathan for help. Jonathan made his stance clear. "Sun Hu may look young, but he is still my boss. This is not something I can meddle in." Seeing the other party was still stubborn, Sun Hu turned and left, leaving behind a warning. "Have you heard any news from the donors? Why have the Korean conglomerates not made a move yet? You can play games with me if you want, but remember, from now on, everything that happens is your doing." Ed could not take it anymore and slammed the table, shouting, "What does a brat like you know to say?" Sun Hu turned back and spoke coolly. "And you, who let the situation get this serious, what do you know to say?" "You know what, if I were you, I would not dare to speak in such a questioning tone." Ed broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding what Sun Hu meant. Sun Hu continued, "I am talking about the financial congestion in Japan. Those young punks should know when to stop. If they dare to block the bonds, they might even target the yen, and who knows if Japan will still cooperate. Because of what you big shots did in the early 90s, I have had to struggle with the recession. Some people still think Russia's in a Cold War. What do you think?" Ed was sweating profusely, his body turning cold. "Have you not thought that you might lose everything if you do that?" But Jonathan and Sun Hu had invested too much into this plan, and they were confident of winning. Even if they lost, Sun Hu could easily earn that money back. Ed could not believe the person in front of him was only 15 years old, and he decided to kick Jonathan and Sun Hu out. His words showed he had already lost. "Your joke went too far, but I will still make a separate statement to the media. This was just an unintentional mistake. Oh, and also, resolve the misunderstanding with the investment fund committee yourself." He slammed the door in frustration. America had completely lost this battle. After Ed angrily slammed the door and left, Jonathan could not help it and immediately burst into loud, explosive laughter. But Sun Hu did not find anything funny about it, because he heard that the White House Finance Department had waved the white flag, and the as-ranked boss monster had resigned. Since it was something like that, there was nothing that scared Sun Hu. He thought to himself, "I need to make sure I do not displease them and start a war." Since the very beginning, human civilization has declined through 3 Kim-Ji phases. The first Kim-Ji phase was the absurdity of governments and global capitalists. The second Kim-Ji phase was self-destruction via nuclear bombs. The third Kim-Ji phase was civil war among 8 factions. If the first Kim-Ji phase was handled well, the subsequent problems would not occur, because the one who exited the gate early could be shot with a handheld gun. The economy collapsed, so the world ended up like that. In the panic, nuclear weapons were used a second time, then a third. Turning to that point, the foundation of human life would not collapse. That was the future Sun Hu wanted, so he needed to earn and save a lot of money. As soon as Jonathan hung up the phone, he frantically informed Sun Hu that gold online had failed. Initially, the peak of the dot-com boom was March 2000, with the Nasdaq index surpassing the 5,000-point mark, and by October 2002, it was below 1,000. 80% had vanished. Jonathan said yesterday's index was 5,239. A figure larger than Sun Hu thought. Sun Hu guessed it would drop below 1,000 because the change was happening bit by bit. The subprime situation of 2008 was the midpoint of the Great Recession of the global economy. It began with the Asian financial crisis and the attack on South Korea. Mexico and Russia, due to the global financial crisis, saw interest rates fall and lost a great deal of money. Everything combined into the dot-com bubble burst, but I did not mean to talk about that. We will continue to lower the benchmark interest rate at the Fed to reduce stock prices after the market shock, Sun Hu suggested. Components from here to 2001. Sun Hu wanted to wait for the benchmark rate to drop below 1% and process it after 2008. If you do that, it will be real estate. Real estate will naturally rise, Jonathan asked curiously. The toxic problem will be created there. Between 2007 and 2009, the biggest bomb will explode. It was an explosion beyond the most insane imagination. Sun Hu aggressively spoke, scaring Jonathan into a cold sweat. Jonathan wondered, what if that was only a preliminary hypothesis? Sun Hu still remained silent, saying nothing. Nothing, because you think the financial system will be paralyzed accordingly. South Korea's information, the dot-com legend and its collapse, terrorism and war, the oil era, and the real estate legend, along with the subprime mortgage crisis in the final catastrophic Kim-Ji phase. That was the law of cause and effect. In a unified global economy, there would be no result that was not mutually beneficial. I must calculate the shock from Hong Kong that will increase within the game and the Russian financial warfare, so I must always be vigilant. Sun Hu muttered to himself, then quietly told Jonathan he would send a short draft before returning to Seoul. In the dead of night, before a dim computer screen, Sun Hu held his face, tormented, unsure how to properly write the draft. The difficulty was that he had no data to prove his argument. If handled by January 2000, there would be no tax issues. The September 2001 terrorist attack would become an anti-American uprising, and like the start day, no, even more severe. Sun Hu held his face, frantically thinking about a devastating attack on a symbol of the world economy. He understood why the low-level monsters had survived the start day. If the 7 demon kings came, they would annihilate humanity. Not wanting history to repeat itself, Sun Hu tried his best to type, relying on the chain of events to draft a persuasive manuscript for the 3 geniuses. On the other side, Jessica, after receiving the message from Mel, hurried to her boss to discuss. She thought a story like a novel could be feasible. Who would have known Russia would collapse so fast? Jessica slammed the door open and shouted. Boss, Jillian was holding his face before the screen, brooding gloomily, lazy and dejected, as long as it was based on this draft. The investments equivalent to the corporation's assets were not their responsibility. Boss, you don't think we did anything wrong, we just supply the components. We decide what to cook, we are the chefs. We are not farmers or fishermen. That is a different field. There is no reason for us to submit to this genius manuscript. They are brilliant, but they are experts. We fight alone. Jessica whispered in Jillian's ear while playfully touching all over his body, making him unable to resist. And what had to happen happened. After a passionate night, Jillian sipped hot coffee, standing to admire the city from above. He was still lost in thought about Sun Hu's analytical draft from earlier. Sharp macroeconomic trend analysis was not something one person could see. It would take at least 100. I feel so inadequate compared to an elite group, even if their command room is still operational. Where could one find it? Jillian pondered thoughtfully. Rain began to fall, weighing heavily on Sun Hu's heart. He wore a formal suit. He stood before the building entrance, waiting for the chairman's people to pick him up. Shortly after, a sleek black car screeched to a halt before him, with someone holding an umbrella ready. The car quickly took Sun Hu to a desolate parking lot. A girl glanced around softly before hurriedly sitting in the back seat next to Sun Hu. She sighed, saying that the government's eavesdropping and surveillance activities had lessened. He received the asset report dossier of the Janu's investment company from her hand. Sun Hu frowned, flipping through the pages. Among the 902 stocks on the Cosby Exchange, over 230 were held by the largest shareholders. South Korea was also affected by the unreasonable demands of the IMFs. The Janu Group accounted for 25% of Korea's economy. If it withdrew, it would cause a major shock. Sun Hu thought that wouldn't happen. He said to support director Bae Jong-chi, formerly known as the head of finance. He was not just the head of finance, he was the finance king. James was the CEO, no need for a change. But I hope you maintain the group's image even more. Have you forgotten why we hired Jamie? From documents, current events, media to entertainment. We need the public not to see us as outsiders, Sun Hu said. We plan to enter dungeons all over the world within the next 6 months. That evening, Sun Hu had a pleasant dinner with his family. Knowing Sun Hu planned to go to Manhattan, his father was extremely pleased, praising him endlessly. He chuckled, planning to teach him how to drink. He only smiled silently, suddenly remembering the time when he was still failing on Wall Street and sat drinking with his father. Life is like mountain climbing, father still liked that saying. If the mountain is too high, son, rest and then climb again. Fall, rest, then try again. There are many mountains for you to climb forever. Being on Wall Street is already amazing. If it's too hard, don't torment yourself, just come home. Your mother and I are always waiting for you, Sun Hu's father encouraged cheerfully. The next day, Sun Hu picked up a newspaper printing the list of the world's billionaires for December 1999 and skimmed through it. He sneered when he saw the names and nationalities of the people on the list were all exposed. After waiting for a while, Sun Hu finally saw Guian He carrying luggage and arriving. Seated in the car, Guian He was hesitantly puzzled when she saw the group of men in the vehicle seemed afraid of Sun Hu. Sun Hu glanced at Guian He, saying that she and they had cooperated once before. Sun Hu also noticed that Guian He had changed ever since her skills became stronger. The car stopped at a mountain range blanketed in white snow. Before them was a dungeon door that looked quite dangerous. Sun Hu just handed a sword to Guian He. She immediately drew the sword from its sheath. She swung a few dazzling moves with powerful force, leaving everyone gaping in shock. After finishing a few fierce moves, Guian He smiled, saying this sword was inferior to the one in the tomb but was easier to use. What a surprise, even without using skills. No one in this group could defeat Guian He, Sun Hu thought to himself. Bidding farewell to Michael's team, Sun Hu and Guian He quickly entered the dungeon, promising to return in 5 days. The system assigned both of them this mission to eliminate Siphos, the ones causing the variables. An was a bit worried, afraid that they were some bugs. But upon hearing Sun Hu's firm denial, she quickly calmed down. Our goal is to complete this within 5 days, and I will not use the adversity conqueror. Sun Hu asked whether this was feasible. Guian He worriedly replied that she had many accumulation points, so it would be better to open a few more summoning points. Sun Hu remained adamant, believing that the two should get accustomed to their upgraded skills through practice. Walking a bit further, the two arrived at the cliff where a horde of monsters had gathered. They look so smooth, are those really monsters? An was curious, thinking they were not dangerous at all, her eyes still fixed on the harmless-looking creatures. Unexpectedly, in less than a second, the monsters suddenly stirred and roared fiercely. gnashed their teeth and lolled their blood-red tongues, looking truly horrifying. Cute, nothing of the sort. Seeing people, the monsters howled and charged over as a whole pack. They rushed straight towards Sunhu, intending to attack him. To test her new skill, Gu-eon quickly used the Eyes of Aegis, focusing her gaze on the monsters. Surprisingly, this skill took down 1/3 of the enemies in the blink of an eye. While executing the eye technique, Yeon-hae was suddenly attacked by monsters charging from the side. But she was not afraid, only coldly drawing her sword and slashing them into pieces. After the final assault, Yeon-hae completed the mission brilliantly. She was so exhausted she could barely breathe. Sunhu saw that the look in Gu-eon's eyes was filled with killing intent. It seemed the desire to control Sifos had overtaken her. Sunhu thought she was in dire need of training, recalling the first time Gu-eon used the Eyes of Aegis. At that time, she stood on the boundary between illusion and reality, her mind broken and filled with helplessness. It was at the moment when Sunhu's consciousness was gradually being invaded by Gu-eon. She had wandered deep into his memories and was thrown out by the demon lords. Even though she was truly a member of the supernatural world and lived off it, she had still experienced an indescribable terror. Sunhu thought to himself that he knew this skill required a lot of practice to avoid being overtaken by the target. If he left her at the test site under these conditions, she could die and have no chance to grow. The second demon, once famous for the Eyes of Aegis. As expected, she was a pre-awakened one, Sunhu thought. Suddenly, he sensed something dangerous lurking in the air. Focusing his mind, sweat pouring like rain, Sunhu tightened his grip on his sword. Then he swung it straight at the giant monster clinging to his body, causing it to fall unconscious immediately. The mission to help the rookie was considered complete. Sunhu received 1,500 points along with a golden summoning reward from the system. He had estimated needing 5 days if he did not use the Adversity Conqueror, but it was done in just 3 days. If not for closing the dungeon portal and the skill cooldown time, the duration could have been even shorter. After encountering the 7 demon lords, Gu-eon finally felt assured. Sunhu saw that the rookie's mentality was improving day by day. Gu-eon struggled to fight the 7 demon lords while Sunhu had to keep up with her astonishing growth. The two were in the process of monopolizing the dungeon. Sunhu remembered the positions of F-rank dungeons that he had once found uninteresting. He believed conquering all of them would create a different starting point in the test area. Thinking led to action. Sunhu and Gu-eon quickly began their plan to monopolize the dungeons. F-rank dungeons were confirmed to be not dangerous, so there were not too many threats. Just one F-rank dungeon had already increased all of Yeon-hae's abilities by a tier. While Gu-eon adjusted her abilities, Sunhu went hunting monsters by himself without rest. After each battle, both had very high total points. Just a little more was needed to open the diamond summoning. Unbelievable that we have cleared 15 dungeons in 2 months. Sunhu calculated that each dungeon needed 4 days, including rest. Fighting hard every day caused Gu-eon to even talk in her sleep about skill names. In the car driven by Michael, Sunhu quietly suggested that he drive everyone to the Winston Hotel on Highway 15. Hearing that they were going to Las Vegas to rest, everyone cheered with excitement like monkeys. Arriving at the bustling, prosperous city of Las Vegas, Yeon-hae, after suffering for many days, could not hold back and zipped over to the buffet table. She ate and drank heartily with Michael's group. Watching them eat as if they had never been fed made the surrounding guests want to drop their pants. They looked like longtime prisoners who had just been released. Sunhu felt embarrassed hearing those remarks. He walked up and patted Yeon-hae's shoulder, who was now wearing a splendid evening gown. He suggested that she accompany him to another quiet place to talk. Yeon-hae shyly followed, thinking that he had some interest in her. Unexpectedly, Sunhu led her into another quiet VIP room so she could play to her heart's content. The director of the Hanzo Corporation, Jo Chang-ho, coincidentally met Yeon-hae and happily ran over to greet her. Seeing his curiosity about Sunhu, Yeon-hae tightly held his hand. Implying that the two of them were boyfriends made Yeon-hae so angry his eyes turned red. Yeon-hae whispered to Sunhu that he funded her family's hospital but was very troublesome, asking him to chime in and say they were both tired. Yeon-hae had already set up a chess table and solemnly invited Sunhu and Yeon-hae to play a round of cards. Sunhu heard the name Jo Chang-ho from the Hanso group and felt a vague familiarity. The new pharmaceutical hope company run by Yeon-hae became famous for its many stories, drawing attention to Ives' gloomy image. Many unpleasant people had joined the group. Hansel was criticized for being full of deceitful second-generation heirs. Sunhu thought to himself. Yeon-hae was plotting to use his extraordinary poker skills to toy with Sunhu. But man proposes, God disposes. Chang-ho was thoroughly defeated from start to finish before Yeon-hae and Sunhu, who were top-tier players. His confident expression gradually turned into a pale face drenched in sweat. Having lost the game, Yeon-hae flew into a rage, smashing tables and chairs, accusing Yeon-hae and Sunhu of cheating. Winners are kings, losers throw tantrums. Yeon-hae forgot his status as a director. He just kept yelling, accusing Sunhu of playing unfairly. Remembering there were many people in the room, Yeon-hae was startled and calmed down. He hastily left the room, demanding to return to Korea immediately because it was too shameful. The noisy atmosphere finally fell silent again. Seeing Yeon-hae dejected because Yeon-hae ruined her plan to rest, Sun Hu then comforted her, saying there were still a few days off if she could handle one matter. Sun Hu immediately called Michael to pick him up from the back entrance of the hotel. He did not notice someone was secretly watching from outside the room door. Actually, Sun Hu did notice. He had known since sitting down to play cards and realized that person was not simply interested in him. I didn't use any skills, so how did they still recognize me, Sun Hu thought. After calling Michael, he deliberately let the tail hear the contents of the call. Sun Hu quickly stepped outside. The tail immediately followed, but was caught by the neck by Michael. Because he used a bit too much force, he passed out on the spot. With this level of weakness, he still wanted to act tough. This man's ability was to detect monsters and awakened ones, very useful. Sun Hu investigated and found out he ran a chain of fast food restaurants in the east and was alone in the hotel. There were no security cameras, nor was there any sign of subsequent events, so Sun Hu was sure he was not an investigator. He was unsure how to deal with him. The tail suddenly opened his eyes and woke up, screaming loudly. Sun Hu was furious and refused to listen to any explanation, and he kept talking endlessly, so Guian he had to use the technique of eye confinement. She hypnotized his body to move to the railing of the rooftop. Standing in a position ready to jump, he was scared nearly out of his wits. Sun Hu spoke coldly, asking him if he understood the situation now, that they could easily turn the scene into a suicide. The stalker was terrified, trembling and shouting loudly, promising to explain everything clearly. Only then did Guian he relent, retracting her force, causing him to fall heavily backward. He asked if it was due to a tracking ability or a task and said he had never met any awakened before, telling him he should feel lucky to have survived, because there are many tasks that require senior awakened to kill others. Sun Hu pressed for answers, surprising both the stalker and Guian he. The stalker hurriedly shouted, insisting he had never received that kind of task, but Sun Hu basically did not believe him. He said it was due to his tracking ability, and if trusted, he could be helpful to the group. The stalker trembled, trying to defend himself. Using Guian he's power to delve into the stalker's mind as a threat, Sun Hu succeeded in making him confess everything. He said his name was Leon, awakened during his college graduation, and gained the tracking trait through a task. Leon had once met another senior awakened of the demon subclass. He was truly an extremely lucky man. Seeing Leon insistently asking to join the group, Sun Hu was somewhat cautious. But he still agreed because the tracking trait was an essential ability to conquer top-tier dungeons. If he joined, they would become a formidable force. But if he were an enemy, tracking would be the first thing to eliminate. Sun Hu pondered, thinking about which side he would choose. After having the helicopter take Leon to the training center, Sun Hu stepped out the door and saw Guian. He curled up in a corner, looking lonely. Thinking she was worried about Leon, Sun Hu said he had already sent him away, advising her not to worry. She said it was not that, but that she could not believe the system wanted the awakened to kill each other to become stronger. Guian he sobbed, asking if the system was a demon, saying Sun Hu at this moment looked like a great villain. Sun Hu told her not to think about the system's intentions, only to use it to become stronger. We just need to take advantage of it to get stronger. It was time to start the main event, Sun Hu said, then smirked and swung his hand, and countless gold and silver coins flew over like a storm, promising an event more thrilling than gambling. That day, amidst the shimmering night of fireworks in Las Vegas, aside from power, Sun Hu had elevated all other abilities to the peak level. More than a year after starting to conquer F-rank dungeons, Jonathan suddenly called to ask about something. The call was about participating in the real estate mortgage market, promising huge profits, but Sun Hu felt it was not the right time. Despite Jonathan's pleading, Sun Hu still advised Jonathan to wait and focus on the current short-term plans. Jonathan mentioned that he had been to the trading place once. He reported that the information technology and communications industry had dropped sharply. Sun Hu praised him and promised an upcoming empire. After hanging up, Jonathan silently sighed. His gaze looked into the distance, filled with a thoughtful, nostalgic look. He knew what Sun Hu was trying to seize was to become a financial god, holding power greater than the Rothschild family. Jonathan thought to himself. Sun Hu was currently sitting in a military vehicle driven by Michael, speeding through the wind. He silently predicted that the Kosovo War and the Texas election would soon repeat, though the information was not yet clear. No major changes outside the trajectory. After that day, we will completely have the upper hand on their home turf. Sun Hu closed his eyes, muttering to himself, looking extremely determined. 4 months later, in England in 2001, Sun Hu and Guian he were dressed in expensive clothing. They stepped out of a luxurious car and entered a magnificent building. Guian he glimpsed people from the Rothschild Bank discussing something with someone and whispered to Sun Hu. Sun Hu knew they would be there because this place belonged to the Rothschild family. The two quickly sat down on the sofa. Guian he's senses had reached C rank, so the building's soundproofing was not an issue. Sun Hu only intended to show her one side of society, but did not expect to encounter Rothschild employees plotting something. Seeing her listen without understanding, Sun Hu explained, making her stunned by the brutal meaning. Clock hand had just struck exactly 8:46. A deafening explosion sounded, causing Guan-hee a severe headache. It was the event of a passenger plane crashing into the World Trade Center, turning the entire building into a sea of fire. It instantly became the most shocking event at that moment. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Sun-hoo urgently requested Jonathan to sell all his shares in the group as quickly as possible, even if at a loss. Sun-hoo knew the plane crash into the World Trade Center was not an accident, and the market had not yet realized it. Jillian, who was in a similar situation as Sun-hoo, Jessica was near the Isle of Man, and Daniel had just left that place. Sun-hoo had sent a message to all three of them. On August 11, at 8:48 a.m. in New York, time had been thrown into chaos. In 5 minutes, the second accident would occur. Sun-hoo anxiously checked his watch and murmured calculations. Jonathan hurriedly checked the system and informed Sun-hoo that the market had shifted to a mass sell-off, with everyone following suit. Jonathan did not even finish his sentence. A terrifying explosion from the building across the street made his face turn pale. Jonathan immediately reported the situation and said he needed to get the employees out before it was too late. The two major financial centers of the world were Wall Street in New York and the city of London. New York was where the attack occurred, but the shock in London was no less severe, as if war had just broken out. Sun-hoo guessed that at this moment, only 0.001% of the world's population could remain calm. Among them, those who could act quickly were even fewer, and Sun-hoo considered himself one of them. Then he pulled Guan-hee back home. Guan-hee watched Sun-hoo's retreating back with tearful fear. She felt that the powerful master of the world was slowly changing. On November 9, 4 college students decided to pool their investments, and surprisingly, they struck it rich. But that luck gradually turned sinister when the US government began an investigation. The case raised questions about human rights violations and marked the beginning of the new Patriot Act. There was reason to believe that one of the 4 students had Arab roots. Suspicion fell on Arab terrorist forces being behind this. The money from oil brought to the US market was estimated to be around 200 billion USD. Attracting and overwhelming the oil market, even real estate. That was when long-term bills of exchange began to transfer. Billion hurriedly entered through the main door. He reported to Sun-hoo that he had handled a large portion before the attack was officially confirmed, however, due to insufficient time to close all positions. This massive loss was unavoidable, which made Jillian extremely agitated. Sun-hoo comforted him, saying this was a disaster beyond control, and Jillian did not need to feel guilty or responsible. The long-term bill of exchange side had already anticipated the United States profits alongside the Iraq War. Sun-hoo suddenly spoke, causing Jillian to freeze for a few seconds, his face turning pale as he realized this matter would be the trigger. Sun-hoo unexpectedly asked if the capital Jillian had used included money invested in oil, which made Jillian jump and stammer incoherently. He should meet them as soon as possible, Sun-hoo said in a low voice, continuing. That evening, in front of the TV screen broadcasting the terrorist attack in the US, Jillian sipped wine, silently calculating his relationships with the Hong Kong tycoons, hoping to bring them into the Jonathan group. Prince Walaman, the top of the Saudi royal family's succession list, and Prince Alice, along with their entourage warehouse managers and other VPs who controlled investment market funds worth up to 1,000 billion USD. Jillian's preparations were considered perfect, but thinking about Sun-hoo's plan to take the US oil investment money right when the attack was under investigation, that made Jillian extremely uneasy. That kid had brought a very strange feeling ever since their first meeting. When he was about to be kicked out of Morgan for losing to the Jonathan Group in Thailand and Hong Kong, he heard that someone was coming. It was a young Asian man with a resolute personality. Jillian recalled that his methods and agreements were completely different from what was called orthodox. That day, after Sun-hoo pointed out the direction of the command room, Jillian, full of suspicion, had planned to have someone investigate Sun-hoo's information, but Sukarnathay was caught red-handed by him. Jillian at that time was scared out of his wits thinking about the possibility of being eliminated by Sun-hoo. Everything had been recorded by Sun-hoo on his phone at some point, which made Jillian want to collapse on the spot. After warning Jillian with a long email written by himself on the computer, Sun-hoo then narrowed his eyes and smiled, suggesting that he pay more attention next time. Jonathan was now sitting in his office, deeply pondering. After that, he immediately called Jeffrey K. to get a list of banks with a high likelihood of being targeted for capital depletion. Sun-hoo and Guan-hee were observing through the screen to assess Leon's capabilities. Surprisingly, Leon managed to successfully neutralize 26 targets, designated and even 6 other unexpected targets through the simulation test. Sun-hoo thought Leon's movement was quite noisy but still usable. No, rather than calling him Leon, Sun-hoo preferred to call him a casino chip. Leon, fully armed, strode gravely up to Sun-hoo and asked solemnly, I want to ask you a question. Does your organization have anything to do with the terrorist attack? What a damn question, Leon asked, something that even Michael standing beside him could not cover his mouth in time. Do not mention the terrorist attack. What we are fighting against is a far greater threat than that. Follow me. Sun Hu waved his hand irritably and said. They all moved together to the front of the dungeon door. Guian, he suggested Leon call her Marie from the Odin group. This name was to hide Sun Hu's and her real names, but partly it was also for Guan he, because relationships with awakened ones should not be the same as the outside world. After the group was ready, the mission to eliminate Dylan officially appeared. Standing before the locked door, Leon broke out in a cold sweat and warned Sun Hu that behind it was a monster. But Sun Hu seemed to have no idea what fear was. She kicked the door straight, nearly causing Leon to fall over. The door collapsed, and less than a second later, a ferocious monster charged out as if it had just broken free from its chains. Sun Hu and Guian he quickly rushed forward, coordinating their swordsmanship. They swung their swords decisively to subdue that creature. After successfully cutting off its link, Sun Hu ordered the terrified Leon to charge in and finish it off. Under the strong urging from Sun Hu, though trembling with fear, Leon still held his sword and stepped forward toward the monster. Guian he quietly watched Leon, recalling Sun Hu's instructions about the dungeon. This time was a test, so she was not allowed to use high-level skills. Knowing that behind that door, more than 10 monsters were waiting, Leon turned pale, trembling and unable to move. I am the tanker, you are the dealer. Guian he is the healer. I will attract them so you can focus on attacking. Guian he will heal you, so do not worry about getting hurt. If you do not fulfill your role, we will die. Remember, we live and die together, Sun Hu said. But Leon was still pale with fear. Sun Hu gently took off her coat, revealing her chest with a faint sealing mark on it. She pointed at the seal and said, if you peel it off and swallow it, the seal will transfer. Will you run away and wait for the apocalypse to come? Let me make it clear, our group is the vanguard. You will have the highest chance of survival if you stay with us. After a mental struggle, Leon reluctantly agreed to come along despite still being afraid. The door had just opened. The horde of Anubis monsters immediately lunged to tear Leon apart like a juicy piece of prey. Leon felt a strong desire to become stronger, but after the battle with 10 monsters, half of his spirit had dissipated. Seeing Leon dragging his bloodied, battered body behind them, Guian he felt a bit of pity. She decided to use the skill Vander's Silence. This was a high-level healing skill, its effect enhanced when upgraded to C rank. Leon's pitiful appearance drew both of their attention, hoping he would pass the test. Family was the cause of Guian he's mental disturbance. Even though she had become wealthy, her family relationships had not improved. If this was a test, close friendship seemed a luxury, but it should have received more care. Sun thought to herself, triggered by Yeon Hee's skill. Leon's mind suddenly felt more at peace. Leon happily thanked Guian Hee profusely, which made her feel comfortable too. She advised Leon to prepare mentally for what was to come. Contrary to the cheerfulness of the two, Sun Hu worried whether Leon would steal the military's money to escape, or if he would fight for the team's survival. Leon's test was about to begin. The scene shifted to Sun Hu and Guian Hee lying collapsed in a pool of blood. Around them were monster carcasses scattered everywhere. A huge monster, though half of its body was wounded, still advanced ferociously. In a weak breath, Sun Hu demanded Leon quickly kill that monster. Both were severely injured, and though very scared, Leon still forced himself to stand up. Facing the jaw sharp like saw blades, Leon trembled as he backed away, accidentally picking up the weapon Guian Hee had used earlier. Caught in a desperate situation, Leon gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, and swore recklessly to deal with the monster using this weapon. Under the oppressive pressure from the brutal monster, just as it was about to unleash its final blow, Leon tremblingly pointed the knife tip toward the sealing mark on Sun Hu's body. This was the escape seal. Just peeling off this piece of skin and swallowing it would transfer the power into his body. I cannot even lift a finger. Leon's eyes brimmed with tears. Gritting his teeth, he lowered the knife tip close to Sun Hu. At the moment Leon was about to strike, Sun Hu suddenly opened her eyes wide, grasped the blade tightly, and spoke. The test is over. After leaving the dungeon, Guian Hee cried for a long time. At the funeral with the incomplete body, while she was still mourning Leon, Sun Hu met Jonathan. There is nothing left to see. Compile all the data here. Do not miss a single line, even the Federation's. That White House lackey must be furious by now. Sun Hu said, cocking her chin and resting her hands on her hips. Jonathan, sitting opposite, chuckled. Previously he would sneakily check the surroundings, but now he had grown much bolder. The US government does not print dollars. It must borrow from the mysterious West. Ultimately, financial conglomerates like Rothschild are the creditors, and the US government is the debtor. This is not a conspiracy theory, because the origin is an organization similar to Rothschild. If it is for my sake, that is fine, but we need to recruit new members. Guian Hee tried to appear calm while speaking, still cutting his stick. Sun Hu immediately stated that he had planned everything thoroughly. There is a perceptive person. Sun Hu is confident that he will do a good job training. Since last year, that person has been organizing activities under the name Not. Sun Hu gathered trusted faces, the number reaching over 30. They not only researched at the mental hospital, but also collected information from the public. Perhaps that person used a trait similar to Chaser, Sun Hu thought. He encouraged Guian Hee to go to Seoul and took the business trip to Germany himself. In Berlin, Sun Hu appeared under a new identity as Leonard Lee. identity, a second-generation Korean American. Sun Hu used this identity as bait to attract Joshua's attention, waiting for the big fish to bite. Due to the travel line incident, Berlin Telegraph sent an employee directly to the hotel where Sun Hu was staying. As soon as he saw the employee, Sun Hu immediately recognized one of them as a 4th-rank awakener. That man had climbed to the 8th rank thanks to his natural combat ability. Despite lacking experience and having inferior equipment, he still rose to the lead, making Sun Hu admire him. But the 1st rank and 4th rank had once been enemies. The two employees signaled each other by turning their heads, a trait of the practitioner world. Sun Hu praised their management system. The man named Michael said softly, "I am Michael, we are about to have a long conversation. Please sit down first." 1 week later, Michael was extremely astonished to see Sun Hu's marksmanship skills. Training camp was built by renovating the interior of a villa estate. Seeing how they organized marksmanship training for the shooters, Sun Hu knew they had never set foot in any dungeon. Teacher Sun Hu was anxious to know when he could meet the chairman. Michael softly said that he had just received a call reporting that the chairman would return tonight. That night, a convoy of 4-wheeled vehicles arrived in front of the building. Sun Hu finally met Joshua, the leader of the revolution. Joshua had intended to go through the first dungeon, having spent the past week investigating the surrounding area. The first team, consisting of 2 awakeners and 4 mercenaries, never returned. Joshua provided honest information and respected their decision. "I heard the chairman will be joining us. Now it is time for you to decide. So are you cowards?" Michael suddenly asked, leaving Sun Hu confused about how to answer. The next morning, on the armed convoy, Sun Hu realized no awakeners were accompanying them. Sun Hu guessed that after getting a taste of the rewards, they had focused on their own bright futures. Perhaps because they were the only 2 Asians, Michael took care of Sun Hu like a child. If this had happened in his previous life, Sun Hu would have felt incredibly honored. The dungeon plan revolved around mercenaries, each team consisting of 6 soldiers and 2 awakeners, with the leader being a former mercenary. The team leader was named Oliver. Seeing that he was a new recruit who did not know German and was a nobody, he had to prove he was not weak. Michael whispered into Sun Hu's ear, making him even more eager to turn this whole group upside down. The car drove the entire group to the dungeon entrance. Joshua was a good leader who ignited a fire in others with his passionate speeches. A moment later, Joshua firmly grasped Sun Hu's hand, boosting his morale and promising to share the rewards with everyone. Sun Hu got a bit of goosebumps but felt Joshua's attitude seemed sincere, though his true intentions were still unclear. The system announced the mission to eliminate the Northern Orchid had officially begun. As soon as they entered the dungeon, their flashlights and weapons became unusable, causing chaos in the group. The extremity of Senza had begun. The Red Nest was the lair of the Northern Orchid. Although its name resembled Dylan's, its power was far superior. They all noticed a monster lying behind the door. They stepped gently, the atmosphere tense. Mercenaries, without weapons, were nearly useless. The plan relied entirely on the Awakeners with their ranged and close combat skills. Along with the tankers positioned at the front, Sun Hu and the newcomers were placed at the very back. He was eager to see Lee Sun and Sa Sun in action. The door had just barely opened when a bang was heard. The leading fat man had his head casually torn off by a monster that lunged out. Gruesome, bloody scene sent everyone into severe shock. They immediately attacked together, but could not even make the monster lose a single hair. With such low-level skills, forget about breaking its barrier. They cannot even reach its lair. Sun Hu thought to himself, they brought Awakeners who are weaker than the guns. The monster's powerful blows sent every Awakener sprawling face first onto the ground. Screams and cries rang out endlessly like firecrackers. Over 100 people were in chaos, unable to think rationally, even though the situation should have been under control. Sun Hu stood among the crowd, calmly observing. Suddenly, Michael spoke tremblingly. He suggested Sun Hu attract the monster's attention so he could have a chance to strike. But that plan seemed unnecessary at this point, because Joshua had already mustered all his strength, formed a magic seal, and charged straight at the monster. Amidst Joshua's panic, Sun Hu quickly found a way out. Today was not a waste as Sun Hu realized Joshua also had some value. He suggested that the ultimate rank attack first, then the 4th rank join in. The 2nd rank even launched a more ferocious assault than the 4th rank. Ravaging slashes engulfed the monster, relentlessly striking within minutes. The monster quickly fell into a pool of viscous blood. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Michael and Joshua were now panting, exhausted after the battle. The crowd immediately cheered, admiring Joshua for personally taking down the monster in a spectacular fashion. Although everyone had calmed down, the loss was still 12 dead, including 5 old Awakeners. Faith in combat ability would soon fade, Sun Hu was sure of it. Michael hesitantly approached Sun Hu. He said that behind the next door, there were 8 more monsters. If it were just 1 or 2, it would be manageable, but this time was different. Facing 8 monsters at once, the chance of survival was likely very low. As soon as the door opened, Michael charged into the monster group, using his powerful force-based moves. When he realized physical attacks were effective, Michael's instincts overcame his fear. Even so, Michael still was not skilled enough to fight them one-on-one. With just one opening, he was punched far away by the monster. Seeing his teammate knocked unconscious by the monster, Joshua was extremely worried. Sunhoo stood nearby, curious how long it would take the group to escape, half a year or a few years. He was also quite interested in the development process of the 2nd and 4th rank elites. Just as a monster was about to attack Joshua from behind, Sunhoo managed to deliver a decisive blow, sending the monster flying far away. Blood rained down before everyone's horrified eyes. Stepping out from the thick smoke, Sunhoo took off his glasses and spoke softly to Joshua. If things had been like this from the start, how did you plan to proceed? Tell me, did you want everyone to die? Joshua then realized he had been deceived by Sunhoo from beginning to end. Sunhoo had always been hiding his true identity and skills. Before Sunhoo could answer, Joshua questioned his plan, limits, and true identity. Sunhoo remained silent, his whole body radiating aura, his eyes blood red with menace, causing Joshua to step back. Sunhoo criticized Joshua for the crowd's panic, but he himself also did not watch his back. Thank you for saving us. Do you want to be the leader? Joshua sighed. No, this is your group, Joshua. Listen carefully. This may be your group, but you belong to me. Sunhoo whispered into Joshua's ear, his hands gripping Joshua's shoulders tightly, causing him pain he could not resist. After breaking free from Sunhoo's steel-like arms, Joshua held his shoulder, saying painfully that his purpose was to get to know them, not for them to get to know the dungeon. Think what you will. The important thing is you caught my attention. Sunhoo replied coldly. Regaining his composure, Joshua called Michael out. Joshua secretly proposed that Sunhoo become a partner to help everyone survive. I will give you half the shares of Berlin Telecom and $100 million. Joshua's term surprised Sunhoo, as he did not think things would go this far. Joshua mentioned the name Builder Congress, something Sunhoo never thought would appear. It was an elite group that dominated the world. It controls finance, economy, and politicians. We are pioneers in other fields. Can you imagine? Our combined power would hold the world, Joshua said arrogantly. Unexpectedly, Sunhoo flatly refused and only promised to teach Joshua the basics. He also said he would not let Joshua out of his grasp because of what he just said. You are still just a child, in need of my guidance. One sentence from Sunhoo successfully stirred the fury within Joshua. At this moment, his anger was like a volcano about to erupt. 5 teams, each of 5 people, combined into one attack unit. When the unit leader was elected, the system would grant an effect. Fortunately, the group still had exactly 25 awakeners. Sunhoo kept hoping to receive a platinum box, but the first commander reward was only a gold box, causing him extreme disappointment. The once generous system now forced him to stop daydreaming. Thanks to the blessing of resilience, the system immediately enveloped the entire group with a minor resistance effect against wide area control effects like imprisonment. Powerful attack unit unexpectedly formed, astonishing Joshua greatly. After electing Joshua as unit commander, they all formed a new attack formation. Although Michael was Sunhoo's team leader, all eyes were on Sunhoo. An outsider like Sunhoo now held power in the organization, rendering the mercenaries useless. Sunhoo was curious how the revolutionary leader would handle this issue. Team leaders gathered as a command group and decided to proceed with the plan. In the chairman election, a unit commander had 4 points, a team leader had 2 points, and a team member had 1 point. All important decisions were made by voting. Michael told Sunhoo that voting power was based on position, similar to the method in London City. Perhaps because it was too difficult to give one person full authority at this time, this method would operate and become the main system in the Revolutionary Army. The first thing the Revolutionary Army voted on was handling the useless mercenaries. After the meeting, many proposals were put forward, the first being to use them as workers. The second was to reduce food and weapon supplies, prioritizing older awakened ones. The third was to imprison them to prevent chaos. To put it bluntly, the false awakened would be used as cannon fodder, but no one dared to say it directly. Michael scratched his head, feeling this world was truly cruel. The mercenaries were forcibly detained. If this were the original world, none of them could have left alive. This was why the second virtue and the fourth virtue were opposed. The fourth virtue created friendships with the mercenaries they trained with, Sunhoo thought to himself. Sunhoo whispered into Joshua's ear, warning that everything would become even more chaotic. Knowing Sunhoo vote against, Joshua was extremely angry. But if this continues, your organization will eventually follow me. That is what no one wants, right? Sunhoo asked with a chuckle. Then shouldn't you walk out of here? Joshua gritted his teeth in frustration. Okay, since Joshua is kicking him out, Sunhoo will take his leave. Before leaving, Sunhoo warned Joshua to put away that sharp look in his eyes if he wanted to seem like a leader. If he sees that again, the next meeting's topic will concern his life. Sunhoo said, then turned away, enraging Joshua to the point of bursting. When the war began, everyone hoped Sunhoo would perform, but he only intervened minimally. The mercenaries who had already fled penniless before were now furious to the peak. The battle among the older awakened ones also began to erupt. Michael saw Sun-Hu lying around lazily and became extremely anxious. Drenched in sweat, Michael urged Sun-Hu to do something quickly because the president could not direct anyone now. Sun-Hu lazily said he only cast his ballot, as he had already given enough advice. Regarding using the mercenaries as strategic materials, the vote was 6 in favor, 6 against, and up to 20 abstentions. Sun-Hu stepped in front of Joshua. Ngo-Yi suggested Joshua follow the vote, as he trusted the unit commander's choice. Joshua, though flustered, his eyes filled with anger, ultimately used his command authority to re-establish the vote without any blank votes. Sun-Hu guessed it immediately, knowing his decision affected the entire organization. So Joshua held a revote to eliminate the influence of the unexpected. Yes, that was the right thing to do. Sun-Hu thought to himself blankly, and the past vote proved that there was still a shred of humanity left in each person. Release the mercenaries, assign them other tasks. If the formation breaks, they will fight alongside us. Joshua struck an astonishing deal with the mercenaries, promising higher pay. That day, when facing the horde of bloodthirsty giant monsters, Joshua was backed into a corner and hurriedly turned to Sun-Hu for help. But unexpectedly, Sun-Hu angrily cursed him out, demanding Joshua handle it himself instead of relying on others. Joshua was jolted fully awake by the scolding, having originally thought he could charge in and risk it all for a big win. Who would have thought he would instead speak in a trembling, hoarse voice? I beg you, possible, at least please don't let us suffer too many casualties. I will repay you with anything. Sun-Hu was surprised but quickly recognized that look in Joshua's eyes. It was a cold gaze, yet one that sometimes showed compassion even for enemies. Joshua was someone who would do anything to win. Just like now, Joshua used all his might to charge and risk his life against the monster, successfully unleashing the fury of Odin. Joshua, with his dagger and overwhelming killing intent, became the embodiment of the second virtue revolution. Thus, he charged straight at the target without a moment's hesitation. After many days passed, the mercenaries finally crawled out of the dungeon in an extremely miserable state. The 2 dungeon guards were shocked by the sight before them. They saw that every mercenary looked half dead, their clothes covered in blood. The mercenaries, once nicknamed the Human Skull Can in the Bosnian Civil War, now looked utterly drained and exhausted to this degree. Horrible things must have happened inside that could not be put into words. After leaving the dungeon, Joshua suggested taking Sun-Hu back to the mansion, but Sun-Hu refused, only asking for a car to the Winston Hotel. Car carrying Sun-Hu quickly departed, leaving Michael and Joshua, who were still not over the shock of what they had just experienced. He only watched from behind, but clearly, something had changed. He used me and Michael to defeat the boss. I guess the change probably started after that battle. It was the way he defeated the dungeon boss. Joshua trembled in fear, thinking back to the scene from that day, the day Sun-Hu openly threatened him. Joshua regained his confidence, believing this was just a one-on-one duel, winner takes all, loser works for the winner's company. With unwavering determination, Joshua furiously got into his car and demanded Sun-Hu's room be changed to the top-floor royal suite. Knowing that room was booked a month in advance, Joshua was surprised it was the German government suite for federal VIP guests, costing $70,000 a night. Forced to accept, Joshua ordered his secretary to bring the report on Sun-Hu and his family to his desk by the next morning. The next morning, Joshua angrily threw the report to the ground, pages scattering everywhere. It turned out to be an investigation report full of misinformation. Nothing about Sun-Hu was real. After erasing all traces, he lounged in the most luxurious room, clearly having accepted the challenge. Just watch how I'll crush you, Joshua cursed Sun-Hu under his breath, grinding his teeth. With help from the main family, Joshua finally received valuable documents from the U.S. Department of Commerce and the Treasury. Indeed, what couldn't be solved with money could be solved with a lot of money. There must be traces of Leonard Lee bribing to falsify information, Joshua thought decisively as he rummaged through the files. After a thorough search, Joshua joyfully discovered a trail of funds from the Cayman Islands. Over $100 million had been funneled through layers of organizations to create Leonard Lee and his old family. Joshua quickly sent the data to Silverman and Cayman. This would help uncover his true identity. The biggest goal used to be securing a seat on the main family's board of directors, but that was no longer the case. If he could win over this man, he could spark a revolution that would break all the old, established rules. Joshua's will blazed, but in the very next second, he discovered that Sun-Hu's safe identity was actually Joshua's own Halo group. Joshua was shocked to his core, left speechless. At that moment, the secretary rushed over from a distance to report to the 2 of them. Joshua's main family was under attack, making him feel like fainting sideways and upright. Oh, such a fierce attack. It was just the market rate dropping 225%. Really knew how to make Joshua's blood boil. But Joshua was also quite uncertain whether Sun-Hu had instigated this matter or not, or maybe it was simply a coincidence. At the main residence of the Karian family, family head Aaron von Karian warmly welcomed Sun-Hu, who was using the alias John Doe. Now he would tell Sun Hu the story of the man who attacked the Bank of England. After taking control of the Bank of England, he gained both fame and fortune, but the world knew nothing of the 14-year lawsuit he had to endure. Stop probing and preempting, just halt the attack. I will compensate you for your losses from my own pocket, Aaron spoke up. There is a misunderstanding here. Yes, LTCM is part of the Jonathan Group, but this investment round. Sun Hu hadn't finished speaking when Aaron provoked him, assuming he meant this attack round. This left Sun Hu speechless. Amid the tense atmosphere, Sun Hu spoke again. This investment round was entirely my creation. Not just LTCM, but all the group's underground cash flows have been transferred separately. Aaron was extremely angry to hear this and wanted to know why Sun Hu had come to this place. That's where the misunderstanding lies. I told you I came to meet you as a friend, Sun Hu replied calmly. Joshua found it extremely confusing upon learning that John Doe wanted him to come as a friend. On the way into the room, the manager whispered that this was a rare opportunity. The longer it drags on, the wider the front line becomes, making it hard for both sides to turn back. If he stops the attack, the main family will compensate all losses. If Jonathan and its forces act together, over $1,000 billion in the capital will collapse. All of Europe will fall into an endless currency war. Master A, this risk cannot be allowed to happen. If so, isn't pulling him to our side even more important? The ones backing the Jonathan Group in America and Jillian in Europe, Joshua asked, sweating. The elders are meeting and negotiating with him in London right now. Now we can only do everything within our power, the manager said, then opened the door for Joshua. The moment he saw John Doe, that is our Sun Hu, Joshua almost froze because John Doe's appearance was so similar to Sun Hu, also known as Leonard Lee. Or do they just look alike? I'm not good at telling Asian faces apart. It can't possibly be real. This man has been superior to me from the start, yet I still had to confront him until the end. Now is the time to figure out what to do, Joshua thought, sweating, then tremblingly greeted Sun Hu, hastily introducing to Aaron that he knew him from Vancouver last year. That's right, so can we now discuss my reward for winning spectacularly? Sun Hu asked with a smirk. You are misunderstanding. I admit that point. You are indeed the richest man on the planet, owning the largest investment group, but we are the Korean family. If you want to confront us, it will be an endless war, Joshua replied tensely, lowering his head. But Sun Hu was not too concerned, knowing that financial warfare operates on a winner-takes-all, loser-loses-everything basis. Joshua then heard that the Telestar and Gold and Silver funds had joined the battle. There was a possibility that the Jillian Group was also involved, making Joshua furious, thinking London had betrayed him. Joshua, that's not called betrayal. You are partners seeking profit, not blood brothers. So still not willing to admit defeat. Sun Hu probed with sharp eyes, making Joshua clench his teeth tightly. Junjun tremblingly admitted defeat, also begging Sun Hu to stop this matter. No matter the reason, in short, I will serve under you. I swear on my honor. Joshua bowed his head deeply, his voice serious. Seeing that the clan leader still did not believe his words, Sun Hu acted. He unleashed a powerful strike of force, shattering the furniture in the house and sending window glass flying. Amidst the fierce storm of energy sweeping through the room, Joshua shouted, grabbing Sun Hu's sleeve, begging for mercy for the clan leader and his family. In the midst of that hail of bullets and bombs, Aaron suddenly spoke up, advising Joshua to serve Sun Hu well. He also hoped Sun Hu would guide his grandson properly. On the other end of the line, the manager stammered that the attack had stopped, stunning everyone. After Aaron left, the devastated room held only Sun Hu and Joshua. Joshua was uncertain how to address Sun Hu. Sun Hu smiled gently, reached out his hand, and asked to be called Odin. Joshua took Sun Hu's hand, bowed his head in a respectful salute amidst the dazzling light from the window. Sun Hu laid out a condition. I will give you the promised $1 billion, in whatever method you prefer. Clark wondered if his safety could be guaranteed if he accepted. His words reminded Sun Hu of the previous negative remarks from his subordinates. Adding to Michael's warning, one of the monster hunting groups was also active, so be wary of John Clark. His recent actions had been very suspicious. That very voice pulled him from his thoughts. Ethan, can you guarantee my safety? Sun Hu replied firmly, of course I can. Moreover, I will still give you $1 billion. He kept persuading, you seem too worried, John. I know this is a secret operation. There are still things we need to accomplish in the future. Nothing will change that. Sun Hu reflected on the investment, real estate, and the Whitewater Military Company, all exceeding $1 billion. He took out a cigarette, asking Sun Hu if he smoked. Sun Hu replied. He cupped his hand and lit the cigarette. Drawing a deep breath, Sun Hu stared intently at the man smoking. Suddenly, Clark's body began to tremble violently. He could not control his body, as if seized by continuous convulsions. At this moment, Sun Hu was focusing on using his power through his eyes. A powerful bolt of lightning struck down at his location. The sniper quickly aimed through the scope, muttering that this was bound to happen. That man is a monster. Another sniper, switting in alarm, said, he's looking at me, he's aiming at me. Sun Hu slowly raised one finger, then pressed it to his lips, signaling for them to be silent. The sniper immediately felt a chill down his spine, his body frozen, unable to move. Sun Hu turned his back and left, casting them a glance. He slowly walked away from that place. They could do nothing. The next morning, outside the headquarters fence, A man just stepped out from a landing helicopter. The leader said upon meeting him, "Wait, you did well in Afghanistan, now it's Iraq. You know the drill." Chenna thought about another battlefield, if not for the money for his child's medicine. The leader praised him and offered a better mission. The leader handed over a file. Chenna asked where this place was. He replied, "Let's call it a factory for hazardous materials. You will know more after signing the contract." The leader signaled with a coded eye gesture. The door before them immediately opened. Chenna commented as he walked that this place looked like a bunker. The leader nodded, said it was built during the Cold War, and asked if it looked like an opium warehouse. He stammered a no, then a loudspeaker rang out, "Cat food warehouse." Code 005. The leader laughed. He thought the same at first, thinking this secure place was full of opium. Observation by eye only is permitted. If you touch one of them, you will be recorded as never having returned from Afghanistan. The gate opened, revealing countless storage cylinders inside. First cylinder code 1001 containing hunter's gloves. Next was code E112 containing the peace invoice hammer. Following that, code CL51 containing the bone necklace of a high-rank calamity bringer. The leader let him tour, then said it was all just cat food. The official code was that supply depot. Chen asked in surprise where he got these things. He replied, "You will know when your security clearance is upgraded." The leader took off his sunglasses. His left eye bore a scar on the iris, but he advised that it was better not to know. In Dungeon D, the Central Army's 33rd Research Corps, many monsters had been defeated. System panel appeared. He had used the plague-hating beast child. The result was a winged creature that looked like a fairy. On the Saturday after entering the dungeon, they used the quest item. Sun Hu looked at Xiao Xian with a wary gaze. As for Guryun He, she was completely off guard, approached, and felt her heart soften because of how cute it was. He secretly calculated its appearance resembled a fairy from mythology, but because he already knew its nature, he kept his distance. Just as he was about to touch it, Xiao Xian suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Yun He. It was startled and flew away immediately, leaving her in disappointment. Sun Hu explained that it was because of the item she had equipped, which made her a little sad, because of the high-rank plague bringer's bone necklace. Suddenly he noticed something. Quickly reached his hand toward her head. With a fast reflex, he squeezed tightly the monster that was invisible. It revealed its form with bloodshot eyes, screaming in pain. He threw the monster down below. At the same time, he complained about how troublesome the invisibility ability of these creatures was. Xiao Qian watched everything from above. It clapped and smiled. Sun Hu felt annoyed, thinking to himself, that brat just testing them. As Xiao Qian flew away in a dramatic manner, he told Gu Yun He to follow it and stay alert. She immediately agreed. Because this quest was S-rank, it was connected to the Tomb of Doom. The 7 great demon kings shocked everyone when they learned there were monsters above S-rank. The day Kasu, one of the 7 great demon kings, stepped through the gate, the 8 great villains and saints joined forces for the first time. Both sides could only repel the great archdemon after exerting all their strength in battle. It was a creature that carried the word death in its name. The system panel appeared. This was the book under the protection of Doom Entergasto. And Sun Hu finished reading the book to learn about it. It was the item they had encountered by chance in the 33rd dungeon, containing the power of the 7 great demon kings. He thought to himself that Doom Entergasto was one of the strongest demons among the 7 great demon kings. The system continued. The quest of the 33rd Legion's troublemaker had been set, threatening the lives of all races. The Legion intended to use it to infect the entire world, slow down their research. Quest: eliminate 3 high-rank infection monsters, destroy 20 laboratories, eliminate 100 infected babas. This was an S-rank quest related to Doom Entergastro. True to its name, the difficulty of the quest was truly absurd. Outside, the monsters were gradually being summoned in large numbers. The system announced that the Mung mutant species had been summoned. This plague research would turn all lands into dead zones. Perhaps it even affect the system. The grotesque monsters rushed in attack. Sun Hu shouted, "What the hell is that? They look like humans. Stay focused. They are all bombs." Xiao Xian behind him was also terrified. That was the fate of the losing species. Sun Hu widened his eyes. His ability activated. He yelled to find the infected ones. The system panel appeared. Genius trait activated, raising it 1 rank above normal. Sun Hu moved in a zigzag path, using a dagger to eliminate each one. The notification panel continuously appeared. The sensitivity trait activated, perception rank increased from C to B. The lightning person trait activated, agility rank increased from C to B. All 7 traits besides the obstacle transcender were activated. "I will show you the power of hunting alone," Sun Hu muttered, his red eyes fast, but he was surprised. Before him was a large fist swinging at him. He reflexively dodged to the side. It was a giant monster with a single red eye full of rage. He thought to himself, those bastards. They created a whole damn dinosaur. It snarled, gnashing its teeth, foaming at the mouth as if some force was driving it. Sun Hu felt something was strange. He looked behind and saw that Ion Hair was using their ability to control the monster. He called out, "Gu Yun He." The monster raised its head and roared in pain. Sun Hu thought it was as strong as a low-level dungeon boss, but she had subdued it. The monster rats among the Baba group. Babas below looked up in fear. The monster, following her command, swept through the horde. It also destroyed the places that had created the monsters. The system announced 1 laboratory destroyed 3 times in a row. Finally, the system announced the 33rd Legion's Troublemaker quest was successful. The research speed of the 33rd Corps had slowed down. The reward was immediately granted. A trial box unexpectedly appeared from the air. As it fell, Sun Hu caught it in surprise. He did not expect to see this item before the trial location. Guian, he beside him, happily congratulated him. The system notified that he had obtained the Sun Cloak of Da. At that moment, a surge of great fire surrounded him, accompanied by an information panel appearing. Sun Cloak of Da increased all resistance stats by 20%. Da's blessing would activate randomly and could be turned into the Sun Sword, absorbing 15,000 points of physical and magical damage. S-rank item. He thought to himself that he finally had an S-rank item with incredible magical damage absorption. Sun Hu extended his hand and a sword gradually formed in his palm. The system announced that the Sun Cloak of Da had been transformed into the Sun Sword. Sun Hu looked at the sword of the Sun God radiating a powerful force. He thought again, an item that even the 8 great villains and 8 great saints had not seen, now blazing in his hand. Shortly after the 2002 World Cup ended, gunfire began to sound in Bada. The news broadcast reported that President Hussein's bunker could withstand a small nuclear bomb explosion. He was sitting on the sofa watching the news with Guian he watching beside him, and he thought that it was time to prepare. She was curious about the upcoming battle, and asked if he still dreamed those prophetic dreams. He replied that the reason he knew about the dungeon and the 7 great demon kings was because of those dreams. Sun Hu spoke up. No, the future is gradually changing. Our destiny was not strong from the beginning. In his heart, he thought that he was strong enough to hope for a different future. They returned to the apartment where his parents lived. Sun Hu's mother saw her son through the door camera. She opened the door in surprise and asked why he came without notice. Sun Hu stood there with many bags, replying that this was a surprise in the American style. She quickly moved the bags inside, still amazed at the large quantity. She grumbled that his parents would not be able to use them all. Sun Hu calmly asked where his father was. His mother sighed and replied, very tired, he went out drinking again. It seemed his father was dealing with many things. You probably won't see your father today. Night fell, and all the apartments turned off their lights. It was not until late at night that his father came back, drunk and staggering. His mother scolded him worriedly, but he had fallen to the ground, leaning against the wall, sleeping soundly. Sun Hu did not know what to do. His mother was about to say to wait until he woke up, but Sun Hu had already lifted his father up right in front of her. She was surprised again and exclaimed, "Isn't your father heavy? He has gained 10 pounds recently." After laying him on the bed, he mumbled vaguely, "I am sorry, my friend." Sun Hu was also a bit surprised. The next morning in the apartment, Sun Hu's mother spoke up, asking if they should make arrangements. The whole family gathered around the dining table. She handed breakfast to him with a death glare that made Sun Hu's father flustered. He asked what she meant. She said harshly, "Don't you remember last night? You mistook me for your friend and confessed many things," which made him stand up worriedly. Then he explained that it's not right. That friend suggested it to me, then turned to ask his son what he meant by arrangements. Sun Hu smiled and replied, "If it's too difficult, I can help you with some information. There is a company called Goldwiz that is a client of mine." His father opened his eyes wide in shock, while his mother asked in confusion what Goldwiz was. He explained that it was one of the 5 owners of the Xion Group, which made his father unable to believe his ears. He asked again if he had already met Goldwiz. His father said he should not have been able to meet them. Are they really real? Sun Hu firmly replied, "Dad, I will try to handle it. Goldwiz's manager owes me, and they truly want to accept this offer." His father was a bit contemplative. Sun Hu smiled and said to trust him this time. He said triumphantly, "I am your son after all." Sun Hu and Guian, he were standing by the sea looking at the view. She happily asked him if there was an occasion today. Sun Hu smiled and replied, "Just going to the sea." He explained that this was a request from his father's friend regarding the Samangium Improvement Project. Due to political objectives and obstruction from environmental groups, a national project had been closed and then reopened. He said that from a business perspective, there was no need for him to get involved. At that time, people were continuously protesting, demanding an end to pollution. Before that, Sun Ho had met Jamie privately, placed the set of documents on the table, and asked her what she thought. She pondered, and then suggested that adjusting the agricultural land use plan was still not attractive. He smiled and replied, "Continue to support the group. This country needs a large plot of land, and this is the only place that can be leveled without any issues." Jamie asked which plan he was talking about. Sun Hu explained that a world-class resort would be built, surrounded by defensive walls and bunkers capable of withstanding atomic bombs. He asked her if she understood his meaning. Jamie wondered, because of North Korea? Sun Hu added, the workers need a place to protect the group's assets in case of an emergency. This also meant no plan could eliminate the group. He smiled, stood up, and instructed Jamie to make the government understand and completely force their hand. Sun Ho said to himself, right place, right time. time. Back to the present, he silently calculated as Gu Yan. He enjoyed the sea view. This matter would elevate his father's image. There were still over 10 years until the day of Genesis. Everything was going smoothly. While pondering, a system panel suddenly appeared. The obstacle containment function had been activated. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. A message appeared when the dungeon was destroyed. Why at this time? The system report again, warning 1 minute before the task of creating 100 false awakenings chases you. Will you stop it? The points required are 250. Sun Hu was taken aback by the suddenness, thinking he would receive contribution points for destroying the dungeon. An F-rank dungeon was worth 1 point, an E-rank 3, and a C-rank 10 points. He currently had 386 points, enough to stop this mission. But he exclaimed, what the hell was this? Using points from missions to block a mission that wanted to kill him. Even if the system could do anything, this was too much. Guyan, he saw Sun Hu tense up, found it strange, and asked about it. He held his forehead in silence, calming himself down that even if 100 or 1,000 people were chasing him, he would still be fine. Afterwards, he asked the system about the content of the mission. The system replied, assassinate an existence threatening everyone that was growing rapidly. The mission targeted Zitna Sun Hu, with a 1-year time limit S-rank, and a location tracker. Sun Hu gritted his teeth, thinking about the damn location tracker and his real name. He frowned in reproach, asking if a mission could be issued twice within a year. Upon hearing this, Ion's face stiffened. Sun Hu continued thinking. This time he had no answer. He didn't know how many points were needed to stop the next mission. It was starting to cause trouble. If he didn't stop it, it would be very tiring. Sun Hu thought. An existence threatening everyone? Him, the one who had stopped the disaster research of the 33rd Corps and always acted for the survival of humanity. Suddenly, a notification board appeared with a warning. A mission had been established. 100 awakeners were targeting you. Ion Hei received this message and was utterly shocked. She intended to inform him, but Sun Hu simply replied, you already know. In his heart, he continued reasoning. On one hand, it made him stop the research to prevent the plague from breaking out. On the other hand, it turned him into an attack target right after completing the mission. He had once thought the reasons the 8 great villains and 8 great saints hated or revered the system were due to their personal natures. But what if the system itself was the source of the contradiction, and not just one, but 2 systems? Sun Hu began to formulate a theory. Suddenly, another information board appeared, also demanding the assassination of an existence threatening everyone, with the target name Zitna Sun Hu, a 1-year limit S-rank, and a location tracker. Gu Ian, he muttered worriedly. It couldn't be. Why did I receive a mission to kill you? He immediately told her not to abandon the mission right now. The assassination mission was not one-sided. If someone received a mission to kill him, then he would also receive a mission to kill them. Quickly, many mission boards appeared, each listing the people plotting to kill him. Among the 100 missions demanding his death, Guian, he was at the top. It was somewhat surprising that Michael and Joshua were not in 2nd or 3rd place. Sun Hu considered Suzuki Rurika and Suzuki Chiharu were E-rank missions. Surely they were the 7 saints and 8 saints who had decided the landing point. He took out his phone, inwardly saying that the last thing to do was ensure his family's safety. There was no other way, even if his identity was exposed to Jamie. At that moment, at the National Enterprise Union meeting, everyone was buzzing about the meeting topic, accompanied by gossip and laughter. One person spoke up, laughing and telling Jong-sik that this time the chairman should participate. Jamie suddenly received a call from Sun Hu, or Ethan as she knew him. She was startled to see the call come in during the meeting. She quietly excused herself to the director, saying to wait a moment. The old man replied with a yes. Then he turned back to continue discussing an issue needing everyone's support for the Samanjin project this time. People were suspicious of Jamie's unusual behavior. Chairman John News ran out after the phone call. What was going on? He hurriedly walked while answering the call, hastily replying with an apology for not being able to pick up earlier. Sun Hu on the other end said, Jamie, there is an important matter I need you to handle. She worriedly thought to herself that she had never heard him use the word important. He explained there was a bank employee named Na John Neal. Come up with an excuse to lure him and his wife out. Take them to the corporate hotel. Do it quietly and with maximum protection. Sun Hu continued while sitting in the car, telling her to focus on that and repeat what he had said. Jamie quickly replied that she would try to arrange the most security to protect John Neal and his wife without drawing their attention. He immediately said this matter was more urgent than any corporate issue. Prepare guns for self-defense. Hearing this, Jamie exclaimed in shock, guns? He instructed that if Director Jong-sik did not agree, then replace him. This made Jamie ponder. Before, when the South Korean government threatened lives, a security team from special forces had been formed and had guns. But did this employee need protection so badly that it broke the law? Sun Hu added, Jamie, since you are smart, you must have realized why the corporation is named John News. At this moment, the driver beside him was Guyan He. On the other end, continuously thought that this was too dangerous. She couldn't know too many of Ethan's secrets. Jamie quickly denied it, saying she didn't know what he was talking about. She thought that if Mr. John Neal was so cared for by the corporation chairman, then protecting him was only right. She asked what danger he was in. Sun Hu replied that countless dangers could happen, and for now, that was all he would say. She quickly understood and promised to protect John Neal and his wife with the highest level of security. He hesitated to add another sentence. Jamie stubbornly held the line, but in the end Sun Hu couldn't utter a word. He thought, no, she would find out soon enough. It was over. Then he opened the car door and stepped out. Sun Hu quickly adjusted his attire, then commanded, "Let's go, I will create a pit with no escape for everyone." He declared this to Guian He's astonishment. That evening at the high-rise tower, a voice was heard saying that Director Na had a son. The manager wondered if the targets to be protected were Director Na and his wife. Jamie replied in surprise with a question. He has a child? She seemed unaware of this information. Her pupils contracted as she read Sun Hu's paper, which currently stated he worked at the Jonathan Zhao Financial Investment Fund office, and she sighed ruefully. Damn it, I understand, I don't want to know. The manager saw her looking cornered and suggested sending a personal bodyguard to him. Jamie immediately fell silent thinking about this idea. Finally, she reluctantly refused due to sound reasoning. She said, no, let's focus on that couple. In Japan, Osaka was still brightly lit. Sun Hu and Guian He stepped up to a teleportation gate. Sun Hu thought an F-rank dungeon. That was the domain of graphics. With that thought, he curled his lips into a smile. Good, most people won't be able to return alive. On the street, residents were chatting among themselves. They suddenly froze for 2 seconds at the sight before them. A person brushed past them both, causing the group of youths to break out in cold sweat. That person was not alone but also brought underlings with weapons looking like a gang. The lackeys began to step onto the stairs. They stood before Sun Hu and Guian He. He and she were already mentally prepared. A woman spoke up asking, who are you all talking about? He showed great determination, waiting for us. Sun Hu thought. In front of him were the twin sisters. That is, Seventh Saint and Scholar Saint. He could tell them apart with just a glance. She said with delight, I really appreciate that. The two Suzuki sisters quickly adapted after waking up. The system had compensated appropriately with a suitable difficulty level. A bracelet made from a golden serpent statue appeared, along with an information panel. This was the reward for the mission of taking over the Sankai Gumi gang. 2-meter kick radius, 1-tier agility boost, physical damage absorption 6,500, magical 4,000, class A. Next was a leaf-shaped earring, cast from pure gold. The information panel appeared. Goddess of Mercy statue, enhances self-recovery, reduces skill cooldown time by 30%, takes physical damage 7,000 and magical 3,000, class A. Sun Hu shook the anklet, thinking to himself that he thought he had good superpowers even though he was not used to dungeons, and now he had already received a mission to take over a Yakuza organization. Meanwhile, they had underestimated an S-class assassination mission. He fell silent. In front of him were the corpses of those who had caused trouble earlier. The Suzuki sisters were also there. That was how he obtained those treasures. Ririka, her head covered in blood, still managed to threaten him. I will not forgive you if you touch Chiharu. She was the chairwoman of Sankai Gumi, full name Suzuki Ririka. Suddenly she was hit on the back of the neck and cried out in shock. Sun Hu and Guian He carried their unconscious bodies, then threw them straight through the gate in front of them. He looked at one still conscious man who was wiping his bloody nose. The man begged, let me go and I will pretend nothing happened. If not, you will regret it. He was the chairman of the Glory Corporation, real name Wang Chen, the one who wanted to eliminate him. Like the others, he was struck on the back of the neck by him, then thrown into that gate. He looked at a flustered young man who defended himself. How can you kill so easily? I was just curious. The young man was a pickpocket and also wanted to get rid of him. Sun Hu said nothing, throwing the young man inside. He looked at the system panel, telling himself, 35 people from Netherspire and 25 from Evolution. So that was 60 missions handled. The remaining missions, they probably no longer had interest in assassination. Because of the large power disparity of the Suzuki sisters, suitable items had been distributed. If things went smoothly, everyone would return alive. The group woke up in another dungeon, not understanding what happened. Sun Hu told Guian He to pay attention to the situation and not be careless. Sun Hu left, calling Jamie to ask about the situation. Jamie, how is it? She reported from the other end. Ethan, are you okay? There were a few suspicious people but I blocked them. Director Na is still working in the hotel room. His wife is getting a massage. There are still some surprise attacks. Do you have any place to check the news? Hearing this, Sun Hu was surprised. He immediately turned on his computer. Before his eyes were a series of news reports causing heated debate. The National Tax Service suddenly launched an investigation yesterday, indicting the female director of the John Neal Corporation, Ms. Jiang, for investigation. Power of the Almighty, will this thing blow up Junyo's gate? Sun Hu finished reading the newspaper again. Jamie said this is not just a routine check. They plan to audit the John New Bank, probably targeting the CEO. But I and Director Park spoke in defense. Doing that is done because the government wants it, but the target does not seem to be Director Na's wife. She thought painfully, not wanting to get involved in this matter, but after a moment of hesitation, she spoke up. The son who of this country has gone missing. No one here can touch your parents. He calculated secretly. They attacked even knowing he was in Japan. They tested the virtual system, targeting his father because he was Sun Hu's father. With that reason, he had enough authority to relocate the South Korean state. He asked how many people shared the same name. She replied, 9, 5 are missing, 3 have joined our side. Hearing this, he presented a different argument. Jamie did well, but Johnny intervened, so he himself was the target. Sun Hu assigned the task. Pick out the suspicious ones. I am returning to Seoul now. Jamie worried. If you return at this time, he asked back calmly, can I not return? She had to set aside her worries and agreed. Sun Hu said, good. Let us see the skills of our security corporation. Sun Hu called Michael, thinking that Washington did not have this mission. He typed on his computer as he spoke, confirm the email I sent. There are 40 people on the list. Keep a close watch. At the same time in France, inside the Chianong Palace Hotel, many people voiced dissent. Is the Benderbeck Club ordering us to be insulted? America has been attacked, will we not retaliate? He lost his composure, clenching his fists. Everyone had their own opinion, the arguing never stopped. Behind the agitated crowd, Jillian kept a stern face. The problem started a year ago, an attack targeting the eye. When close to victory, they received a baffling order to cease operations, unable to defeat the Karajan family. But what is the meaning of sending an invitation letter to the Bilderberg Club, even though the new head of the Karajan family seemed unusually kind? The more Jillian thought, the more his head ached. A world above other worlds, the shadow world, he could not forget. Suddenly, a woman spoke up to start a conversation. You already knew since last year's meeting, right? Jillian looked up and saw a woman in an elegant red dress. She smiled and continued, America will break its promise. She was the head of Goldstein, real name Cassandra. He opened one eye, looking at her with a cold glare. Talking about this again. Our corporation focused on the wealth market after the bubble event. That was before I joined the club. Cassandra was burning with anger, saying to herself, dedicating oil profit interest to myself and the Jonathan Corporation. He must be deeply hurt, understandable to target the oil market. But, suddenly Jillian wondered, are the Jonathan hunters no longer invited? Cassandra heard this and answered with difficulty, they are quite a headache. I mean, John is there. Jillian was surprised upon hearing this. He asked loudly, do you already know who John Doe is? She waved her hand. He is a Korean. You did not know yet? That is a coda name, but finding out his real name is only a matter of time. Jillian felt an itch for an answer, saying to himself, a Korean? I thought he was a Chinese mechanic. Cassandra continued, if the atmosphere weren't like this, the matter would occur at tomorrow's agenda. He immediately asked, what is on the agenda? You should have invited me. She pursed her lips. Please understand, Jillian. Knowing he was politely refused, he replied with a displeased grunt. In his heart he thought, her meaning was they are still cooperating, Goldstein, Karajan, Rothschild. Cassandra asked again, how much longer until the Asian capital uses its power? When the time comes, the flow will return to us. Cassandra left leisurely, leaving behind one sentence. You should think it over carefully, Jillian. He knew there was a council meeting tomorrow, right? This matter put Jillian in a somewhat difficult position. She picked up her frozen phone. Cassandra answered the call and heard the voice on the other end say, sorry, we have been blocked. Cassandra was surprised. What? The intelligence officer replied that they were assigned to monitor the John Neal Group headquarters, but Miss Jamie had shown herself. Going further would become a diplomatic issue, and he hoped she would consider it. She thought to herself, could this really escalate to that level? A developed Asian country being shaken by an observation force? The system displayed, you have used location tracking. Cassandra was the one using the tracker. She muttered to herself, I should be more serious about this. Then she chuckled softly, calculating in her mind. He had been in Osaka for a few days, and now he was in Korea. It seemed he already knew about the matter concerning her father. But what could he do? He was already chained. Cassandra continued, the target is heading to Seoul, have him followed. His location is... The intelligence officer listened intently to the address, then broke out in a sweat. What? That is where we are! A hand reached out from behind him. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a strike and a panicked scream came through the line. Cassandra frowned. It is a trap. Sun Hu's voice rang out. Cassandra thought bitterly. These fools had someone tailing them. He was holding the phone, talking to her. How do you feel about this, Cassandra? No. Should I speak more cordially? He said calmly, standing by the lifeless body of the intelligence officer. Wonder if I should speak more cordially? His words echoed in Cassandra's mind. Right at the airport where the plane was landing, a group of people walked in. The man walking in front of the two bodyguards was Carlton Spencer Goldstein of the Goldstein family. Before him was a sea of flashing camera lenses. The two guards blocked the reporters who wanted an interview. They shouted noisily, Mr. Carlton, can this be called an official visit to the European Council. Have you come because of the FTA between Europe and our country? Someone was pointing towards the exit, calling out loudly. This way, sir, it is Director Hong. Colton was surprised. He quickly followed along, turning to ask in confusion, Director Hong, what is this? This is not like the previous agreement. That man replied apologetically. The government could not hold back the press. Please forgive us. He reached the car, had the driver open the door, and asked, does BIP know about this? That man said, BIP is in a meeting about sending troops to Iraq. The schedule has changed. I hope you understand. This only added to Colton's pressure and jealousy. Were they ignoring the president of the European Council? How ridiculous. Who was Sun Hu? Before landing, he had received news from Cassandra about someone who knew his real name. The kin girl was shocked. What? Only 4 people in the family know your real name. Cassandra replied, that alone is enough reason to eliminate him. But there are many related issues. I cannot talk about them now. You will understand later. Colton frowned. Why are you telling me this? Our family has windows. She replied, Samuel has failed. He has received the protection of the John Neal Group. This made him even more suspicious. Is the John Neal Group like the Harlem conglomerates of Korea? No, it is more than that. He became agitated, raising his voice. If even Samuel failed, what can you do? Cassandra put a finger to her lips. Keep your voice down, Colton. You are still the same as back then. In the past, a child was pushed off a cliff by his own sister. Those words still echoed in Colton's heart. Negative memories flooded back. Hold the path so it can run. I will push it. Colton held his face, trembling, his voice weak. Cassandra, you are not a murderer. He suddenly broke into a gentle smile. Right, I am just the brother of a murderer. And you have a pitiful fate, Cassandra said, embracing her younger brother. The car began to move. Colton spoke, is it not necessary for Korea to become an economic powerhouse? The director replied, precisely, but the VIP is also being threatened. Colton said, our group will provide full support to the government. The director replied, thank you, but the situation is difficult. Johnny is like an economic symbol of Korea. He thought to himself, so he is dealing with issues using foreign capital. I was not talking about the state of the country. Colton replied, okay, I will say it again. He turned his bland words into a serious declaration. The Goldstein family will cooperate fully. Do you understand? His firm stance put the director in a difficult position. Did that man want to develop the dark side of the global economy? Why go to such lengths? Then he replied, I am grateful, but suddenly the car stopped rolling, signaling their arrival. The driver and the director opened the door and stepped out. Colton was confused. Director Hong? That man said, sorry, Mr. Chairman, please wait a moment. And the driver walked into the headquarters. In the distance, a figure appeared. That person stood right in front of the car, stunning Colton. It was Sun Hu, dressed like a chairman, wearing sunglasses, and sitting into the seat. Colton was panicked. Who are you? What is this? Sun Hu swept his sharp gaze over him. Let's talk for a bit. Then he opened a briefcase. Inside were relevant documents. Colton's face was bruised, nose bleeding, body trembling with fear. Sun Hu took out 2 observation documents and concluded, so you haven't accomplished anything. Let's talk about the separation of banking and commerce. The principle of separating financial capital and industrial capital. When financial capital represented by banks and industrial capital focused on production are unified, there is a risk of abnormality and monopoly. If dual-purpose capital is classified as industrial capital, it becomes illegal. To investigate the identity of the initial capital pushed into the John Neal Group at the time of IFM needs to be disclosed. Their strategy was to start from there and restructure the entire conglomerate in accordance with the agreement with Sun Hu, adding $10 million to the $15 billion already due, totaling $25 billion to be brought into the country to prepare for the acquisition, which was a completely legitimate opportunity to make money. When he returned, he asked him to make a phone call, startling his son. Inside the Goldstein family estate, Cassandra was sitting on her bed reviewing documents late at night when she received a call from her younger brother. She picked up the phone and heard Sun Hu's voice instead of the usual Colton. He told her her brother was still fine for now, but he wasn't sure about a few hours later. Then Cassandra heard her brother's agonized screams, causing her face to turn pale. Cassandra jumped off the bed, shouting loudly that was the president of the European Council, a high-ranking guest of his country. How dare he touch him? Sun Hu replied she was the liar, Melissa. The reason she was still alive was to witness this. He said mysteriously, Colton over here was bleeding more from the nose, and his hand had also been broken. Furious, Cassandra threw her phone, shattering it in 2. She bit her lip, trembling with a mix of anger and fear. The system notified that you have used the healing seal. Sun Hu healed his hand, even the inside, which felt very strange to Quan Tung. What kind of magic was that? He replied, I want to propose something to you. Sun Hu continued, I will give you the Goldstein family. If it collapses, then stop at a level that can be fixed. Goldstein was extremely surprised. He said doubtfully, I know you have strange abilities, but don't think my family is in crisis. You don't know how long we have operated in this world, do you? He called another person a patsy. Recall all the money you have lent to the Goldstein family. He suggested Joshua and his relationship with Goldstein. The next morning, Cassandra and her guards rushed outside, thinking the president of the European Council was assaulted during an official visit. Even in North Korea, such such a thing wouldn't happen. This could cause a war, Sun-Hoo. I don't know what relationship you have with John Neal, but fine. Through this opportunity I will show you who truly holds world power. She smiled sinisterly. If everything goes smoothly, we can recover the losses from the Iraq and Korean wars. She knocked on the door of the room, thinking the agenda for today's Bilderberg meeting will be the Korean War. Behind the wall was Aaron. He wondered, noisy so early in the morning. Want a cup of coffee? Cassandra thought, the Korean family has controlled the Rothschilds. They have great influence in the Bilderberg Club. They could be the perfect ally. She immediately spoke up. I will be brief. What I am about to say is an official report from the Goldstein family. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and a loud call. Miss Cassandra. She opened the door irritably. Do you know I am discussing important matters? Inside, she thought Colton's death was a bit regrettable but beneficial in the long run. The guard whispered, the loan extension is being cut off for all family corporations. We only received a one-sided notice. The information shocked her into a daze. Then he added, it started with the Korean group and spread very quickly. Hearing that, Cassandra looked at Aaron, who was leisurely enjoying his coffee. She immediately screamed, Aaron, what is the meaning of this? While he calmly listened to her rage, then said, it was you, wasn't it? Aaron replied with a sharp gaze, it seems I cannot enjoy my morning coffee after all. Cassandra clenched her teeth, fear and anger mingling, silently cursing that old man right now. Cassandra hurriedly paced the hallway, thinking if it came to a direct fight, it would be mutual destruction. Would only benefit the Rothschilds. That old man Aaron definitely knows that. She nervously ground her teeth, asserting that he must have made some deal with the Rothschilds, those damn old men. Cassandra banged on the door, clearly unable to wait any longer. Why no of all times? She did not wait for confirmation from inside, stepped in and shouted, Jillian, I'll be direct, take my side. Frown, what is the reason? Cassandra arrogantly stated her position. Although you were invited into the club, you are treated like an outsider. To become a true member, you need the help of a family like mine. She was ambitious. No, if we cooperate, we can counter the Rothschild and Korean alliance and reform the entire club. Jillian seemed uninterested, only staring intently at his phone. He showed the screen to Cassandra, refusing, sorry, this is a bit difficult. The phone displayed Goldstein's stock price, shaking the stocks of all corporations under Goldstein's control. Cassandra turned pale with horror, stammering, you. Are you also one of Rothschild's men? Damn it, you think I will die alone? She rushed out frantically, screaming, come here, Rachis, kill me. In another place, a man was rushing. He said nervously, I sincerely thank you for this unscheduled meeting, Mr. Jonathan. He sat arrogantly with his chin resting on his hand. I know the reason you came. How much do you want to borrow? He begged, if you lend me 10 billion right now, we will accept any terms. Jonathan said, I heard the Silverman and Morgan groups have also refused. This is probably the right reason. He took out a stack of papers, negotiating, how about this? If you accept the conditions, I will lend you this portion of yours. Jonathan continued, everything is already on the verge of collapse. Don't you need to keep something for your descendants? He flipped through the pages, realizing in horror, my God, all of Goldstein's core businesses are only this much left. He ignored his partner's expression as if he were about to commit suicide. He continued, there is no better offer. He understood in fear that this was not something he could decide. The phone was handed to Cassandra. Her expression was no better. Cassandra gritted her teeth. Understood. Let me talk to Jonathan. She said, hello, I want to meet you. I will hand over the stocks you want. When will you lend me 10 billion? Jonathan sneered, sorry. It seems you misheard the amount. He gently lowered the price, not $10 billion, but $1 billion. Hearing that, Cassandra screamed in rage. Are all of you in cahoots? You damn bastards. The news reported that the financial ranking of the Goldstein family had been downgraded from AIA to A by Germany's ERI agency, and from AIA to BBB by the UK's CTR agency. Colton stood beside Sun-Hoo. Needless to say, he was shocked. Colton asked again, was the previous offer still valid? He replied the skin would be flayed for fun, leaving only the bones, the rest belonged to him. Colton broke out in a cold sweat. What must I do to prove my loyalty? The transfer agreement would take effect when Colton became the head of the family. The core business of Goldstein would be transferred to the French branch of the John Neal Group. Colton appeared very calm compared to Jamie's frightened demeanor. He proposed, I have a request for Cassandra's final moment. Let me end it myself. Sun-Hoo asked, do you want to send her off gently? Colton bowed his head and begged, yes, boss. Jamie beside him had a pale face, boss. Sun-Hoo reviewed the contract. I guarantee it for you, but you will prefer my way. It is done. Go home and wait for my call. Colton bowed deeply with utmost respect. See you later, sir. He called out Jamie. She was startled, still trembling incessantly. Sun-Hoo told her to calm down. Jamie stammered, who are you? How can you do things like that? She trembled nonstop. I am afraid of you. Sun-Hoo asked, do you want to stop here? Sun-Hoo said, establish a European branch directly under the John Neal Group. The Jamie Group sounds good too. He continued while she was still stunned. I hope what you have done for the past 6 years is worthy of the preparation. Sun-Hoo's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness, ready to become an entity that shakes the global economy, standing in the shadows to join the shadow bank. The scene shifted to the Goldstein mansion. Cassandra looked utterly terrible. She walked like a lost soul, constantly asking herself why her family was attacked. This situation was too brutal. Cassandra. She had gone mad, laughing in a horrifying manner. Cassandra called out to Isaac. He turned around. He was the head of the Rothschild family, Isaac Rothschild. She laughed like a madwoman. Dear Isaac, I have lost. Since when do you acquire the Korean family and the Jillian group? And immediately, Cassandra threatened, I will surrender, so stop everything. The European economy cannot collapse because of a family war, right? Isaac was surprised. Cassandra showed a resigned attitude. Tell me whatever you want. I will give it all. He reminded her, it was you who misunderstood and attacked us first. Cassandra was speechless. Then she laughed maniacally again, trembling. Right, keep talking. Isaac sighed and shook his head. This is the best for both sides. It is just that the Goldstein era has collapsed. He announced, we have no intention of stopping the attacks. Even if I did, the Korean family and the Jillian group would not stop. Cassandra trembled again. You mean you are not the one controlling everything? Isaac admitted. That is right. Remember when the Jillian group attacked the Korean family? He asked. When they stopped the attack despite victory being within reach, they formed a joint agreement. She was horrified. The one who attacked Korean first was the Jonathan group. Isaac said calmly, yeah, meaning Jillian and Jonathan have united, and currently Korean as well. In the end, the Korean Sunwoo is the mastermind behind everything. Isaac rubbed his bald head. If Jonathan was just a pawn of that Korean, then Buzz Sunwoo? Seeing her completely devastated expression, he was surprised. Oh, Cassandra, did you not know? The true owner of the Jonathan group. Isaac rubbed his chin. This information was very hard to obtain. We had to send the intelligence office here. Anyway, for some reason, his target was Goldstein. He continued, in the end, this war will end with a sudden blow to the face. Women are truly terrifying, especially when they go mad. Cassandra punched Isaac's plump figure, sending him flying high and far. Then she tore off her outer coat, grabbed him by the collar, and growled, listen, I could kill you right now without breaking a sweat. Cassandra ripped her dress. Everyone has their moments of madness, and I am in that stage now. She planned. You intended to rape me, take advantage of the broken heart of a crumbling female family head. Cassandra got closer and saw Isaac was unconscious. You will live if you do as I say. She repeatedly slapped his face. Hey, are you listening? In the middle of that insane scene, Joshua appeared, asking what she was doing. She was astonished to the point of panic, but immediately squeezed out a few tears, trembling as she let out a wronged sound. Then Cassandra curled up, pointed at Isaac, and cried out he was about to, but the act was immediately cut short when she realized who the other person was. Joshua sighed, the worst meeting in history living up to its name. Cassandra understood. You heard everything? She lunged towards the two of them with unbelievable speed. Joshua easily dodged that powerful punch. Michael took that opportunity to land a fist straight into Cassandra's stomach. She was sent flying into the air, stunned. How is it possible? Joshua was not surprised at all, saying calmly as he walked over, Cassandra, this is not the time for you to reveal your power. He moved towards the poor Isaac, who was unconscious, covered in blood from the beating. Joshua chuckled, you nearly destroyed everything. How pointless, let me speak plain. He said, be grateful the boss is not here. She coughed heavily. The boss. Enderbeck Club President Derek Sumaker believed that after the North American members' decision on the Iraq War, together with the Korean family's surprise attack, the harmony within the club was cracking. He expressed concern, unsure if the next year's meeting would even take place normally. Fear this year's meeting will have to be postponed. Joshua crossed his legs, annoyed. Is this really something to discuss? The club exists to create agreements between members, not to coerce them. Derek calmly replied, sorry if I gave you that impression, I only wanted to mediate the issue. He asked, the French financial system was disabled in just 2 days. Can you still not withdraw money? Jillian frowned. The financial threat this incident poses to the Eurozone is beyond calculation. Unfortunately, there is only one way to stop it. He said, you must compensate us for the losses, including the expected interest. Derek turned cold, obviously. He realized these people were profiteering while the club tried to resolve the scandal between Rothschild and Goldstein. Derek spoke up, if you two insist on this, it seems this year's meeting will be cancelled. He said in a courteous tone, you may leave. Jillian immediately asked, why would you do that? He frowned in confusion. The Korean family is attacking Goldstein. That is a suicidal act that could collapse the entire family. Joshua replied, sometimes you cannot calculate profit and loss. Jillian recalled an absolute order that cannot be avoided, even if the family collapses. He guessed, I am certain that we both followed the same order, and Jonathan as well. Jillian shouted excitedly, is it the Korean John Doe or someone behind him? Tell me, how long must I be a pawn? He panted. Joshua calmed him down. Calm down, Jillian. He patted his comrade's shoulder. Do you think I know everything that person does? I am just like you. Joshua smiled faintly. A new order has already been established, Jillian. Let go of your doubts and accept it. I am trying to do the same. At Sun Hu's side, he received news that this year's Benderbeck meeting was cancelled. How is Cassandra? She is moving to a residence with increased security. I will have Michael monitor her. Sun Hu walked gently on the airfield. No need, I will go there myself. In France, the Goldstein mansion, the security team is on alert. 391 nothing, copy that. Mocked, this mansion is truly beautiful. Living here for a day would make life complete. I heard some idiots want to cause trouble for Goldstein. One man sneered, probably paranoid. Truly, the richer the more miserable. The capitalists must be exhausted. The soldier suddenly felt something hit his shoulder. He immediately turned to look around carefully. Sun Hu had already carried Cassandra away, passing by the security team using his stealth feature. They were bewildered. What was that, I think something just touched me. In a desolate, deep forest, Cassandra lay sprawled on the ground. She woke up with a start in panic, her eyes wide open. Sun Hu sat on a nearby rock. Cassandra's face was pale. She challenged him. What are you waiting for? Don't you have the courage to kill a woman? Cassandra said nervously, say something. In the distance, a figure carrying things approached. It was Colton. He laboriously dragged a huge bag, dropped the pile of things in front of her with a thud. Drenched in sweat, he said, "This is the best I can do for you, sister." A circle immediately appeared right beneath Cassandra's feet. Sun Hu said, "This is a low-tier dungeon. I am giving you a chance to keep your life." She was astonished. What is going on? He advised, take the bag. Cassandra was breathing heavily. Contrary to Colton, she easily carried the large bag with just one hand. Sun Hu guessed her strength was about E rank, but it didn't matter. Cassandra laughed wildly, ha ha ha, wait for me, Sun Hu, even if this light leads to hell. She screamed before disappearing, I am sure I will survive and come back. Colton turned pale. If Cassandra survives and returns, will she come after you? He replied, of course, then thought to himself, but that will not happen. Sun Hu fiercely turned away. Because dungeon has a very low level. The system reported the number of gang members coming to find the Suzuki sisters is increasing. At this rate, the dungeon will be exposed. Sun Hu thought it was time to deal with this mission similar to Ensign. Scene transitions to a media restaurant on a crowded street. The man reported as of today, the Goldstein Group has implemented swift countermeasures. He said cheerfully, European stock prices have stabilized. German banks have started lifting restrictions. Nothing to worry about. Sankai Gumi leader, Takuchi Ryusai asked, I heard the group president has gone missing. The other replied, that is a private matter, leader. He said, asking if I had thought about what he mentioned, then took a sip of wine. I am waiting for Senator Takeda. The other man was slightly surprised. This was not something he could handle alone. The US government is preparing to sanction the funds of violent gangs. Italian Camorra and Mexican Los Jetas cannot withdraw capital. The cash flow is being tightened. Takuchi asked what the best solution was. He proposed investing in the Jonathan or Jillian conglomerates, but both were difficult as they were not publicly listed. He showed impatience. This man nervously added that an IT company called Google was about to go public, and Wall Street and the city had taken notice of them. Takuchi understood the organization's funding over 3,000 billion yen needed to launder money from the shadows. He ordered for continued surveillance. A moment later, only Takuchi remained in the room drinking. He thought leisurely. The hidden figures were hard to connect. This was a perfect opportunity, but things going too smoothly worried him. Suddenly, Takuchi convulsed, his body stiffening as if struck by a bolt of electricity. He trembled, unable to move, this strange feeling similar to those women from before. Takuchi used all his strength to turn around. Are you here to see the chairman? If so, you are in the wrong place. Sun Hu denied it. No, I am here to see you, the CFO of Sankai Gumi, Takuchi Ryusai. He speculated, are those two already dead? He slowly approached. If you listen to me, I will let you keep the organization. Sun Hu placed his hand on Takuchi's shoulder. I promise nothing will change. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, is he a monster? Obviously cannot refuse, I accept. Sun Hu sneered and cursed him to his face. Idiot, this is not a deal. The hand on Takuchi's shoulder immediately released a powerful surge of electricity. A piercing scream echoed throughout the upscale restaurant. Everyone trudged through the gate exhausted. Sun Hu was already waiting among the 30 people. Only 7 survived. I did not see the Suzuki sisters. Everyone was utterly drained. Aoki Yuria was considered the leader. She fought successfully while planning coexistence with the others. He looked at them with an amused gaze. These were the people he wanted from the dungeon. The scene shifted to a skyscraper. Aoki was stunned from the very beginning. Sun Hu sat across from her. Recruiting, I am preparing for that day. Come work for me, Yuria. She hesitated. Do I have a choice? Sun Hu presented a contract. Look at the terms and decide for yourself. Aoki carefully examined the Mingxing group. A beautiful morning in a certain neighborhood. Camille was sitting in the room waiting for results. Doctor pushed up his glasses. Mr. Camille, do you still remember Sun Hu's location? He held his face in pain. Stop it, Camille said. I am sick of hearing about that delusion disorder. The doctor looked at his patient with sympathy. He yelled, is delusion the only thing you have said after years of treatment? Then he took out a tracking device. It showed Sun Hu's location, a threat to everyone. Camille challenged him. How do you plan to explain this? He was agitated, breathing heavily. The doctor calmly asked if he ever heard of dissociative identity disorder. He offered a hypothesis. It is commonly known as multiple personality disorder. Current Camille might not remember who bought this item, even though he himself bought it somewhere. He calmed down, forcing himself to accept. Right, only I see the blue window and the black cars following me. It is just a delusion. Camille held his head in agony, tremblingly begged, "What should I do? Save me. If this continues, I will go insane." Doctor said there is a government-supported treatment course. I will show you. Camille staggered down the street. He was terrified, sweat pouring, damn it, finally ending up in a mental hospital, taking pills all day. In his dazed thoughts, maybe there was no other choice. Camille did not notice someone approaching. The person called out, "Mr. Camille Novak." He was startled. Turning around, he saw a strange woman wearing sunglasses covering half her face approaching. He asked, "Yes, I am Camille Novak. What is this about?" The other party handed over a business card. "I am Aoki Iria." It reads CEO of Mingxin Group. She took off her sunglasses, her gaze firm. "I came from Japan to meet you." On Camille's phone, a notification appeared. The tracking device had finally been retrieved. Sunhoo was extremely surprised, his dark eyes wide open. He exclaimed, "Barely over 30 and so well preserved. Look, Jonathan lies there." He sat up and picked up a letter. "It is evening already, well done." Jonathan wiped his face, speaking enviously, "Maybe it is because you are Asian that you never age." Sunhoo joked, "It is because you age too fast." He said, "You should step into the light soon. Working alone is hard to succeed." Sunhoo sighed and asked about the situation. He thought to himself, he is right. Ever since taking over the smaller banks last year and trying to make Google the main sponsor, things were certainly going to be very difficult. Jonathan looked toward the pile of phones ringing incessantly. A complete battlefield. Investing in Google was genius. Who would have guessed APE collapsed and Google dominated the internet market? But he remained silent before speaking, except for the old man. Sunhoo tore the weekly magazine, admiring that he was also quite surprised by this IPO. An IPO is an initial public offering where managers usually survey investors to set the price and quantity. Google used an auction instead of the traditional method, targeting ordinary investors, sparking a confrontation between Silicon Valley and Wall Street. Jonathan told Jun that as the lead underwriter, they did not increase commission fees or grant privileges to clients, going against Wall Street principles. Sunhoo understood immediately. The Iraq war was ending, the Moon House would not stay idle, just like how John knew was controlled after the IMF. He also knew he would not suffer a loss. "I entered the bank, sent a warning message. If they make a move, we will bring down the Wall Street media." Sunhoo smiled, his gaze like the old sun high. He survived even when going to the testing site. He patted his teammate's shoulder. "The reason we never fail." But the history of the Google IPO had once failed. The founder said shocking things, a salary of $1, but only achieved a little over half the capital target. The stock price dropped from $100 to $80. That was the consequence of opposing traditional Wall Street rules. Now what? An auction lasting 10 rounds over 10 days. Jonathan used the media to make Google seem favorable and attractive. "I also used accounts from shell companies to push the stock price to its peak. The battle could not be lost," commanded by Jonathan with me as his assistant. Starting at $250. To close out Google, the old fake hand clicked the mouse continuously. Eric sighed in frustration. He realized that over $500 of Wall Street was a complete loss. In the blazing dungeon, the head of the bull demon rolled around. Countless monster corpses piled up around Sunhoo. He staggered to his feet. A human arm was buried under the monster corpses. Sunhoo pulled up a woman. She was alive, finally done. Just the two of them cleared a B-rank dungeon. Ian exhaled. "We survived, we're really resilient." He picked up the stone. "You have used the mission skill extraction right. The disturber of the Bakran Legion, the commanders hold the power of Dumakuda. Dumakuda awaits the power to be sown into the commander's soul to complete the incubation process. If that day comes, the Bakran Legion will become much stronger. The Legion must not be allowed to become stronger. The extraction right is held back at 1/5 of the Bakran command." Aon poked the huge monster. "4 more, the mission is tough." Sunhoo thought the contribution mission related to Doom Akuda was difficult, but had better results than normal missions. He smiled with a bloodied face. It was unbelievable that the two of them cleared a B-rank dungeon, finally completing it after 5 years. The status screen appeared. Sunhoo, Vitality 11, Strength Agility B95, Perception B39, Total Score 255 390, Contribution 406, Features 8, Adversity Surpasser B25, Terrifyingly Strong A1, Explorer C91, Blending into the News Stream A0, Skills 4, Odin's Wrath 5, Mirror of Devib 2, Gaio's Will B38, Enlightenment B5. Sunhoo trudged out of the dungeon. A large crowd was waiting. Minthean team leader Marco hurriedly shook his hand. "Congratulations." Inside the defensive dome, first Team Minthean was stationed, Team Michael was outside. They were sorting the spoils. Guyon, he waved her hand, saying it was tough, she was very popular. The system announced the dungeon had been destroyed. You receive 50 contribution points. Sunhoo remembered first meeting Guyon when she was 24, now over 30. Her appearance hadn't changed because she was an awakened. Jonathan's jealousy was understandable. He said from now on there are no more raids, she could enjoy life, go on a date. She wondered if he cared so much about her love life. Sunhoo smiled, saying he was just worried about her. Aeon pouted mockingly, saying he talked like his mother. Her family relationships had improved over the past 10 years. Guyan, he patted his shoulder. Hearing you say that gives me energy. Take care of yourself first. He rubbed his chin, thinking. It had been a long time since he last visited home, hoping his parents were still well, not noticing her awkward expression. At a large, modern high-rise building, a group of people hurried down the hallway. The Central Investigation Department head, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of Korea Northikion, only the sound of urgent footsteps. Yukian asked if Kim Jae had been brought to this meeting. The person asked was sweating. The message wasn't sent properly. It was hard to understand why the department head was looking for someone appointed just last year. A young woman approached, handed it to department head. She introduced herself as Kim Ji from Public Safety Division 3. Yukian sat on the chair, crossed his legs and reminded her if he had to call her personally, she should have finished sooner. Her face turned pale with worry. Chief Prosecutor Park Yukian, the power at the center of the prosecution. Was he implying she took bribes or something? He crumpled the paper in his hand, then left to get coffee. A moment later, they met by the coffee machine. Yukian asked about the work in room 3, and Kim Ji replied that she was trying to adapt and learn from her seniors. He announced that once she was familiar with the job, he would transfer her to room 1, and told her to do her best. Zai was astonished, thinking it was a direct invitation and wondering what had happened among those in power. She quickly said, Chief, I am Kim Ji, 36 years old from Incheon. You might be mistaken. Yukian asked if her uncle was the chairman of Zanu Bank, and Zai was startled. He confirmed that was correct. He smiled and told her to work hard to be worthy of the president title. Kim Ji was surprised, wondering if her uncle was really that powerful. A moment later, her retired father answered the phone and asked if the chief really said that. He requested that she not speak in a way that could be easily misunderstood. He said he had only briefly mentioned you to his superior at work, leaving GE helpless. The problem was his superior at work really the father of the department head, the wealthy god of North Central Axis? She felt a little discouraged but still thanked him. Thanks to you, I was well taken care of. Sun Hu's father said he was glad you had grown up. Have you been well lately? Kim Ji replied that she had been well, and asked how Sun Hu was doing. He must have grown a lot by now. The man laughed heartily, saying he had stopped growing in high school because he had grown too quickly. Sun Hu's father became delighted once the conversation turned to his son. You know, cousins are as close as real siblings. I will tell Sun Hu that Sister Ji asked about him. She left after saying goodbye. Yes, I will see you again later. Please take care of yourself. He replied that she should do the same. This was the overseas branch of the John Neal Group, the company Jamie had used to replace the Goldstein family. A perceptive person would notice that although the names of the casino and hotel had not changed, the group's emblem was different, and Las Vegas had become part of my small empire. A middle-aged man announced, Ethan, someone is here to see you. He was utterly astonished the moment he opened his eyes and looked over. Sun Hu waved his hand and said he was finished, so they could come in. The man froze when he saw Edward Zuckerberg of Finotu. He shook hands with his partner. Do not worry about the additional investment, Edward. The man said happily, thank you, Ethan, thanks to you. I can change the world faster. Sun Hu determined that there were two major tasks this year. The first concerned the coming global economic depression. The subprime mortgage crisis was about to erupt, causing Jonathan's pressure index to plummet. This drew a fierce wave of criticism from economic experts. Warnings from everywhere were ignored in favor of immediate profits. Once this enormous nuclear bomb finally exploded, my financial power would reach the final stage of Kim Ji's plan. The second concerned the Destiny Group, whose scientists had successfully harnessed energy. Energy extracted from magic stones would be revealed this year. Thanks to this invention, electricity reappeared after the collapse. It could also upgrade equipment without enhancement seals, and even civilian soldiers could use energy weapons to protect the city. Stephen, the head of the Destiny Group, came to see me. He looked extremely uneasy. Stephen admitted that this was why they had operated under an alias, but you had exposed them. Trembling, he said the reason he had come was to tell you that your approach had been extremely rude. The Destiny Group had only succeeded in extracting energy from the stones and could not guarantee its own rights. The mavericks of academia had once been dismissed as pseudo-scientists, when they were merely assistant professors at Ivy League universities. Even after succeeding in their magic stone research, they remained outcasts and objects of ridicule. Their group did not even possess the ambition of the founders of Google or Facebook. Sun Hu thought to himself that the story would be different if they worked with him. He said, I understand, but I had no other choice. Stephen adjusted his thick glasses. You know us while we know nothing about you. At the very least, we know you possess immense wealth and influence in academia. Sun Hu once again used his alias. I am Ethan, and I cannot reveal everything yet. Stephen grew tense. You are very strange. Why did you call me here? I do not think you did this merely to flaunt your wealth. Sun Hu placed a bag on the table because of this. Inside it was a magic stone. I assume this is an undisclosed new material. The implications will be serious if it truly is a completely unknown substance. Stephen trembled and stammered. hard. W, where did you get it? Sun Hu allowed him. You may touch it. Stephen was completely overwhelmed by the material. He continued, if you comply with the confidentiality agreement, your original research will be funded, and you will have the opportunity to study this. Stephen asked with interest what the confidentiality agreement required. Sun Hu told him that he needed to obey the rules of the research facility they would provide. He continued, I will give you time to think. Go back and discuss it with your colleagues. Stephen carefully examined the block of material in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he proposed, may I call my colleagues here with a simple device? Sun Hu allowed it, but did they truly consider that tangled pile of machinery and cables simple? Something that enormous was supposed to be simple. Sun Hu took a sip of tea to calm himself. With 2 more simple devices, the hotel would become a research facility. Stephen called out to Ethan. He said in disbelief, this is not a mineral. If it must be classified, it resembles a living organism more closely. You already know that, do you not? Stephen asked. This is a magnificent discovery that will open a new era. Where did you get it? He answered vaguely. It is difficult to explain, but we can prepare a stable supply for research. Sun Hu emphasized that above all, Stephen would be treated well within the industry. Depending on your success, I will pave the way for you to become a billionaire. However, the experimental rights will belong to us. Do you agree? One of his colleagues shouted, Stephen, look at these numbers, even you will be shocked. Sun Hu promised, when this material is announced, I will raise your name to the very top. That is my entire offer. A helicopter flew across the sky, its decoration remarkably extravagant. The claim that Westerners were more casual than Easterners was a major misunderstanding. 2 rows of solemnly dressed people stood waiting. If North Central Axis was the god of wealth in Korea, then Jonathan was the god of wealth of the entire world. And the way everyone awaited his arrival resembled the reception of a king. A red carpet stretched from the aircraft landing site. The waiting crowd immediately bowed at 90 degrees with deep respect. The hotel owner was overwhelmed. Welcome, Jonathan. May I ask what brings you to our hotel? Replied Jun, no, I came to see Ethan. The man stood speechless in shock. Duke and Buck, whom everyone wanted to invest in, and now Jonathan as well. Just who was that young man? Jonathan kicked the door open and entered excitedly. An office in Las Vegas, you truly are rich, son. He teased him, asking if he wanted to enjoy it all by himself. Sun Hu gave a bitter smile and said someone else was having far more fun than he was. He tossed the newspaper onto the table, its headline clearly stating that Grey Alpha had collapsed and Jonathan's mighty financial empire was crumbling. The man described in the paper as being on the verge of collapse covered his face and laughed bitterly, saying he was about to die laughing. Things could not look any worse, even if they tried, those fools. Jonathan brought up the past, recalling the wager during the Russian financial war that had once wiped out billions of dollars. Sun Hu calmly took a sip, saying everything looked similar but was fundamentally different. It was only a performance designed to withdraw from a much larger battlefield. The Bray incident was the very stage I painstakingly built after years of work. In investment, the timing of entry and exit is equally important. Oil futures have already surpassed their previous peak. They were $15 during the dot-com bubble, and now they are $120. The dot-com bubble referred to the boom and collapse of the stock market. The $2 trillion oil industry was now dominated by Jonathan, Jillian, and Rachel. If the Jonathan and Jillian groups suddenly withdrew, the market would no longer be able to sustain its trades. If they forced their way out, they would lose all their profits, even though the market was about to become a wasteland. That was one reason for handing over this bomb. For the past 5 years, we have worked to withdraw from the oil and mortgage lending markets. To create a pivot for the Jonathan Group, Prey had to go bankrupt. Sun Hu explained the plan. They needed a renowned hedge fund like LTCM, only smaller. The Bray fund was chosen, namely Prey, a well-known company. He continued, after replacing the board of directors, we created an investment portfolio intended to minimize the consequences of the bankruptcy. Documents piled up like mountains, with papers flying everywhere throughout the 5 years after the Bray Fund developed into Bray Corporation. During a debate about the Bray incident, an expert said Bray was a key company under the Jonathan Group because it had been built with the group's capital. Therefore, it could cause personal losses for Jonathan and John Zhu. Sun Hu and Jonathan watched while laughing uncontrollably. Holding a can of beer, Jonathan remarked that outsiders saw Bray as his right arm. Sun Hu mocked them, saying the truth was that it was not even worth a fingernail. On television, the fake reporter asked whether Jonathan would face a major problem if the Bray crisis spread to the parent company. The expert rubbed his aching forehead and replied that internal information needed to be disclosed to the public. A threat to Jonathan was also a threat to the global economy. He advised Jonathan Hunter to disclose Prey's internal data and cooperate so the market could prepare itself. Jonathan turned off the television in disgust, saying that disclosing it now would be no different from listening to fools. Sun Hu drank his beer, closed his eyes, and objected. The share price was unstable. They could not merely delay. He had no choice but to accept it, and just then the phone rang. It was a call from Brian. Camera flashes clicked without pause. In the hall, a man addressed the crowd. He introduced himself, saying he was Brian Kim, CFO of the Jonathan Group. Reporters were working in front of him. Brian said they had invested $100 billion in prey, and it would be difficult to prevent the chain of bankruptcies predicted by the market. He looked straight ahead and solemnly declared that this situation was within the parent company's financial objectives. They promised to do everything possible to revive Bray. The moment he finished speaking, the reporters immediately bombarded him with questions. Brian, where did you get $100 billion? Did the company sell its assets? Brian turned around and walked away without answering. Afterward, the press reported in unison that the $100 billion Oprah incident could become the Jonathan incident. The Jonathan Investment Fund had fallen into a full-scale crisis. Did the Jonathan Group's SOB also retreat? The headlines captured investors' attention. One eager businessman held the newspaper and said he wanted to buy every asset Jonathan sold to raise $100 billion. Another man hurriedly called to negotiate, because these were businesses Jonathan had invested in. The person on the other end replied that they might sell gold. Rumor had it Phenos was expanding its messaging service, making gold shares worthless. Elsewhere, a conversation turned to Google. They knew how much Jonathan treasured Google, yet they still asked. Bald man focused on sending a message saying that if it was sold, they had to buy it immediately. Who has last month's financial data for SOB's mortgage lending division? The message replied that the estimate on August 3rd was $300 billion. In one room, a man searched through a ledger while listening to the phone. It would be difficult for them to shut down the mortgage lending division because it had the best returns. A middle-aged man reviewed the report and said shutting it down would be no different from withdrawing from banking. Two men in suits spoke outside the building, saying oil was their foundation and could not be abandoned. In the server room, a man stood with his arms crossed, staring at two monitors. He thought they could resolve it through shares, and Jonathan would do the same. Suddenly, he realized something and froze in shock. The reserves were far too large. He rapidly clicked the mouse and shouted that they had begun trading. In the office, a fat, bald man stood behind two employees and told them to give the others some room. They looked desperate. He thought about Iraq's reconstruction efforts and oil development. Jonathan Group had seized control of every wave of raw materials. He gritted his teeth, knowing North America's mortgage lending industry had suffered the most. He had already prepared a plan. This man was Isaac Rothschild. He sneered, saying the situation proved Sun Hu was only an ordinary man. Now they had realized it, only he could help them. At that moment, Jonathan was in the living room when he heard the phone ring, and he became suspicious. The caller introduced himself, saying hello, he was Isaac Rothschild. Jonathan replied that he was Jonathan Hunter, and although this was their first conversation, it somehow did not feel that way. Isaac smiled brightly, saying they should have started sooner, but it was not too late. This was the perfect moment. Jonathan looked confused and silently waited for Isaac to continue talking about an opportunity for the two groups to grow closer. Isaac laid his cards on the table, saying they held most of the oil contracts Jonathan had sold. Jillian's side had also begun acting. He had called to say everything had grown too large to resolve alone. Jonathan replied coldly that he had never asked for help. The market would decide. Besides Rothschild, many others were trading with them. Isaac mocked him, asking how long that would last. Without them, Jonathan could not sell enough to meet his target. Jonathan lost patience and said he had gone too far. He had not answered the phone to be insulted, so Isaac should get to the point. Isaac stated his condition. Jonathan had to return the oil and gas industry to its rightful owners. He wanted Jonathan to withdraw from every current and future transaction. Jonathan grew angrier as he listened and nearly roared, asking who had led Isaac so far astray and whether he truly thought Jonathan would accept such a deal. Isaac confidently told him to calm down, saying this was not meant only for Jonathan, and that he should pass the message to his boss. If Jillian did not withdraw her money either, Bray would not be the final victim. A loud noise came from the other end, followed by a voice asking whether Isaac was threatening him and declaring that the withdrawal would never happen. The voice startled Isaac, stripping away his confidence. Suspiciously, he asked who the speaker was. The caller claimed to be John Jay, but he knew exactly who the man was. Isaac immediately changed his attitude. He bowed respectfully and said, he would respect me regardless of age, Mr. Sun Hu. But I shouted, shut up, don't let me hear your laughter again. Listen carefully, the day you monopolize the oil industry will never come. He sneered, if Jonathan Corporation collapses, the world will fall into disaster. That's what you mean, isn't it? He gave a cold laugh. Not only America, even the IMF only supports us. Even without Rothschild capital, we are going nowhere. Isaac suddenly became frantic, his eyes bloodshot. He roared, do you think America will pour money into a corporation run by Asians? Then I'll pretend I never made any proposal. The person on the other end hurriedly called him back. Wait. Isaac smirked proudly. Speak. The other person asked, is it the oil market? Can I switch to shares in other company? He immediately became greedy. Yes, the oil industry alone is truly not enough. Then he turned into a red-eyed demon again, laughing savagely. I also want Jonathan Corporation's mortgage lending division. Jonathan and Sunhu were stunned, their eyes widened and cold sweat poured down. But the very next moment, both of them burst into insane laughter. Tears and snot streamed down their faces. Jonathan even slapped Sunhu hard on the back. Washington, D.C. Westfield Marriott Hotel. As the Binderbeck Club meeting began, countless limousines drove in. Isaac stepped out of one of the cars, elegantly dressed and overflowing with confidence. Suddenly, he glanced toward one side. Karian family, Joshua von Karian. The Goldstein family led by Spencer Goldstein. Jillian Investment Group and Telesta Company. Gold and Silver Company and Jamie Company. They were all seated together. Isaac thought that's Sunhu's circle. While he was deep in thought, someone called from behind Mr. Isaac. Congratulations, I have always followed the good news about the Rothschild family. Another man flattered him. After the dollar, you will also have oil. Top position truly belongs to you. The old man stepped forward and continued. In that case, we should probably withdraw Jonathan and John Dree's invitations. Isaac was extremely pleased but waved modestly. Even without the oil industry and the mortgage division, Jonathan Corporation remains powerful. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then whispered, they still own shares in media companies. Then he glanced toward Sunhu's group. The old man whispered ingratiatingly, have you heard, Isaac? Jonathan has accepted the proposal after all these 10 years. Hearing that, he beamed with delight. They have probably decided to obey my orders now, after refusing my invitations so many times. He continued, what about Ron Ree? The old man replied, he hasn't responded. He will probably refuse again this year. Suddenly Isaac spoke. You should all know. He pointed toward Sunhu's group. Joe's is the one controlling all of them. No, it's Sunhu. We must bring him here no matter what. You will all follow me in this meeting, won't you? The old man broke into a nervous sweat. The opposition will be fierce. Isaac immediately reassured him. The Rothschild family will guarantee your safety. They won't wage another currency war like last time. If you cooperate, I will force him to accept the invitation or drag him into the spotlight. They relaxed. Since you said so, we'll trust you. Suddenly someone spoke. Jonathan is here. He stepped out of a luxurious car. Then he swept his gaze across the surroundings. Isaac and his allies stood nearby with crafty smiles. I was just wondering when you would arrive, Isaac said cheerfully as he shook hands. Jonathan replied, thank you. Thanks to you, I can withdraw from the oil market completely. He laughed loudly. I'm glad you think that way. Jonathan praised him. I never imagined Rothschild's financial strength would be so terrifying. I am truly astonished. Hearing that, Isaac secretly turned to a devil in his heart, laughing to himself as he thought about the money he had gathered from countless banks while mortgaging the family's assets. But every sacrifice was worth it. Imagining the oil wells becoming his, he rejoiced. The era of monopolizing the oil market, when even oil-producing nations must fear us, has arrived. Then he looked at Jonathan with contempt. That man can only sit there and watch my family's power now. He must be utterly desperate. Seeing Isaac cover his mouth with a strained expression, Jonathan asked, are you all right? In truth, he was desperately trying not to laugh. Every time I see him pretending everything is fine, I can't hold it back. It's too hilarious. Suppressing his laughter, he turned away and waved his hand. I'm fine, I'm fine. At the same time, Jonathan was trembling all over. Sweat poured from him as he recalled Sunhu's words, oil prices will crash after reaching their peak for at least 10 years. He struggled to hold himself together, his face flushed bright red, his lips tightly pressed together. Snot burst from his nose, steam seemed to rise from his ears as he imagined the future consequences. There are 3 types of personal credit in North America: prime grade, Alta grade, and subprime grade. The subprime lending crisis created massive waves throughout the economy. Excessive lending to people without assets became a serious problem. The Asian debt crisis would lead to the bursting of the dot-com bubble. Then came the terrorist attacks on American soil. The economy continued to deteriorate. The U.S. government cut interest rates, making bank loans increasingly easy to obtain. As a result, people began borrowing to buy homes while housing prices soared. Because housing prices kept rising, they used the very homes they intended to buy as collateral, allowing them to borrow 100%. That was Kimji, Phase 1. After approving too many risky loans, the banks began running short of cash, so they sold the mortgages to secure capital from investors. Once they had cash again, they issued even more excessive loans. That was Kimji, Phase 2. Jonathan evaluated the situation. Frenzy created by banks blinded by potential profits, by ordinary people whose judgment was clouded by the real estate bubble. As Kimji Phases 1 and 2 continued repeating, the market kept expanding, and someone had every reason to be wary. Burdened with stacks of houses, they were pushed down into the substandard subprime category. When interest rates rose, subprime borrowers could no longer hold out. He judged that the cycle of losing homes and every mortgaged asset had begun, a massive explosion that would sweep everything away. The financial structure was bound together in a complex web, ordinary on the surface but completely rotten within. This was true of the mortgage loans we sold to Rothschild Jonathan Vivon, like a divine goose laying golden eggs. Yet more than half the capital was tied to the subprime category. Back in his room, Jonathan buried his face in the bed, slapped it while laughing wildly, and shouted, "I'm gonna lose my mind," his stomach aching because the old man had proudly brought back 2 nuclear bombs. He laughed until his face twisted, having held it in all day until his face nearly burst. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jillian stood outside and asked whether he had time, making him blurt out, "Jillian." Then he said cheerfully, "This is our first meeting, but we already know each other well. You came at exactly the right time." Jonathan then handed over a letter sealed with red wax, saying he had once promised to give it to him when they first met. Jillian asked in surprise what it was. He merely replied, "Consider it a thank you gift for overcoming so many hardships. Just open it." At the same time, he opened the letter, frowning and sweating as he read. Jonathan continued, "You are the first person invited. The information states, May 5, 2009, at the John New Hotel, Samanjeom Resort, South Korea, invited by Sunhu, the new club." Seeing that he had taken it in, Jonathan closed his eyes and revealed that the Korean known as John's had a name he should know, Sunhu. He added that he had actually known him for a long time under the name Ethan. Jillian gaped in horror, his face darkening as sweat ran down his temples. Jonathan continued, "In the future, he will use the name Odin." In the underground parking garage, Jillian walked with unsteady steps, still shocked by what he had just heard. A young woman stood watching him stagger forward. Jessica Perry observed him intently for a long while, with no intention of going over to support him. When he came close, she asked whether Jonathan had said anything about the command division. Jillian did not dare speak, thinking only that the command division did not exist. It was all Sunhu? No, every order came from one person, Odin. He stammered breathlessly that Jessica might find it insane, but a new order was about to begin. Then Jillian covered his face and cackled, overwhelmed with joy at being invited. To a genius like him, I must look like an ant. Jessica closed her eyes and sighed, seemingly used to his erratic temperament. "There you go again, I'm tired of this." He stopped laughing and lowered his sorrowful face toward the ground. Then he forced a smile, apologized, and said they would talk later. Jessica linked arms with him and complained, "So you do know how to apologize? Then hurry up so you will not have to apologize again," leaving him confused by what she meant. Jessica brushed past him and said, "Marry me. I will accept all your troubles and even your complaints in bed." Jillian froze in shock, thinking he had misheard. While waiting for him to move, Jessica teased him, "What, you do not want to?" And though flattered, he replied fearfully that it was not like that. Somewhere else, Federal Reserve Chairman Jaden Powell slammed the table in fury. "We cannot delay this any longer." Isaac also raised his voice. "I said we should wait another year or two. The market is not stable yet." Jaden Powell argued, "You have seen our data and still say that," while Isaac refused to yield. "Then what about my data?" The two went back and forth in a bitter argument, while Jonathan merely sat still and enjoyed the show without offering an opinion. After leaving the conference room, Isaac stormed off, angrily cursing Jaden as an arrogant bastard. The main family had backed him heavily, yet now he was repaying kindness with betrayal. Suddenly, he turned and asked his assistant what would happen if the interest rate was enacted. The assistant hurriedly reported that profits from subprime lending would decline. Isaac snapped that even a child knew that. He was asking how many CDOs were calculated based on MBS tied to subprime debt. The secretary answered quickly, "You do not need to worry. The products from Jonathan Group are all excellent quality, rated AAA. He continued that he could find the detailed information if requested. Isaac calculated inwardly that they had invested many times, and even in the worst scenario, rising interest rates would not change profits much. Then he thought of Jonathan's foolish face and sneered. That man just sat there like an idiot. He must be furious that he no longer had any stake in the oil or mortgage markets, and thinking that made him feel better. He stopped laughing and rested his chin on his hand, thinking that he could not mention Sunhu, and that this meeting had accomplished nothing so far. Picked up his phone and sent a message into their stronghold against Rothschild, the man who had seized control of the dollar and oil. "All North American members gather in my room." A while later, 6 men including Isaac sat in a circle. Another bitter argument erupted. Jaden Powell and another man felt uneasy. Isaac summed up the discussion, so in the end it is still the same. Then veins bulged at his temples as he roared harshly. "I warned you to open your eyes and watch closely what is about to happen. Know that neither the dollar nor oil will be easy to handle." Suddenly everyone's phones rang at once. They all cried out simultaneously. Jaden Powell looked at his phone, his face changing as his eyes widened, and shouted, "Isaac, have you gone mad? Do you even know what you are doing?" leaving him startled and confused. Jaden then continued, "Despite knowing the current situation, if you choose to do this, fine, we will not stand idle either." At that moment, Isaac's assistant stared at his phone in astonishment, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. He handed the phone over and Isaac snatched it away to check. Breaking news, Belson Securities had gone bankrupt. It was one of the top 3 securities firms in North America. Isaac went blank, sweat pouring down as his hands trembled, muttering why Bear Stearns had collapsed. His assistant made a desperate call, then stammered that the subprime sector and all subprime mortgage products had exploded. Isaac looked over and asked what he meant. What happened to the subprime category? The man trembled and said it had been confirmed as the reason Biosteen collapsed. His eyes widened and sweat broke out as he tried to defend himself. Those fools were blinded by quick profits and dealt in low-grade products, right? Upon hearing that, the assistant immediately dropped to his knees, braced both hands against the floor, and said, "I am sorry." Isaac looked as though his soul had left his body, his eyes rolling white as he pleaded weakly, "Do not say that, please. It cannot be true." The assistant lowered his head and reported that the cause was AAA-rated products, just like the ones they had obtained from Jonathan Group. Isaac turned to stone from the shock, only able to stammer in disbelief. Suddenly, he clutched the back of his neck and staggered. Then he fell backward under his assistant's horrified gaze. Isaac's massive body collapsed to the floor. Cries for a doctor echoed through the room. Isaac foamed at the mouth and convulsed nonstop, yet still forced out an order. The mortgage lending division, sell it all, hurry. Outside the Bilderberg Club, citizens held protest banners and placards high. Disband the Bilderberg Club. Disband it, we are not slaves. Luxury car struggled forward inch by inch toward the entrance. Hearing the chants demanding its abolition outside, the refined man inside the car cursed and lamented. How did the entrance to the great Bilderberg Club end up like this? Later, in the reception room, he sat across from Jonathan. He introduced himself as Dresner Rothschild, the second most powerful man in the Rothschild family. Jonathan smiled. "I am Jonathan Hunter." Dresner spoke bluntly. "I will get straight to the point. The assets you sold us have many problems." Jonathan feigned innocence. "Is that so?" His displeasure was obvious, his eyes flaring as he exposed the act. "Stop pretending, you knew this would happen. So that was why you sold them, was it not?" Jonathan asked indifferently, "How is Isaac doing?" "I heard he is paralyzed from the waist down." "What a shame, but he can still speak. You should listen to what he has to say." Then he extended a hand toward Dresner. "Please continue. The man who went mad buying those assets is the head of your family. He was delighted to watch my corporation collapse." Dresner cut him off. "Back to the main issue. I am giving you one chance." Hearing that, he looked surprised. "What kind of chance?" Dresner replied, "My family never forgets a debt. We repay every blow in kind." His face darkened as killing intent radiated from him. "Our family was built on credibility. I am warning you politely, do not make an enemy of us." Jonathan sneered and reminded him, "It seems you still do not understand. Before his downfall, what kind of chaos did your patriarch cause? He separated Rothschild from its North American members, an unexpected move. Then he kindly explained to the contemplative Dresner, "Still do not understand. Rothschild is being isolated." After pausing to light a cigar, Jonathan continued, "So what chance are you trying to give me?" He lit the cigar and smoked as he heard Dresner speak in an almost shouting voice. "We will return the mortgage division for $1 billion. Jonathan exhaled smoke. "To a bastard like you, do you think I am an idiot?" Those words enraged Dresner, and he shouted, "That is the pile of garbage you created." Jonathan interrupted and called his name Dresner, then shrugged. "We are not going to find any common ground. Should we not each make a small concession?" He flicked ash into the tray and made a suggestion. "We can provide financial support to the Rothschild family if you return something of equal value." Dresner gritted his teeth and said he did not understand what Jonathan meant. Crafty gleam flashed in Jonathan's eyes as he answered with a smile, "Your share of the Federal Reserve." 3 months after the meeting with the worst atmosphere since 2003, Dresner could not return to England and had to travel constantly between Washington and Wall Street. When 30% of American banks failed and bank runs erupted, the situation spiraled out of control. A bank run occurred when frightened customers withdrew their money all at once. Dresner was walking alone when his phone rang. A voice came from the other end, "Can you come to the White House immediately?" A while later, a sagging-faced man spoke, "Rothschild's chain business controls more than 80% of the subprime market. It cannot be allowed to collapse." Seated in a meeting with 5 others across from Dresner, the old man said, "Therefore, we are activating the emergency assistance system and can provide up to $200 billion. The old man asked, "How much does the chain business need?" Every gaze turned toward Dresner, whose face was as black as coal, yet he remained silent. Dresner answered slowly, $3 trillion. The other 5 stared him in horror, sweat breaking out across their faces. Ed, the United States Treasury Secretary, said anxiously, "That is the government's entire annual expenditure." But Dresner immediately replied, "Impossible." Ed looked confused. "Sorry, what did you say?" Across the table, Dresner closed his eyes and whispered, "You think we can do it? If we could, I would have done it already." Then he opened his gloomy eyes and explained that most of their assets had already been mortgaged. Therefore, to save the chain business, they needed $3 trillion in aid. Ed was horrified, drenched in sweat. "What are you saying? You are the Rothschild family." As though he had heard a joke, Dresner burst into harsh laughter, leaving everyone bewildered. Powell called out to him suspiciously, "Dresner, what is with that attitude?" Suddenly, Dresner raised his ringing phone high while covering his mouth with his other hand. Everyone remained silent as they listened to him speak, unable to make out the conversation, only hearing him reply, "Well done." Ed turned pale. Dronzer, did you just… Dronzer laughed like a madman and clapped loudly, answering, we just filed for bankruptcy protection. A $3 trillion bomb. If you can handle it, I will applaud you. He stuck out his serpentine tongue, his eyes bloodshot and his face as sinister as a demon. What else can we do besides die together? Rothschild's chain business had filed for bankruptcy protection, with liabilities totaling $3.2 trillion. A monstrous hand raised an axe high and brought it down hard on the small man below. He dodged it, but the force of the strike produced a thunderous boom. The system announced that you had used Devi's mirror. The man leaped into the air, flipped, and drove a kick down toward the bull-headed monster's skull, forcing it to raise its axe to block. The system displayed that you had used a solar radiance cannon. He held a blazing red sword and swung it down in a slash. The monster ground its teeth, a vicious gleam flashing in its eyes. He brought the sword down with all his strength, raised an arm to block, and the collision erupted in dazzling golden light. The man fighting the monster was Sun Hu. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, its defense is incredible. It swung its axe again, chopping straight at him. Sun Hu was sent flying, a large section of his abdomen torn away, blood pouring out without end. The system immediately reported that Gu Ian he had used a healing skill. Red-eyed bull monster charged once more. Sun Hu activated Odin's wrath. Blue lightning burst from his sword as he rushed toward the monster. His target was its throat. The monster let out a savage roar. Sun Hu roared as well. Come on then. A beam of deep violet spiritual power descended onto monster's head. It growled, its eyes becoming even more ferocious. Beneath its body, Sun Hu had already lost one leg, yet both hands still gripped the sword as he drove it through the monster's belly. Lightning erupted in every direction. Suddenly, the tiny bolts of lightning merged into a gigantic pillar of light. At the same moment, Sun Hu shouted, die. A deafening explosion erupted inside the monster's belly. Sun Hu weakly called out to Guian. She rushed over, covered in blood. Panic filled her eyes as she screamed his name. Before collapsing, he told her, I'll leave the rest to you. The system announced that the traitor of the Baiklan Legion had taken control of 2 out of the 5 commanders. Sun Hu officially entered his rest period. His body would recover within a day, yet after more than a month on the brink of death, he and Guian slept peacefully. During the entire week in Las Vegas, they ate and slept in the hotel while watching news about Rothschild with glaring headlines announcing its bankruptcy filing. While eating noodles, Guian he asked, is this the bald guy we know? I heard that family is worth more than $5,000. How could such a huge corporation go bankrupt? Sun Hu took a sip of wine. 5,000 is only a rumor. Anyway, we survived thanks to that bald guy. An asked curiously, did something happen? You look so gloomy. He stared thoughtfully into his glass, just as expected from an empath. The system reported your power has increased by 1 rank. Rank S achieved. Congratulations. You are the first awakened individual to reach rank S. Sun Hu thought, this is the first title I've received in a long time. I was hoping for a trial box, but the system sent a message I had never seen before. The system continued with information about the privilege of a second trial. The first 10 people to reach rank 5 in every attribute would receive this privilege. Upon accepting it, all attributes, traits, and skill levels would be reset. The growth limit would be raised to SS rank, and the limits for skills, traits, items, and emblems would increase to 10. Sun Hu was astonished, unable to believe something like this was real. Although the system said the first 10 people could attempt it, he thought about his teammates, yet the pioneer was still only himself. So suddenly he spoke, we've already made it halfway. Hunter turned to look at him, completely confused. He continued, until the day it all begins 10 years from now, in 2018. Sun Hu said seriously, you're probably tired of hearing me talk about this, but there's one last thing you need to know. An listened intently. Everything will be impossible without you. Thinking about rank S, Sun Hu calculated silently, I'll kill myself to attempt the second trial at the testing site, so I need to raise every attribute to S rank and reset them before that day. According to the calculations, they needed to clear 370 rank B dungeons over 10 years. Remembering the struggle against the bull-headed monster, each dungeon took a month. The schedule was suffocating, yet Guian, he reacted more calmly than he expected. She asked curiously, items won't be reset, right? After hearing his confirmation, she relaxed. That's good, I figured you'd already made up your mind. Sun Hu silently looked at her, then sighed with a smile. Thank you. Guian he smiled as well. She trusted Sun Hu without reservation. She said, I'll leave the medical company to my younger sister. Looks like we'll be living inside dungeons for the next 10 years. At least you'll get a little rest now, and then. He looked at her and smiled. Every time our attributes increase by 1 rank, we'll get a short break. Their agreement was made. Ion raised her glass toward him. Let's make a toast. Sun Hu lifted his glass, closed his eyes, and relaxed, knowing he had a teammate he could trust completely with his back. As their glasses clinked together, Guian he said, when you take the second trial, I'll help rebuild you from scratch. He grinned broadly. I guarantee you only need to listen to me. Helpless before his friend, Sun Hu called her name, but she quickly corrected herself. Oh my, call me boss. Once I told you I'd help you grow up all over again. He replied gently, that's a bit much. She immediately fell silent. Okay. Hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, stopping before the half-open door. Jonathan sat inside the room looking out. The one who entered was Ed, the Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. Sweating heavily, the old man said, "I'm here to deliver the board's decision. The president is deeply concerned about the monopoly of the Jonathan Investment Financial Group." Jonathan waved a hand and closed his eyes. Nothing new. "It's always the same, keep talking." Ed tried to persuade him. "Jonathan, even though the subprime crisis erupted with the Rothschild family, it originated from your group. If you keep ignoring the government's demands." Jonathan cut him off. "My group caused the subprime crisis, what a joke." He emphasized every word, "what a joke." Then he continued, "Not even a first-year economics student would dare say something like that. Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point." Ed turned pale and retreated. Jonathan said, "I don't have time to waste." In his role as spokesman, Ed tried to fulfill his duty. He said, "You know there's a fund with the same purpose as your group's fund. Why should both of them exist?" That International Environmental Fund stood in opposition to the Environmental Protection Fund created by Rothschild and other financial powers. It was publicly presented as a fund to protect the environment in developing countries, but in reality it was created to purchase land from those nations. The Environmental Protection Fund lent small amounts of money to developing countries while taking their land as collateral. The seized land accounted for more than 30% of the planet's total land area. Jonathan thought even the Amazon rainforest. Then he said, "There is no reason for both of them to exist." In his mind, he added, "They will soon belong to us." He smiled and proposed a deal: dissolve the Environmental Protection Fund and restart it as the International Environmental Fund. "I want your cooperation." Jonathan thought, "This will allow us to obtain the dungeons we could not purchase because the process was too complicated." Ed broke into a sweat and stammered in panic, "The president." Jonathan interrupted him. "If the president continues acting this slowly," his gaze turned icy as he declared, "then he should forget about being re-elected." Jonathan then spread his arms and proposed, "I do not want to make this complicated. Let me contact him." Desk phone rang inside the White House, drawing the attention of a middle-aged man. "Over here," Jonathan said as soon as the call connected. "You must be very busy, so I will ask only one thing. Did you receive a call from Rothschild?" The other side replied, "Yes." A moment later, Jonathan handed the phone to Ed, leaving the old man stunned as he reached out to take it. The old man listened to the call, repeatedly replying, "Yes, I understand, yes, yes." After hanging up, Ed turned to Jonathan and said, "The administration will attend the launch ceremony for the new fund and help you reorganize the original foundation." He closed his eyes in satisfaction and picked up the document bag. Give this to the president." As Ed examined the contents of the bag, Jonathan calmly said, "I recommend you as the next chairman of the Federal Reserve." Overwhelmed by the favor, Ed trembled and sweated as he cautiously asked Jonathan, "I am merely asking your shares in the Federal Reserve." Hearing that, he merely smiled faintly, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Then he placed his hands on his knees, wearing the expression of a shrewd merchant, and asked directly, "Dollars, how much do you want?" One day after Jillian received the first invitation, Jonathan traveled everywhere delivering invitations to join the John News Club to former members of the dissolved club. Every member of Binderbeck, including Dresner, openly displayed their anger toward Jonathan. Inside a mansion, Isaac sat in a wheelchair. With a gloomy expression, he listened to the report, "We support the International Environmental Fund and will transfer all Federal Reserve shares." Isaac spoke, "You have worked hard in my place, Dresner." Suddenly, Dresner presented an envelope sealed with red wax. Someone looked at it suspiciously and asked, "What is this?" Dresner's face darkened. "It is the invitation I trampled on in front of Jonathan. After all the members left, I picked it up and pressed it flat again. I have done everything I could. Now it is your turn, clan head." Holding the paper, Isaac turned pale and broke into a sweat without answering. Then he exhaled heavily. "Do you want me to become a laughingstock?" Suddenly, Dresner struck Isaac on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Dresner lowered his head and sobbed, "I cannot allow myself or the family to do this. Fulfill your duty as clan head." Then he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger, and shouted, "For the sake of future generations." Isaac trembled and repeated with difficulty, "For the future." Suddenly Dresner dropped to his knees and spoke in broken anguish, "Yes, for the future. In this lifetime, try to keep living from now on." Sometime later, at the Samanjum Resort in Gunson, a luxurious black car stopped in front of a hotel employee. He politely informed them, "I apologize, but the entire facility has been reserved today. Guests cannot enter. Please turn back." The man inside the car snapped irritably, "What? Someone in this country dares to stop me? This place has certainly come a long way." The man stepped out and challenged him, "Do you know who I am? How many people who own cars worth hundreds of thousands have you seen in your entire life?" Then he drawled, "While I am still being polite, let me inside." His mistress sat inside the car retouching her lipstick and added, "I heard this remote town had opened a new resort, so we came to support it." "What is this supposed to mean? How terrible." Suddenly, a car horn blared behind them, and the man turned around furiously, cursing, "Which bastard keeps honking like that?" The man froze, so shocked that drool ran from his mouth. He thought in astonishment Rolls-Royces worth over 100,000 each were lined up like ordinary cars outside a supermarket. The man held his phone and opened the newly received message, "Everyone has attended." As he put on his suit jacket, he thought, every corporation we believed would never participate has attended, without a single exception. Even Rothschild, who declared they would hold a meeting on the same day, became the first to bow their heads and join us. On May 5, 2009, people gradually found their seats inside the conference hall. Two former allies of Isaac asked each other, "You came too, so did you?" Suddenly, a sharp click rang out, and everyone seated below focused their attention on the podium, including Jonathan, Joshua von Krehen, Jillian and Zemi. Sun Hu walked step by step toward the podium at the center of the stage. He stopped, closed his eyes, then opened them and looked directly at the people below. Several people broke into a sweat, feeling both nervous and curious. Sun Hu tapped the microphone to test the sound. "The beginning of a new world order. The beginning of the John Neal Club." He stated directly, "Anyone here who believes this is a place for cooperation should leave immediately." Sun Hu spoke solemnly from the podium before everyone present. "Like the Bilderberg Club, our true purpose is to establish a world government. But that process will not be achieved through cooperation. Those who agree may sit down, everyone else may walk out the door. The choice is yours." Nearly everyone present sat down in silent agreement. Joshua von Krehen observed the scene before him, then looked at Sun Hu on the stage and clenched his fists, thinking, so this the vision, the birth of the emperor of the new world. Money in his left hand and a sword in his right. A true emperor. He will become even more powerful when that day arrives. No one in history has ever possessed such authority. What is the first item on the agenda? He will probably make unreasonable demands to tame the members. Then he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I can only obey whatever he says." Seeing that no one objected, Sun Hu continued, "Our first topic of discussion concerns what will happen if we are attacked by extraterrestrial forces." Everyone present wore a different expression. Suddenly, Isaac Rothschild raised his hand to speak. "We must prevent riots and public disorder." Sun Hu continued, "Keep the discussion within the scope of an extraterrestrial attack. Recently, I reviewed the military preparations made by the White House and the US government for such a scenario. It was one of the measures completed while the Bilderberg Club was active. They were most wary of situations that could paralyze the global economy, such as the use of nuclear weapons. Most importantly, we cannot allow the chaos to originate from our own corporations. That is why the agenda must be clarified now. When that day comes, no one will be permitted to close banks or halt the financial system." Several people wondered why they were discussing something so pointless. What in the world was he talking about? The murmuring continued, but Sun Hu ignored it and went on. "Remember, an alien attack is only one example. No matter what happens, I will not allow the order we created to collapse. Even if aliens attack, I will use all my wealth to fight them. Financial operations must never stop." After hearing this, everyone below the stage grew tense, both frightened and doubtful that he truly meant it. Even if aliens came to destroy the existing order, he would resist at any cost. The pressure of that resolve was terrifying. Elsewhere, Jonathan shouted inside the room, "Liquidate all the capital." Then he turned and asked Jillian, "Jillian, do you agree?" Sun Hu calmed him down, "Do not get worked up. Everything will begin gradually in 2016. If we rush, an economic crisis far more dangerous than the subprime crisis will erupt." Jonathan and Jillian asked at the same time, "Then why?" Jillian continued, "How much cash do you want to accumulate? Is there still any market that needs this investment?" Sun Hu replied calmly, "That is the subject for the first day. You may think I am threatening you, but when that day comes, we will need an enormous amount of cash." Jonathan hesitated. "You are talking about?" Both men were anxious now, secretly wondering whether too much money had driven him into paranoia or madness. Only then did Sun Hu speak, "Do you know why I use the name Odin?" As he spoke, he raised a hand and a surge of power radiated from his palm. Jonathan and Jillian were both stunned and terrified. Sun Hu spoke again with a grim expression. "When that day comes, I hope I will be strong enough to save the world." 8 years later, in 2017, on television, the President of the United States was delivering a speech directed at his enemies. "Those who oppose me have all suffered crushing defeats, along with everyone else. I hope we can move toward a better future together. Happy New Year." At that moment, Jonathan was fighting another man. As he struggled to defend himself, he thought inwardly. For the first time, the club's determination had begun to waver. Their work seemed a little better now, those amateur fools. His opponent suddenly counterattacked and swiftly knocked Jonathan down. Jonathan lay half-seated on the floor, panting as he admitted, "I surrender." The other men asked him whether he wanted to continue fighting. Jonathan silently assessed his opponent. The richest man in the world truly was different. He replied, "No, let us stop here today. You fought well." On his way out, Jonathan whistled while remaining alert. Suddenly, Sun Hu spoke from behind him, "Your movements have improved." Jonathan turned around and saw that it really was him. Guion, he stood beside Sun Hu, smiling brightly as she waved, "I came too." Jonathan joked, every time I see you, I feel jealous. Miss Lee, who would believe we are the same age? Guyan, he patted his shoulder and replied, I am the one who envies you. You look so handsome. That mature charm is something Sun Hu and I will never have. Jonathan snapped irritably, stop it. What kind of consolation is that? Sun Hu interrupted their conversation. Are we talking about that again? I have a gift for you. Cheer up. He handed Jonathan a small pouch and instructed him, always keep it with you. This is a rare item. Jonathan accepted it and replied seriously, I will protect it carefully. Then he asked Sun Hu whether he thought they would make it in time. Sun Hu answered immediately, just barely. Today will be the last time we meet in person. The three of them walked side by side. Jonathan scratched his head. Time really passes quickly. I still remember the moment you revealed the truth at the John New Club in 2005. Sun Hu continued, it will come next year. Survive at any cost. Seeing Sun Hu raise his hand for a high five, Jonathan said eagerly, use me until the very end. I will do everything I can. They slapped their hands together. Sun Hu promised, we will meet again in a new world, Jonathan. Guyan, he leaped down from the rocky ledge and launched a surprise attack on the monsters. However, the monsters suffered only minor injuries and remained largely unharmed. Realizing that her ability was still lacking, she immediately admitted her mistake to Sun Hu. Sorry, I did not fight very well because this is a low-level dungeon. What should I do? Sun Hu had just slain a monster, his hand covered in blood, yet he replied calmly, that is enough. With my experience and items, this is a B to rank dungeon. Guyan, he looked ready to collapse as she blamed herself. I could not raise even one of your attributes to D rank. I am completely useless. Seeing that she was distressed, Sun Hu gently stroked her head and pulled her into his arms to comfort her. Do not worry, we will definitely survive. In the chairman's office, John Neal, Sun Hu's father, stared thoughtfully at a family photograph. Everyone wished they could turn back time. But I do not. My status, wealth, home with my wife, and an outstanding son. Even if I return to the past, things might not turn out this well. He silently made his decision. It is time to retire. I cannot keep working until I collapse. Jamie held the resignation letter. What a shame, Chairman. You even turned down an offer from another company. He replied cheerfully, it cannot be helped. Thank you. But everyone has to leave eventually, right? Understood. This is your final assignment. Mr. Jamie replied as he handed over a stack of papers. Izanu took the stack and silently counted the sheets. Jamie added that the group had prepared a gift of appreciation and invited him to bring his family and friends. There were 100 tickets in total. Employees would receive paid leave, while those running their own businesses would also be compensated for their losses. Mr. John Neal stared in surprise. Really? Is that true? Jamie continued, the group will handle every issue that arises at the resort. You have contributed greatly, and this is your final assignment, so you must complete it. Mr. John Neal wondered awkwardly whether this company was simply strange, or whether it was because it was a foreign company. After returning home, he told his wife that although he was grateful, it still seemed excessive. She said the resort had already been booked, so he could not refuse. Hearing that, she asked her husband about Sun Hu. It would be wonderful if the boy came along. At that exact moment, Sun Hu opened the door and entered the house. She excitedly ran over, hugged him, and called out, my son. At Samanjum Resort, the guests were happily playing in the water. The awakened members of Revolution and Ming Tian looked anxious as they prepared for the day everything would begin. The Destiny research team, important members of the group, and their families were all freely enjoying their vacation. Late that night, Sun Hu walked beside Guguyan He. She said, thank you for taking care of my family. Sun Hu gently replied that it was nothing and apologized for entrusting her with such a heavy mission. She would remain in America until the testing site opened, and thanks to the club's activities, they had prevented a nuclear attack. However, the current president was extremely unpredictable, and Guguyan He's skills together with ISIS's foresight would become humanity's final fortress. After seeing Guguyan He into the car, Sun Hu said goodbye and promised to meet her again at the testing site. Sitting inside the car, Guguyan He's eyes filled with tears as she asked whether they would meet again. He immediately answered with certainty that they would meet again. In his heart, he vowed that they would definitely reunite. For 3 days after Guguyan He left, I did nothing but sit in my room. Sun Hu sat before his computer discussing work with his teammates, wearily rubbing his face. If maintaining this for 10 years was still insufficient, then adding more time would make no difference. Jonathan and Jillian Tran An told him not to worry. Wall Street and the city would never collapse. Hearing that eased some of Sun Hu's worries. He said they had prepared everything possible, and now they could only wait. The three fell silent, each wearing a different expression. Yet all of them clearly showed their concern. We need to maintain bank lending to prevent a mass withdrawal crisis. The stock market must appear strong to preserve public confidence. Even though certain dictatorships cannot be controlled, the cost of goods sold within the financial markets under our control must continue to be adjusted. All three were ready, and Jonathan shouted for them to begin. Sun Hu widened his eyes as he stared at the computer emitting a sound. Seoul City Ministry of National Defense, 13 kilometers northeast. Gyeongwai-do, 9 kilometers southwest. Jeongsamnam-do, 25 kilometers north, and Bukgeo, 4 kilometers southeast. Unidentified creatures have appeared. All citizens must return home and follow military instructions. His parents rushed into the room, and Mr. John Neal called out to Sun Hu that it was here. He quickly warned that armed foreigners had appeared, and they needed to find somewhere safe. He also could not understand why the news kept talking about monsters. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Hu reassured him that it was not what he thought. "Some will protect us. I know you are confused, father. But stay calm, because right now, this is the safest place in the world." In Brooklyn, New York, a man named Chris had just finished his presentation. "Thank you all for attending the investor board meeting. As everyone knows, the Jonathan Group's withdrawal from the market is an obvious trend. They are no longer confident they can generate profits as before, and he has plans of his own. They have gone from holding a monopoly to merely being major shareholders, but the truth is that they are weakening. Thanks to that, my profits have reached their highest level since I began betting on their decline." A man spoke up, "But they have continuously increased our profits throughout the past decade." The woman beside him agreed and told Chris that they needed more concrete evidence, such as the reason Jonathan had withdrawn from the stock market. Chris replied that everyone believed it was because of war. "I do not think so, because there have been no changes in the gold market or natural resources." Before he could finish speaking, an explosion thundered, and everyone in the room screamed. Someone shouted that it was a bomb, and everyone panicked as they fled for their lives. Chris answered his phone, and the person on the other end asked where he was. While running, he replied that he was at an investor board meeting. The person on the other end asked whether he was in New York and warned him not to go near the outskirts of Brooklyn because monsters had appeared. Chris thought to himself that he was already there. He asked again, "Is this a terrorist attack?" The person on the other end quickly answered that they were real monsters. After saying that, the other person barely managed to leave an angry message telling Chris to watch the news before the signal was lost. Chris hurriedly turned on the news and saw a breaking report that monsters were attacking the city. Staring at the breaking news, he had not yet grasped the situation before wondering what was happening. Suddenly remembering the woman's words, he realized something. He wondered whether this was the reason, but rejected it because if Jonathan had known beforehand, he would not have ignored the cash market. Another explosion erupted, and while still bewildered, Chris was hurled into the rubble. The emergency sirens continued to wail. "Although the external facilities of 50B Bank have been destroyed, your financial information remains securely stored in multiple locations." This measure was implemented after the April 11 incident to protect all deposits. If you do not trust the group's emergency measures during this unnatural national crisis, please visit a 50B branch. We will do everything possible to protect everyone's money and assets. Please understand that panic will only create an even greater crisis. Although he had been thrown a considerable distance, Chris was fortunate to suffer only minor injuries. He struggled to sit up, then recoiled in terror when he saw an unconscious monster lying beside him. He held the ringing phone, saying their assets were safe and everything remained protected. Chris stared at the news and gritted his teeth, thinking they had not issued the contingency plan. The circuit breaker had been triggered, but trading would resume after 20 minutes. The contingency plan was a measure used in response to terrorist attacks. A circuit breaker halted all trading when the financial market plunged severely for more than a minute. Chris thought for a moment before deciding, wait, what are Jonathan and the major groups doing with their money? Damn it, they were powerful enough to handle everything, and he called a colleague. Praying as he waited, he shouted for her to answer, begging her to pick up. At last, someone answered on the other end. His female colleague was hiding under a desk, almost in tears and trembling as she said he had seen it. Everything was over. Chris kept reassuring her, saying no, listen carefully to him. Do not abandon their capital, use all the money to buy back the commodities flooding onto the market, and make sure she understood. Although frightened, his female colleague still replied that she was listening. Chris continued, saying they had to do as much as they possibly could. Suddenly, he heard a noise nearby. He picked up a stick from the rubble. Ready to strike, he thought fearfully, damn it, he had spent too long on Wall Street to die like this. Suddenly, someone called out, asking whether anyone was there. Chris immediately poked his head out. When the soldiers saw him, they asked what he was doing there and ordered him to come over. Elsewhere, the executives were shouting and accusing Jonathan, saying they should try to withdraw their money and shares. They needed to cancel everything immediately and focus on securing physical commodities. They demanded that Jonathan say something. In contrast to their haste, Jonathan calmly replied that they should go back, because the financial system collapsed, humanity would return to the Stone Age. They knew better than anyone that this place was the foundation of their civilization. Even if humanity had reached the threshold of a new civilization, they had to do everything they could. After sending the executives back, Jonathan made a video call to report the situation to Sun Hu. Everything had truly fallen into chaos, and he had already calmed the chief executives. He asked whether Sun Hu had seen that the circuit breaker was installed in the right place. Silverman and Ab Morgan, Those bastards had sold everything. They had ignored the club's decision. Looking exhausted with dark circles beneath his eyes, Sun Hu took a sip of coffee and told him to send plans 3 and 4 to the authorities. Japan was about to collapse, so they had to keep focusing on London. The London futures market had closed and then reopened. Hearing this, Jonathan gritted his teeth and uttered a name: Isaac Rothschild. At that moment, Isaac Rothschild was sitting before a monitor while listening to a call from Sun Hu, and he thought to himself, just as expected of the king of the gods, Odin, he was preventing the entire world from collapsing. Sun Hu spoke briefly, saying there was no time so he would be direct. He asked whether Isaac thought he would let this world perish. Isaac Rothschild replied that it had been a long time, Odin. Unwilling to listen to him ramble, Sun Hu warned him with bloodshot eyes that he needed to make the right decision. He told Isaac not to forget that he had given him this opportunity, then ended the call. Isaac Rothschild stared blankly at the darkened screen and spoke to the person beside him. Odin had just warned him not to do anything foolish. Resner Roaches asked him what he had said. Isaac Rothschild turned to Resner Rothschild and replied that he could not answer. He told him to state his decision and stop pressing for details. Resner Rothschild gave his decision, saying those ferocious monsters were reportedly being dealt with according to global news. It was time to replace the head of the family. Isaac Rothschild nodded in agreement and said yes. This room now belonged to him, after being occupied for 10 years. Resner Rothschild said he now understood Isaac's decision during the subprime crisis. At that moment, Sun Hu operated his computer with bloodshot eyes, took a sip of water, and thought that whether they had heeded his warning or not, the Rothschild family had stopped selling and begun buying. Once the market stabilized, the fear would subside. Jonathan was also controlling the situation, saying they would let the banks take emergency bonds and return them later. Damn it, without them, the global system would collapse within a few more hours. Sun Hu said the monsters had stopped attacking, so they could catch their breath for now. But Jonathan knew what came next. He paused for several seconds before continuing in a resolute voice. Once they regained their composure, the groups would begin dumping their capital. Family heads would return home, and the managers would return to their companies. Every one of them would sell everything as quickly as possible, but they would do the opposite, buy everything, buy the entire world. Jonathan stared at the screen and shouted that far too many commodities were flooding back into the market. Jillian rummaged through the documents and shouted that City's funds had been exhausted. He suggested to Sun Hu that they temporarily suspend the stock market because the volume was far too great. At that moment, breaking news appeared. Russian nuclear bombers were on the move. Their target was the gate that had opened in a province north of Moscow. They said they could no longer endure it. Hearing this, Sun Hu widened his eyes in shock and wondered whether their agents in Russia had failed. At this moment, the same thing would happen. Sun Hu shouted and sprang to his feet, looking around in confusion. He was lying on a bed, with Jamie nearby and the television broadcasting the news. The anchor reported that 1 week after the unidentified creatures were captured, global financial markets had begun to stabilize again. The New York stock market recovered due to strong buying pressure, while the Kospi index closed at 8.13, up 0.51%. Sun Hu looked around and wondered when he had fallen asleep. Jame had been watching the news, and when she saw him wake up, tears filled her eyes. She called him Ethan, then corrected herself to Odin, saying she could not imagine what would have happened to the world without him. Hearing those words just after waking, Sun Hu was shaken. No, the demon had arrived early to relax. Starting tonight, monsters capable of resisting current firepower would begin to appear. They needed to hold out longer while evacuating civilians from the terror zones and preventing the use of nuclear weapons. The surviving awakened could then return and deal with them. He rubbed his tired face and asked Jamie how the preparations for the press conference were progressing. Jamie replied that they were almost finished. They would relocate elsewhere under the name World Awakened Association to ensure the continued survival of human civilization. Joshua von Kreen thought tensely that although he had known this had been prepared for a long time, he had never expected them to truly accomplish it. It was unbelievable that one person possessed enough power to stop terror from another civilization from spreading. Over the past week, Odin's forces had purchased every commodity the world put up for sale. The market was stable enough. He wondered whether he was trembling from joy or fear. Seeing him lost in thought, Jaime asked whether he was all right. Lost in thought, he flinched when Jamie called him, then quickly replied that he was fine. Jamie continued reporting that the press conference was ready. Hearing that, Joshua von Crayon recalled his conversation with Sun Hu. Sun Hu told him to handle this with his own group and Mingthien's Group 1, and not let anyone doubt their ability to control the situation. Joshua asked uncertainly whether he was suitable to speak to the press about such an important matter. Sun Hu encouraged him, saying that he was the man he trusted to wield the reputation of the association's leader. Only a few hours remained before the trial grounds opened. This is the last thing I can give you. He promptly thanked his boss, then stepped through the door into another dimension. Joshua von Crien stood before the crowd and declared, 1 week ago, humanity was invaded. Elsewhere, the citizens were asking for his name, Jonathan, but Jonathan himself knew perfectly well who had truly saved everyone during this incident. He thought to himself, these people always believe I am the one who saved the market, yet no one is praising Sun Hu. He turned to Brian and said, I need your help. Whether people thank us for saving the world or condemn us for exploiting a crisis to enhance our reputation, the moment our stock ownership is exposed, everyone will condemn us. That is human nature. Having followed Jonathan closely, Brian understood the situation and quickly responded. He said they should thoroughly redistribute their shares, transfer them into shell companies through cross-trades, and erase the transaction records. It would not be too difficult because the New York Stock Exchange was not a government agency. Cross-trading involved offsetting buy and sell orders for the same asset without recording the transaction on the exchange. Jonathan walked over, looked at the computer screen, and said that within a few hours, the rate of monster incursions would reach an entirely different level, one even the military could not contain. That would be when they began. Hearing this, Brian looked frightened and said, in that case, instead of discussing how to manipulate our shares, should we not be fleeing? Jonathan picked up the remote and turned on the television as he replied, dealing with high-ranked monsters was not the military's responsibility, but theirs. Joshua von Crien and the World Awakened Association's press conference appeared on the television. Standing at the podium, Joshua von Crien spoke clearly, we will be attacked again. This time, however, our current firepower cannot stop them, not guns, nor even nuclear weapons. There is only one way to fight them. It lies in the courage of those who have been granted supernatural abilities. The Awakened, it will arrive exactly 1 hour after the monsters invade us again. At that moment, the trial grounds will open. Some of those watching right now will also be selected to enter the same place. However, the trial grounds exist within an entirely different flow of time. No matter how much time passes there, no time will pass in this world. To everyone else, it will appear as though we suddenly emerged at the perfect moment and destroyed the enemy as though we had prepared in advance. Therefore, please await our return. The press conference attracted the attention of countless citizens. Sun Hu was also watching television with his parents. Mr. Neznu could not help exclaiming, my goodness, that must be someone from the Korean family. He has no reason to lie at a time like this. Those trial grounds are probably real. At 1700 hours, high-ranked monsters began pouring out of the gates. At 1750 and 1758, the monsters attacked the city. Peak came at 1755, the exact time the United States had announced the use of nuclear weapons in the previous timeline. The screen continued showing nothing but reports of the attacks. Seeing everything proceed according to his plan, Sun Hu clenched his fist. Determination flashed in his eyes as he spoke with excitement. I did it, I actually did it. At 1759, his mother was asleep while his father watched the news on television. Fully equipped, he said goodbye to his father. Dad, I will be back soon. With that, he moved into another spatial dimension. John Neal was left without enough time to say anything, only stammering a few words. Son, wait. When he vanished, John Neal immediately shouted Sun Hu's name. His cry also awakened his wife. Logging into the trial grounds. Logging into the trial grounds. A great number of people were drawn into this dimension. Everyone looked around in confusion and asked where they were. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before them. The system announced, congratulations on logging into the trial grounds. A small angel appeared and said, I am the guide responsible for conducting Act 1, Scene 1. I know all of you are extremely confused, but could you pay attention to me for a moment? This place may look very familiar, but it is entirely different. Unlike the real world, this place operates according to its own rules and flow of time. Do you all understand? Seeing it flutter through the air, someone murmured in wonder, an angel, how beautiful. The small angel continued, this place has prepared many things to help you grow. One of them is missions. Completing missions will allow you to advance to the next stage. Do your best. The man angrily shouted, listen, I have 2 young children. I do not care about these meaningless games. Send me back immediately. Hearing that, the small angel's eyes turned red, and it smiled sinisterly as it said, are the rules here really so difficult to understand? With that, it caused the man's head to swell. Then it exploded, terrifying everyone nearby. The small angel spoke again, if you still do not understand, I will keep explaining until you do. Everyone fled in terror. Someone shouted at a soldier, hey, shoot that thing, what good is your gun? But only the soldier knew that, since I was transported here from the battlefield, I still have all my equipment, but I have just realized that none of it works. Everyone descended into chaos. Some screamed for their mothers. Others shouted, be quiet, all the stairways are blocked. The soldier surveyed the situation and thought that he had to conceal the fact that he could not use his gun. He needed to find a way to take control. Having made up his mind, he issued an order, everyone, please remain calm. I am 1st Lieutenant Lee Jubung of the White Skull Reconnaissance Battalion, 3rd Infantry Division. From this moment onward, please follow my commands. We need to stay calm and work together to find a way home. Anyone who has served in the military step forward. Seeing several people step forward, he spoke again. Good. Can anyone here turn on their phone? Suddenly a man interrupted. Of course not. Did you not hear what the guide said? This is another world. The soldier asked him to introduce himself before speaking. The man introduced himself as Kagun Sunjin and explained that he thought the young man did not understand the situation, asking him not to take offense if he wanted to lead everyone. You need to understand the situation clearly. Repeat after me. Status window. The soldier thought he was talking nonsense and replied stubbornly, please remain quiet and do not confuse everyone. Sanjin ignored him, drew a knife and told the soldier to try it once, promising that he would receive something like this. Seeing that he had a weapon, the soldier raised his gun and shouted, do not move, I am warning you. Kagun Sunjin frowned and said, how irritating, just say it once and you will understand. A child said, status window, and a virtual panel appeared. The child shouted excitedly, this is amazing, I have a skill. He was right. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the soldier ordered, stay calm and maintain order. Sanjin thought bitterly that this was not the answer, but although the young man was still young, following him might be the right choice. After reaching that conclusion, he left the room and ran after a person dressed from head to toe. He shouted, hey, wait for me. Walking behind him, he introduced himself. I am Kagun Sunjin, 42 years old. The young man remained silent for a moment. He asked Sanjin, are you planning to follow me? Sanjin asked in return, am I not allowed? The young man advised him that staying with the others would be safer. Kagun Sunjin still tried to persuade him. What if I say I am going to follow you? Not knowing what to say, the young man ignored him and said there was a high chance he would die. He thought to himself that he had never seen that man before, so they were probably from different groups. The angel appeared and told everyone not to be afraid, revealing that there were 100 people in this stage. No, there should be 99 because one person had already given up. At that moment, everyone awakened. I will assume that you have understood the basic system and are ready to proceed to the next stage. Use your awakening reward and defend successfully. The finished task has been created. The time remaining until the wave arrives is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The guide believes you can do it. Since this is your first mission, you will have enough time to prepare. Let us begin stage 1, scene 1. Everyone who heard the little angel was terrified. Only the young man remained calm while Kagun Sunjin wondered, what is that thing talking about? Suddenly, a mysterious black and red curtain appeared before them. Only then did he begin to feel afraid. Good heavens, I do not think I dare follow you in there. Where did he go? Others also came outside. Kagun Sunjin said, someone passed through here, should we pull him back? A soldier pressed his gun against the curtain and thought that every direction was blocked. This black thing looked as though it connected to some dangerous place. The soldier asked Kagun Sunjin, do you know him? He answered honestly, not exactly, but I think we need him. After hearing him, the soldier began directing everyone. I will make the decisions, form groups with the others, and follow my orders. Gather all supplies in one place. Items, insignias, personal belongings, put everything together. At that moment, the little angel praised them. A good idea, I like your initiative. Kagun Sunjin scratched his head and thought that it was just as he had expected. Taking control of the situation was necessary, while the others muttered fearfully, damn it, who do they think they are? That guide is watching us far too closely. The system voice rang out again. The finished task has been completed. Everyone asked in confusion, what, the mission is already complete? Turned out that the young man named Sun Hyu had eliminated the monster. The system announced that they would be awarded a silver box. Everyone showed off to one another. Damn, I got an attack skill. I got a healing skill. The little angel was stunned by the news, and the system announced, the guide is truly impressed by all of you. In one corner, the soldier examined the skill he had received and thought, a healing skill. It does not suit me at all. He asked the little angel, hey, can we exchange skills? Is there anyone who can trade with me? The angel replied briskly, you want to modify the system. I do not have that authority. The soldier asked again, then who does? The angel replied, a challenger. If you meet the conditions, you can also become a challenger. But it will not be easy. He asked, what are the conditions? The angel continued answering, everything is a secret that you must uncover yourself. I am giving you this service because you completed the mission quickly. The soldier thanked her and said they would probably proceed to stage 1, scene 2. The little angel wore a dangerous expression, her eyes glowing red as she said, who told you that? Preparation phase is not over yet. You may use the remaining time to rest. But you seem bored. Then I will create a mission for you. Enjoy it while you wait. At that moment, another virtual information panel appeared before every person. Someone asked in surprise, this is... The panel displayed the next mission. An unnamed mission has been created. Too many people have survived. Choose one person to be eliminated. Two players stared at each other in confusion. What does this mean? Is it telling us to choose someone to die? A second later, they flinched when someone appeared before them. The two immediately raised their weapons and went on guard, and they shouted, "Stay where you are. Obey military law. I will report to the platoon leader. You can wait here." A short while later, the platoon leader approached step by step with someone dressed in white. "Hey, Sunhu, were you the one who completed the mission? Can you explain what happened?" I simply replied, "I can handle it myself, that is all." The platoon leader continued, "But everything happened too quickly and problems arose. You must have seen the new mission as well." Sunhu warned him, "You should get used to it. That thing will do whatever it wants." He speculated, "I assume you are a member of the World Awakened Association." He admitted, "Yes, but listen, I am only calling you platoon leader." He warned him seriously, "Choose your own people to sacrifice and stay out of my affairs. If you want my help, lower your head a little." He thought to himself, "I will never let that happen." Another man appeared and the platoon leader asked what was wrong. It turned out to be Sanjin, who shouted, "I have told you many times, were you not listening?" He explained, "This young man told me about the awakening reward, we should be grateful." The platoon leader retorted, "But you keep talking about useless things." Earlier he had laughed and asked, "So you are finally willing to tell me your name?" "Haha, your name certainly carries a high price." Sunhu replied, "Far higher than you imagine." Then he asked, "Are you truly going to follow me?" He thought to himself, "My life is about to become a series of dangerous adventures." The man said, "That sounds frightening, but I will follow you. I trust you more than those men." Then he stammered an apology for running away earlier. Sunhu said coldly, "The question is whether you have enough courage to follow me. I will introduce myself." He turned his head and said, "This may sound somewhat grand, but call me Odin." Sunhu said to the platoon leader, "You want me to take responsibility because you believe this is my fault. Am I right? Do you not realize everyone survived because of me?" He objected, "That is not what I mean. Please wait until the situation settles down." He left with the man in white. The other men added, "How irritating, that demonic guide is deliberately making things difficult for us." Sunhu brushed the dust from his clothes and asked, "Are you not going with them?" Sanjin sighed, "Humans are even more frightening than monsters. Who knows what will happen to me if I go there now?" He complained angrily, "Those people care only about themselves. They have all lost their minds, damn it." Kwang turned around and warned him, "You must also remain wary of them. Once the platoon leader turns against you, you will be in danger. If he uses a gun, remember to run back to that place." He asked curiously, "I cannot understand you. Do you not know that traveling with someone being targeted will make you a target as well?" Kagun Sunjin laughed and replied, "My girlfriend left me because she could not understand me either." "Haha, but you need to live and say what you truly want." Sunhu asked, "What skill did you receive?" The man answered honestly, "An item and an emblem, but those soldiers took everything." Kagun Sunjin flexed his muscles and declared confidently, "Compared with everyone else, I have the highest strength stat. That is the power of a real man. What do you think?" Sunhu sighed, "Did you say your name was Kagun Sunjin?" On the other side, the platoon leader walked down the road with a gloomy look in his eyes. The system panel appeared with a notification. "The unnamed mission has been completed." Seeing it, Sunhu guessed, it seems he personally selected the lion. Impressive. Sure enough, the man approached and said, "I want your cooperation." The platoon leader earnestly proposed, "Allow our militia to handle the next wave. We also need more practical combat experience." He emphasized, "I will say it again, we will not interfere in each other's affairs." He turned and walked away, saying, "Do not worry, just do things your own way." A second later, the guide appeared and asked whether everyone had rested well. "We gave you plenty of time to prepare, though not as much as the first time." It explained that this mission had two routes. The wave had been generated, and the remaining time until the second wave was 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Sunhu told the platoon leader, "I will leave the south to you, do your best to survive." He immediately ordered the civilians to erect barricades and reinforce the north. "There is no guarantee that we will succeed again this time." Sometime later, when the wave ended and the countdown expired, countless civilians still lay injured beneath the rubble. Screams rang out endlessly as people called for healing. "Healing is needed here, over here too. Mother, help me." Kagan Sun-jin and Sunhu arrived and froze upon seeing the scene. What happened here? Countless corpses lay before him. Even the platoon leader from earlier was among the dead. He sighed. "Why did you have to live so rigidly only to die like this? What a tragedy for your family." The system displayed another notification. "Mission. The wave has been generated. The remaining time until the third wave is 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Sunhu told him, "Let us go." After fighting alongside him, Kagan Sun-jin began forming an idea while the survivors reorganized themselves into groups. Sun-jin and I handled the fourth wave by ourselves. We came close to death several times, but the rewards exceeded anything we could have imagined. The guide appeared and exclaimed, "What impressive speed. Do you know that you hold the highest ranking among all the red stages?" It added, "It seems I underestimated you. Next time I will try not to disappoint you. Now get some rest." Kagan Sun-jin grimaced. "I thought it was about to throw another damn mission at us. It truly does whatever it wants." Sun Hu spoke again, starting from the next wave, go with the group, I need time to adapt to my enhanced stats. The man sighed, you want me to protect them? That is far too generous toward people who once tried to take your life. He said, do whatever you want, but do not work for free, teach them about order. Upon returning, Kagan Sun Jin met the new leader and asked, are you the current leader? But you are far too young. What is the reason? The man replied, because I am a doctor. Kagan Sun Jin wondered, what can a doctor do in a place like this? Do you possess a healing skill? Zukioli hurriedly replied, no, that is not it. But many people trusted me after seeing me provide emergency treatment to others. The man immediately said, I understand, but you should know where your fate now lies. The man agreed as well, yes, with the World Awakened Association. Sanjin said bluntly, this man's name is Odin, he asked me to help you, but nothing in this world comes free. Zukiolium replied, of course we will gather everything and give it to you. But once we leave this place, Kagan Sun Jin said no. He took out a magic stone and said he had no interest in money. When you butcher monsters, you will find stones, use these as payment. The strategist Sun Hu once said that when magic stones gained value and began serving as currency, order would form in this place. Since large stones were difficult to transport, banks appeared, and the economy had to function so society could retain its energy. While he sat leisurely roasting meat, he thought silently to eat and survive to become stronger. He shut his eyes tightly and affirmed yes to survive. Kagan Sun Jin thought to himself that the water and meat had been purchased from the cleared area. Although it did not taste very good, it was still edible. He raised the piece of meat to his mouth and ate it. He regretted inwardly. It would be nice if monster meat were edible, but getting chased after eating it would be disastrous. Sanjin turned to the other two and said, I already told you, 2 stones for 1 fish. There is plenty of food here. With stones you can get anything. He reflected that waves 3 and 4 had been blocked, exhausting the town's supply of magic stones. The man asked anxiously whether he wanted them to hunt monsters, while the woman beside him pleaded, please do not do this, have mercy on us. Let us survive together. He snorted coldly, have you no shame if you do not dare leave the boundary? Then stay here and wait for the next wave. His words left the 2 people stunned. Do I need to repeat myself? Even weaklings like you must cooperate and fight the monsters. At that moment, another voice rang out. What Kagan Sun Jin said is correct. The man wearing protective glasses said, we cannot depend on those 2 forever. Let us form a hunting team and grow stronger together. Sanjin drew his weapon, stood up, and said, stop being afraid, I will go beyond the barrier with you. Seeing the townspeople begin to listen, the man with glasses winked and said, thanks bro. He smiled in response, it is nothing, helping one another is only natural. Afterward, he reported to Sun Hu that the man was an excellent speaker, and the more he watched him work, the more he liked his methods. Doctors truly were a different breed. Set aside 20% of all magic stones as a communal fund for the town. He praised, that is quite clever. Kagan Sun Jin asked, right, you should meet him next time. Sun Hu replied, do not trust people too easily, especially intelligent ones. He confidently patted his chest, I have a good eye for people. Do not worry, I judged you correctly too. At that moment, the system announced a mission. The wave has been generated, time remaining until wave 5, 16 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Sun Hu departed after giving him a single instruction. Do well, there are 5 entry points, I will handle 4 of them. It was important to know that once a monster breeding nest was destroyed and the hidden mission completed, 3 golden boxes would appear at every entry point. Both strength and perception broke through to D rank. He called out, guide, I know you are watching me, come out. It announced having a challenger on the stage I oversee is both an honor and a burden. This is only stage 1, yet you possess the privilege of a second trial. Who could have expected that? He said, there is a system I want to modify. It replied, that depends on the difficulty. What do you wish to do? Sun Hu asked directly, is there any way to make this forest cause trouble for us? The guide was rendered speechless. Then a system screen appeared before him. The message has been censored. A flood of notifications followed, repeatedly stating that the message had been censored. Sun Hu told it to stop. I want to modify the box system. The guide asked why. He replied that all current rewards were random. Thinking about the pile of rewards, Sun Hu sighed. Not only skills and items, even random attributes are given out. If this continues, survival will depend entirely on luck. He made his decision and ordered, I want to choose the category of rewards from each box. The guide asked, meaning you wish to select the category while the reward within it remains random. He replied, yes, what challenge must I overcome? Traits. Then the system reported that the challenger had been activated. The majestic challenger mission has been generated. Without the interference of deathly chaos, the system would have been perfect, but because of it, many parts were distorted. Mission: defeat the war. Select a reward box category. This mission is exclusive to challengers. Proceed to the mission location. Warning: gather as many people as possible for the assault force. Sun Hu broke into a cold sweat. Not now. However, the guide's expression changed as it directly navigated him toward the mission location and wished him good luck. He glared at it and cursed inwardly. Damn it. The system issued a new objective. The victory condition is to destroy the altar of deathly chaos or eliminate every enemy. The defeat condition is the death of all allied forces. Your invasion has been detected. The enemy is assembling its formation. Sun Hu examined the battlefield and muttered, a Deutschland Air Force. 2 mage units, 1 unit of gigantic monsters, including both ground and aerial forces. There were approximately 1,000 of them, standing alone on the hill. He told himself that this scene reminded him of the first time he entered a dungeon alone. He saw the monsters advancing and reflected that even with items, his chances of survival were nearly the same as back then. He immediately took out the Ring of Dominion and activated it. He calmly looked up at the sky, identified his target, Mature Graph. While they were still confused, a whirlwind swept through and hurled the monsters backward. Sun Hu also charged into battle, roaring, "Come at me, Yodok Bastardus." At that moment, the system displayed time remaining until Wave 5, 2 hours, 8 minutes, 12 seconds. The young man with glasses from earlier approached Kagan Sunjin and called out, "Bro." He probed Odin still has not returned. He answered honestly that Odin was probably blocking an entry point and had promised to handle 4 of them, so there was no need to worry. Yet he was anxious because 10 hours had passed without any sign of him, and had never taken this long before. As though reading his thoughts, the bespectacled man asked whether something bad had happened. Kagan Sunjin insisted that he only thought so because he did not understand Odin, and nothing could possibly have happened. The bespectacled man reflected that he should have backed Odin immediately after seeing him handle the first wave. No, he should have realized that the financial system would remain intact after the first invasion. But he had already missed too many major opportunities. He looked at Kagun Sunjin and continued thinking that once they returned, the Global Awakened Association would become the main source of power. If he could not follow Odin, then following Kagun Sunjin would also work. The system continued announcing that the mission and wave had been generated. The remaining time for the 5th life was 0 seconds. Countless screams rang out. There are monsters at entry point 1. They have broken through point 2. Damn it. Point 3. Someone help at point 4. Save me at point 5. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth. The moment he confidently believed he could block 1 point, he was already doomed. Someone shouted that point 5 was in danger and ordered people to be sent there. Kagun Sunjin was fighting when he saw the man standing in a daze and shouted at him to focus and stop standing there. At that moment, the monsters surged forward like a disturbed swarm of bees, charging in all at once. Kagun Sunjin's face turned pale. He was quickly surrounded by them. Damn it, help me get them off. The bespectacled man widened his eyes. Damn it, please, Triolium, it is over, I have to escape. He ignored Kagun Sunjin as the monsters attacked him, turned around, grabbed his bag and fled. Forget Odin and Sunjin, they are certain to die. The monsters are concentrated here, so I will escape through entry point 1. Sanjin also witnessed the scene. He turned back to look at him and forced a strained smile. Then he turned away again and fled from the area. Sanjin shouted, "You bastard, are you running away?" The bespectacled man kept running while carrying the bag. Without realizing it, he had already reached the gate. His expression twisted as he wondered whether this was the right decision. What if even more monsters appeared later? Should he go back? But Kagan Sunjin was already dead. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed behind him, incinerated every monster clinging to Kagan Sunjin, and all the ones attacking the others as well. The owner of the beam descended from the sky. Sanjin cried out, "Odin, is that you?" The system immediately announced that it had changed and the box categories had been divided into random skill boxes and random item boxes. Random emblem boxes, specific attribute enhancement boxes, specific skill enhancement boxes, and specific trait enhancement boxes. The people cheered, "Odin is back, Odin has returned." The bespectacled man broke into a cold sweat and told himself to remain calm and appear grateful to Odin. Seeing Sanjin and Sun Hu approach while supporting each other, he told himself that he would pretend to ask about Odin's wounds and could not make another mistake this time. Sun Hu told Kagun Sunjin that once everything was over, he should stay beside his body and protect him until he woke up. The man replied that he understood and told him not to worry. The bespectacled man spoke in a trembling voice. "Wait, brother Sunjin, please let me explain." All he saw were the man's reddened eyes and the hammer raised high in his hand. A while later, Sanjin sat heavily on the ground and looked at the 5 silver boxes surrounding him. A place had been arranged for Sun Hu to sleep beside him. He thought about the 5 silver boxes and that a man needed to become stronger. No, he had nearly died this time because he had been too slow, so that was what needed improvement. With that thought, he said that he chose the dexterity enhancement box. The system immediately announced that the silver dexterity box had been opened. Dexterity increased by 11, dexterity increased by 15. Increased by 19, increased by 11, dexterity F92. Seeing this, he cried and complained that he had heard the increase could range from 11 to 40, so why had his rewards been so low? A girl approached and asked whether he was looking for the healer. Kagun Sun-jin hurriedly replied that he was and asked whether she was the healer, despite being such a young girl. A second later, he became furious again and told her to say that once more. She calmly replied that most of the magic stones belonged to him. He stepped forward threateningly and asked whether she wanted him to pay a fee to heal Odin. Odin was also the benefactor who had saved her life. Asura considered that treating him for free might be more profitable, but she did not see it that way. Odin used magic stones as currency, and he was a logical person who perhaps worked in finance just as she did. Thinking this, she boldly said that Odin would not want free treatment. Kagun Sun-jin covered his face and asked what she was talking about. Free treatment was only natural because he had saved her. He helplessly said that she had introduced herself as Swaha. Fine, take all my magic stones, there is no other choice. Leisua replied that she would only take 10. He looked at her coldly and said it did not matter. A while later, she came to treat Sunhu. Leisua used deep body healing. She kindly reminded Kagun Sun-jin that he should also get some rest. He frowned and asked why he should trust her. She replied that they needed to trust each other, especially at a time like this. Kagun Sun-jin did not believe her and said the way she spoke such fake words was exactly like that bastard. If she dared to become like him, he would not show mercy merely because she was a woman. You are talking too much. Stop thinking nonsense and focus on treating him. Blue Hello enveloped Sunhu's body. He also gradually faded from sight. Sanjin rushed over happily and asked whether Odin was awake. Then he suddenly stopped. He stepped back and introduced Lee Sua, who had worked tirelessly all day to treat him. She candidly said that she did not work for free. Sunhu asked the price and Lee Sua replied briefly 10 magic stones. He exhaled, finding the price reasonable, then asked whether she was the new leader. Lee Sua said no, a council had now been established. Preolium's system remained in place. 20% of all magic stones earned went into the town fund, while 10 administrators formed the governing council. Sunhu put on his clothes and asked Lee Sua about her previous occupation, and she replied that she had worked under Yuzo. He thought she seemed intelligent and realized she had been one of them. Lee Sua hesitantly asked whether Odin had ever worked there. He interrupted her and confirmed that he had worked at Telessa Capital. She blushed and thought to herself, Telessa Capital, Jessica. She told herself that he had worked at the company of the woman she admired most. Sunhu was pleased by her reaction to Jessica. Her intelligence would prove useful, and he decided to observe her further. While later, he went out onto the street with Kagun and Sun-jin. Everyone had resumed their activities. One person was trading insignias at a starting price of 10 magic stones, while the seller advised raising their stats first. At another stall, a loudspeaker advertised healing, agility, plunder, and restraint insignias. Sunhu smiled faintly. Even in this dreadful environment, commerce continued to flourish. Everyone assessed the value of goods and devised strategies, and although they were exhausted, no one had fallen into despair. This was exactly what he wanted to see, and he asked the price of a healing insignia, knowing that after waves 6 and 7, everyone had grown accustomed to fighting and casualties had fallen sharply. The guide appeared and told him that they had moved it almost to tears, and more than 80 people were currently still alive. Sunhu hoped no one would be eliminated during the final wave, and he predicted that the assault would end with wave 10. Suddenly he realized something. It turned out that the guide changed its demeanor and threats to match their rate of growth. It said it had done its utmost, and told them to look forward to what came next. He declared that only they would act during the final wave, while everyone else had to evacuate. Sanjin called out to the townspeople, telling everyone to hide and leave this to them, while Sunhu's gaze inadvertently met Lee Sua's. After thinking for a moment, he asked whether she wanted to join them. The system announced that Odin had invited Lee Sua to the party, and she thanked him delightedly, promising to do her best. He instructed her to support Sunjin if his defensive line broke, because this battle would be completely different from the previous ones. Suddenly, he heard a series of thunderous crashes. Lee Sua stared toward the source of the noise in horror. Sanjin was flustered. Until now they had only encountered small creatures. The system announced that the wave mission had been generated, with 0 seconds remaining until wave 10. Sanjin stared at the enormous monster standing before the high-rise building. He cried out that putting something like this into the trial was practically cheating. Hordes of monsters began surging forth. Sunhu gripped the flaming sword. He thought that when attacks of the same attribute were stacked together, their effects multiplied, and the system announced that his Solar Radiance robe had gained an additional fire skill. Solar Radiance robe had transformed into a new form. Odin activated Solar Radiance cannon. Flame Demon King's domain enveloped Kagun Sunjin and Lee Sua. He shouted and asked whether Odin intended to roast them alive. A second later, the system announced that party members would not receive damage while inside the skills area. Party members shared the skills effects within that area. The mace in Kagun Sun's hand suddenly glowed red as though it had been placed in a forge. He exclaimed that Odin was always incredible, but this was on an entirely different level, making him wonder whether Odin was truly human. Sunhu fought without pause, while the system continuously announced the skills and equipment enrollment he used. The trait merging with the storm was activated. The skills gifted 1 and sensitive 1 were activated. The monster roared furiously, but he continued attacking relentlessly. Sanjin stared at the magnificent spectacle before him. He asked Lee Sua whether she understood what was happening, and she replied that she did not. At that moment, several smaller monsters charged toward him, but a second later, they were incinerated by flames. Those were Sun Hu's flames. Kugan Sun Jin clenched his fists, refusing to stand by and watch. Sun Hu teased him about how fast he was, and he shouted that he would use Odin's flame transfer to deal with them. He even turned to Lee Sua and told her not to worry about him. He told her to go support Odin, but she protested that she could not. Kugan Sun Jin asked suspiciously why she could not, and Lee Sua honestly replied that her skill was unusable, because Odin had not suffered any damage even once. Those words left Kagun ashamed. She had not been struck even once from beginning to end, and if she was lying, he would not accept it. Before he could finish speaking, Lixua rushed forward and cut down the monster attempting a sneak attack, warning them to watch out. Kagun Sun Jin was astonished by her speed, while Lixua reminded them to stay cautious. She focused on defeating the smaller monsters and marveled at her own performance. Fortunately, she had improved her dexterity, and now it was proving useful in battle. Sun Hu danced through the sea of flames, but he still told Lee Sua that he had instructed her to focus solely on healing, because she was not Guguyan He. Suddenly, a sound startled him. At some point the monster had accumulated enough energy. It opened its mouth and unleashed all its power toward him. Both Lixua and Sanjin shouted Odin's name. Several arcs of lightning flashed around her body, followed by a powerful thunderbolt that struck the monster. The system announced that he had activated Odin's wrath. Burst of light was so intense that Kagun and Sanjin, along with Lixua, had to narrow their eyes. A moment later he asked in alarm whether it was over. Sun Hu stood beside them and said no, it had entered an invincible state. He looked at the monster, which was still full of energy, and thought that this was the challenge encountered during the second phase. But this was only the first scene. Did it truly intend to kill them? He glanced at Kagun Sun Jin and Lee Sua, knowing they might have to risk their lives, but he also did not want them to gain benefits without spending any effort. If they survived, they deserved to be comrades. Immediately after, he rushed into a furious battle with the monsters. The giant monster kept launching strands from its body toward Sun Hu. Kagun Sun Jin cursed silently in his head. His blood and the monster's blood had mixed together, impossible to tell apart anymore. Suddenly, a branch from the monster's body pierced straight through him. Sanjin's eyes bulged, red blood spilled from his mouth. His body felt limp. He fell to his knees, muttering reproachfully, "Where did she go? Why did she not help me this time?" Scanning with his eyes, he suddenly saw Lee Sua had been lying unconscious on the ground for a while. He tried to call her up, but the healer had collapsed, truly helpless. He struggled to reach his hand toward her. Finally, his hand touched her hair. But at this moment, Kagun Sun Jin realized that was only the remaining head of Lixua. Her face evoked in him an illusion of his deceased wife. She had once reproached him, "How could you do that? I can no longer with you." His innocent son asked, "Dad, can we not live together anymore?" His wife shouted, "I am so upset. Jiqian, you have to come with me." Kagun Sun Jin thought to himself, "They say before death your life flashes before your eyes. Damn it, I helplessly watched her leave." With a large wound on his back, he collapsed. Until the last minute, she still kept scolding me. I will die here without getting to see my son one last time. In his final moment, he sank into thought. Odin will surely save the world. Jiqian, I am going ahead. Sanjin lay motionless, only a faint trace of consciousness remaining. Before his eyes, the image of his son Jiqian appeared again. The boy struggled to raise his hand to perform a healing spell. "Uncle, I will also help." System notified, Kang Ja-sung has cast body healing. Sanjin was astonished. Memories of the boy surfaced. That man was right. We received the awakening reward. The system continuously displayed notifications about the agility insignia. As if injected with strength, Kagun Sun Jin propped himself up with his staff and stood. He said, "I can move now, just stay here and wait. Uncle will finish this and come back." Saying that, he plunged into the battle once more. Sanjin thought, maybe I am a bit too eager doing useless things, but just to distract the monster once and create a small opportunity, he leaped up, bringing his axe down onto the monster's body. Kagun Sun Jin told himself that was my role. At this moment, the vines on the monster's body appeared again. Sanjin thought to himself, seems fine now. Immediately after, the monster's tentacles crashed down all around him. Sanjin winced as he looked at the tentacle pressing down on his body. The system announced again. The wave mission was complete. Kagun Sun Jin could not believe it and had to check the notification again. The corner of his lips curled into a faint smile. It was over. He jumped up onto the monster's body. Success, it was truly over. Due to excessive blood loss, he fell again. He tumbled to the ground motionless. Sun Hu approached him. He thought, facing the jaws of death and still coming back, truly reckless. He let out a breath. Anyway, that was pretty good. When Sanjin was unconscious, someone said, "Everyone wants you to manage the magic stones." Odin replied, "I have no intention of being an active member. You must know, ever since magic stones became valuable, theft had started to appear. The council was not strong enough to control it." Someone said to Lee Sua, "Just let Sun Jin handle that." She asked back, "So you will open a bank later?" He said, "That is your specialty." She replied, "Yes." At this moment, Kagan Sunjin stirred slightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Sunhu spoke up, awake, huh? Lee Su asked, are you okay? The girl said, I am sorry. I lost sight of you during the fight. Kagan Sunjin started trembling in shock. Odin, I saw it clearly. He recalled the scene of Lixua's head being cut off. Now seeing her intact, he shouted, her head was severed, she was dead. Sunhu sighed, it might just be an illusion. How much have you drunk? Sanjin was dazed, huh? Sunhu explained, I did not mean to tell you to drink it. I was talking about monster blood. He reminded, be more careful from now on. Drinking monster blood can cause hallucinations and paranoia. He thought to himself, blood splattered everywhere, so some got into his mouth. Kagan Sunjin recalled, indeed his body was covered in a lot of blood. Lion stammered, asking if it was just an illusion. Sunhu told him to recount everything he could remember. Kagan Sunjin immediately used his whole body to reenact it. Sunhu and Lee Suan both sat in silence listening to him tell the story. After a while, he concluded only Leisua's expression was an illusion. Kagan Sunjin added, yeah, I remember that kid too. Sunhu sighed and said that very kid had saved him. I already shared the antidote with you. Just sleep some more. He instructed the old man despite having received treatment. If he didn't get enough rest, he wouldn't last. Outside, Kang Ji-sung was sitting on the rubble, checking the system. Suddenly, Sunhu's voice rang out asking what the kid's name was. The boy answered Kang Ye-sung. Sunhu asked why he came out when he was told to hide. Kang Ye-sung replied, because if you three failed, it would be our turn next. He remembered the crazed look in the boy's eyes and thought to himself, this is no ordinary child. If he went down the wrong path, he would become someone like the 6th Emperor. With that thought, he handed the boy a ring and told him to take it. The system reported this was the Wind Warrior's guard ring. When used, the recipient receives a blessing with 5,000 physical defense, 10,000 magical defense, and a cooldown of 14 days. He told him not to tell anyone, and if he encountered trouble, he could come find him. The boy asked in surprise, really? Sunhu confirmed it and told him to use it to buy some gear and eat properly. He also gave the boy a slip, saying if he brought it to Lisua, he would receive some magic stones. It turned out to be a magic stone bank check worth 100 stones. On the other side, Kansunjin was gathered together with many people. Someone asked, just need to sign here? Lisua replied, sign and add your fingerprint too. She politely explained the contract would be a bank book, and she could add pages whenever he requested. The man wondered what if it got stolen. She replied because she remembered everyone's faces. They couldn't use his money. She told him he should keep it safe anyway. It was fine now, but she couldn't guarantee it when the numbers grew. The man was curious when the numbers would grow. Lisua said there were a few other groups like us out there. He thought of their eyes. He silently prayed that wouldn't happen, would it? In a hidden corner, a figure was lurking. The black-haired man said, lucky guess. There are other groups outside the border. The middle-aged man said, we can increase our goods and manpower. The black-haired man wondered why the atmosphere in this area felt so relaxing. It turned out he was Hong Kwan Ho. He was a gangster who got rich managing gambling websites, trafficking contraband and loan sharking. He was the most brutal man in the organization disguised as a business with the title of director. That other man said thanks to him their group of 34 survived. A director like him should have at least 50 men. It turned out he was Min Suk Du, an accountant and Hong Kwan Ho's right-hand man. Hong Kwan Ho said he didn't know who the leader over there was, but he must be something, the more interesting the better. He mused about defeating that leader. The rest would easily come over to his side. He planned we have 34 survivors, all combat-capable forces remaining. There's no way these fools can compete with us. At that moment, Kagan Sunjin's group was still having fun. Someone said with a bank, now they could sleep peacefully. Another chimed in, yeah, I'm slowly getting used to this place. Then that person suddenly burst into sobs, saying all her life she thought life would never change. The old woman who spoke earlier comforted her, don't worry, we will survive and get out of here. The next second, she was suddenly gagged by someone. Huang Quan Ho threatened the girl, telling her to shut up. If she answered properly, our healer would save you. I saw the person who had been talking to her earlier was already dead, his eyes still wide open in shock. He asked how many of you are there. She trembled and answered, 80. He asked in surprise, 80 people, who is your leader controlling you? The girl replied, no, it's not like that. Directly stabbed a knife into her thigh. His eyes turned red as he warned, I'm giving you one last chance. The poor girl stammered an answer, a man named Odin. Min Suk Du pretended to be gentle, telling her to tell us about Odin. The girl said, we only know he is the strongest, we don't know anything else, please believe me. He asked next, alright, you say strongest, how strong? She replied he single-handedly destroyed monsters, even the monsters from the final wave. Hong Kwan Ho didn't believe her words and directly slit the girl's throat. He even yelled, I told you there's only one chance. What the hell did you say? Min Suk Du silently sighed, we haven't gotten all the information yet. Hong Kwan Ho suddenly asked him, hey, you tell me. He mentioned Kagan Sun Jin, asking if that fat guy was the leader, saying thanks to Hong Kwan Ho, 34 survivors surviving wasn't boasting. Though his individual ability was impressive, his sense for tracking targets in a group was excellent. Once someone became Huang Quanho's target, no matter how big or strong that person was, the result was predetermined. At this moment, he was charging over angrily, his nose bleeding. He used an iron headbutt to strike the guy beside him. Turned out Kagan Sun Jin had grabbed his leg. Then he began to pour metal around them. People around looked on in confusion, wondering what was happening. After smashing a few, Kagan Sun Jin cursed in irritation, daring to ambush me. You're asking for it. Huang Quanho's lackeys looked at him in fear, thinking no magic attack dealt any damage. It was like we were facing the strongest monster. The system displayed a notification that Huang Quanho had used the strength emblem and the dexterity emblem. Kagan Sun Jin saw him, gritted his teeth, and cursed. What else are you trying to do? You're the leader of this gang, right? He said to use healing, then he would mess you up. Sanjin used one hand to break Huang Quanho's leg. He screamed in pain, thinking to himself that he had used all his emblems and still couldn't escape. He had also taken everyone else's rewards, but why was this guy so strong? Kagan Sun Jin was one of the 2 people who completed all hidden quests up to the 4th wave and received the final ranking reward. His face full of anger, he lifted the man's twisted leg and asked what he planned to do next. Because the difficulty was increased arbitrarily, the rewards would be better than other stages. Currently, only that person could face Sun Jin. Those were the people from the Awakener Association who had awakened earlier. Huang Quanho was no match. He was spun around by Sun Jin. Just then, someone came running over. As soon as that person saw them, he shouted, "Sister Sua, Sun Jin is here." Huang Quanho's group of underlings cursed inwardly. Damn it, even more people are coming. Huang Quanho lay on the ground, trembling as he cried out. He begged, "Let me go please, Odin." Sanjin immediately said, "I'm not Odin, where did you hear that name?" At this moment, Li Sua helped a person over as they walked and called out, "Old man." Li Sua, her voice choked with tears, continued, "That person Jin Hui, she's dead." Sanjin seemed to flip a demonic switch. He glared and gritted his teeth at Huang Quanho. "You bastard." Huang Quanho's group of underlings quickly defended themselves. Living under his command, we had no choice. If we dared disobey an order, we would lose our lives. Li Sua crossed her arms and looked at them. "Is that so? To survive, you had no other choice." The underlings quickly answered, "That's right." Li Sua softened, turned around and said, "We are the same. Sit still and wait for your punishment." Min Sukju gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I've met her somewhere before, remember?" A fragment of memory flashed in his mind. Min Sukju took the opportunity to call out, "Miss Suha, do you remember me? I'm Min Sukju." Seeing her turn back, he excitedly recounted. "We met at John Members 9 last year, Director Min of the 3rd financial team of the John Group. Do you remember?" John Members 9 was an event that gathered team members and above from John Group headquarters and its subsidiaries. Li Sua thought to herself that she hadn't recognized him earlier because he was only wearing underwear. Now she remembered the arrogant face that once ignored her even though she was a team leader of a subsidiary. Back then, Minsukyu even teased if anyone had put money into Diho, almost messing up his life. Min Sukju crawled to Li Sua's feet, groveling and flattering. "You remember, right?" Li Sua bent down contemptuously. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Director Min? Meeting again in these circumstances is truly unexpected, not counting the members who died while attacking Sun Jin, including Huang Quanho. The remaining 27 members were exiled and only allowed to wear underwear." Suddenly, the purple system appeared, its tone as smooth as water. "You all miss me a lot, right? Chosen guide for Stage 1 Scene 2 is me, it's me. Stage 1 Scene 2 will take place with 5 different segments combined into one. Because you had the best performance, you will be in the center with the other 4 segments on both sides. You've met before, so you must have noticed, right? The central area we are in is where the quest will be conducted. Therefore, a special reward prepared for the danger has been set aside for you. Get ready, I am giving out the special reward." Very quickly, the reward appeared before everyone. Sun Hu looked at the reward boxes and thought to himself, "Silver box, a fairly good reward, but I'm not too interested. What I'm aiming for is the secret reward of Stage 1 Scene 2. He smiled, full of anticipation. The purple system continued speaking. "I think this reward will help you perform better. Let's start Stage 1 Scene 2. Soon as it finished speaking, a tower emerged from underground. It stood towering in the center where everyone was standing. The tower's body was made of something quite similar to tentacles. "Looks quite grotesque," Sun Hu assessed inwardly. The tower was covered in tentacles and had a total of 7 floors. You can go up each floor using the external stairs, and the higher you go, each floor, there will be fewer doors than the floor below. On the first floor there are 7 doors, the second has 6, and the highest 7th floor has only 1 door. Sun Hu instructed Kagan Sun Jin, "If I don't come back, go find Mary." The structure of Stage 1 Scene 2 is to complete all the doors within the time limit. While Sanjin was still thinking about Mary, Sun Hu had already disappeared. He lightly jumped up through each floor before the horrified eyes of everyone. Sun Hu ran and thought, "The 8 great evils and the 8 great saints are all excellent on all fronts, but each person has one main ability. The first evil trait, the one who overcomes adversity. The second evil skill, the eyes of Isis. The third evil item, the wide skeleton worshipped by the immortal. Fourth evil item, the Spear of Judgment. The fifth evil skill, the Shape of Jin. The sixth evil skill, the Death Wave of Seth. The seventh evil skill, the Sword of Shiva. The 8th villain is the item Thousand-Year Western Mother Spider. Next is the first saint with the sword skill of Saint David. The second saint bears the domain skill of Osiris. The third saint possesses the item dagger of the fairy jester. The fourth saint uses the rage bow skill of Hera. The fifth saint has the trait of a hedonist. The sixth saint uses the wrath skill of Odin. The seventh saint owns the item blessing dagger of Luck Dum. The eighth saint has the skill pen of a major. Among them, the one I am sure to receive at the skeleton cactus trial site is worshipped by the immortal. The strongest monster might be waiting at the top of the tower. Sun Hu immediately grabbed his sword and charged up. He slashed as he thought. Perhaps it wanted him to clear an order, but he did not care. Sanjin gaped in admiration. He will reach the top first, truly worthy of Odin. The old man recalled the words he instructed before leaving, "If I do not return, go find Mary." Kaigan Sun Jin felt uneasy and worried, but why did he say that? At the same time Sun Hu had entered the tower, the purple system appeared with a reproachful tone. "Why did you do such unexpected things?" Sun Hu calmly replied, "I just did it my way, do not waste time, open it now." The purple system fell silent then turned cunning as it responded, "Good luck." As it said this, a flash of light shone before his eyes. Even from the outside, that light was clearly visible radiating out. Suddenly a massive explosion blasted the entire tower apart. Kagan Sun Jin screamed in terror. The whole tower shook violently. From within, a giant monster with sharp claws appeared. Its body gradually revealed itself before them, a colossal creature with large wings. Sanjin was horrified to see the monster instead of Odin. The old man suddenly remembered Nasunho's instructions. "If I do not return, go find Mary." He broke out in a cold sweat thinking of the theory. He planned to risk his life against it. At the same time, the monster suddenly let out a fierce roar. It spread its wings and shot up into the sky. Then it dove down toward everyone. The group screamed loudly and scattered in panic. Kagan Sun Jin trembled as he gripped his weapon, trying to calm himself that this thing was more terrifying than anything he had ever faced. He wanted to fight, but his feet would not lift. At that moment, the monster was right in front of him. Watching the monster charge, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, come on. I would rather die today than not fight you." Suddenly, the giant mouth of the monster opened wide. A handsome long-haired figure slowly emerged from within. Kagan Sunjin stumbled backward in fear. Suddenly, that person seemed to be electrocuted. Then, the necklace on that person's chest suddenly began to glow. Kagan Sunjin watched in shock as that person fell before him. He called out dumbfounded, "What is that? Hey, are you alright?" In another place, a group of people were fiercely fighting. Han led and shouted loudly, "Who is the leader of this area? Come out and fight. Decide who rules Scene 1 Act 2. Ignoring the chaos outside, Sun Hu was gazing at the pendant in his hand. The system introduced the skeleton cactus worshipped by the immortal. Level 5. When summoning the skeleton cactus worshipped by the immortal, Sun Hu pondered silently. He did not know how long had passed, but judging by the hair length, at least 3 years. Images of the worshippers of Energastos sealing the wind flashed through his mind. They were bastards who loved cheese and raw slaughter. Initially, the top of the tower led to the Temple of the Dead, but he was thrown into the Deadlands and continued fighting them in the chaotic hell. From the assassination mission, when 100 awakened ones targeted him, the system always sought to eliminate him. Chaos and death had not disappeared. These things would continue. Sun Hu cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I did not expect fixing the system to be that difficult." Suddenly, Kagan Sun Jin appeared and cheerfully called out, "Odin, you woke up earlier than I thought. Are you alright?" Sun Hu calmly replied, "It is too noisy outside. How can I sleep? What is going on?" Kagan Sun Jin scratched his head. "Nothing much, let me handle it. You just keep sleeping. Those guys from the east and west are making a fuss wanting to fight, probably trying to become the leader of this mission." Suddenly, Kagan Sun Jin was startled. He stared intently at the necklace in his hand. "You already dealt with that cactus monster. How much stronger do you want to get?" Sun Hu replied faintly, "This is just the beginning. You are surprised too early." He spoke while storing the necklace into his inventory. "The skeleton cactus worshipped by the immortal has been added." Kagan Sun Jin could not help but exclaim, "Mother," speechless. He sighed and changed the subject, saying this storage was really convenient, and since he was awake, did he want to watch him fight? Even though it was just child's play to him, hey! Outside, the sound of clashing echoed, not just from one side but from both sides at the same time. They stood opposing each other in two factions. Sun Hu tied up his long hair temporarily and stepped outside to observe. He walked and thought. The random system adjustment was effective. The number of survivors was higher than he expected. His efforts were all worth it. The survival rate must have improved too. Thinking that made Sun Hu quite pleased. Suddenly, An Tu asked where Wu Guian he was. If the stages were combined, she would probably come find him. Waiting for someone to recognize him. "Wait, that is..." That person hurriedly called out, "There you are, you're Sayong, a second-year student in class 4, right?" He excitedly ran over and slapped his shoulder, asking how come he looked the same except for his hair? Still as silent as ever, Pursed his lips in criticism. "You were fierce back in school, but now how are you like this, with nothing at all on you? It's great to see you again, don't you remember me? But I remember you well." He thought to himself, it's been a long time since he felt this agitated. "You bastard. You were good at fighting back in school, but here without items you're nothing. Should I get revenge for the past?" He praised himself as a noble awakener. Not needing to quarrel with children was normal. happily putting his arm around Sun Hu's shoulder. He said meeting a classmate here was a blessing. Suddenly Sun Hu asked which direction he came from. He proudly replied, pointing a finger, "You're lucky to have met me. My boss will handle this mission." Sun Hu looked surprised. "Really? Is she strong?" That guy bragged. "We changed leaders a few times. And finally that boss took the position. She is a good leader, running the whole group. When you see her ability, you'll join our side too." Sun Hu smiled and replied, I'll wait and see." On the other side, a staff came down with a dissatisfied voice. Kagan Sun Jin led the charge to block the group, saying to solve it simply, "I can defeat 2 people. I'll even take on a full round." The East District leader Ji Hyungu, provoked, raised his shield in threat. "Don't regret it later." The West District leader Li Chirang showed her middle finger, saying, "Are you underestimating me because I'm a woman? Let's see if you still talk big after losing an arm." Sanjin lost patience and yelled, "Shut up all of you. Did you guys have rocks for brains? Just charge in." Both leaders attacked simultaneously. A series of blows came. A pair of long legs from behind Ji Hyungu attacked. It turned out Li Chijiang had taken the opportunity to ambush Ji Hyungu. Ji Hyungu shouted in anger, "Bastard, I wasn't planning to ally with you anyway. But you stabbed me in the back?" At that moment, Kagan Sun Jin had already swung his staff and charged. Ji Hyungu struggled to block that attack. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, why is he so strong? Seeing Ji Hyungu dodge with his shield, Kagan Sun Jin attacked and mocked. "Are you a turtle?" Ji Hyungu thought to himself, this is a high-grade item from Stage 1 Scene 1. No matter how strong the attack, it would take hours to break the defense. The system introduced Wise's shield, rank C, physical defense 1500, magic defense 3000, cooldown 5 minutes. Kagan Sun Jin gritted his teeth and cursed, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Suddenly Li Chirang circled behind him. He landed right behind Kagan Sun Jin. He called out in confusion, "Huh? What?" Li Chijiang took the chance to swing her weapon. She slashed Kagan Sun Jin's back continuously. Li Chirang thought to herself, no matter high the defense, gaps in movement will form when a vital point is attacked. I will use that to win. She called out contemptuously, "Old man, you have too many openings." Ji Hyungu escaped the relentless assault and happily joined in, shouting, "Let's take down this fatty first." He slammed his shield into the man's neck. Then, both of them smugly charged together. "Surrender if you don't want to die." But Kagan Sun Jin wouldn't give up easily. He defended with his staff. Nasuno's classmate exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, why won't he surrender? He can't fight alone." Sun Hu assessed, "That woman's movements are quite good, but that guy next to her keeps shouting that he's about to croak." Sun Hu thought to himself, but she's not at Sun's level. Sure enough, Kagan Sun Jin grabbed Li Chirang's ankle, and she paled as she looked at him. With one hand he blocked Ji Hyungu's weapon. With the other he held Li Chirang's ankle, without any injury at all. Kagan Sun Jin raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Quite a cautious little girl. Finally letting your guard down a bit, huh?" At that moment Li Chijiang realized impossible. Was this his plan? Ji Hyungu's mouth gaped open in horror. Kagan Sun Jin calmly threw Li Chijiang towards him. He calmly held the tooth guard and said, "If we keep going, she will really die." He asked if he wanted that. Ji Hyungu turned pale with fear. "No, what the hell? Was that man insane?" Kang Jia-sung cheered happily. That was it, Uncle Sun Jin's signature move. On the other side was a scream, "You bastard, no." Then Sun Jin held the cup with the tooth guard and poured the liquid all around. Sun Hu's classmate was terrified. What the hell was this? Ji Hyungu could not hold back and shouted, "Stop, I surrender." Battle ended. Kagan Sun Jin rubbed his shoulder and walked over to Nasuno, saying the girl in the west was a bit troublesome, but he did well, right? Suddenly he noticed the person standing next to him. Who is this? That guy immediately panicked. Hello, I am. Sun Hu coldly stepped forward, demanding he take his hand off. He said with a stern expression, "Do not pretend to know me from now on, classmate." The scene shifted to a dense forest where someone was miserably fleeing. Suddenly a flash of light shot through that person's shoulder. The man fell to the ground. The dry skeletons had caught up. He thought to himself, it had finally come. The tower monsters surrounded him. Had anyone ever wiped them all out? A dry skeleton drew its bow, aiming to shoot him. Right then, something flew in to save the man. The group of people happily shouted, "Center, oh that was a good shot." The group quickly rushed forward, "Clear them out, super rope force attack." The man was stunned, his mouth wide open. They were hunting the monsters. Suddenly the system sounded. Kang Jia-sung had cast body healing. The man awkwardly thanked him. Ji Hyungu walked over to ask, "Where are you from?" The man answered seriously, "We are from Sector 58. Ji Hyungu said, "Quite far." The man asked back, "You are from Sector 12. Ji Hyungu replied, "Used to be. We are the Sky Heaven Guild." Upon hearing the guild name, the man exclaimed, so the rumors were true. Many sectors had failed to clear the first floor. On the second floor, in the failed sectors, tower monsters flooded out and ruled everything. So the survivors fled and joined the successful sectors. Among them, the Sky Heaven Guild established in Sector 12 possessed the area's strongest power and became a beacon of hope. The man quickly begged, "Rope leader, please let me join the force. I will do anything. I risked my life to come here just to find the Sky Heaven Guild. Though I was pathetic earlier, I am strong in my own way." Ji Hyungu sighed and suggested, "Making it here alive proves you are not ordinary. Let us do a test. Follow me." The man hurried after them and thanked them. The scene shifted to another place, weapons scattered everywhere. Countless corpses lay strewn on the ground. The man lay clutching his weapon, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was young now in a panic. This cannot be. Our guild had cleared the monsters. This was the strongest activated group, but fought by only 2 people. Kagan Sunjin said coldly, do not try to spill more blood. Seeing him, the other man thought, no, we were defeated by 1 person. Kagan Sunjin ordered, give me the answer I want plus leader. Marry, right, or not. The young boy timidly looked at him. The man Ji Hungu saved earlier was now holding a weapon and charging forward. He swung his weapon fiercely at the group of dry skeletons. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He used his hand to reach deep into the skeleton's framework. The man pulled out a sparkling stone. He hesitated, thinking they told him to take this. But what was it for? Suddenly a voice rang out, hey, Sung Jingyu, you are good. Seeing Ji Hungu, Sung Jinju immediately stood at attention. Commander. Ji Hungu cheerfully said, congratulations. You are officially a member of the attack force. From the moment you receive this emblem, you are one of us. Ji Hungu said while carving the mark onto Sung Jinju's wooden shield. He explained the square is the mark of the shield raid force. The slash is the mark of the Blue Sky Guild. As a member, you can enter the town, but you must obey one rule. Ji Hungu's voice turned serious. Do not look into the name Odin. Sung Jinju wondered, is he the ruler of the town? Ji Hungu shrugged and replied, no, and he is not here right now. I myself have never seen him. I am only warning you because it is the guild leader's order. Sung Jinju asked curiously, guild leader. Ji Hun said directly, she is Li Su, a guild master, leader of the Yellow Raid team, and chairman of the Bank and Commerce. She holds every title, so it is best not to make a bad impression. Sung Jinkyu was astonished. Is she really a bank chairman? Dihai laughed slyly. I had the same reaction back then. You will understand once you get to the town. On the south side, Kagan Sun Jin asked the person opposite if their leader's name was Mary. That person was wary. That is her name. How do you know my leader? Kagan Sun Jin was excited. Found her. We know her. Sun Hu immediately recognized it as a lie. The other person fidgeted. Mary will be back in a few hours this way. That is the residence of the people from Sector 100, the only reason we came here. The rumor about a Korean woman in the World Awakening Association who unified 10 surrounding sectors. Guion, he had no reason to mention the association. Seeing how she impersonated Mary, their leader probably wasn't a member of the association. Sun Hu frowned in annoyance. If this turns out useless, he will be furious. That person led them back to the base, bringing out a pot of fragrant noodles to treat them. You 2 are guests of the leader, please eat some. Kagan Sanji was moved looking at the pot of noodles. My god, he couldn't remember how long it had been since he last tasted ramen. He wept with joy. Odin, your sister is amazing. In the town, even 100 magic stones couldn't buy ramen. Sun Hu felt helpless. Just eat. He ordered the other person, bring out the soju. I know you have it. Kagan Sun Jin excitedly asked Sun Hu, how did you know? Your intuition is really sharp. The person returned, leading a group of people. I asked him how many people. He answered 2. I put in enough dosage to take down an elephant. They are still unconscious now. Sure enough, Nasahal and Kagun Sun slumped over. A girl who seemed to be the leader appeared. Annoyed, they really came looking for us. Tie them up. Sun Hu squinted, thinking, is it her? The system chimed, you activate Odin's wrath. Countless lightning bolts struck down the 2 people beside that girl. In an instant, all of her subordinates collapsed. She was confused and didn't understand what was happening. The girl gritted her teeth in shock. How could this be? Did only that fatty eat? Sun Hu stood up. I ate too. I used your badge and Fang Zhen's. Couldn't miss the ramen. Sun Hu assessed the girl. She looked strong but cautious. It seemed Colton was at odds with the Awakening Association. The girl knew he was probing, questioned back, why are you curious about the allies? Sun Hu said coldly, probably dead. The girl shouted, no way, I'm letting him live. She relied on Sledge's memory. He shouldn't have been like that. He lived for justice, losing sleep over the days he had to kill for the greater good. After a long time, he turned into a demon. He killed people for the smallest mistake. He did every terrible thing under the guise of a leader. When he left, cheers were even louder than when a tower was cleared. Like what you said is the problem. She remembered he once said he was a member of Mingxin, a large organization within the World Awakening Association. This secret was kept long. The ties to the alliance were very strong. When the sectors are unified, we will meet again. Make sure not to act before them. Remembering that, the girl was determined. If he was their ally, she wouldn't listen to this story. Kill or be killed, she summoned the 12 indestructible stone statues. Something rose from the ground. Sun Hu knew at a glance. This side was connected to the Temple of the Dead. This is a final boss's protection, but his dragon bone was a trophy from killing a guardian boss. That thing couldn't beat him. Thinking that, Sun Hu activated Hanuman's tail. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. It turned out the girl hadn't given up. She still wanted to attack. Sun Hu was a bit surprised. Was she still waiting for a chance for revenge even now? Perhaps she unified the sectors herself. Sun Hu asked, why did you kill them? The girl said coldly, does that matter? Sun Hu said, I don't take just anyone into the team. The girl asked suspiciously, what nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly she seemed to understand. The girl suddenly felt tired. She shouted loudly, to us he was no different from a demon. The Awakening Association, you talk about mutual development, but is this how things are done? Sun Hu said, I am sorry. I do not know every member's thoughts. The girl was stubborn. Don't play dumb. I heard your connections are strong. Suddenly the girl stopped, alert. Wait, you aren't in Mingxian. Sun Hu said calmly, there is a task to complete. It is not a reward box, but a lot of points. It needed at least 500,000 points, enough to open an expert box. Ever since gaining power and authority, she had enjoyed herself a great deal. But in reality, she was still at the level of a child. Everything she had could be taken away at any moment if she met someone stronger. The girl swallowed her saliva in fear upon seeing Sun Hu display his power. Sun Hu ignored her, asking if she wanted to go to a world named after a god, far beyond this place. He smiled, curious kid. Sun Hu realized modifying the reward system helped increase survivors, but there were still problems. Everyone was complacent with the economy he created. Many avoided fighting. He needed a truly powerful army. The awakened ones had to have the motivation to face the 7 demon kings and their armies. He needed to quickly edit the system so they had a reason to fight. If the gap was too large, they would give up. That girl introduced herself. I am Xingyunga, a close-range combatant. Hearing the name Xingyunga, Sun Hu looked satisfied. 1 healer and 2 damage dealers. Things were going smoothly. At this moment, Kagan Sanjin was still fast asleep. Who knew how long before he woke up, still mumbling drowsily. A bit more. Sanjin stretched and said, I fell asleep completely. Xingyunga asked, awake now? Sanjin asked in an annoyed tone, who are you to speak to me? Xingyunga calmly introduced herself again. I am Xingyunga. Do not pull that tone just because you are older. I commanded all tower raids. I should be older than you in fact. Hearing the title expert, Kagan Sunjin immediately paid attention. Xingyunga wondered, what is there a problem? Kagan Sunjin blushed awkwardly. Nothing, being called that by a young lady makes me. Sun Hu spoke up, befriend each other later, let us move now. Xingyunga was curious, where are we going? Sun Hu calmly replied, Zone 12. The scene changed to Zone 12. Sanjin led Xingyunga while boasting, great town, huh? Xingyunga judged, it is decent. Everyone around looked at them cautiously. Human Caliber was back. Odin must be back too. Kagan Sunjin laughed. Do not keep that attitude forever, you will be surprised. Know what that is? That is the bank. Seeing Li Suha working, Kagan Sunjin approached to greet. Long time no see, Suha. Explained, we use magic stones as currency. But Xingyunga was stunned. Looking ahead, Lai Sua called out in surprise, Jiwu? Jin Jiwu. Seeing Lai Sua, Xingyunga immediately pushed Kagan Sunjin aside and ran over. Sua! The two clasped hands joyfully like sisters reuniting after a long time. It turned out Xingyunga was Li Sua's younger friend. Xingyunga admired her and followed in her footsteps into finance. Lai Sua said, you know I'm a hardcore fan of Jessica, right? Odin once invested into Lester. Through him I could meet her. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Xingyunga reminded her, Sua, that is not the issue. The Awakened Association is split into 2 organizations. Bright Heaven and Change Heaven. Odin belongs to Change Heaven. Leader of Change Heaven, the only one who truly knows, Joshua von Karian. Odin is on Joshua's side. Lai Sua realized with a shock that the Karian conglomerate was stronger than ever after Goldstein's collapse. Odin was connected to the head of that family. She had chosen the wrong side before, but this time she latched onto a premium lifeline. Awesome, my beloved Odin. At the same time, a few hunters were happily walking down the street. Suddenly, someone bumped into them. The one who bumped into them did not apologize. A hunter pulled him back and asked, are your eyes just for show? He saw the badge on the other man's chest. The mark of the Wonder Raid Force. The man with the mark patted him on the shoulder and said, get lost. There is only a bank here, not a courthouse. That man was Sun Hu's former classmate. After scaring off the hunters, he smugly thought, so cool. With a good skill tree, my grinding paid off. Suddenly, someone ran up to report, Vice Commander, the commander is waiting for you. Sun Hu's classmate waved his hand, all right, good work. He thought to himself he used to be a lawyer, now he has to bow to unemployed folks. No one knows the future. He quickly went to his superior. Sorry for the delay. The man across from him coldly ordered, sit. The commander of the Wonder Force, Kang Jin Nam, asked, that man is back? He reported yes, he returned with a girl named Xingyung Ha, fully equipped with C rank and above gear. She is not worried. Kang Jin Nam frowned, fully equipped with C rank and above, huh? We have found a bargain. Perhaps I will meet Odin soon. Make that a reality. Sun Hu's classmate quickly replied, I will try. Upon hearing this, Kang Jinnam looked very displeased. He immediately acted, using his ability to strangle that man. Kang Jinnam coldly watched him struggle to breathe, saying, trying is good, is it not? Sun Hu's classmate hurriedly shouted, sorry, I will contact him right away. He hurriedly ran away from Kang Jinnam's place, grumbling curses under his breath, thinking that coming to the top senior's place to raid the Changqian Bang would be a way to advance. Who knew the outcome would be so miserable? He nearly lost his life. The group of underlings around him were truly insane. The strongest in Changqian, along with Kagan Sun Jin and Guildmaster Li Sua, were all under his command. His extraordinary strength allowed him to take down the final boss alone and coldly deal with anyone he did not like. He recalled the cold expression on Sun Hu's face when he said, do not act like we are acquaintances from now on. Terrified, he thought to himself and decided to go back. Just then, the system appeared. Have the awakened ones kept you all waiting? I thought you had forgotten about me. I'm the guide. Sun Hu's classmate was secretly pleased. Although he did not want to face that thing again, this was a legitimate excuse to use. The purple system appeared cheerfully and said, "Thank you all for making it to the final stage we were waiting for. The final stage of the floor begins." Hearing this, the crowd cheered excitedly. Was it finally about to end? Finally. The purple system coldly sent one man flying headless, then explained, "It means the end of the first stage only. Do not interrupt me. When the 200 zones merge into one, and when the last 20,000 people enter a single track, you have just thought you reached the shore. After stages 1 and 2, prepare yourselves. But you were limited to small skirmishes. Your enemies are ferocious creatures and terrifyingly brutal beasts. They have finished preparing to destroy your precious home. They have formed an army called Luna. In the final stage you will face that army. You have grown through the previous 2 stages. Now you must fight alone. The final stage is like the waves in 1A, but the army will be much stronger. Defeat the commander Xepos and his personal army. They are fearsome creatures as you imagine. But for those who have completed stages 1 and 2, I, the guide, believe that you can defeat that ugly lot. Good luck." The system said. The final stage of Act 1 begins. Sun Hu pondered. The testing ground is divided into 3 acts. Each act consists of Stage 1, Stage 2, and the final stage. The final stage is where you fight the enemy. The system announced. Explorer trait activated. You have discovered 23 gates. Gate 1 rank F to E, Origin Zone 2. Appearance time is within 13 to 15 hours. 8 rank ED. Origin Zone 152. Time 2 to 5 hours. He thought to himself, so the commander will appear. He said, "I am in charge of Gate 8. The remaining 22 gates are not easy to defend either. Prepare 5 assault units per gate." Mr. Sin was startled as he heard him continue. "They will revolve around the elite force. The 2 of you are aiming for the first reward and the ranking." Kagan Sun Jin asked, "What about me?" Sun Hu replied, "There is a secret item to retrieve in the final stage of Act 1. I will clear that area." Upon hearing this, Sin or someone could not help but speak up. "Wait, I should be going with him." Kagan Sun Jin told her, "Follow orders, do not argue with Odin." She retorted, "It is none of your business. I joined the group to work with Odin." Sun Hu calmly said, "It is true I promised you, but it has to be after this matter before we get to the stage you want." He told them, "Consider after overcoming this final stage whether you truly want to go to that stage." He seriously promised, "If after this round you still hold your decision, we will go together to the very end." In the forest, a fierce battle was taking place. Seeing they could kill the monsters, the players immediately became excited. "Nice, kill them all." Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes in shock. A monster appeared right in front of him. Following that, countless others charged forward. The others could not escape this calamity either. They were surrounded by the monsters and torn apart. "What is this? There is even a giant monster." It only swung one blow and took down many players. Someone screamed, "These bastards are on an entirely different level." The system sent a notification. "Eliminate the high-ranked commander." Seeing the giant monster advance, the players panicked because it was far stronger. The system told them, "Mission to eliminate the commander." The first reward was a challenger box, but the crowd turned and fled in fear. "Fall back, a commander is here." But then were struck with terror. A dragon appeared in the sky, terrifying them. What was that thing, a dragon? The people began to lament, a commander before them, a dragon behind them. "It is over." At that moment, Sun Hu appeared and softly commanded, "Incinerate them." He rode atop the skeletal dragon. It opened its mouth, gathered energy, and bombarded the monsters, annihilating them all. Survivors were stunned by the sight. A huge explosion occurred, blasting them far away. Through the thick dust, the commander monster stood firm. Its gaze was fierce, and it let out a few growls. Sun Hu looked at it with a cold stare. Seeing this, the monster lunged to attack. He merely raised one hand. He easily blocked its axe. The monster was terrified by his strength. Sun Hu told it to remember this moment, warrior of Kisipos. In the next instant, its body was slashed into many pieces by him. Its species was annihilated by humans. The system immediately appeared to congratulate him. "Congratulations, you are the first to complete the mission to eliminate the commander." The commander's death was broadcast to all members of the army. The army's strength and morale had been severely diminished. The captain of the player group yelled, "Wake up, fight the small fry." They were still dazed. "That dragon is on our side. Who is it?" On the other side, the system sent a message to Sun Hu. "The challenger box will be awarded as the first reward." He thought to himself, that box is good, but there is something more important. He wondered if Sun Jin had finished his mission. He flew on the dragon towards Kegan Sun Jin, hoping the information he remembered was correct. From below, Sanjin saw his silhouette and called out softly, "Has Odin arrived?" The man lay atop a pile of monster corpses and tried to smile as he spoke. Mission complete, the system sent a notification to him, the sacred artifact of Xepos. An item holding the concentrated authority of the Xepos army. Effect set, return destination point, rank 5, cooldown 7 days. Sun Hu pondered. Even after obtaining an S-rank item, he returned it without any greed. He is an upright man, Kagan Sun Jin. He landed and carried the man on his back to return. He saw Li Sua and Xing Yonghe in the distance and sighed. Though everyone was injured and exhausted, the will of Li Sue and Shin Jungha did not waver. When Honda returned with the members who were ready, he softly said, "Come out." The system immediately appeared and asked what he needed. Sun Hu told it, I want to change the current ranking system to a level system. He explained, from F rank to S, each rank needs 100 points. Raising 4 stats light is tiring, so I want every 5 points to be 1 awakening level. He sent it the optional information panel and the changed panel. He knew that because 5 stat points are very hard to achieve, they would continue to level up. Continuous leveling up, the chain of notifications would spark their motivation. He added, I want to apply mastery to skills and traits, natural growth through frequent use or activation. He silently noted, that is the core point to make awakeners charge into battle willingly. Sun Hu made his final request. Finally, no major changes, just a tweak in how the borrowed system power was displayed. The system rubbed its chin. Is that so? It told him, I worry that after the edit, awakeners will forget to be grateful to the system and take power for granted because they worked hard. Sun Hu thought, that is natural, we deserve to receive power. Awakeners risk their lives fighting, the system does nothing. He said bluntly, does the system care about gratitude or was it created to prevent extinction? It replied, mastery can be applied if the growth rate is similar to the current point gain speed. Challenger has been activated. After that, the system gave a new mission. The Solemn Challenger Mission 2 was awarded. It was to assassinate the King of Baklan. The reward was the right to edit the ranking system, applying the mastery and point system. This was the Challenger's exclusive mission. Sun Hu was displeased. He had hoped for a difficult mission, but it was the King of Baklan. The system spoke, moving to the mission location. Good luck. Sanjin and Xingyunga also began to be teleported along. They muttered to themselves, this is an elite group of 4, it should be fine. Right after the system announced that Yu Xianhai had joined the group, this statement made Hu's eyes widen. He broke out in a sweat and wondered, what is this? He only saw Yu Xianhai appear before him in an instant, and her entire body was also teleported away. She happily called his name Sun Hu. Sun Hu froze as she hugged him, thinking to himself, Wu Guianhe, the most useful companion, had joined the group, but he felt uncomfortable. He did not want Gu Yunhei to be in danger. Always vigilant about that feeling, he stammered as he asked her why. Before he could finish, Gu Yunhai spoke up. I accepted a quest related to you. At that moment, the group of Kaguns appeared. Sun Jin also arrived, asking his cousin if she was a new member. Kagun Sun Jin said excitedly, aha, you are Maria. I have heard much about you. Gu Yanhe's expression changed. She slammed his hand away. It seems you like her. Just call me Mary. Kagun Sun Jin was startled. The two people Jiang A and Li Sue also stood frozen. Gu Yanhe approached, whispering, I will be watching you all. She murmured softly. A good lifeline, is it not? Remark startled Li Sue. Then she casually returned to Sun Yu's side, telling the two trembling people to follow. He told her to wait there. Sun Jin finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, is that Odin's girlfriend? Li Sue saw Sin Jiang A still trembling violently, so she called her name. Kagun Sun Jin gave her a knock on the head. She snapped awake, clutching her head in pain. Li Sue snapped. What are you doing? He replied. I only hit her lightly. Sin Jiang A finally spoke normally. Hey, who is that woman? Kagun Sun Jin laughed. See, she is awake now. Li Sue asked suspiciously. Is that Odin's girlfriend? I have never heard of this. Do you know anything about her? He scratched the back of his head. Do not ask me, I do not know anything either. Li Sue said. She is about to join the group. I need to know as much as possible. Sanjin gave an awkward laugh. Same group, huh? Hey he. Watching Sun Hu and Gu Yanhe walking side by side, he sneered. Daydreaming? Just look at her. The three of us are the real team. The gap is too big. Gu Yanhe said to Sun Hu, accept Kagun Sanjin, but refuse Li Sue and Sin Jiang A. He thought to himself, sometimes he wished she was like this. But seeing her change in attitude, he asked her how she joined the group. Gu Yanhe replied, have I not told you? The reason I approached you since childhood was a life quest, to help someone designed by the system. He said, I once advised you to give up that quest because it was too vague. Gu Yanhe retorted, I did not give up. She said, I almost forgot, but the new quest chain told me to help you because something is wrong with the system. I see it changing. Sun Hu admitted, I am one modifying the system. This quest is part of that. She quickly said, I understand. After the change, more awakened survived than expected. Then she went blank. After that, she asked, but is it to make the awakened stronger? To let more people survive, is that not a good thing? Gu Yanhe muttered. People change when they gain power. They become completely different. Damn it. After saying this, she was startled to realize she had spoken oddly. Sun Hu said angrily, you must have faced many hardships, those traitors. She then spoke up, sorry. He scratched her cheek awkwardly. I understand now why you were so strict when testing them. He affirmed, I have encountered a lot of trash. The world is full of it. But we too can do nothing about it. He rubbed her head. So we create the World Awakened Association. They can make mistakes, but please do not push away the people I have chosen. Returning to the starting point, he instructed the group of Kagun Sun Jin. I will begin a short meeting. Remember well, everyone's lives are in danger. He thought to himself, many foreign insect tribes are appearing. Each species has its own dimensional space called home, but they all have a common point. They worship the 7 demon kings. Thinking of the monster auras like gods and Buddhas, he lamented, their deities are different from ordinary religions. The 7 demon kings are the most elemental existences, directly influencing the civilization of the species that worships them. Sun Hu knew, Baeklan's legion worshipped Akuta and fell to ruin. High-ranking members like commanders received power from Akuta. Fighting Baeklan's entire legion on their home ground was suicide. He reminded, the only way to destroy the Baeklan king is to force the king into a one-on-one duel. The three looked at each other in confusion. Sun Hu called out, Shin Yunga, focus. He manifested equipment saying, I will give out items everyone can repair. Kaigan Sun Jin Li Sua Shinjun follow orders. Sin Jung A watched everyone dividing the equipment, her hands trembling. A-rank items. Kaigan Sun Jin was delighted. Look at this. Din Jiao Nya looked at Sun Hu with bright eyes, thinking that Odin must have a reason for bringing them here, and now with Mary around, she had nothing to worry about. Sun Hu noticed her strange attitude, called out to her, then wondered how she, who used to tremble, was now so confident, and asked if she saw anyone standing next to him. Sin Jionya replied that it was Mary, and he asked her to describe in detail what Mary looked like. Upon hearing that, she grew suspicious, saying it would make Mary sad, but he told her to just say it. Sin Jionya stammered as she began to describe her. She blurted out that it was a dashing guy, with a cool mustache and a passion for surfing. Hearing that, he had to take Gu Guian he somewhere else, while Lizua helplessly shook her. Gu Ionor pointed out another spot for him to see. She said that Sin Kyunga joined to get loot, but was not firm in the face of death, so Sun Hu asked if that was the reason she had been messing with her mind. She admitted that if it was too much, she would pull back, but since she caused trouble, leaving it as is was good for Sin Jung-a too. Sun Hu fell into thought about the second villain. Without her own forces, she liked to manipulate others on the battlefield like toys. She was a demon who had once destroyed powerful forces. He marveled, even though he did not know exactly who she was. But thanks to a slip of the tongue from the first villain, he knew she was a woman and had been torn apart many times. Sun Hu thought they needed to make her disappear like the first villain, but he argued that Guion or could not be the second villain, because he had the skills of many saints. Looking at the innocent face of Gu Guion, he wondered if she would really become the second villain in the future. 10 days later, Kagan Sun Jin cried out that he had fallen behind. A bull-headed monster appeared before him. The two sides clashed, arm wrestling for a round. Sanjin shouted loudly, calling it a bullhead. Did it think it was the only one who was the strongest? As soon as he finished speaking, he gradually lifted the entire creature up. He threw it away forcefully and then called for Sua, asking where little Sua was. Lisua, hidden behind another bullhead, heard this and raised her hand in response. Seeing that, he immediately leaped high into the air. He delivered a powerful blow onto the monster. After that, he ran over and scolded her. He scolded the girl for not standing close to him as he had instructed. Lisua panicked and reminded him to look behind. It turned out the monster had revived and was glaring at the two of them. With just a lunge, 2 slash wounds appeared on its body. Both Kagan Sun Jin and Li Su felt a shiver run down their spines. Suddenly, Shin Yunga jumped down from above. She teased Sanjin, saying it seemed like he had been watching too many movies. Then she arrogantly declared she would eliminate him if he dared to disrespect her sister, and laughed boisterously. Sanjin thought to himself, geez. She was pitiful, no longer knowing fear, because her brain had been scrambled. The two sighed that she had collapsed since meeting Odin's girlfriend. Though she was scheming before, she was still better than now. Then he told Li Sua that his shields were all gone. From now on, her role would be much more important. Did she understand? She asked Sun Jin if that Mary was also a healer like her. He replied yes and asked if she did not see her reattaching broken bones. Li Sua stammered, asking how she could do such a thing. That moment, he looked into the distance. In that direction, a fierce battle was raging with lightning flashing continuously. The center of the lightning, Guguian, he was floating in the air. Below, monsters were being taken down one after another. Sanjin muttered to himself. He said he was not falling behind, just acting as bait. Truly an Odin couple, killing monsters like they were going on a date. Then he looked at Li Sua suspiciously. When she said nothing, Kagan Sun Jin quickly shook her towards him, saying if she walked like a stork she would break her leg. Do not look elsewhere. Look at him. He suddenly said he would protect her, causing her to panic and ask what he was doing. He told her not to worry, just try to walk next to him. We cannot rest forever, ho ho ho. With that, he and Sinju, Drung-A each ran forward in turn. Over 2 months, they continued fighting and traveling more than 1,500 kilometers. When Sun Hu's stats were about to reach the level before the reset, Guguian, he proudly told him to trust her, while he thought the other members were already exhausted. He told them they could rest here tonight. This is the first time we have rested in 5 days. Lixua ran over to ask Gian if Miss Mary could teach how to increase stats. Sun Hu praised them for their clear progress and said they would be more useful when they reached the king's final destination. Sanjin watched the two talking, also wanted to ask something, so he called Mary. He recalled Sun Hu's reminder that Mary's level was unimaginably high and that he must always respect her. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, just go for it, boss, help me. Sun Hu praised that as the name he chose to call her, but Mary is older than him. Sanjin was dazed, thinking that he was shocked to learn Odin was close to his age, but Mary being older was even more shocking. Thinking that, he fell to his knees and wept, exclaiming, wonderful, too high-class Sun Jin. He thought about the name chart. There is a bit of trouble now. Scratching his head, he asked, so many names, does little Suasao call me brother or Mr. Sun Jin? This left Li Sua unsure how to answer. Finally, she laughed softly and said, fine, brother. Over on the other side, Wu Guian, he went to Sun Hu and spoke. She told him that Lixua likes Kagun Sun Jin and Kagun Sun Jin also has feelings for her. Did you not know they had feelings for each other for quite a while? Seeing his dazed look, she asked him if he still did not allow romantic relationships between teammates. Sensing danger, he thought that if this continued, it would not be good. He stood up, patted his pants, and replied that it was more harmful than beneficial. He walked away, thinking to himself that he understood how dangerous personal emotions were on the battlefield, and that he needed to maintain a boundary with Yan He. His gaze was firm. We cannot fall in love. Wu Guian, he was completely unaware, still staring intently after him. At the arena side, the two brawny arms began to grip each other tightly. Then the two bulls charged into a wrestling match with each other. In the stands, countless spectators were roaring loudly. Kagun Sun Jin was astonished by the sight. Oh my god, that's unreal. He marveled that those crazy built an entire city. Sun Hu deduced that the Bakeland king was in the center of the capital, and he needed to lure him out. Gu Guian, he said she could go in there, but he told her that was the last resort. And he laid out the strategy. Everyone distracts them. Do not enter the city unless forced to, and do not get surrounded. He thought they were the anvil for him to become the hammer of fear. One must remember that in 1997, Hong Kong raised interest rates to 400% overnight. Seoul was crumbling from the inside like that day. What was needed now was the fear of others, created from the suburbs to lure the Bakeland king out. Sun Hu mused that in their culture, the king was the greatest warrior. If he did not come out, the returning stone would engage in guerrilla warfare. Sanjin saw something and cried out in fear, what is that eye? He also started in surprise and looked over. A blazing red eye appeared in the sky, staring at them. The eye began to bulge. It shot out countless red beams of light. Sun Hu guessed that it was the perception of Akuda the Destroyer. A second later, he felt his soul being shaken. His nose began to bleed, and the system immediately announced a notification. Explorer trait has been activated. Worship Akuda the Destroyer. Secret mission. The Bakeland Legion is preparing a sacrificial ritual for Akuda the Destroyer. If you remain conscious until the ritual ends, the worship mission will be completed. At that moment, Sanjin suddenly started muttering again, worship Akuda the Destroyer. Both Xingyang A and Li Sua repeated after him, worship Akuda the Destroyer. Gu Yunhai struggled to raise her voice and call Sun Hu. She stammered, oh, seeing that all three were already controlled. Who should Gu Guan save? The other three continued to mutter, worship Akuda the Destroyer. Worship Akuda the Destroyer. She kept asking, who should I save? In her mind, she thought based on their growth potential, please Jioma. No, Kan Sun Jin. Sun Hu shouted, save Kagun Sun Jin. Kagun Sun Jin was muttering continuously as if being controlled by someone. Worship the perishing Akuda. Worship the perishing Akuda. Worship. He suddenly snapped out of it, fell to the ground cursing, worship what the hell, I will punch your eyes out. The system immediately notified that the mission to worship Akuda Destroyer was complete. Reward received, power resistance stat increased by 5%. Power resistance 5%. Kagun Sun Jin helplessly watched Li Sua and Xingyang disappear into the distance, muttering damn it. Unexpectedly, the two of them flashed right behind him. They even held sharp knives in their hands, ready to stab. Sun Hu shouted loudly, get back. A flash of purple light. Immediately after, the hand holding the knife fell off. Li Sua looked over. It turned out he had intervened just in time. The look in Sun Hu's eyes turned cold, devoid of any warmth. Two looked at each other, nodding in understanding. Then they immediately turned and fled. Kagun Sun Jin called after them little Sua. Now there was no one left at the foot of the hill. Sun Hu spoke, thanks to Mary he was fine. He stammered and asked, are you okay, boss? He glanced at the unconscious Gu Yunhai and replied no. No one knew how much time had passed. She finally opened her eyes at the same time Sun Hu spoke. Gul Sun Jin watched her with concern. Gu Guian, he sighed. Those demon kings were truly strong, even with just a brief glance. Sun Hu added, if they were targeting us, we would not be standing here now. It was just a coincidence we arrived at the major rift of Bakeland. Kagun Sun Jin asked in a low voice, was there still hope for those two? She covered her face and replied, no, they were gone, their minds completely taken over. Gu Guian, he emphasized he barely survived, barely. Even Sun Hu gritted his teeth. What a damn situation. He thought a mere sweep of the 7 demon kings had taken to comrades. The gap between us is still too great. He unconsciously clenched his fist. Sun Hu told himself despair was useless. Xingyanga had terrifying potential. When she returned, she would be a far more dangerous monster. Then he said to Kagun Sun Jin, when you meet them again, Xinjunga and Lixua are soldiers of Bakeland. Remember, hesitation will kill us. He was stunned. Has it all begun? He replied, yeah, I will follow Mary's order to drag that king out. Sun Hu thought to himself the fifth saint and his group were a special team. They did not care about missions or rewards, they only hunted dangerous enemies. They were bloodthirsty madmen, though they spoke of peace. They had grown exponentially, strong enough to capture both the great evil and the great pure. In the dead lands of the Bakeland Legion, I understood in the survival battle. He stepped on the corpse of a Bakeland soldier, pondering the reason for the fifth saint's rapid growth. The system notified a hidden mission was complete. He received the trait Berserker. Sun Hu exclaimed, that was the trait that grows stronger with combat called Berserker. Its effect gradually increased combat power through 5 stages of Kimjai corresponding to battle duration. Stage 1 after 1 hour of combat increased recovery speed. Stage 2 increased trait activation rate. Stage 3 increased defense. Stage 4 reduced skill cooldown. Stage 5 increased item defense reload. The 2-day cooldown, he thought with Berserker he had filled his 10 trait limit. Sun Hu knew it only worked during continuous combat, but that was how the fifth saint shone in large battles. In battles here, the adversity overcomer, and the Berserker would sow unforgettable fear into Bakeland. After a while, he folded his arms and commanded, let us go, dragon. Kagun Sun Jin kept saying to Gu Ayani, I am fine, you can see me as a battle slave, discard me when not needed, if I can help, use me. Clasped his hands and begged, I know you dislike me, but today please see me in a better light, I beg you. Kagun Sun Jin added, if you trust me a little, I will offer my whole heart. Only then can I have hope. Do you know the saying about the tiger? Guan thought to herself, he is really cheerful, he seems to have no idea what fear of death is. Her gaze seemed to pierce through flesh and blood, penetrating his heart. No, his heart was full of the thought that he must win so everyone could live. Gugu Yan, he could not help but laugh. In battle she was very sensitive to the killing intent of monsters. But this time, try connecting with this side and see. Then she asked Sun Jin, are you ready? Sanjin answered enthusiastically, yes boss. The two walked side by side like that, the thoughts in their hearts seemingly the same. We will live and die together. In the city, the Bailan group was acting leisurely, a figure with a burly appearance and a sturdy body. Suddenly he sensed something. He had just turned his head back when he saw Sun Hu riding a fierce-looking dragon appear. The dragon took him down in the blink of an eye. The rest of the group was horrified witnessing this. One quickly climbed to the roof of a tall building, blowing a horn as a signal. Whistle sounded with a deep roar. Sun Hu agilely rode the dragon appearing before him. He directly smashed the building he was standing on. He gently landed on the remaining rooftop. He recalled the dragon. The system notified that the dragon bone revered by the immortal was in the inventory. Sun Hu thought the dragon bone was only to sow fear. He would save it, as the king might have similar items. At this moment, a noise surprised him. Unknown from when, countless soldiers had appeared. They gathered, whispering and staring at him. Below, the group of insect monsters also gathered. Goat monsters also came over. Su sighed. Wyvern Knights, the elite forces of Bailan, and an entire unit of high-rank mages. He noted this might be an S-rank dungeon, incomparable to Deklan. At this time, the high-rank mages began to act. They knew how to combine to create a stream of power. The immense power swept everything clean. System reported the equipment had been used. The Kimji devotee activated. Region increased significantly. Sensitivity activated. Perception rank changed. From S to SS, the talent had activated. Trait rank changed, becoming the one who overcomes adversity. Many powerful traits like Explorer, Obstructionist, Merge with Storm Dragon all went from A to S. The Infatuated changed from B to A. He noted this place was somewhat different when his skill was raised to SS. Sun Hu looked at the blank white sky before him. Sinking into deep thought, he felt the whole world was trying to destroy him. He took out the mirror. The system appeared. You have cast David's mirror. Afterward, he gently handled the entire situation. Monsters approached him. The system continued to announce, you have cast the Wrath of Odin. Sun Hu created a lightning bolt, striking directly into the monster legion. He told himself he was facing the S-rank Bailan Legion alone. No items, no player who overcomes adversity. Like this, he himself had also turned into a monster. Taking the tower he stood on as the center. The crazed monsters rushed in, but were all destroyed by him. Shattered into 100 pieces falling to the ground, the ferocious bull demons advanced. They halted because they were being controlled, and they turned around abruptly. The bull demons began to kill each other. Next, several went mad, easily knocking off their comrades' heads. Sun Hu took the opportunity to handle a few more by switching targets each time. He used them like swords and shields. The switching was too fast, making it look like he was controlling multiple targets at once. Sun Jin blinked in astonishment. So in the end, I am no different from those bull-headed guys. The boss's skill is truly brutal. He startled and looked over. A sharp blade was looming, advancing towards him. Suha looked very unusual. Her eyes were bloodshot and lifeless, leaving only bloodlust. Sun Jin silently remarked that Suha was beautiful and alluring, but a bit too excessive. He immediately lunged forward like an arrow. Her attack speed was truly astonishing. He shouted, asking if it was really necessary to be so fierce. Sun Jin had landed a hit on Suha. As she was falling, he swung his large fist. A powerful punch caused the ground to sink deeply, but it only grazed Suha. Sanji said they would live together. He insisted that they must die together to be a true team. Suha stood up, still holding the knife. He yelled at her to wake up. She did not respond, her eyes still lifeless and deadly. Sang Jin still managed to dodge with his large frame. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Suha raised the dagger. Sun Jin sat flat on the ground. Was it over? A sharp sword strike descended, but it did not touch anyone, because Eon Hei had arrived just in time to save them. She said coldly that if those words could save her, she would have done it long ago. Eon Hei told him to trust her. Suha was foaming at the mouth. The situation was getting worse. She asserted there was no other way. It could no longer be salvaged. The system warned that the shackle was continuing to take effect. Warning purifying the Bailan poison pill. Sun Hu had finished off the monsters. Biophobia made him weaker. The effects of sensitivity and talent all vanished. He crushed another one. Kim Ji's third phase had activated. Physical and magical resistance increased significantly. Sun Hu flung the monsters away. He muttered there was still one wyvern. An extremely powerful wave erupted. It blew away the monsters, activating destructive power. Ready to lose one, his hand still gripped the weapon tightly. Due to the shackle's effect, the activation level dropped sharply. The monster swung its long tongue toward him. It aimed for Sun Hu's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. His eyes turned white, filled with madness. The monster was stunned at the sight. Sun Hu countered immediately, slicing it to pieces. The skill Adversity Overcomer was activated. Note: Adversity Overcomer is a skill activated when combat ability is lost. All skills and stats would skyrocket. He lost a lot of blood but continued nonetheless. Sun Hu gritted his teeth in anger. His recovery ability increased, and he no longer felt pain. All negative effects on him were wiped clean. He roared, unleashing a surge of electricity to slaughter the monsters. Rank A, time limit 2 hours. From afar at his location, waves of high voltage surged. The beast's red eyes emitted a glowing light. It roared, shaking its massive body. On the battlefield, the scene was chaotic. Blood was everywhere. Monster corpses piled up. Remaining time was 1 hour 31 minutes 12 seconds. Kim Jai's fifth phase, remaining time 59 minutes. Actual remaining time was 0:59:51. Eon Hei asked if that king would come out. Sun Jin laughed, panting, saying he was lucky to have the skill Destroyer's Fist. Sun Hu stopped. They had arrived. In the sky, a flock of dragons flew towards them. Sun Hu instructed them to be careful, and when the trial mission activated, not to charge in no matter what. A giant monster appeared. It was the 100 Orchid King. He was the king of species, the strongest warrior among thousands of soldiers. As the high priest of Akuda the Annihilator, the leader of worship, he possessed the power of Akuda. Rank unknown. Total physical defense 210,000 out of 210,000. Total magic defense 300,000 out of 300,000. Beside him was a vast plain. The dragon born in the Great Plain had submitted to the 100 Orchid King. Level 5. Total physical defense 135,000 out of 135,000. Total magic defense 120,000 out of 120,000. The system appeared a secret quest to prove oneself. A secret quest has been created. The 100 Orchid King has been waiting for an opponent like you for a long time. He always wanted to prove himself and received this opportunity. The quest to defeat the 100 Orchid King. The reward is the quest chain. The birth of the Annihilator 1. Upon failure, the 100 Orchid King has a chance to receive the birth of the 100 Orchid Annihilator. Sun Hu was surprised. The Annihilator, huh? The reward is the quest chain. The birth of the Annihilator 1. He wondered what nonsense this was. Even more surprising was Akuda the Annihilator watching with interest. Impressive. Not only that, the almighty chaotic death was also watching with interest. The 100 Orchid King powerfully threw a heaven-shattering punch. Sun Hu immediately reacted, quickly responding. The two sides clashed fiercely. 5 punches met, beginning to create a moment of stillness. Immediately after, an extremely strong shockwave formed. The blast blew away everything around. Sun Jin and Ion struggled to stay standing. He realized this battle was not easy. The arm that had just blocked the king's punch, the 100 Orchid King, had exploded, but it quickly pieced itself back together. With incredible speed, Sun Hu charged forward again. Meanwhile, the 100 Orchid King was still dealing with the wounds on his hand. It struggled to think of a way to counterattack. The 100 Orchid King extended his remaining uninjured arm. It was useless. Sun Hu's punch tore that arm apart as well. An enormous explosion illuminated the surroundings, initially just a small ring of light. Then it erupted into a giant mushroom cloud. Everything shook. Hyun-gu examined it. The system had been modified. Items were deleted. The ranking system for stat boxes, skill boxes, specific trait boxes was added. A level system was added. Proficiency item level skill tiers. The latent power of skills is displayed as ranks. Successfully using a skill will increase proficiency. He saw that skills from the copper and gold boxes began to differ when trained together. But when everything was at the upgrade tier, he was always undecided on which to train first. A long info panel appeared. The Cry of the Guardian Warrior skill, Tier S, dealing physical damage to nearby monsters, attracting their attention. Increasing the group's weapon power. Proficiency level 1, damage 120. Weapon power increased by 1%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Hyun-gu raised an eyebrow. Quite intuitive. It should have been like this from the start. Jinju observed that it was not just the display that changed. He confirmed, I think so too. Even without the skill and trait tier boxes. Perhaps now it should be called proficiency. We can increase the level. He was tense. The competition would become even fiercer. Hyun-gu asserted that we must not lose. He ordered everyone to gather. And get ready, Ji Hyun-gu, level 246 platinum. Vitality 311 plus 13, strength 311 plus 2, agility 300, perception 300, experience 10 tan 320 out of 10 8 ano 4. 144, attack 144, physical defense 15, turn 20 out of 15 or 20, magic defense 5000 out of 5000, traits 2, skills 3, insignia B, items B. He was confident, not bad, not many people have stats like this. The scene shifted to someone with superior stats, nearly double Heingu's. The specific quest of the Challenger, the Majestic Challenger 2, has been completed. Secret Proof quest has been completed. Sun Hu, level 4A2 Challenger, second attempt, Vitality 7A1 100A1, Strength 7 or 90 on 190, Agility 7 is 60 100 or 50, Perception 7 or 40 100 140, Experience 3955 40 out of 4 33 37 90, Attack 30 32 18, Physical Defense Neo out of 88 500, Magic Defense out of 99, Traits 10, Skills 10, Insignia none, Items 10. Chain Quest, The Birth of the Annihilator 1. Sun Hu lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. I am back. The birth of the Annihilator, the beginning and end of all things, the power of chaotic death is infinite. A path has opened for you. If you meet the expectations of chaotic death and prove yourself worthy, you may be elevated to the same level that chaotic death has nurtured. You may be reborn as a being dominating the entire dimension. Quest to reach level 561. The reward and the chain quest called The Birth of the Doombringer Part 2. He sat up, covering his face with laughter. It turned out the hard first Challenger quest was because that man wanted to recruit him as the 8th Demon King. The system asked if he wanted to use contribution points to cancel the quest. Required points were 10,000. He thought to himself that this system was a bit foolish, because when you tried the second time, you already reset all my contribution points. Sun Hu stood up tiredly. Even if he had enough points, there was no reason to cancel the quest if he could stop the Demon King Horde's invasion. He realized he could become the Doombringer of the 8 Demon Kings. Sun Hu walked around the area to find his teammates. Hu Yunyi announced that he had seen Sun Jin had information coming. High-level awakened ones could use abilities like telepathy to communicate. At the current level, it could transmit quite far. This is where we place the return point with the return stone. Or is that damn system playing tricks again? The effect of the one who overcame adversity was deactivated. He immediately cried out in pain, his entire body stiffening. Sun Hu collapsed to the ground. When he woke up, Sun Jin was sitting in front of him, along with 2 notifications. The dominatrix was removed from the party. That meant Li Sua and Xin Jianga had died. The 2 women could not return. Sun Jin remained silent, though he probably saw the notifications too. No one had approached them yet. The young boy, trembling, asked weakly who they were. Sun Jin sat still, but the pressure he radiated was terrifying. It was best for the boy to stay quiet now. He was scared, his facial skin distorting. He hurriedly called for Uncle Hunter. He answered cheerfully, Jia Yong Go Hua, it's good to meet you here. Check the leg for me. Alderman Hyungu Kagan Sun Jin. So the person next to him is... Jia Xiong asked where he was going without saying a word. He bowed his head in greeting. I am the leader of the shield squad of the Cheongqiang Guild, Ji Hyungu. It is an honor to meet you, Odin. He asked how long it had been since they disappeared. Hyungu answered a little over that, thinking to himself that time here flowed quite similarly. How strange. Sun Hu waved his hand, telling them they would rest here and not to disturb. He confirmed he understood and would relay the message to the guild. Hyungu ordered everyone to return. Sector 15 belongs to Odin. Sun Jin happily looked at the no-healed leg, praised the progress, and chuckled. A group of controlled people was brought over. Kang Ji Nam looked at them with a deep, sly gaze. He asked them which unit they were from. They replied none, as they would disband after this matter. D Nam was confused about what he meant. That man replied they were cooperating with that group. Person beside him said among the 25 attackers, 20 were partners wanting to compete for some magic stones. He was startled. Jinnam ordered to capture them all, and they begged for mercy. Scene transitioned to a room, an impatient finger tapping on the table. At the meeting of Chongqian with the 7 unit leaders, Dinam pleaded for the sake of things, so I found out that it was necessary to restrict units from using hunting grounds without permission. But some noble people still violated the rule. He asked them what they intended to do. The people who were supposed to live by odd jobs had gone mad, and said they would try to level up. Qi Jiang politely said they just needed to adjust the hunting grounds and increase the registration fee for new units by 20 times. They would sort themselves out clearly. Another leader disagreed. They were still guild members. She pleaded, Leader Lai, this is a public place. Please save face. Jin Nam said if they ignored it, all our efforts would go down the drain. That is the stability we created. He continued that during the resistance against the Yusung Guild and other events, fear was overwhelming, but we united to overcome. Jin Nam delivered a speech of unity. Now is the time to join forces once more. Leader Li stood up in disdain, unable to agree with this plan. You want to use power to control the community. I cannot sit and listen anymore. Another leader spoke up, saying they are not a community, just a group of people who cannot live without our protection. He opposed that thinking. Leader Li left, saying when the final decision is made, send a message. I will still follow, but my vote is against. Hyungo had just arrived when someone left. They called him late. Sit down, shield unit leader. He stood there while everyone wondered. Yungo spoke up, saying he had met Odin at a village west of Zone 15. This news caused a shock, but neither Lee Sua nor Shingilma was seen. He was so astonished that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only Odin and Kagan Sunjin. Jinnum was so scared his face turned pale. That man insisted they were not allowed to return here. Another leader quickly agreed, saying that the Qiangqiang Guild had survived until now thanks to them. If not, everyone would have been taken over by the Yusung Guild. Another person chimed in that was right, the old Qiangqiang could not be compared to the current one. Only the name was the same, but our level was completely different. One person affirmed that Odin was a terrifying man, everyone frowned in annoyance and turned their heads. Pansuk, the leader of the Golden Unit and chairman of the Magic Stone Bank, sneered. In an arrogant tone, he told everyone they should know that he was originally from Zone 12, so please trust his word. He stood up. Odin did not care about their positions, but there was a high chance he would send someone. He knew very well how to enjoy power. Bangju said they needed a justification to stop Odin's group. Odin had either killed or forced the leaders of Zone 12 to resign. He speculated, from what he could see, a few of them would meet the same fate. Bangsuk chuckled slyly. That was exactly why this was not a matter that could be decided by a simple vote. He thought to himself that it was very hard to sit in Lee Sua's seat, and he absolutely would not give it up. Jainam spoke up. If there were no more opinions, he would make a decision. The Qiangqiang Guild officially opposed Odin's group. Sun Jin excitedly called out to Odin, saying, "Look, it is soju." The bottle of alcohol looked very dirty with blood clots stuck to it, but he was cheerful. It was buried quite deep. Something glittered as he looked around the stinking ditch. Realizing that perhaps to forget the feeling of loss, he had circled the border of the settlement all night. Sanji sipped, saying he really liked drinking, but since awakening he had become stronger. This stuff was nothing. Sunhu asked about the characteristic he had received earlier. He answered Fist Destroyer. He said he wanted to know more about it. Sun Jin was relaxed. Go ahead and look. Sunhu said he had already surpassed that level. He sneered, he don't act like a stranger, just look through it. The system appeared immediately. Skill Enlightenment. You have seen the perfect target. Name Kagan Sun Jin, level 351 diamond. Vitality 410, Strength 59910, Agility 400, Perception 4456. Experience 47222 out of 499971, Attack 2170, Physical Defense 1000 out of 1000, Magic Defense 3000 out of 3000. Characteristics 1, Skills 3, Badges 0, Items 1. Fist Destroyer. When unarmed, basic attack increases. Even barehanded, it is as strong as when equipped with a mastered weapon. Level 1, 25% attack power 609509. Sunhu said that was the characteristic that allowed him to fight barehanded as if holding an A-rank weapon. This would be his main style from now on. Sun Jin was happy, gradually receiving something he could use. He said he was a bit worried about what was going to happen and had to wait here until when. He replied, until tomorrow. Sun Jin immediately acted. Going back to the village tomorrow? Then I will gather some stones first. He went deeper into the forest, walking and thinking it would be good if he could find another bottle, but it seemed difficult. Sun Jin suddenly heard something. A large group of people was passing by. He wondered, was there a war or something? Where were all those people going? Pansuk was leading them. Sun Jin ran over and called out loudly, Mr. Pansuk. He was happy. Oh, hello, Hunting Jin. He laughed loudly. Aha, my brother. You climbed the ranks so fast. Now you are the leader of the Golden Unit. Pansuk smiled and asked, that was true, but why were you alone? Where was Odin? Sun Jin answered honestly, he was in the other village. Is there a war? Do you need my help? Bangju paused. Do you know who we are fighting against? Sun Jin laughed casually. Don't worry, I am here. Even Odin did not have to do anything. He mocked. That confidence was impressive. Sun Jin, good, very good. Sun Jin wondered, a man had to have guts. Why did he keep changing the subject? Where were you going? The entire group's faces darkened. No one answered. Finally he understood. His face stiffened, without a trace of a smile. Sun Jin said with disgust, hey Du Pansuk, in the end you are still that cunning man, huh? He said angrily, didn't we always warn you every time you caused trouble just for money? Bang Suk drew his sword. Sun Jin continued, his boredom not hidden. I don't understand why you are so greedy. How big of a mistake did you make this time? Working in the distribution industry, President Tazuban Suk's mind worked very fast, while others were still hesitating. He was the first to collect magic stones, and he himself led the buying and selling of goods in the market. When people were injured, he sold recovery items. When there was a big battle, he sold attack items, all at exorbitant prices. With his business operations, his wealth had surpassed the reach of the Qiangqiang Guild. Even though Odin was very strong, many people awakened after the end of Act 1. To the north was the Yusung Guild, to the south was the Qiangqiang Guild. The Changqian Federation had over 2,000 awakened. Even though Bangju turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that even Odin could not fight that many people. That was why the balance of power would be drawn at every manageable boundary. He thought that only to see Kagun Sanji. In front of him, that man alone exploded with overwhelming power. He flung each one away, not letting them even touch a single strand of his hair. Kagun Sun-jin charged in like a whirlwind, while Ji Hyun-gu in front was probing him. The insight skill had perfectly seen through the target. That man Kagun Sun-jin, level 371 diamond, HP 710-10, strength 709-10, agility 700, perception 456, experience 47,777 out of 59,7971, attack 27777, physical defense 10,000 out of 10,000, steel defense 7,000 out of 7,000. Ji Hyun-gu gaped in disbelief, telling himself that barehanded he had over 2,000 attack power. Anxious, but he quickly regained his composure, raised his shield, thinking that with over 15,000 defense, he could easily block 6 hits. Sanjin charged and threw a strong punch at the shield, shouting that he was told not to get in his way. The shield nearly broke. Ji Hyun-gu turned to his teammate and muttered, "Damn it, what is she still standing there for?" Li Qijang behind was terrified, his whole body trembling incessantly. Sanjin launched an attack, and now there was nothing left in front of him to resist. The shield shattered instantly, flinging Ji Hyun-gu far away. Just as he was falling into the abyss, a hand grabbed his leg. Ji Hyun-gu stared in shock. Kagun Sun-jin held his leg tightly, his voice asking if he knew why she did not dare to charge in and that he would find out soon. A second later, Ji Hyun-gu lay motionless in a pool of blood. Not just him, Kang Jin-nam also died a brutal death, blood flowing everywhere. Pan-suk grimaced at the horrific scene. At this moment, Kagun Sun-jin was restrained and bound by a few people. Sanjin looked at Zupan and said with a laugh, "I left him for Odin, you tricked them, right? What are you waiting for? Make your move." Dupan-suk gritted his teeth in anger. Actually, he planned to use Sanjin as a hostage. Dupan-suk drew his sword and said loudly, "Sorry, Sun-jin, but you should know better. Letting you go would be very embarrassing for me." The young boy outside was frightened, repeatedly calling out to Uncle Sanjin. Dupan raised his sword, thinking that it had come to this. He was forced to confront Odin directly. "No matter, I have already allied with the Yusung gang," Sanjin said in a low voice when fighting Odin. "Remember to stay at the back line." Hearing this, the man stopped his hand, asking in confusion why he wanted to cut the boy's head off, but had to give his subordinates a chance to shine. "I did not expect you to take down all 10 leaders. Something to be proud of." Kagun Sun-jin, blood streaming from his mouth, yelled, "Shut up." Dupan-suk laughed triumphantly, then farewell, and swung his sword to strike. Right at that moment, Sanjin's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and roared, concentrating his power. A surge of power came from nowhere. Wherever it went, it took a few heads along. That was the lucky charm of few hunters. That surge of power quickly spread out. It claimed Zupan-suk's head before he could strike. He was about to bring his sword down on Kagun Sun-jin. A few fortunate people were still standing there. The others lost their heads and fell, blood and gore everywhere. Dupan-suk's head flew off. His eyes had not even had time to close before he met his maker. Kagun Sun-jin's life was spared. Seeing this, the man was not surprised, saying he was told to leave him for Odin. From afar, a tall figure slowly walked over, accompanied by a bewitching voice, trying to persuade me to come. The surviving hunters trembled violently upon seeing him. A cold voice rang out, saying he would not kill them anymore. They immediately placed the blame, saying it was all because of Zupansuk and Kankinam. Kankinam feared the balance of his subordinates would be disrupted, saying if Odin returned, everything would collapse. Sun Hu sat down on a rock, his heart full of questions. A subordinate recounted, after the system adjustment, the Cheongjiang began holding a meeting. He talked about controlling the hunting ground and raising fees with the new attack unit. Sun Hu listened in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and thought, did those bastards know what he had been through at Bakran? The sky seemed to rage on his behalf, thunderclaps striking continuously. Sun Hu covered his face in despair. The system he tried so hard to adjust was now being destroyed by them. Sun Hu's gaze was sharp as he said, "Since you only followed orders, you are not worth killing," but it was not convincing enough. A trembling girl said she knew the internal situation of Changcheon, having worked in the administrative department. Another person also spoke up, saying he had once led one of the subordinate groups of the Golden Unit, because his group actively traveled to and from the northern region. He knew quite a few people from the Yusung gang. "You will need me when you want to talk to the northern king." Sun Hu heard this and thought to himself, the north was most likely Xin Yung's force. He told the man to send a message that he wanted to talk. After saying this, Sun Hu thought further, if they did not come here, I will personally go find them. And it will not be a simple conversation. Hearing this, a few men immediately followed Sun Hu's order and set off. Very soon they arrived at the northern castle. Inside, the northern king was sitting on the throne. That man knelt respectfully and reported. That was the entirety of the message. "We are not sure of Odin's current intentions, please understand." The northern king, upon hearing this, flew into a rage and slammed his hand down on the throne's armrest. He was angry, a flash of blood-red killing intent flickering in his eyes. The man sitting in the main seat spoke up to ask, "Kim Jun-chun, if I remember correctly, you used to run a coffee shop in Bupi, right?" After saying this, he laughed, taking off the iron helmet on his head, startling Jun-chun. He was stunned. "Oh my god, I was wondering why the guild was named Yusung." The man asked further, "Do you know who I am?" Jun-chun's voice trembled. There is no Korean who does not know. he silently realized the man's identity. The richest man in South Korea, the leader of the Yu Sung group, Lee Tae-han. Lee Tae-han, his face full of intellect, made a proposal. This place will not last forever. At some point we will return. Will you help me? He added an extremely tempting condition if he agreed. I will give you what even Odin would not dare to promise, both in here and out there. Jun-chun, pale with fear, backed away. No, no way. I would lose my life. Tae-han, not expecting to be flatly refused, asked in confusion. Do you know what I was going to say? He shouted, because you have never met Odin. Jun-chun recalled the sight of heads rolling before him earlier, unable to suppress his trembling and terror. For him, thousands of soldiers had perished in the blink of an eye. 10 unit leaders also failed. It sounds absurd, but trust me. He continued, if you want to defeat someone like him. Before he could finish, Tae-han laughed loudly. You misunderstood me. Tae-han said sincerely, I told you I have my own sources. I am not reckless. Jun-chun did not understand yet, when he said further, I just want you to help me join the Cheongcheong Guild. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at his own hand and swore, with this hand I will give all my power to Odin. The 3 most powerful financial organizations in South Korea. Among them, the Yu Sung Group was the top, a global enterprise specializing in researching cutting-edge technology with far-reaching influence. Lee Tae-han was the youngest of 5 children, 2 girls and 3 boys. He had no right to compete for the succession. The order of succession was too clear. Instead of the younger brothers, the eldest sister held the power. Hand was very carefully and gently wiping some leaves. Tae-han's father asked, Are you disappointed? Tae-han calmly replied, My brother is the one who is disappointed. He wondered, Why did you step back? Your health is still good. Tae-han said in a low voice, Junyo holds most of the current investment shares. Her answer startled Tae-han. His father's face was serious. I merged the shares under your control, but she could not do much. Tae-han broke out in a cold sweat. Sister will have to work very hard. His father asked, Do you know how to raise the strongest loach? He thought for a long time and did not understand. His father replied, Put a catfish into the same pond. After that they will struggle with all their might to survive, creating anxiety and panic among them. Suddenly his father called out Tae-han. He respectfully replied, Yes, father. He turned his head, his face full of calculation, and instructed, From tomorrow, go to the chairman's secretariat office. Stay close to your sister. He did not understand what his father was planning but had to obey. I do not understand my father's intention, or which side the catch was on, but in the end Yu Sung fell into my hands. Lee Tae-han walked slowly, reminiscing about the path to Odin, recalling 20 years ago. He faced Odin and thought to himself, Who will the catfish become? Let us wait and see. Sun Hu spoke first. Northern King, quite a grand name. Tae-han replied while about to take off his iron helmet. This will make guild management convenient. A pleasure to meet Odin. I am. Before he could finish, Sun Hu cut him off. 2 things. 1. Do not disrupt the magic stone economy. 2. Do not hinder the growth of low area weekend. Follow these and the entire Cheongcheong Guild is yours. Tae-han's hand stopped. He weakly opened his helmet and introduced himself, Lee Tae-han, from the Yu Sung group. Sun Hu scratched his head, stood up and walked over. If you break the rules, you will end up like the initial managers of the Cheongcheong Guild. Understood? He passed by Tae-han, focusing his thoughts. So the guild will unite under one force. We begin Act 2 with a stronger economy. Without waiting for a reaction, Sun Hu bluntly saw him off. Do not come to me with trivial matters, Chairman Lee Tae-han. Was dumbfounded. He knows who I am and still treats me like this. Who the hell is he? A moment later, a minor leader asked Tae-han with concern. When I learned you had a private conversation with Odin, I became extremely anxious. Tae-han propped his chin and confirmed. The vice leader was gone, so he guessed that he was now the leader of the Kim unit. That man replied somewhat arrogantly. Yes, Chairman, he said to tell him everything he had investigated about Odin. The leader began to explain. Sun Hu was a member of the World Association of Fake Awakeners. That meant he belonged to the Korean family. His father held a high position at the John Neal Bank and bore the surname John Neal. Lee Tae-han was surprised. The former chairman John Neal. That man continued. He had few friends during his school days, so that was all he knew. His jaw dropped. He was quite sure he had heard that his only son had joined the Jonathan Financial Investment Group. At the same time, did he also belong to the Korea family? Lee Tae-han's face turned pale. The Jonathan Group and the Korean family had a common link among all these things. Name flashed in his mind, the Binderbeck Club. Lee Tae-han understood, laughing like a man possessed, ki, leaving the leader filled with suspicion. He muttered, now he understood the reason the world economy did not halt on the day of the beginning. Tae-han saw through everything. Odin was the one they raised, humanity's secret weapon for the day of the beginning. He lamented, my God, that man's background was more formidable than he thought, and immediately ordered a halt to all investigations into Odin. He sighed with a laugh, thinking he had planned to use his power to take back most of the evil spirits, but the underworld was not easy to touch. Tae-han announced Odin had entrusted the entire Asura Sky Guild to him. His face showed no discernible expression. He raised his index finger as a signal. From now on, they would only focus on unifying Asura Sky and Evil Sung. The Asura Sky Guild had vanished, and the Evil Sung Kingdom was born. because it was Odin's order. Throughout the entire process, there was no dispute over the transfer. After that day, no one saw Odin or the man who accompanied him anymore. He had a feeling that he was in the palm of Odin's hand. No, he felt trapped by the power behind him, the Binderbeck Club. A tiny spirit appeared, stirring the air. Oh, members of the evil Sun Kingdom, have you waited long? This gender-neutral girl is here to continue running Act 2, Scene 1. This was as you could see. This time the 3 different stages had merged into one. Everyone tensed up upon hearing this. However, those who came from other stations, do not worry. I do not favor anyone at all. Now let's see who is here. Team 1, the Evil Sun Kingdom. Congratulations, the entire station has unified under one organization. Thus I have become the exclusive guide for Act 2, Scene 1. Team 2, the Water Dragon Group. Team 3, the Dragon Brotherhood. It was truly brutal until the very end. I hope you will combine your forces in the second round. Team 4, the Descendants of the Vikings. Team number 5, Level 12 Mutant, though not yet reaching the Yeosung Kingdom class, was still highly rated. Many people have survived. Congratulations to all of you. After the lengthy introduction, Sun Hu looked at the system panel and pondered. A welcoming name, but could they not agree that their stage was low-level members of the mutation? The little spirit continued, the Sipo's army you encountered in stage 1 has already been weakened. So this time, you will have to face opponents at least as strong as the Backland Legion. Kaigun Sun Jin sneered contemptuously, calling them ox heads, damned livestock. The little spirit spoke again, as usual, I will give you time to get closer to those in your stage. Feel free to chat or exchange culture. For those who are shy, I hope you will like it. The system popped up a countdown notification. A potential threat mission has been created. Everyone knows awakened ones from other factions are dangerous, but is the danger only from that? Requirement to eliminate awakened ones. Reward is experience and item boxes, distributed according to the number achieved. Everyone received the notification. 1 to 10 people receive experience and a contract, 11 to 20 people experience and a silver box, 21 to 50 people experience and a gold box, 51 to 100 people get a platinum box, 101 to 500 people experience and a diamond box, 501 to 1000 people experience and a master box. Over 1,000 people experience and a challenge box. The experience received significantly increases based on the number of awakened ones eliminated. This is a repeatable mission that can be retried after completion. The mission will continue until the testing ground ends. Sun Hu was surprised this mission originally belonged to Stage 3. He gritted his teeth. You want to kill all the awakened ones I risked my life to save? Kaigun Sun Jin turned pale, broke out in a cold sweat, and stammered, this? He shouted angrily, you animals, what the hell are you doing? Sun Hu held his head in despair, feeling his fate was being toyed with. He wanted to open the challenge box immediately. This was definitely a trap by those bastards. And he suddenly noticed something. From a distance, faint figures were slowly approaching. Looking at the crowd before him, Kagan Sun Jin could not help cursing. Damn it, there are so many here. Should we make a move? The blonde-haired man in that group emitted a faint blue light. His system announced, skill activated, you cannot see through the target. This startled him. Sun Hu glanced at him, his face full of murderous intent. Warning, you must know looking at my status window is an act of war. Instantly a flash of light sliced off his head. He died without even understanding what happened. The system announced, you have eliminated one awakened one. Potential threat, one awakened one has been eliminated. Sanjin got bloodthirsty, eagerly charging forward. Good. With your numbers, we will at least get the master box. Old Tianfeng led the way for Sun Hu. Wherever they struck, people fell. Sun Hu put his hands in his pockets. His steps were extremely arrogant and cool. The system continuously sounded notifications. You have eliminated one awakened one. Potential threat, 15 awakened ones have been eliminated, along with Kagun Sun Jin's childish attacks. Notifications rang out continuously. Potential threat, 21 awakened ones have been eliminated. Screams and cries for help echoed throughout the space, accompanied by the notification increasing the number of eliminated awakened ones. The number grew larger and larger. Those who had not yet joined the fray witnessed the horrifying scene, shocked and unbelieving. No, a monster? A shout rang out, wait, stop. Rustling footsteps, a girl ran quickly over. She raised her hand to stop him and asked, you are Odin, right? Do you still remember me? Sun Hu turned around, stunned for a moment. And he suddenly remembered, it was the person he met at the Joshua Corporation. The girl shouted Guna-san, then hurriedly bowed, looking apologetic. He joined later, so he does not understand. I sincerely apologize. Sanjin whispered in his ear, that guy is a diamond, level 330. During the exchange, the foreign blonde said something. Sun Hu wondered, what did he say? Translate it. The blonde kept rattling off a string of foreign language, making the girl awkward. She explained, he wants to know the result of the fight. Sun Hu asked back, before me? The girl obediently replied yes. The system displayed the text, fire and thunderstorm have been activated. A series of punches rained down on the blonde. He could not react. Sun Hu said bluntly, he will not die, so do not heal him. The girl understood and replied, I understand. Kagun Sun-jin held the candy in his hand, rubbing it. Oh my this. He laughed contentedly. Yee-hee. Sanjin turned into a girl noticed by her idol, shyly rolling back and forth. It had been a while since someone tugged at his coat. He suddenly remembered something and asked, how many punches did you land on that Gunnarsson or Gunbaron guy? I couldn't keep track at all. Without waiting for Sunhu to answer, he concluded himself, the foolish die. They are from the Transcendence, right? Sunhu was stunned. You know that too? Kagun Sun-jin clicked his tongue. Yeah, Jianga told me. He scratched his cheek and continued. She said you were in the Transcendence. They were eager to join. As soon as they met you, you beat them to a pulp. Is that okay? Sunhu answered firmly, I will not associate with them much. If at all, it will be with Lee Taihan, a fellow countryman. Kagun Sun-jin exclaimed in surprise. The president loves songs? Wow, are you two friends? He said warily, he works under me. When the time comes, it will get much more complicated. Just remember that. Kagun Sun-jin cut to the chase. Chairman Yusung works under you. Then I can take as many phones as I want, right? The two started chatting. He casually said he hoped the trial site would end soon so his ex-wife would regret it. Sunhu said seriously, who knows, it depends on political maneuvering. Kagun Sanji gently smiled. You have some scheme, right? I will follow you. Just then the purple-haired girl pushed the door and entered. She bowed her head sincerely. Gunasun has calmed down. That matter will not happen again. I have no excuse. Sunhu was puzzled. You have two awakeneds and still can't keep them in line. Kagun Sun-jin also chimed in. Right, Gumbaran is incredibly strong too. The purple-haired girl timidly said, actually, we have 3 people. The problem started when a mission targeting you from a long time ago suddenly resurfaced. He said with a grim face, you mean an assassination mission? When fighting the Chippos Legion, the 3 of them were a team. But when the assassination mission appeared, they split into 2 teams. The purple-haired girl recalled her former teammate Lindergaard. He messed everything up, Odin. He betrayed us and threw all the lines into chaos. She continued, if you allow, I will do it myself. Sunhu calmly said, find Lee Taihan of the Love Song Kingdom. He concluded, leave that one to me. In the city, a ruined building lay quietly. The purple-haired girl politely introduced, Odin sent me here. He wants to prepare for Act 2 with you, under the name Transcendence. Taihan was startled by that name. He recognized the identity of the girl before him, the one who accompanied Joshua at the Berlin telecommunications office. He thought she was just a regular employee. Taihan tried to calm himself. I understand, but please tell me. He wanted to ask clearly, is the root of the world a Wackener association, the Bilderberg Club? You are involved with it too, right? The purple-haired girl sighed and smiled. Don't you know yet? The Bilderberg Club disbanded a long time ago. Lee Taihan was thunderstruck at the news, thinking to himself, Joe Quinn controls the John Hill Club. He blurted out in shock, John New. Is it the John New I am thinking of? She calmly replied, yes, the first meeting was held at the private hotel of the John New Resort. Lee Taihan paled at the worst possible thought. Everything traced back to John Hill, the shadow government controlling the world under the name of the East. He could not understand what on earth was happening. The purple-haired girl continued, although in the Transcendence I am a senior, our status is equal. That is what Odin said privately. Taihan broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in thought. From the way she spoke, Odin was on par with the Valkyrian pivot, or even higher. He closed his eyes, trying to accept this news. The story was too unbelievable. As I know, the rejected fish is released later. Truly Odin will not regret it. The system displayed a notification logging into the trial site for Act 2. Status has been reformed. The Legion system has opened. The guild system has opened. The Pillar of Light has been created. Sunhu and Kagun Sun-jin entered the trial site along with the notification for Guild Transcendence 12. Guildmaster Lidhan. Guild members 72 on 21,000 people. Looking at the notification, Sunhu calculated silently. Nearly 70,000 people have united. The system has military and guild functions. I want systematic battles. System popped up again. The power mission has been created. Strength. Guild members receive complete strength and authority. Requirement. Defeat the guild master. Reward. Experience in the guild master position. This mission encourages endless hostility. Kagun Sun-jin saw the notification and sneered. Wow, the phone chairman seems busy. I guess no one wants to be the guild master anymore, huh? The little spirit appeared and happily reported. As expected, the Love Song Kingdom. No, Transcendence 12 is leading. Keep up this performance. He pointed at the Pillar of Power. I will announce the first mission. Replace that big pillar there. It is pretty, right? Then it began to dance, but unfortunately that pillar is not for you. It will weaken you and strengthen the enemy. Do you understand anything yet? The mission of Act 2. Scene 1 is to destroy that Pillar of Light as fast as possible. Phase 1 of the Pillar of Light will grant number wisdom. Phase 2 will disable items. Phase 3 disable skills and traits. Finally, Phase 4, everything an awakener has will become useless, leading to destruction. And every night, we will have an ambush if we view the entire track as a circle. The inner part with the light pillar and risk factor is the red zone. The black outer edge is where the ambush begins. The green zone in the middle is the awakener area with 8 cities. By day we attack the red zone, by night we defend the green zone if a city is destroyed. The pillar of light's phase will increase, so we need to constantly switch between attack and defense at the right time. Above all, we also have an eternal enemy that can attack at any time. Everyone will soon lose all morale. A series of fists were raised, shouting slogans to protect the pillar of light. A man leading the group shouted with great momentum, saying the system was testing them to show it their faith. The system displayed the information. The guild name was the Great System. The guild master was Lindergart. He suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a blinding flash of light. Sun Hu landed with his arms crossed, a look of extreme arrogance on his face. A beam of light pierced Lindergart's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Kuha! He coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back. Kuthru! Sun Hu kept a cold expression, guarding the pillar of light, thinking to himself, what is he planning to do? Lindergart laughed wildly, speaking with difficulty. We've been waiting for you here, Odin. Sun Hu pressed further, and in that moment, he abandoned the name mutation. Lindergart trembled as he replied, do you think an organization created by humans can surpass the system? Lindergart gritted his teeth. Even though it had been a long time, he still remembered every word clearly. The existence that threatens everyone is developing at a terrifying pace. He spoke again. Last time they failed, so now they have to be punished. The birth of mutation was a mistake, so the trials will become increasingly brutal. The system will not leave an organization created by the threat of humanity alone. Lindergart laughed scornfully. Assassination mission was created specifically for 3 people. Do you understand what that means? The system is denying mutation. He suddenly shouted, Angel and Gunnarsson are fools who cannot see the truth right before their eyes. But there are those like me who understand. The system will not spare you. Lindergart went mad, opening his mouth to scream, mutation be seated, Soon as he finished screaming, a stream of hot blood spurted out. The system announced that an awakener had been eliminated. Warning of potential danger, 49 awakeners have been eliminated. The innermost circle of the group had now fallen in a pool of blood. A murderous voice rang out, anyone else? Who else wants to offer their life for the system? Kugel Sun Jin roared like a provoked beast. Get out of here before sunset, this is Odin's territory. The guild system announced that Guildmaster Tai Han had captured the city. Guildmaster Tai Han had designated this city as a temporary headquarters. Tai Han touched the system panel while continuing to read. Guildmaster Tai Han had been elected as the mayor of the temporary headquarters city. Tai Han looked at the panel thoughtfully, pondering the points received for each completed mission within the city. Points could be used to build and strengthen defenses like the outer wall. He was silent for a long time, then thought about the defense system again. It seems they are telling us to prepare for the night ambush mission. We don't know how many monsters we'll face, so we need to invest now. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a guild notification. Guildmaster Tai Han had captured the city, the Great System. Guildmaster Tai Han had designated the city, the Great System, as a no-entry zone. He then smiled smugly, saying, no entry, too easy to understand. Turning to another place, Sun Jin pointed at the blue pillar of light and asked Sun Hu, that pillar of light, can we go destroy it now? Old man Hu Hoi repeated, you already dealt with that Bull King guy completely. What's so hard about this, huh? But Sun Hu only replied softly, we'll do it if necessary, but it's best not to. Turning back to the past, the truth with the system had been altered by deadly chaos, and he could use challenge missions to change it himself. This meant that this system was not omnipotent. When the test site began, many related missions and rewards were given, not just for the Awakeners to grow. The main purpose was to distribute the system's limited resources to those who deserved them. Because the ranking system had been changed to a level and proficiency system, the system feared that Awakeners would gain power through their own efforts. A purple imp once told him, Sun Hu thought, the growth rate from proficiency was adjusted similarly to the rate of earning points. So, it was understandable that the system wanted Awakeners to be grateful. Sun Hu pondered deeply, but forcing everyone to participate in war was unforgivable. He said to Sun Jin, no need to rush. We can monopolize the rewards distributed across the cities, so playing the long game is better. He turned seriously and said to Sun Jin, but the group will disband now. He had surpassed Kim Ji's early development stage long ago. From now on, all development depends on him. So, no more free rides, he said, punching his own chest. But don't worry. His face was slightly flushed, and he said shyly, I never told you, did I? It means that as long as I'm alive, I will definitely repay this debt. I'm not thanking Sung, you know. Sun Hu said happily, even if the group disbands, we will still continue to travel together and take on missions together. Having said that, the two of them walk side by side to take on the next mission. The little imp was still floating idly in the air. The impy looked dejected. Why did everyone leave? Such a wonderful city, and you left it behind? Sun Hu walked over to the imp and spoke, we should go somewhere else too, right? Seeing him, it quickly raised a hand. Ah, hello, by order of the guide, I, Luogio, have been assigned to the no-entry zone. Sun Jin frowned and asked at Lua, are you a different one? The impy coyly open-mouthed, not Lua. It's Luogio, the tongue is a bit longer to create space in the mouth. It waved a hand, and the system panel now displayed the ongoing missions. Birth repays the Doombringer. Level 483 out of 561. Potential danger 121 out of infinite. Simple warrior 0 out of 500. True and false 0 out of 1. Military strength 0 out of 1. Scouting floor 1 sector B barrier not completed. Number 23 queen my queen not over 200. Sun Hu looked at those panels and was also puzzled. Odin, this Sun Jin called him, his face sweating, stammering and unable to speak. Turning back to read panel number 23. The first queen in the history of Polish society is about to be born. Groups following the queen have formed their own armies and are actively participating in the night ambush. Requirement: eliminate 200 worshippers of the queen. Reward experience and a platinum box. Sun Jin was still bewildered by the announcement panel. Sun Hu spoke up to reassure him. Nothing has been confirmed yet. We will know soon enough. In another city, Ta-Han was looking at a piece of paper. It was a diagram of some sort numbered 4 at the top. The system displayed a notification about an unaffiliated guild. While challenging the barrier on the first floor of Zone B, Ta-Han pondered deeply. The Zone 8 was so close, yet they cannot enter. They have begun. A subordinate reported that the barrier could not be broken through by physical means. Ta-Han's face was full of thought. He said this place was different from the first round, then looked at the system being displayed. Red attack unit of the victorious army in the city had completed the warrior mission and earned 1 point, with a total score currently at 68. Ta-Han said they need 100 points to create from the outside. He shouted an order to complete the hunting mission first. Every city must focus on this step. Another city was in chaos. Kim Ji-hun's attack unit had completed the warrior mission and earned 1 point. Another announcement came. Gunnarson's attack unit had also completed it and earned 1 point. Along with that was an announcement from Angela's attack unit. They too had completed the mission and earned 1 point. Finally, after that chaos, the total was tallied. The total score was 100. Blue lightning bolts were shining down on a city, the system displayed clearly. From the architectural exterior, the defense level was 1. Ta-Han focused his thoughts, deciding to provide more units to cities that had not built outer walls before sunset. As he was thinking, his subordinate spoke up to interrupt, asking if they should send troops to the Forbidden City. The system displayed a notification that the barrier on the first floor of Zone B had been destroyed. Ta-Han's eyes widened with worry. Heavens, those two took care of the barrier. He was so scared he broke out in a sweat, thinking they must have earned a few hundred points by now, then instructed his subordinate not to report this matter to anyone else. The Forbidden City. Corpses lay scattered, strewn across the ground. Fresh red blood stained the ground everywhere, living up to its name as a forbidden place. Sun Hu and Sun Jin strolled leisurely, as if they had just completed their mission. The system displayed a notification that the military power mission was complete. You have ascended to level 484. A level 484 Bringer of Doom has been born, surpassing level 561. Sun Hu pondered. He had received about 137 million experience points, while Sun Jin had 30,000, a significant amount since it would be shared among the awakened within the city. As he thought this, he rubbed his head. Completing the Bringer of Doom was only a matter of time, though the decision regarding it was a completely different matter. Time flew by quickly. 5 days had passed. Sun Hu, with his hood pulled over his face, walked through the bustling crowd. At a level 7 city, defense level 2, variable authority 12, population 9112, Mayor Le Guangsu. Here Sun Hu discovered magic stones everywhere. They were lying scattered on the ground without any defensive system. He moved through the crowd, overhearing them say that instead of building outer walls, mountains of monster corpses surrounded the city. It was hard to believe this was his city. Many sparkling magic stones were poured out from a large bag. The man who saw them was utterly amazed. The uncle held a glowing stone, closed his eyes to examine it, and asked if this was a stone from a commander monster, then pressed if he was sure and asked if he was from this city. Still with his mysterious hood, Sun Hu replied, "No, I came because I heard you make grain whiskey." The uncle asked further where he was from. Sun Hu asked coldly in return, "What for? Are you afraid I came from the Forbidden City?" Hearing this, the uncle laughed and said he had quite a sense of humor, but to be careful or something might happen. Suddenly, someone who had just arrived slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "Hey, over here, bring out something." That man then turned to Sun Hu and yelled, "What's wrong with you? Why are you still standing there?" Someone from a distant table spoke up, "Don't take your anger out on others for your failure, save your strength." Seeing this, the owner brought out a bottle of alcohol to ease the tension. "Drink this and calm down." He was still glaring resentfully at Sun Hu but took the bottle, chugged it down. After the battle, everyone had time to rest, unlike before when they were still plagued by hallucinations after drinking monster blood. Perfect, that is the city I wanted to see. Sun Hu and Sun Jin sat by the fire drinking. Sun Jin marveled, wow, they even managed to make alcohol here. He drained the bottle until his belly was full. After drinking, he praised, phew, I just got revived. It has a bit of a smell but it's still delicious. There was a person walking amidst the pile of monster corpses. He looked very mysterious and detected someone approaching. Both of them turned around warily. Sun Jin stood up and asked, someone dares to walk in here? Do you know where this is? Sun Hu calmly continued drinking and thought, the ambushes are about to start. He is probably just someone who got lost. The mysterious person spoke, I came to find Yudin. Can you let me meet him once? This startled Sun Hu. He told Sun Jin to call the others back, but the latter hesitated and said, that man knows this name. He continued worriedly, another name Odin, your real name? What? Sun Hu snapped briefly. The guy was walking while humming a cheerful tune. A bespectacled uncle came up to him and asked, leader, I heard you once looked for bank chairman John Neal. The leader guy, who once thought he had decided to stop looking for Odin, asked in return, have you found something then? The uncle, with an annoyed expression, said, you know, I used to be a prosecutor, and I remember hearing some strange rumors at the office. Then he leaned in and whispered something that made the leader look stunned. His face changed color. If that were true, he would have a solid connection with Odin. A trembling girl in a coat stood in front of Sun Hu and said, it really is you, sister. The sister, with tears of joy in her eyes, said, it's so good to see you again. The sister raised her hand with a ring on her pinky and said, I have to thank you first. I got here because of you. I don't know how to repay you. The ring I'm wearing is a grade A item, a 2-meter ring, the thing I put in my survival pouch. Sun Hu's expression did not change. He said, seeing you again is enough. Can I see your status window? The sister replied, of course. The system displayed information with a face, the name Kim Zai, level 242 platinum, guild mutation 12, company Huang Chen, unit attack labor, vitality 300, strength 310 plus 10, agility 3d20 plus 20, perception 310, attack 62, physical defense 9000, magic 5000, traits 2, insignias 2, skills 4, items 8. After seeing it, Sun Hu said you started with a grade A item, but developed a bit slowly. Sun Hu asked, is there a reason? Zai replied with a sad face, at least until scene 1 act 2, the ring helped me a lot. But everything changed when I entered the final scene. I had to hide. Sun Hu did not understand and worriedly asked why. The sister only said the Love Swallow Guild. She continued with a sad expression, there's a rumor the guild controlling the north is related to the Love Song Guild, and my relationship with them isn't good. Going back to the scene in the past, 2 fierce snakes with bright eyes coiled around each other. Kim Jai said, even though wealth and power were closely linked, they kept nitpicking at each other. The main purpose of the branch Zai used to work for had the nickname of controlling wealth. Because she audited and investigated the succession process of Li Taihan, she became a thorn in his side. At this moment Sun Hu sounded like he had a headache. He hadn't thought about that matter yet. Sun Hu offered to help his sister. I'll take care of that. How did you find me? Zai said somewhat frantically. A unit leader from Yusung Guild told me. I was surprised because I thought he had come to arrest me. She asked in confusion, do you know Kim Ji-hun? He said he was your classmate. The leader of the Love Song Guild paced back and forth anxiously, muttering to himself, please, Spring Sparrow, go away. He bit his hand in fear. Ever since I connected with his cousin, the one who has been avoiding the love song for a long time, this will be either a good opportunity or a big mistake. Suddenly a voice came from behind, you're still alive, huh? Which made him jump, his face drenched in sweat as if he had seen a ghost. It was Sun Hu who arrived. The leader immediately knelt and bowed his head to the ground, calling out, Odin, spare me. Sun Hu came to ask something. As soon as he arrived, he said, I will spare you, just tell me one thing. He raised his head cautiously. Sun Hu asked, do you want anything? He suddenly straightened up and shouted, no, I only do what I have to do. Sun Hu curled the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. He said, a smart choice, I will remember it. Through this matter, I think I can save you at least once. He bowed his head and said loudly, thank you. His face relaxed. He was safe. His intuition was right. At this moment Odin had already invited Kimji into the group. All 3 traveled together. Sun Hu said to his sister, from now on stay with me. Don't get separated from the group. The night ambush mission had been created. Sun Jin also said warmly, come with us. You don't have to worry about anything. Kimji cut off an arm with 1 slash. Monster arm level up notification. Another power also cleaved her monster in 2. Zai turned around in surprise as she watched. Consecutive level up notifications. The monsters were being taken down one after another. She was dazed and confused. What's going on? Leveling up 20 times in 2 hours. Sun Jin, covered in blood, spoke up to check on her. Hey miss, are you hurt? She replied in faltering voice. I am fine, but... Sun Jin raised his injured left arm and said a few soothing words. It's fine, just use an insignia and sleep a few times and it'll heal. He looked at Zai, thinking this person wasn't even a group member. Why risk her life like this? He was so strong, he could have been a leader in a safe safer place. He imagined a scene of a commander leading a crowd to fight monsters, where the commander of the attacking unit reaps all the benefits. That was usually the way of the strong. Then he smiled and mentioned Sun Hu, but today Odin helped you a bit. Kim Jae was thoughtful. Helping a bit wasn't enough to explain it. This feeling was like when she was transferred to the Supreme Prosecutor's office. It was beyond her. She recalled the vision of her time working at the prosecutor's office. The work pressure was there, but at least she upheld the law college, working at the Ministry of Public Peace. That was the reason in other people's eyes she was very confident despite her slow promotion speed. Zai looked at Sun Hu and Sun Jin, whose arm was recovering. But here it wasn't. She wasn't doing anything except running behind Sun Hu. No, if he hadn't wasted time on her, he would have dealt with them more easily. She looked over and met his gaze looking back at her. She thought, this isn't good, I'm too useless. Suddenly Kim Ji cried. Copper pieces of the monsters that had just been taken down lay scattered everywhere. Sun Hu asked, are you going back? Kim Ji replied in a relaxed mood, seeing you again is enough. I feel better. But he stopped her, saying, you know Dad worries about you a lot. If I let you go, I wouldn't dare face Dad. Sun Hu asked directly, if there's anything unsatisfactory, just say it. Kim Ji smiled gently, look at you, I'm not a child, I can't keep relying on you. She continued to reassure him, level 262 is also high, I won't lose. He remained firm, then stay until diamond, then I won't stop you anymore. She spoke her heart clearly to her younger brother. I know I'm lucky to be near you, but honestly, I feel a lot of pressure. Actually, it's because Kim Ji remembered the monsters from before. They knew she was weak, so they kept focusing on her. Of course, they hadn't even touched her before Sun Hu dealt with them, but she almost died many times. Perhaps she felt she wasn't worthy. Only people like Sun Jin should be by his side. Having spoken her mind, she felt relieved and smiled brightly. Just go to the place where I belong, the place where I'm no longer afraid of Chairman Taihan. Honestly, what's there to worry about? Odin is my cousin, isn't he? That being the case, he reluctantly accepted her independence. Sun Hu instructed, okay, if there's any problem, come find me. And Kim Ji left, waving goodbye. I had already messaged Lee Taihan about her and had no choice but to let her go back with some items. Sanji, who had been standing there listening to the whole conversation, spoke up. First time I heard you talk like that. A strong man will always be gentle with his family. He casually slapped him hard on the back. Still excellent as always, huh? How can I not respect you? He was so moved he sniffled. Once I get out, I'll be the same with my family for sure. The system announced that the danger signal had been removed from the light pillar. Time until Kim Jai's dangerous phase was 24 hours, requiring the destruction of the first layer of the barrier. The guild announced that Angela's attack unit was challenging the first layer of the barrier in Area 1. Kim Ji's attack unit was also challenging the first layer of the barrier in Area 1. A large crowd gathered, holding weapons. It was the day before the light pillar entered Kim Ji's dangerous phase. The guild forces gathered at the final barrier of the first layer, and he had also learned of Zai's whereabouts. The blue light pillar entered a dangerous state. 2 months after they entered the second stage, the third layer of the barrier broke. He surpassed level 500. Sun Jin was nearing the expert level. All progress seemed peaceful. Sun Jin was astonished as he looked at the system panel. The experience points required at the expert level were insane. He asked Sun Hu how many digits it had. Sun Hu, standing beside him, quietly contemplated. According to the old system, Sun Jin was currently an A-rank awakener. He had good traits and could become a top-tier awakener if he obtained a characteristic skill. He was also more passionate about missions, seemingly driven by the variable awakeners. Sun Hu and Sun Jin went to see the little devil, saying thank you for always coming to them. He put on a thoughtful expression but seemed somewhat strange. The guide said there was a message that needed to be delivered to the two of them. He was silent. What was he doing? Neither of them understood what this little devil was muttering about. The little devil folded his arms, face serious. If I, Lua, were recommended, things like this would not happen. Sun Hu anxiously asked what the message was. The explorer had been activated. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, startled both of them, making them kneel, covering their ears and heads. Sun Hu realized this was similar to when he looked into the eyes of the Dumakata. The little devil was floating in midair, revealing information and a secret mission that was implied. The system displayed a change of guide. Explorer reward. A guide who refused the order of the great system did not have the right to be a guide. Sun Jin cried out, "What is this? Why has it turned red?" A red flame blazed due to the excessive interference of the Death Chaos into the Explorer reward. The Death Chaos had exploited a loophole in the system creation process to place a portion of its power into it, altering the system that was supposed to be perfect. Not stopping there, the Death Chaos used the power it had planted within the system to respond to the ritual of the Maruka tribe. Description: authority expended. The influence of the Doom Chaos within the system greatly reduced. Little Devil gave a sinister smile and asked, "Are you ready ready to have fun. This matter will continue in the name of the great system. Everyone come on. On Taihan's side, observing the situation, his face grew even uglier. What is going on? The current situation was that they were putting all their effort into fighting, until only one person remained. Even those watching from outside were astonished. They were extremely terrified. The system announced, fight until only one person remains. The strong grow through the boundary of life and death. Each space is isolated. Only one of the three people can survive. If the time limit expires without completion, everyone will disappear along with the space. The time limit is 2 hours. This situation was truly brutal. Everyone in that space who saw it was frightened, even collapsing from the brutality. The other two looked at each other, so scared they broke out in cold sweat. Both of them targeted Sunhu, who was kneeling on the other side. He answered the ritual of the Maruka tribe, using his authority to reduce his influence within the system. Sunhu gritted his teeth in anger, doing that much just to reduce the number of people to 1/3. His anger surged, his eyes turning bloodshot. I do not know what scheme you are plotting, but I will not let you live. I will tear you apart, death chaos. The system reminded, the fight until only one person remains is complete. Hidden threat. 51 awakeners eliminated. Sunhu radiated more power than ever before. Guild members numbered 53 to 820. One injured person holding his arm cursed, damn it, heal me. Remaining members 44 991. Someone helplessly held their face in pain. The survivors dared not lift their heads. Someone wailed in anguish, anger and resentment directed an unknown target. Sunhu could only grieve. This could only be called a disaster. Taihan dazed in a corner. The lightning was still striking down. Guild members reduced to 37,500. He muttered in a trance, death chaos, the system, why did you bring me here? Taihan still sat muttering, is death chaos a god? Are we fighting against a god? Sunhu had appeared without him even noticing. He spoke up and asked, what about Kimji? Taihan said painfully, if the situation exceeded expectations, we would gather at the central plaza. Perhaps she is still alive. This test, he left it unfinished. He dropped his head and said nothing. The feeling of despair that Li Taihan felt now was many times stronger than others. Everything became worse. Everything he had strived to build and dedicate himself to collapsed. Number of members had already dropped to 1/3. Sunhu said fearfully, with this number, nighttime defense will be difficult, even if we still have the strength. Suddenly something hit him, his eyes widened and more veins bulged on his face. Taihan looked at him worriedly, bowed his head and shouted, what is wrong with you? Unexpectedly, the items on Sunhu's body disappeared one by one. The system announced, Ring of the Peace Messenger Siphost removed, High-Tier Troublemaker's Skull Earring deleted from inventory, Bylon Hunting Gloves also deleted from inventory. Sunhu wiped his mouth with his hand and said coldly, take them and distribute them to Angela, Gunnarsson, and the members of the British forces. Looking at the items that had just been taken, Taihan thought they were all A-rank items and above. He only said one sentence, tonight will be a terrible night. A deafening explosion rang out. Sun Jin appeared when the guild member count dropped below 20,000. He punched the ground hard, creating a large crater. The battle must have made it very difficult for him to make a decision. From a distance, Sunhu quietly walked over. He lowered his head and shouted. Thousands of people had died at the hands of their allies. Sun Jin was in so much pain he started crying, tears streaming down his face. He said it was truly disgusting. This was the most disgusting thing he had seen in 10 years. Sunhu looked at him and spoke calmly. The real battle had only just begun. Go to the neighboring city to support the other cities. He said he could handle this place himself. As for Sun Jin, though he still held his face in despair, he still obeyed him. I will go to city number 7. He turned and walked away, tears still streaming down his face, but he tried to calm himself down. Now is not the time for crying, no. Sunhu glanced at the system. The hidden danger mission had been completed. The diamond chest was the reward, and the explorer had been activated. The system displayed a series of information about the expansion of the chaotic deadly rank. This rank infiltrated the system, nearly disappearing, focusing all its attention on the mission of the birth of the destroyer. Missions like hidden danger, assassination, and power would be deleted from all awakeners. Sunhu curled his lips into a smile. So you want me to willingly follow you? He swung his hand, releasing immense power with a proud look. This taming method is too brutal, chaotic, deadly. I will pay you back in full. The bone dragon worshipped by the undead has been removed from your inventory. His shadow shot up like lightning, the earth and rocks below crumbling. The night ambush had begun. A group of monsters were roaring fiercely. Suddenly, one at the front froze. It was stunned when it saw something. It looked up blankly. A bone dragon was soaring high above. Sunhu stood on the back of the bone dragon, looking extremely cool. It opened its mouth wide, a certain power gathering before its mouth. With enough power gathered, the bone dragon shot that power downward. Too fast, no time to react. The monsters panicked, their eyes wide open, unable to do anything. That power shot down and immediately exploded in successive waves. The guild system then displayed, the defense of City 2 has collapsed. Next, the defense of City 4 collapsed. Sun Hu showed an annoyed expression, muttering, damn it, it has begun. Those monsters fought back together. Several people on this side saw it and shouted in panic, the defensive line has been broken, stop them. The monsters continuously attacked with terrifying power, making them unable to hold their ground. They immediately summoned the rear guard, calling for awakeners to support and to focus. A desperate scream, save me, one person was grabbed by the head by a monster. A blinding flash of light struck down. Sun Hu dove down like lightning. He slashed several monsters into pieces. He stepped in to fight the monsters. Someone who saw him cried out, Odin, but he immediately shouted, fall back. He gripped the flaming sword and slashed down. The sun spear of the family had been activated. One person shouted for the wounded to go to the rear. Fall back, do not stand in front of Odin. Sun Hu gripped the tip of the sword tightly. Then he used all his strength to swing the sword down. The sword slash carried a powerful flame. The flame burned the monsters all at once. Hit by the flame, the monsters still struggled and fought back. Several people watching from the side were also stunned, their mouths agape. Sun Hu's eyes were filled with bloodlust, his eyes blazing red. He shouted, kill them all. After hearing Sun Hu's command, those people bravely charged forward together. His eyes blazed as red as the flame. The rage made him want to vomit. Thousands of lives lost meaninglessly. Sun Hu swung his sword wherever he went, causing the monsters great panic. No matter how many he killed, his heart felt like it was about to explode. At this moment, Sun Hu discovered that City 2 had been destroyed, and the Pillar of Light had entered Kim Ji's dangerous Phase 1. He steeled himself, gritting his teeth, even though he had sent Sunjin to support and distributed many items. The monsters suddenly counterattacked until the Pillar of Light was destroyed. The attack power of the Awakeners was reduced by 30%. He cursed incessantly. Damn it. Sun Hu gradually weakened and beams of destructive lightning pulled him, suspended in midair. The witnesses of that scene screamed in despair. Such a long, hopeless night of despair. Everyone had fought until exhaustion. Casualties were heavy, and finally the battle ended. Countless bodies lay scattered on the ground. At this moment, only 14,000 members of the guild remained. Sun Hu survived and returned. The guild of over 70,000 people was now reduced to that number, but the biggest problem was, Sun Hu wore a cold expression, scanning his eyes over something. Looking across the chaotic battlefield, everyone bore heavy injuries. He then turned his gaze to the distance. The scene was one of nothing but sorrow and brutality. Taihan shouted loudly, pack up the belongings. Anyone who can still walk, even at a low level, is fine. He screamed to lift everyone's spirits, wake up, or else we will all die here. Sun Hu looked at him with a distant gaze. I planned to take over if he also lost his reason, but thankfully Li Taihan was doing what needed to be done. Sun Hu called to him, Li Taihan, remember what I said, each time a city collapses, the danger from the Pillar of Light increases through each phase. Phase 2 will disable items, Phase 3 will target traits and skills, and Phase 4 will erase all our stats, do you understand? Sun Hu reminded him, if another city collapses, everything will be over. At this point, Tiha finally realized the extreme level of danger. He was terrified because items were disabled right now. We would be annihilated. Taihan pushed aside his fear, saying we have a strong attacking force, but lack manpower and need to rebuild defensive structures. Sun Hu also voiced his support. I will give you the remaining points to build defensive structures for all the cities. Sun Hu's enthusiastic help left Taihan stunned. He instructed, focus on defending the cities, I will handle the rest. But for a moment Taihan still worried, can he handle the barrier tasks on his own? He looked at Sun Hu and thought, if successful, we will have a glimmer of hope if we send Odin to the front lines. After a moment of thought, Taihan said that was regrettable but not enough. Sun Hu was surprised. His face darkened as he continued, even if I issue a summons, they won't listen. Everyone fears that horrific tasks like yesterday's will reappear. Sun Hu wondered why he refused. Taihan said, I have a favor to ask. He immediately said, just as those cruel and dangerous tasks are being removed, we must announce to everyone that you Odin did it. We need to give them hope that such tasks will not repeat. He suddenly knelt down and kodoed repeatedly, begging Sun Hu, please agree, you need to become our hope, Odin. Though he knew Sun Hu hated taking the spotlight, this was the only way. Sun Hu was also very surprised by his actions. He said, I thought you were going to say something else. He admitted, it is the truth, I did it. He affirmed that now, the power of deadly chaos is focused solely on me. Those terrible tasks will never appear for you again. Taihan still asked in confusion, really? He thought he fought deadly chaos single-handedly? Sun Hu said seriously, those damn system things are over now, tell everyone. Things dark and terrifying, far beyond any monster ever seen. A transcendent being, the Demon King, the most powerful, wielding authority like a god. A different, eerie space where Sun Hu stood called deadly chaos. And now a man also human like us can influence the system. The image of Sun Hu holding a sword and slashing out fire. He fought against the evil power, drawing all the attention of deadly chaos to protect and save other awakened ones. Sun Hu appeared as a hero. There is a word to describe that person, the savior. Han instructed leader Kim Ji-hun is about to make an important announcement. Tell everyone to prepare to gather at a high-rise building. Many people were already gathered below. They were the ones injured in the recent battle. Everyone wore sad, disappointed expressions. Han stood on the rooftop of the building. He observed the chaotic crowd below. His face was extremely tense and worried. Han raised his voice, surveying the surroundings. Everyone listened, their eyes like cornered beasts, filled with despair. Han spoke forcefully, waving his sleeve. I am like you, struggled thinking about the task ahead, and felt helpless thinking about the inevitable death. A few people below grumbled, is he going to tell us to try again? Damn, at this point, dying tonight or tomorrow is no different. Han's voice still rang out, but I know a truth. He emphasized each word clearly and forcefully. The reason for the system's abnormality, the reason those cruel tasks suddenly appeared. Crowd below still listened, waiting for Han to share something. Han pointed his thumb at himself and said loudly, I stake my life on what I am about to say. The more he spoke, the more passionate Han became. Tasks like yesterday will never appear again. There is a savior fighting the cruel power of deadly chaos. The people still listened in a daze, the man you dare not look in the eye, the former object of fear. They listened in silence, waiting for Odin to destroy them. Everyone held tightly when they heard this because he had erased the cruelty of the system. Han asked the people below, when he alone took over the authority of deadly chaos, was that feasible for a human? Han clenched his fist and said, absolutely not, this belongs to the realm of the gods. Han shouted with all his life, asking the crowd, so what are you still afraid of? We are under his sacred protection. Under that protection, we only need to protect a few cities. Everyone saw the system notification. The guild and its leader Han had renamed the headquarters city into the City of the Savior. Han continued, do not forget we are standing in the power of the Lord, on the land of salvation. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, unable to speak. The crowd, suddenly an arm shot up from the back. He raised his hand and shouted, Skyfall Odin. Everyone fiercely turned their gaze back to look at that man. Then all together raised their hands and chanted Odin. The entire city raised their hands in unison and shouted loudly, Odin or Sun Hu, the one who used the righteous sword to slash out a flame of salvation. After that word, the crowd cheered violently, causing him to break into a sweat. As Han's speech echoed throughout the city, a group worshipping him began to form, create an organization more unified than a guild. That was unavoidable. Perhaps it was still better than worshipping that system. The square panel had circular depressions glowing blue and reading the words level up. He thought, every time I level up, I prioritize vitality since I have enough firepower, I need more endurance. Even so, reaching the limit of a challenger's vitality still left no room for sleep. 1 month later, Sun Hu groggily woke up to maintain Ki's 7th segment of the enthusiast the entire month. Had I come back to life after an hour of sleep? Suddenly he found himself being spun around by his ankle. Sanjin panicked and set him down to ask how he was while he was dizzy, but he still replied, you wouldn't wake up so I had to use that move. Very well, I will go. Sun Hu struggled to sit up, grabbed his sword, and moved forward. His head throbbed like a hammer hit, nerves were taut, the smallest thing made me irritable. My body felt like it was being stretched. But today, I could clear the final mission of the light pillar. That belief was the only thing driving me forward. The crowd cheered for him, making even him, walking through the crowd, think that. It seemed everyone instinctively felt that today would be the last day of Act 2, Scene 1. He immediately felt annoyed by that and thought, but my head is buzzing, so please shut up. My rotten personality is hitting rock bottom. Suddenly a bang rang out. The system announced the barrier of the 7th floor had been destroyed. Suddenly the monster appeared, opening its mouth wide. It made him feel his eyelids drop as he looked at the horde of monsters, thinking about the moment the last area barrier was destroyed. A huge monster burst out along with a herd of beasts, the boss monster of Act 2, Scene 1. It would be correct to fight it with my own elite force. He charged forward, slashing wildly, the parts of the minion separating. He thought I could defeat it by instinct in a half-asleep state. Not a single wasted movement. It felt like I had completely absorbed the system's growth into my body. The harsh circumstances had pushed my body to a new level. Forget everything, I just want to go to sleep. After finishing the slash, he fell asleep. At that moment, the system announced, the Light Pillar Defense mission has been completed. You have received the Challenger's Draw. First reward level up, level 534 out of 561. A series of other notifications appeared, startling him into speaking, but that man remained calm, drinking his liquor and replying. Rank 1, Frank 56, 221. Camp 2, Cat Food Warehouse 43, 904. Rank 3, Old World Awakener Association 3, 34, 811. Rank 4, New 3 Society 29, 629. Camp 5, Transformation Goodness 12, 9, 500. Rank 5 star How they cleared Act 2 Scene 1 with that many people must be luck. The number of surviving members of Frank's guild, we are dominating. Suddenly those other people shouted out cheers for him. All thanks to Indra. Great Indra, great Indra, Indra, Indra. During that, he downed a large gulp of beer, laughing as he spoke to the man with the tattoo. Your grain whiskey is getting better and better. Is there a special technique? Thank you for your praise, my lord Indra. Suddenly, the system cheerfully appeared and said, good, good. The reason I go out, becoming the guide for Act 2 Scene 2, was thanks to you. the members of Bank Frank. The pairs will increase just like Act 2 Scene 1. Since you all already know, I won't explain much, those from other camps will understand that you and the Frank Guild need special consideration when entering the central area. He immediately thought, just as expected, we are in the center. The system suddenly emitted square boxes. The leader of the Frank Guild received a platinum box. The military leader received a diamond box, and the guild master received an expert's box. He held the box and looked at the system, thinking that this mission and danger would not appear. It only gave common rewards. The system seemed to have been trimmed. Suddenly a man spoke up, and those behind him also chimed in. We cannot be happy about this, Lord Indra. When it comes to the central camp, the other camps will surely come to challenge us. We need to form a strategy to counter them. Right, first we must check her World Awakener Association, see if they are real or just fakes. Those who name their criminal organizations, like Camp 4, are obvious. We cannot reconcile with them, Great Indra. Among the crowd, there was a man observing everything before he began to speak. I, Bailey, wish to confirm the intentions of the 12 mutations, runs 2 and 3. It seems we should not laugh back. The best course is to hit the weakest force first. Hearing this, he laughed with delight and then said, smart as always. He is good at seizing the opportunity to contribute. All right, Bale, if it is you, then it will be fine. I allow you to act. At this moment, he and everyone had arrived at the ruined buildings, and the system immediately announced, you have entered the territory of the 12 mutations. He ordered his men, and they shouted back in response, do not provoke until I give the order, understood. Suddenly the system panel appeared with a report. City cannot be entered, defense level 1, jurisdiction range of the 12 mutations, residents. Mayor Kagun Sunjin immediately questioned, defense level 1, only 1 resident, why has this city not been destroyed? Suddenly a tremor on the ground frightened everyone. He shouted, what is that? A large fat man suddenly appeared before him. Kagun Sunjin turned his face angrily and said, do you understand what not allowed to enter means? Bailey looked at the scene before him with a shocked face, laughed evenly and thought to himself, what the hell, this is Asian territory, that explains it. Their numbers are so few, such weaklings. He spoke in a different language loudly. We come from the central camp. We wish to see your leader. He frowned and said, what are you barking about? Speak human language. Hearing this, he fell silent and thought, he doesn't understand a thing. It seems he won't let us in. If I weren't here to recruit, I would have cut this guy down long ago. His lack of response annoyed him, and he thought to himself, oh really? Then he glared with a fearsome face and said, it has been a while since I've seen a brat as cocky as this. Look at that contemptuous look he's giving me. He still spoke in another language. We did not come here to fight. The words were also useless. So I am leaving, let's go. He said and turned to leave, causing the girl behind him to shout in panic, Bale. And suddenly he threw a punch at him. He fell down, holding his head in panic as he turned back, thinking, what kind of power is this? If not for the defense badge, I would have been shattered. She clenched her fist and said, you guys are really funny. Come to piss me off and then go home. Is this your house? Later, at the meeting with Lee Tai-han regarding Act 2, Scene 2, recalled that scene and pressed him for an answer. He replied, who were those people? They came here on their own looking for trouble. He was lying beaten down, saying, sorry Indra, save me. He heard this and asked irritably, he keeps babbling Indra, something, what is he saying? He reported what he wanted to say. It basically means he will be spared if he apologizes. Indra, why did you spare his life? He was done being shocked, wiped his mouth and said, this is the first encounter with another force, so I waited for you to decide. He summoned the sword. The system announced, next time there is no need to wait. They entered the restricted area. You have used the sword of Deva. He left. He scratched his head looking at the group of people and said, if only you had bothered to read the city name. Get ready, let's take a round. He turned and said, so we just leave this place vacant? Rename it. The system announced, the guild Kagan Sun Jin has renamed the city to Killed if occupied illegally. He recalled, thinking about the chaos and death. I see Sun Jin is in emotional pain. He worries for his family's safety, as they could also be dragged into the testing grounds. Suddenly he spoke, startling him. No, 6% is the awakening rate, but do not worry too much. Hearing that, he smiled and said he had been discovered. Sorry for letting you see this ugly side of me. He replied, when family is in danger, anyone would be the same. As he was thinking, countless corpses appeared before his eyes. It made him think carefully, because in the far north, they had to go around the center to head south. He wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. A great battle had erupted there. While running, he suddenly shouted, startling the man with long hair, hey, who is the leader here? He panicked, his face turning colors like a monkey's ass. Who the hell are you? Looking for death? He looked at him, scared, and before he could think, someone called out, what's wrong with that fatty? He looks weird. Hey, wait a minute. The two of them discussed it, then the man spoke up. Wait here a moment, I'll go call the leader. She was led away by the other person. Arriving at the place, she frowned and asked, are you Korean? He replied, yes, we are from Vientiane, and you? She replied, cat food depot. Hearing that, he thought for a moment and then said, that is the name of my storage unit. Someone who was once there founded this group. I would like to meet your guild. She asked what his position was at Vientiane. He answered quickly, and she said, the market. All right, follow us. Suddenly, a multi-legged creature appeared before the fat man. She and the man walked, startling the fat man into screaming. What the hell is that thing? It looks stronger than the ones before. He explained they are graph, easier to fight than backland, so they are easy to eliminate. Hearing that, the fat man sneered. He, really? Damn, the journey was terrible. The moment they arrived, the system announced. Gravo City, Defense Level 32. Authority Cat Food Depot. Residence 8.129. Suddenly a voice rang out. After the introduction, she replied, "Did you break the noses of those sincere boys, Mayor my son? We just made an unexpected profit. We brought the mayor of the Biantian camp here. They approached us after the battle ended. Biantian. Perfect timing. I was curious who was using that name. Good job, Dorothy. Yes, and they seem to be Korean." Hearing this, he panicked. Huh? Dorothy said yes, and they seem to be Korean. He was startled. Huh? Where are they now? Recalling the mayor of Cat Food Depot, Marshall Brown was once a mercenary for the Tothi military company. Accumulating merits, he caught the attention of the directors and was contacted by a secret organization, a mysterious organization connected to those possessing inexplicable power, called cats, and the thing only cats could handle was called cat food. He was transferred to a bunker that could withstand even a nuclear blast. On the first day, he saw a cat walk through the gate. He would never forget it. Back to the present, he said, "No matter what, I will return within a week." Afterwards, Mary joined. They entered the gate tirelessly and brought back more cat food. He could only imagine the dangerous battles they were facing. Remembering it now still scares him. So many things filled the shelter, all A-rank items from master boxes. Back to the present, he thought. The two of them had prepared the test site, despite the danger. This is why I decided to avoid confronting the Koreans. That is the doctrine of Cat Food Depot. Who would have thought they were already at a level we were not qualified to contend with? At this moment, he caught his gaze, panicked, and shouted, "Holy shit! You are Ethan." He stepped forward and asked, "Do you remember me?" "Of course, long time no see, right?" he said, making the fat man praise. "Unbelievable. It is so good to see you again." "Yeah, this guy speaks Korean really well." Then he said, "You do not need to force yourself to speak Korean. Who is the guildmaster?" He replied, "Idema, he is the director of Cat Food Depot. We also have Leg A, a former organization member, now serving as a team commander. We have been waiting for the day you would join Ethan. The guildmaster of Cat Food Depot is you." Suddenly she panicked and called out, "Brother my son, that group of friends is coming." He turned around to leave, saying to him, "Please wait here a moment." Then he and she went outside. She said, "I think the first encounter was just bait. Too many of our people are ambushing. We cannot call for support." The flags began to flap. The sound of people shouting rang outside the city walls. "Open the door right now, you Cat Food Depot bastards. You are not cats, you are rats." He looked down from above and shook his head. "Annoying, those arrogant bastards, numerous as ants." He looked down from above and said. Suddenly, he opened the system and saw the Tier 4 firepower upgrade option, requiring 2,200 points. Tier 5 firepower was complete. The city's defense level immediately increased. Current defense reached level 33. He then appeared and said, firepower was good for dealing with graphs, but against these ones it only bought him some time. He immediately confessed, "How embarrassing, I fell into the trap." After that, he spoke and activated the system, because as the guild leader, I could not stand by and watch. "You have entered Odin's absolute battlefield." All those below panicked and pounded on the wall, shouting, "What? What trick are they pulling? What is this wall? Damn it, it is not breaking." Immediately after, the system warned, "You cannot leave this area." Time passed, and under his command, the final light beam was defeated. He thought he just received the Odin golden armor set as a reward. Because it was too flashy, he closed the interface, and the armor displayed description lines. Adonis S God helmet, Deva King a gloves, Sunlight S cloak, Artis a ring, Minerva ring. Ah, frick feather, Loki treasure. This is my true appearance. Odin golden armor, Storm God, S-rank item, level 620, can transform into Death God, Combat God, and War God when combined with skills. Odin's wrath grants power, forming Odin's thunderstorm. Physical defense reached 20,000 over 20,000. A higher rank item, Sunlight Cloak of Skin. Very worthy of the effort, Storm God, something that can grant power. Odin's Wrath and Combat God can summon A-rank Valkyries, which are very useful. What I like most is Odin's absolute battlefield, releasing the War God. A domain where the enemy cannot escape until they defeat me, similar to the power of the chaotic Death Soul. Suddenly he called him my son. Then he said, "From now on call me Odin." After speaking, he flew away, causing him to cry out, "Ethan." Then an explosion occurred that caused him to... Fatty exclaimed in panic. It seems the conversation did not go well. We have to find that guy named Indra, right? He worriedly wondered if that would still be human firepower when the war ended and we escaped the monsters. I have always wondered what would happen if humanity rejected the False Awakeners. If a small number of False Awakeners faced the entire army, would they win? Until now, I always felt desperate looking at Ethan. No, looking at Odin. He is not just a hero who saved humanity from monsters, but also prevented conflict between Awakeners and humans, a transcendent being. The skinny gray-haired one returned to report. report. Commander Bale and the assault team were dead. The city named was illegally occupied. The gray-haired woman recounted. They could not enter the food depot because a large barrier surrounded it. Then the barrier disappeared. Before their eyes now was empty space, as if nothing had happened. Zorath frowned suspiciously if the battle was real since it left no traces. The black-haired man quickly defended himself. It was not me. He insisted he did not expect them to betray, and asked if it was worth being suspicious after losing half his forces. Gerard coldly looked at him, then ordered. The balance of power had changed due to a betrayal. I do not know what they gained, but hope it was worth it. Retract that. Zorath mercilessly swung down on the black-haired man, ignoring his pleas for mercy. Lord Indra, save me. Zorath did not soften. The wrath will erase them. He coldly continued walking and ordered a move to the anomalous zone. The gray-haired woman sympathetically watched the black-haired man being pressed down by Indra's mirror. Gerard said, we will attack when the cats are engaging other forces in the central zone. Gerard and his companions stepped into the rubble. A holographic screen displayed information. Illegal occupation. Defense level 1, anomalous range 12, population 1, Mayor Kolsunjin. Gerard frowned, looking at the rubble around him. Zerathum speculated this was battle residue. It seemed only one person caused Bale's forces to end up like this. Zerath looked at the holographic screen and asked, is Sanjin the leader of the anomalous? Gerard thought he was quite formidable, but if he liked fighting alone, it was even more advantageous. Indra's mirror is a single target attack skill. Upon striking, it will deal continuous damage and tear apart the target. A deadly skill in one-on-one combat. Gerard planned to organize a guild war to assimilate the anomalous, clean and with few losses, then ordered to secure the takeover position. The gray-haired woman pointed towards a glowing golden circle on the ground. Here Indra. Gerard crossed over. Alright, let us try challenging the illegal occupation. The countdown began, but only after 2 seconds. A streak of red light shot straight down at Gerard, creating an explosion that blasted him out of the circle. Gerard fell down, stammering, Sanjin. Sun Hu questioned, so he had abandoned the center to go north, a rather bold decision. He looked at that man, saying the best result came from that decisiveness, but from now on, be careful. Zurich was worried as a series of notifications showed that he could not see through the target. Gerard was confused, wondering why his illumination skill was ineffective, yet Sun Hu easily used it on that man. Illumination skill, you have seen your target perfectly. The name Zorath, level 360 Diamond Guild Frank Cop. Indra Sword skill S rank, focusing powerful attacks on the target, proficiency level 3. Sun Hu was somewhat contemplative when he saw that man's surname was Goldstein. Gerard suggested that he would agree to this condition. The war between the two camps would only benefit others. Han analyzed that unification was unavoidable regardless. Let the combat commander decide without bloodshed. Sun Hu asked that man if he had inherited training. Zorath remained silent. Sun Hu continued to probe. Do you belong to the Goldstein family? Gerard admitted, yes, Colton Spencer Goldstein is my uncle. It seems you know quite a bit about my family. That man arrogantly asserted that he should go work under him. Sun Hu laughed it off, considering it a joke. Gerard continued to persuade, many people know about my family, but only a few know the details. That man asked warily, if you know the details, then you are not a low-status person. How do you know about the Goldstein family? Sun Hu gently asked back, do you know the John Neal Club? Gerard was startled and afraid. Dragon Sun Jin exuded an imposing aura. I am the leader of the John Neal Club. Do not be deceitful just because you are a secretary of a mediocre family. Gerard struggled to stand up. Jun asked, the leader of the Juno Club, you are Korean. Sun Hu affirmed, correct. Now do you understand who is the one who should bow? Gerard trembled from intense, joyful laughter. He bowed his head and covered his face, saying, oh my God, God is truly on my side. He brought you to me. That man thought madly, let me kill you right here. I plan to find you first when I leave this place. Send an iron mace to Sun Hu in Korea. That man revealed a sinister smile, murderous light in his eyes. And cast Indra mirror on Sun Hu. He stood motionless, taking the blow without showing pain. He calmly asserted, so you are a descendant of Cassandra. Sun Hu waved his hand to summon the Devi sword, saying you are bearing your claws without knowing your place. Gerard recognized the Devi sword as its rank increased and its form changed. The holographic screen announced that you have successfully changed the Devi sword into the Indra sword. A purple-red beam shot straight down at Gerard. The beam tore Gerard apart in his stunned state. That man only managed to utter one sentence. Who are you before vanishing? Losing its leader, the system announced the disbandment of the Frank Guild. Li Taihan was riding his horse on the road when he received the news, unable to hide his surprise. Good heavens, I just heard the news of the Frank Guild's invasion and came running immediately. But everything was already done. Upon arrival, Li Taihan bowed sincerely to admit his mistake. I apologize for being late. Sun Hu sat cross-legged and ordered, you arrived just in time. I leave the cleanup to you. Taihan was dumbfounded and repeated cleanup. Sun Hu turned and left, forgetting to show anger. He walked towards the central area. He was finished with his work and watched Sun Jin's back as he left. Lee Tai-han pursed his lips in hesitation, then decided to stop him. Please wait, Tai-han advised. Throughout the final scene you have worked hard. You need more support. Odin Tai-han spoke loudly with determination. I will assimilate all forces into the change. Even though it still falls short of human caliber and Valkyrian, I will do my best. Sun Jin hesitated and pondered for a moment. He stood like Lee Tai-han, waiting for him to continue. He paused slightly, then continued. This cannot be said in words. Out there people are living the way they want. He recounted the situation. Joshua is the person prepared to lead the World Awakener Association after the test zone closes, but looking at how the Frank Guild and others are bustling, nothing guarantees that he will survive until the end. He recalled asking the cat food warehouse commanders about Joshua, Jonathan, and Michael, but none of them knew. We need a new leader. He assured that even if Joshua returns, your contribution will still be recognized. Sun Hu suggested that he could try if he is confident enough to rebuild the World Awakener Association. Tai-han readily accepted. If I was not confident, I would not have said that. Sun Hu smiled in satisfaction and extended his hand. Whether successful or not upon return, you will control Yusung and all subsidiary company shares that are handed over. Lee Tai-han pondered. All shares, even though the Jonnu Group has taken control, the subsidiary shares are divided among the Korean branches, Jonathan Finance and Investment Corporation and Jillian. But he said all? Lee Tai-han stammered to confirm again. Sun Hu smiled and confirmed, yes, all of them, Lee Tai-han. Lee Tai-han's mouth hung open in surprise, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Lee Tai-han tremblingly listed the Jonnu Group, Jonathan Finance and Investment Corporation, Jillian, the Jamie Group. Sun Hu confirmed that all of them are my companies. Paused, then slowly enunciated each word. Never forget. Lee Tai-han was afraid and broke out in a sweat. Sun Hu spoke slowly. The reason I created them, the way I maintain the world's financial market. On the first day, what I was about to do in the future, and what he belonged to in the present. Lee Tai-han nervously looked at the soldiers standing around him. Sun Hu slowly reminded, do not disappoint me. Lee Tai-han paled and fell silent, sweat dripping down. He powerfully spread his legs into a stance, bending down so his coat flared into a circle. Lee Tai-han bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, I will give you everything to repay your trust. He knelt on one knee before Sun Hu, head bowed low, reverently calling Odin. A few months passed from the start of Act 2 Scene 2. Lee Tai-han had unified the segment and brought some stability. Sun Hu was looking for an item. If you find a black fragment, you must immediately report it to the association. They will reward the reporter handsomely. A faded warning poster was plastered on the roadside wall, stating that failing to report and using it without permission would result in severe punishment. Signed, the World Awakening Association. If you do not report and use it without permission, you will be severely punished. This was Lee Tai-han's official order after unifying the segment. However, there were still those who ignored the warning. Heavy, pattering footsteps approached from afar. Sun Hu looked up at the sound and saw Kagun Sunjin. Sun Hu, sitting on a rock, asked, did you find it? Kagun Sunjin clutched a rolled-up piece of paper. A few bastards were trying to steal it. He took the paper and read, all ranks are welcome if you work with us. Even companions can be turned to gold. The Chaoyang Attack Unit. Find us behind the Blue Dragon Corps headquarters, District 13. Sun Hu looked up and asked, how did you discover it? Kagun Sunjin replied, someone inside reported it. At least one person still fears Odin. Kagun Sunjin asked for his opinion. Should we go find them now? He immediately dismissed it, since it has already started. Doing that is useless. He looked at the paper thoughtfully for a moment, then decided, do it this way. Black Fragment was the starting quest, appearing in every segment but never completed by anyone. According to the assumption of the sixth villain, the most advanced one, the final reward was an item related to one of the 7 demon kings. That quest told us about the 7 demon kings but ended fruitlessly. The item only appeared in Act 2 Scene 2. The sound of steady footsteps echoed towards the girl sitting on the rocky outcrop. A blue-haired girl with a high ponytail greeted lazily. Hey, you came because of my announcement, right? The man shrouded in a full-length robe replied yes. Before she could ask, your gear looks pretty good. Did you come to the wrong place? She asked next, what level are you? Only then did the young man answer 260. She raised her voice in mockery. What is a hotshot platinum like you doing here? Sun Hu ignored her mocking attitude and calmly replied, I am interested in your unit. Is there room? The blue-haired girl thought for a moment, then asked in confusion, a platinum can join any team. Why choose us? He replied, I have my own circumstances. He boldly suggested, if there is no room, then make some, it will be good for both of us. She rubbed her chin and chuckled. That confidence is impressive, but we do not want to get involved with criminals either. She probed carefully. Tell me what crime you committed? Sun Hu denied it. None. Just a problem with a woman. The blue-haired girl asked curiously, Did you touch a woman you should not have? Whose? Sun Hu replied scornfully, hands on his hips. Kim Ji-hun. She broke into a sweat and asked again, you mean Commander Kim Ji-hun of the Ji-Sung Corps? Sun Hu sneered mockingly, that guy is useless, he cannot even satisfy his own woman. She covered her mouth, drenched in sweat from fear. The girl stood up, scratched her head in silence for a moment, then said, wait here a bit, I need to check if what you said is true. Sun Hu decisively turned his back as if to leave. If you do not like it, then let us stop here, you are missing a lifetime opportunity. She quickly reached out and shouted to stop him, do not be like that, we have to follow some procedures. The blue-haired girl said hastily, it is not like we can just do whatever we want, right? Can you wait a moment? The blue-haired girl quickly walked towards her group of teammates to discuss, then ran back towards Sun Hu, who was sitting and waiting. She asked his name. Sun Hu gave a fake name, Kegan Ji Tian. His distant teammate sneezed when his name was mentioned. She asked joyfully as if finding gold, really, what is a high-ranking person from the association doing here? Sun Hu said in a low voice, do you find this amusing? The blue-haired girl explained, I mean, it is just the truth, you are quite the playboy, huh? She covered her mouth and lowered her eyes teasingly, she must be very pretty. Commander Ji-Sung must be furious. She took the chance to propose a deal. Alright, we understand the situation. So how about this? Hiding you is not easy. Split your rewards, you only take the experience. How about it? Sun Hu knew he was being squeezed. His eyes turned sharp and his voice low. You think you have leverage over me, but treating me like an easy target will not end well. The blue-haired girl narrowed her eyes and smiled. Do not worry, with me you will not regret it. She turned and walked away, calling him to meet the unit leader and stop glaring, you philandering gentleman. Tall man smiled and introduced himself. I am Chao Yang. Ling Ling and Chao Yang are at the peak of platinum. The rest of the attack team is gold and below. Sun Hu thought in disbelief that they were being greedy for a quest related to the 7 Demon Kings with this crappy team. Another man stepped forward and greeted, my name is Gu Gang, please take care of me. He recognized this man as a despicable person he was very grateful to. If that guy had not dug up the information, these guys would have been wiped out, and the quest would have disappeared with them. The attack force seemed completely unaware. They were undertaking a dangerous mission. The two of them were hiding that information, deceiving the attack force. At the outskirts of the city, it was a mission area frequented only by low-level awakened ones. Ling Ling glanced to signal him to pull up his hood. Sun Hu immediately pulled his hat down, keeping his head low so his face would not be exposed. This was the place where the Vice Association established by Li Taihan managed the dungeon assault team in the area. A shout rang out, shut it, get out now. A group of people were criticizing the injured lying on the ground. Abandon the quest, you idiot. Not even handle a forced rank quest. He said angrily that your attack force is temporarily banned. In the past, this situation would have been worse when the dungeon opened and monsters flooded out. Now, the dungeon is sealed when the quest is abandoned. After the interference of deadly chaos disappeared, the rules of the dungeon have changed surprisingly. Sun Hu remained lost in thought. Even without an escape badge and with no cleanup done, people could still enter and exit freely. Considering the danger level, this should have been the case from the start. Ling Ling, up ahead, touched the gate, reporting that the Chao Yang attack unit was entering the dungeon. He followed the crowd into contemplation, but thinking about the harsh conditions of the past made him furious. The system displayed a panel, Grade E zone, Marukachibi focus run. Sun Hu found it hard to understand. Now it shows information without the Explorer trait, how absurd. The system suddenly jumped out, startling him. The Explorer has been activated. Enter Gasto of the Doom ship. Reward for the Explorer regarding the destroyed weapon. Sun Hu thought that was still the necessary trait for high-quality information. The system displayed information confirming his thoughts. He understood it was that. Just as the 6th evil had predicted, this was a quest to receive an item from the doomed Energasto, one of the 7 demon kings. Meanwhile, a swarm of monsters quickly moved into attack. A warning shout was heard, dodge it, it is poison. Ling Ling could not help but curse, damn it, even though I already got the info on it. It's stronger than me, is it? Suddenly Chao Yang appeared, raising his rod and shouting loudly, get back. A shout was heard, unit leader. He slammed down a blow that sent the small monsters flying 10 meters away. As he landed on the ground, a terrible thing happened. The small monsters began to slowly transform, taking on a shape resembling Chao Yang. System displayed the challenge quest infinite division has been created. As he swung his hammer to attack, he shouted a warning, fall back, that is a challenge quest. A monster, catching him off guard, punched Chao Yang in the back, making him cry out in pain. Ling Ling called out worriedly, Chao Yang. Sun Hu, standing to the side, turned into a commentator. It is over, he is completely surrounded. Chao Yang quickly made a decision. I will try to abandon the challenge quest. Help me. Ling Ling immediately rushed forward and slashed the monster down. Tight attack. She turned back and shouted loudly, Brother Kaigan, what are you doing? Sun Hu, from behind, raised his hand to stop the group. The ranged attackers must stay behind. Their movements are different from normal monsters. Ling Ling slashed at the monsters while taunting. Are you scared after claiming to be platinum? She continued to slice through the monsters like cutting melons. Suddenly, a monster appeared near where the group was standing, startling them. Sun Hu immediately stepped forward and slashed it down in one stroke. He turned back to command, wake up and support me. Just focusing on the monsters, they stammered a reply, yes. Ling Ling admired the scene before her. The consecutive attacks looked extremely skillful. Around her, monster corpses lay strewn about. Meanwhile, Sun Hu calmly sat on the edge, taking a cloth to wipe things down. She spoke up, ManhwaCapped, this is not your first time, is it? Ling Ling asked, why did you not follow orders? Sun Hu glanced at her irritably and said, I need to protect the ranged unit. What were you thinking, giving an attack order like that? He continued, if you want me to follow your orders, first learn to give proper orders. Have you heard about the rank D Haruka dungeon that was cleared in the city center last month? Ling Ling was stunned. I have heard of it. Sun Hu recounted, I was there too. She broke out in a cold sweat and quickly denied. Ah, you are exaggerating way too much. Were you in Sir Caliber unit? Sun Hu glared with a dramatic expression. If my life had not ended up in this ruined state, you would not even dream of meeting me. He closed his eyes, ending the topic. Stop talking about the past. The more I think about it, the more irritated I get. Ling Ling stammered, okay, can you lead us? Sun Hu did not answer immediately, but frowned and asked, it is a bit suspicious. Why are you challenging an E-rank dungeon with such a poor force? Are you so desperate that you hand over leadership to someone you just met? She laughed, trying to dodge the question. Hey, asking a lady so many questions is very rude, you know. You will help us, right? I will reward you. Sun Hu was silent for a moment, then replied, if you really want to clear this dungeon, I will help. Continued, but I am not asking you to hand over command, just stay quiet and follow me. Sun Hu led the group forward. He warned coldly, and do not make me annoyed. Even though the black fragment had been obtained, the unit leader did not report it to the association. Gu Gang stood silently to one side, watching Chao Yang holding a magic stone and walking up to Ling Ling. He did not take the incident of the anomaly the group considered the weakest, but took the entire state. Before him were three people standing proudly, even if the matter of Odin, the savior, might have been exaggerated. Consider Li Taihan, who created a new system instantly. A human caliber, who once single-handedly cleared a D-rank dungeon, was working under him. Their rules could not be ignored. That unit leader arbitrarily broke the association's rules, pushing the whole team into danger. Gu Gang glanced at Chao Yang, thinking that was why he had to disclose the information. Chao Yang looked back at Sun Hu, the man named Kaganji Qian, certain that he was sent by the association. He imagined Sun Hu taking down everyone to steal his magic stone, thinking that him being a platinum was already crazy. Perhaps he was hiding power beyond imagination, enough to kill the entire attack team and recover the black shard for himself. Wu Gang glanced at Lin Lin, thinking of a bolder matter. If he had feelings for that fake fox, he was as good as dead. Before the boss fight, Lin Lin placed her hand on Sun Hu's cheek, saying she initially thought he was a fool. When preparing inventory on dry land, she approached him. She moved close, hugged his arm, said she was curious what made him so confident sharing everything, that she hid nothing wherever she went. Her hand touched his body, her expression seductive, said he was confident in controlling the situation, that she had met many but no one like him. Lin Lin licked her lips and said the reason the commander's women fell before him she now understood. Sun Hu coldly replied, that was a roundabout way of saying she wanted to take everything from him. She frankly said she knew he was hiding his level, and wanted to see his status window. Lin Lin still wanted to entice him, said she wanted to know everything about him. Sun Hu casually replied, many had lost their heads for daring to look at his status window. He told her to get to the point, asked what she wanted. Lin Lin, greedy, revealed sharp fangs, said he would give his all in the boss fight, wouldn't he? He asked, is that all? Lin Lin leaned closer, her cheek on her arm in a mesmerizing pose, said that was no problem for him, he was always right, they were lucky. Her face pressed against Sun Hu, her voice said maybe he didn't know, but he was also quite lucky. Sun Hu asked hesitantly what did she mean? She raised a finger to her lips signaling silence, said there was a secret mission after defeating the boss, then raised her hand to her face, said if it went smoothly, he could aim for the unit leader position. She continued, saying it was a major mission involving the 7 demon kings. Huge monster with a strange shape appeared. During the fight, one person was attacked by it. Sun Hu rushed out and yelled those with poor defense fall back. Looking at its arrogant posture, Sun Hu felt disgusted, wanting to kill them with a single thrust. Chao Yang and Lin Lin also edged forward to attack. He shouted, block them for me, die. A series of perfectly combined attacks. At this moment the system announced, the attack unit of the deep sea weapon mission has been completed. Both people had combined to take it down. Defeated that strange monster. Everyone was exhausted and tired, but everything was done. They were dazed and disbelieving, asking if it was over already. Did they just clear an E-rank dungeon? He burst into emotion. Cheering happily in victory, the boss fight ended. It was time to divide the rewards. The reward boxes were already before their eyes. Fatigue vanished, everyone's eyes lit up. Lin spoke up, we take the first clear and rank rewards, you take the rest. Everyone was surprised, asking what was this? Was this a test of loyalty or something? Why were they doing this? It was completely different from before. Gu Gang turned to ask Sun Hu, Sir Kagan can choose first, you let us after all. Sun Hu had no intention of sharing. He turned and walked away, raised his hand in farewell, and said he only joined for the experience. Everyone grew more suspicious, asking why they wouldn't take the reward. They even looked displeased, saying what the hell was this? Was there a scheme behind this help? Gu Gang burst into loud laughter to break the tense atmosphere, said we should be grateful, let's decide how to split it together. The snitch had understood the issue when drawing attention. Sun Hu walked away with thoughts in his heart. The quick-witted boy, he would survive to the end if things went smoothly. Xiao Yang said to him, we will begin. He opened the system panel, started the mission, his hand pressed to select yes. Suddenly he writhed in pain, his eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open. Next, something yellow gushed out from his mouth and nose. Lin asked in panic what is going on. He worriedly shook Xiao Yang, cried out his body is too cold. Xiao Yang, wake up! Suddenly Xiao Yang gushed out even more yellow stuff violently from his nose and mouth. The yellow substance splattered out, shocking the two people. Inside that yellow substance was a strange animal-like cell. Before the frenzy of Xiao Yang, Sun Hu quickly pulled Lin aside to dodge. She turned to him coquettishly, said, oh my, you like it rough, you should have told me. Meanwhile Xiao Yang was vomiting his guts out. Suddenly Sun Hu's eyes flashed. Did he see something? That was the strange little monster inside the pile of slime. The thing it spat out earlier was now scurrying around on the ground. It lay on the ground right beside that yellow substance. Then its eyes lit up and its body began to transform. Sun Hu realized the problem and said, it is reviving. Lin was still dazed, not understanding anything. She thought, it is not dead? Then she picked up the knife to chop it. Lin jumped up and slashed at the monster's corpse, shouting as she chopped, it stinks so much, die. Over here, Xiao Yang was reading a notification from the system. The lost weapons of the 7 demon kings have been completed. Xiao Yang yelled, Lin, stop, it is done. She stopped her hand in time, turned back and asked, what is it, brother? Sun Hu stood observing. Xiao Yang was completely unaware of the energy gathering inside his own body. And Lin probably never expected that the parasite might have turned him into a host. Sun Hu's eyes were bloodshot, his expression icy cold. From now on, we enter a difficult phase, but do not be bitter. I saved your lives. A total of 4 people including Xiao Yang and Gu Gang, Lin and Sun Hu were leading the way, just returning from a successful mission. At this moment the system announced, Xiao Yang's attack unit has destroyed the Marukan tribal dungeon E rank. When they saw them return, everyone was surprised. A starting guy said, I was going to declare your team dead if you did not come back today. Amazing. He returned 2 weeks later. Although 5 were sacrificed, wiping out an E rank dungeon is a rare feat. Everyone was happy, but Xiao Yang's expression was unpleasant. Even receiving admiration, the leader's face remained dark. Seeing this, Lin asked, leader, what is wrong with you? Xiao Yang replied anxiously. He said the next mission is a D rank dungeon. Both Lin and Sun Hu were stunned. Everyone gathered to discuss. Lin said, knowing we wiped out an A rank dungeon, many people will apply, and we need support from the Legion. Sun Hu said coldly, do you not know? The only ones who have cleared a D rank dungeon are Lord Calibur's unit. Lin added, if the mission leads to a D rank dungeon, we do not know where this quest chain will take us. Sun Hu asked, do you think this is feasible? Lin retorted in a teasing tone, so are you going to run away? Not thinking of going back to the guild, are you? Xiao Yang had been silent all along, but now he spoke up. He said, young man Kagun, I am a man of my word. If we complete this mission, I will have enough power to help you return to the guild. Xiao Yang emphasized again, this mission is that valuable, you need to trust me. But Sun Hu was indifferent, saying and doing are 2 different things. Then he coldly uttered, you tell me to trust you, but do you take me for a fool? If I want to leave, I will just leave, period. Xiao Yang called out to him loudly and said, wait, I will use everything to strengthen our forces. When we see danger, we will retreat immediately. One argued, one discussed. Sun Hu glanced at him. The moment you think you are in danger is when you will die. You will not even have time to react. Suddenly Xiao Yang knelt down before him, pleading painfully, I beg you, we need your help. Not many people know what happened in the Marukan dungeon. Sun Hu was surprised, not expecting him to kneel. He must be truly desperate. He softened slightly and said, if you share the information you have, I will reconsider. Then Xiao Yang began to tell the truth. He and Lin came from the outskirts, and it seemed the new 3 Emperors Society system treated them very poorly. Xiao Yang had to kneel to the guild, his body was injured, and he was covered in blood. After joining the guild through the 7 Demon Kings mission, he gritted his teeth, waiting for revenge on a few executives. But no matter the reason, I would not let it slide, because he ignored the guild's strength. Xiao Yang led a man in. He said, this way, Lucy. Lucy was brought to meet everyone. When he announced he would try to destroy the D rank dungeon, everyone pulled back. Sun Hu thought, obviously they are just ordinary people. The man with the unpleasant face was named Lucy. He was a mercenary about to reach diamond rank. He was an exceptional member of the Blue Dragon Legion that the leader joined. Lucy asked Chao Yang, "You got through an E rank dungeon, now you want to try a D rank?" Chao Yang replied, "I just want the experience. There is a big difference between gaining experience or not." Lucy looked arrogant, tilted his head and said, "Maybe you are overconfident. You cannot imagine the difference between an E rank and a D rank dungeon." Chao Yang had a stern expression. "We will follow your orders whenever we need to retreat." He used all his assets to hire this man and would trust his judgment. Sun Hu had been quietly observing and thought to himself, "This guy Lucy will bolt the moment something happens. Then the unit leader has to abandon the mission." He mused further, "I need to speed up this process a little. It is only a matter of time." Suddenly someone opened the door, rushed in breathlessly and announced, "Mr. Lucy, the Legion commander is looking for you." One person who heard this was panicked. Caliber has entered the city. Even Lucy was scared. Why did it have to be the day Caliber arrived? The crowd was cheering enthusiastically. Caliber rode his horse into the city, followed by his underlings amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. This was a city of low-level people, who rarely received such treatment. Caliber showed a contemptuous attitude, telling himself, "Do not smile, be serious." After the guild was formed, high-ranking members were treated like heroes. A representative bowed respectfully and said, "I am the commander of the Blue Dragon Legion, Jisun. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Caliber." Caliber sat imposingly on the sofa and spoke, "You have worked hard. I heard you are challenging a D-rank dungeon." Jisun said nothing, letting him continue. "Everyone was trying to live well. I liked that spirit, so I came by." Caliber spoke as he extended his hand. "The association is also watching your efforts. Good luck." Jisun was moved to speechlessness as he shook hands with Caliber. He secretly rejoiced at shaking hands with Lord Caliber Sanjin. On the other side, Lucy said angrily, "This is still insane. We don't even have a single diamond rank person daring to challenge a low rank dungeon." Jisun lowered his head and spoke, "Lord Caliber personally encouraged us. This must have reached Lord Odin's ears by now." Someone suddenly spoke up, "Everyone remember how we were treated before. Missing this opportunity would truly be insane." Jisun said loudly with determination, "We will use all the power of the Blue Dragon Legion to earn the association's favor." He turned to call Chao Yang, the unit leader. Chao Yang listened to what he was about to say. "No matter what happens, you are still the unit leader named after yourself." He stated firmly, "All of us are under your leadership. Please feel free to command the Legion." On this side, Sun Hu and Lin Lin stood watching. Lin Lin was not enthusiastic. She said, "This matter is getting serious. If possible, try not to speak up, Kagun." Footsteps followed one after another. Everyone walked along, led by Jisun. All the elite members of the Blue Dragon Legion were mobilized, but most did not return. The remaining people stood watching, astonished. Someone suddenly shouted, "Jiang's attack unit has entered." The system announced, "Low rank, barren territory of the Maruka tribe. The attack unit is entering the low-rank Maruka tribe dungeon." That was the bizarre monster that had revived earlier. Its eyes ferociously observed its surroundings. It detected a group of people approaching. That was Lucy and Jian. Behind them was another person in armor with an unknown face. It was Sun Hu. The monster began to grow angry, its eyes widening, flaring up with purple light. Sun Hu continuously unleashed a series of sharp slashes, tearing through the monsters. He kept slashing at a dizzying speed. This was not the memory of Baron Oka, but of a count named Luchira. Sun Hu charged at the monsters with a sharp gaze, without hesitation. That memory had once shocked the entire vampire tribe, but had now faded. This lowly species did not even know how to value experience and emotions. One of these humans had unilaterally slaughtered 3 counts and their subordinates. Sun Hu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Looking into the eyes of the lowly creature, the Baron became certain of it. He recalled the image of a massive monster, its entire body slick with a strange fluid. The other members of his tribe would soon see it too. They would soon witness the memory of his death. The image of Sun Hu in agony, covered in blood, appeared. That was at the original world trial location, the same spot as Chao Yang in Scene 2, Act 2. Sun Hu was reminiscing about the past. As a member of the X-rank assault unit, he had once delved in many E-rank dungeons. Facing D-rank dungeons only happened later, when he operated within the North American Guild. Even though it was a raid led by an A-rank awakener, it only left a terrible memory. The leader's death nearly wiped out the entire team, leaving him with a deep trauma. Sun Hu's face darkened as he pondered. The one who called himself Oka reminded him of that boss monster from back then. But in the end, he still overcame the adversity, even without needing help from others. The system continuously announced, "Assault Unit, Mission Lord of the Seas complete." All remaining members of the assault unit finished the mission. A diamond chest will be awarded as the first clear reward. You received a body healing badge. 8 people lay prostrate on the ground unconscious. 25 came here, now only 6 remain. Among those 6, he was the only one still intact. All the rest had lost consciousness, their limbs severed. Suddenly, one of the unconscious men stirred slightly, his mouth seeming ready to spit something out. A slime bubble containing larvae shot out from the unit leader's mouth. And everyone was unconscious and unable to fight, only Sun Hu remained. The chain mission began from the unit leader's own body. A colossal monster with a slimy body appeared behind Sun Hu. While he prevented them from possessing the bodies of the surviving members, they entered Baron and the other monsters. He quickly slashed a horizontal sword strike across the monster's body. You have performed Mirror of David. The massive monster then transformed into countless small bugs, scattering everywhere. The chain mission did not stop. More bugs crawled out before turning back. With the unit leader possessing more energy, the energy began to flow. The energy flow became more intense, and through the unit leader, other chain missions were upgraded. Upon completing the mission, Sun Hu approached a teammate. You have used a body healing badge. The unconscious man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his mouth gaping as he gasped for air. The man sat up abruptly, turning his head to look around with a confused, bewildered expression. Sun Hu's face remained cold as he spoke softly. Since you're awake, go wake the others. Man, still shaken, stammered back. Did you take them all down alone? A low-ranked dungeon would even require a full team for an expert like Sun Jin. He kept his head lowered, not daring to look up, his mouth stammering. I don't know what to say anymore. I know you're from the association. Sun Hu remained cold and said calmly, did you level up? The man immediately replied, yes, I'm a platinum now. Sun Hu then turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to give an order. When you leave, go find Tai Han. You won't have to return to this place. Asen looked back one last time, report what happened here to Li Tai Han, and tell him I sent you. The man's jaw dropped upon hearing this, utterly astounded. He kept his head lowered, his body trembling violently. He immediately bowed his head to the ground in gratitude. I understand, Lord Odin. The leader named Chao Yang was fleeing in a panic. Suddenly a series of tentacles appeared. They pierced through his body. He woke with a start from the dream, but his face was drained of all blood. Chao Yang opened his eyes and saw Sun Hu standing imposingly before him. He immediately turned his head to survey the surroundings. At this moment, the girl beside him also just woke up. She held her face and spoke with difficulty. Brother Kaigun, what happened? Did you defeat those monsters by yourself? Sun Hu's face was indifferent as he replied softly, this is certainly a mission related to the 7 demon kings. Sun Hu's tone sharpened as he pointed directly at Chao Yang. The thing that escaped from your body is the reason you're still alive. Otherwise, everyone would have died. The man grimaced, perspiration forming, and muttered quietly. The mission progressed on its own. How do I explain this to the Legion and the Association? How can I say I survived thanks to a demon king? Sun Hu's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, there's only one way. He looked straight at the other two and suggested, we need to quickly complete the mission and strengthen our power. Then no one will suspect anything. Tell me, where does the next mission lead? Chao Yang, the unit leader, was hesitant, remaining silent. Suddenly, he frowned, wiped his face, and replied, it's over. From the very beginning, this mission wasn't something I should have concerned myself with. Sun Hu lost patience and raised his voice at the leader. It's too late. Don't try to change the subject. The unit leader shut his eyes tightly, finally daring to speak out. The next mission is an A-rank dungeon. If low rank was already a hell, A-rank will be. No one can enter that place. Everyone fell into silence, their expressions grim. Suddenly, Sun Hu spoke clearly, surprising the other two. There's one person. The leader Chao Yang, his face panicked, pressed on. What did you say? Not even Caliber could. Sun Hu then cut him off, sneering with amusement. Now I want to ask you something. Sun Hu looked at the leader with a sharp gaze and asked in a stern voice, what were you thinking, daring to covet my belongings, you ungrateful bastard? The other two were terrified, their mouths agape, speechless. A slimy tentacle appeared from the palm of the leader's hand. Key of the Grand Duke, a mission item, the key to the palace of the Maruka tribe and Grand Duke Amon, can be used in the Maruka tribe dungeon. When activated, the dungeon transforms into a rank, received from Lufer. Sun Hu stood behind him, expressionless, speaking calmly. You cannot trade a mission item. The only way to survive is to complete it. The girl behind saw this, and also mumbled something inaudible. Sun Hu turned his head and ordered, you'll only be a burden following along. Stay outside. When I'm done, I will pronounce your punishment. Sun Hu spoke in a low voice, gently reminding the leader, mind your manners. You are the first person since Caliber to successfully clear a low-rank dungeon. When Chao Yang and Sun Hu stepped outside, two men turned around and asked maliciously, has Lord Chao Yang recovered? Instantly, the surrounding crowd became restless. Huh, is that the legendary Chao Yang? The group cheered in admiration, but Chao Yang paid no attention. Chao Yang's face darkened as he muttered fearfully, is there still an A-rank dungeon of the Maruka tribe? A man holding a list softly replied, yes, when will you go? Chao Yang said with a wavering face, now. Then he immediately instructed the two men, only 2 people are going. Chao Yang and Sun Hu charged in aggressively. The Chao Yang unit entered the dungeon. A rank, Maruka tribe training ground. Sun Hu looked toward Chao Yang and said slowly, open it. Chao Yang, trembling, shut his eyes tightly and replied, I will open it. A strange object gradually materialized from Chao Yang's palm. Suddenly he let out a scream of intense pain. Uchi stood silently observing from behind. A gate slowly appeared and opened from the void. This was the palace area of Grand Duke Amon of the Maruka tribe. Chao Yang's body suddenly began to laugh in a strange manner. He actively twisted his head back in an extremely unnatural way. Facing Na Sun Hu, he let out a sinister voice. So you have been waiting for that person? Sun Hu crossed his arms, his face unchanged, and replied softly, I did not expect the Grand Duke would come to greet me. Since you know courtesy, I will grant you a less painful death. Do not look at me with those eyes, I will come to you soon. As he spoke, Sun Hu squeezed Chao Yang's neck tightly. Thanks to the pain, Chao Yang gradually regained consciousness. A host of female warriors gradually appeared from behind Sun Hu. They were the summoned war goddesses, Vankiris. Looking at Chao Yang, who had collapsed and was vomiting a strange liquid, Sun Hu urged indifferently, let us go, get up. Sun Hu looked at Chao Yang and spoke. You know that Kagun Sun Jin is at the rank of Grandmaster, right? Chao Yang, barely standing, answered with difficulty. I know. Sun Hu nodded, signaling to the war goddesses behind him. People around you are also at that level, they will protect you. Just focus and keep up with me. The scene of the Maruka dungeon appeared, a place that claimed the lives of many warriors. It was like a poisonous hell, melting flesh and inducing mental chaos. The system then displayed a notification. The Hare Quest of the Great Count and the undersea hideout had been created. Sun Hu was dealing with the monsters with one hand while thinking, lower ranks are not much trouble, but even I must be highly focused here. Deep within the Baruka dungeon, where the monster Grand Duke Amon reigned. Initially, the Maruka tribe and the Graf family shared a common origin, and traces of that land still remained. That meant the exoskeleton covering Amon's body was the mark of a high-ranking noble that only ancestors possessed. He was not like the low-level nobles summoned repeatedly. He was an entity from ancient times. Amon the evil forger. The monster Amon stood towering and began to give orders. Oka, go greet. Do not disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster coated in yellow liquid vanished. The Grand Duke Amon remained silent, calculating. He sensed the killing intent from an ordinary-looking man, surely aimed at the offering for Lord Doom Insectum. That thing needed protection. Sun Hu was dragging Chao Yang across the ground. Ground was mixed with blood, his mouth mumbling, kill me, please kill me. Sun Hu pursed his lips tightly, calculating carefully. When the summoning time for Vakiji ended, this guy would be a burden until the cooldown finished. This was an O-rank dungeon, easy to guess. What annoyed me more was the constantly changing structure. Looking at the marks on the stone wall, Sun Hu sighed. How many times had he passed this place? Great power was interfering with his perception. This was no easy matter. Suddenly, the giant monster stepped out from the shadows. Sun Hu clicked his tongue in dismay. You again. The monster, full of murderous intent, growled in reply, Bakuda Oka. Sun Hu immediately threw Chao Yang aside, his sharp eyes moving forward. Was getting beaten in Ogo once not enough for you? To be exact, this was not the one who died in the D-rank dungeon. It was a new body grafted with the memories and emotions of Baron and Oka, created by the Maruka tribe. The monster Oka roared, a series of tentacles curling fiercely toward Sun Hu. Sun Hu showed no fear, calmly sneering. Resentment and pain are the only things you know. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of lightning bolts struck down, obliterating the Oka monster's body. The monster's head rolled on the ground instantly. It was immediately crushed under Sun Hu's foot. Sun Hu looked down with cold eyes. Next time, learn some sense, and maybe I will let you go peacefully. The female warriors were cleaning up the remaining monsters, while Sun Hu remained silent in thought. This Amon was avoiding a direct confrontation with him. He kept changing the dungeon structure and resurrecting his subordinates to drain us. Suddenly, yellow tentacles wrapped around Sun Hu's leg, slowly creeping up his torso. Soon those tentacles had completely engulfed Sun Hu. Seeing this, the Oka monster was gleefully triumphant. Suddenly, a flash of light shone, and a massive explosion occurred, sending all the tentacles surrounding Sun Hu flying. The force was so great that it knocked back the panicked Oka, who was standing watching. Sun Hu lightly brushed his hands, stepping out from behind the smoke. You refuse to listen, you fool. You refuse to listen, you fool. At this moment, the great monsters were sitting and discussing among themselves. Emon cannot stop those humans. Even if all of us attacked him together, the result would be the same. All of Lord Doom Insectum's preparations to surpass Doom Entergastus will be in vain. How can that be? If we want to deal with that human, we must seal him forever. He is rekindling the interest of chaotic death. He needs an offering of equal value. We will sacrifice the treasure of the Maruka tribe and our own souls. Almighty chaotic death, please have mercy. As soon as the monsters finished speaking, their heads immediately fell. They had been cut down by Sun Hu to the ground. The system displayed a mission notification. The Wrath of the Grand Duke mission was completed. Chao Yang witnessed this scene from the side, his arms hanging limp, stunned into silence. It is over. He really cleared an A-rank dungeon alone, insane. The system announced the completion of the lost weapon of the 7 Demon Kings mission. A completion reward was granted. A mysterious black sphere appeared. Chao Yang exclaimed, "This is from the 7 Demon Kings." He curiously tried to touch it. He was immediately struck unconscious by a surge of power. The system displayed detailed information about the sphere. Mysterious sphere, on the verge of completion, level and grade unknown. Sun Hu turned around and walked toward the sphere to examine it. So this is it, the lost weapon of Doom Entergastus. When Sun Hu reached out to grab the sphere, a torrent of immense power surged through, making him wince. Sun Hu persisted and gradually suppressed the sphere's power. Progress 0.1%, progress 0.2%. Suddenly Sun Hu released his hand. The orb immediately returned to 0%, because the rate only increased when held continuously. Looking at his hand trembling in pain, Sun Hu thought that the more the pain increased, the more he had to endure more than death to complete it. Chao Yang began to wake up, moaning incoherently. Sun Hu looked at Chao Yang with malice. The man who had fainted after holding the orb was now awake. He looked as if he had just escaped the scythe of death. No longer needing him since his purpose was achieved, Sun Hu folded his arms and instructed Chao Yang go find Li Ta-han. Chao Yang was astonished, his eyes full of disbelief, and asked if he would really let him go. Sun Hu added that he should avoid Kagan Sun Jin if possible, that he had reported, but that man was hard to control his anger. Breaking the association's rules was very regrettable, but since he had seen the terrible nature of the R-rank dungeon, it was better to let him live. Chao Yang quickly bowed his head and kowtowed in gratitude, vowing to let everyone know the power of Odin. Sun Hu remained silent, thinking that he had used enough people as examples, that one could not rule by fear alone. When Chao Yang left, the battle remained only between him and the orb. Gritting his teeth, Sun Hu tightened his grip on the orb, the completion rate gradually increasing from 12 to 65%. At the peak of pain, he saw nothing, only treating it as an item. This thing was nothing compared to the pain he had endured with his mother. His arm was bleeding. The system announced reaching 99.99%, activating the one who overcame adversity. In pain, but Sun Hu refused to let go, roaring that he was still holding it. The system reported the mysterious orb was complete. The weapon of doom Entergastro upgraded into a lifeboat for its master's resurrection. Excellent, the privilege of immortality had been developed. Sun held the orb in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He thought to himself, I have achieved immortality. Sun Hu was overjoyed, unable to contain himself as he burst into laughter. He laughed loudly. Good, even this thing was obtained, you damn demon king. Suddenly, the system displayed a warning that his resistance was extremely low. The sealing ritual of the Maracana tribe had been activated. Only then did Sun Hu suddenly understand everything. His face turned pale, he was speechless, only letting out a cry of not damn it. The Oka monster glared with burning red eyes, extremely furious. It stood up, swinging its disgusting slime to attack. Sun Hu's eyes also flashed with a blue light. He said pain would be the only thing you know in your new life. Lightning struck straight down on Oka, causing it to roar in pain. Its head was severed from its body, falling to the ground. Sun Hu walked over, lifted his foot, and crushed its head. He looked down with contempt, saying next time try to behave. Maybe he would give it a quick death. Observing the battle, he saw Amon avoiding direct confrontation, changing the dungeon structure and resurrecting minions to wear them down. Suddenly Sun Hu stopped, looking down at the ground. Tentacles rose from the ground, wrapping tightly around his legs. A wave of tentacles surged forward, cocooning him. Oka reappeared with a hostile gaze, crying out the name Cheetah. It was suddenly astonished to see a surge of magical power emanating from within the cocoon. A loud explosion sounded, causing Oka to scream in fear. Shocking blast stunned it, leaving no time to dodge. The tentacles shattered, scattering into pieces. Sun Hu stepped out, dusting off his body. He walked up to Oka, scolding it for not listening, calling it truly foolish. Scene change, the monsters were gathering together. Amun broke the silence, admitting he could not stop the humans. Maruka sighed in frustration, saying even if they all fought him, the result would be the same. He wondered if all of Lord Doom Insectum's preparations to overcome Doom Entergastra would become useless. Amun firmly said if they could not deal with him, they had to seal him forever. Maruka agreed, saying he was rekindling the interest of chaotic death and needed a worthy offering. Oka unleashed great power, declaring it would offer the tribal treasure and its soul, begging for the mercy of the Lord of Chaotic Death. Suddenly, a sword blade swept towards Amon's neck. Before it could react, its head was separated from its body. The system notified Sun Hu that the mission, the Grand Duke's Wrath, was complete. Tao Yang's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe he had single-handedly cleared an A-rank dungeon. A black orb flew in front of him along with the system's voice. The mission, the lost weapon of the 7 demon kings, was complete. The completion reward would be granted. Chao Yang reached out to grab the sphere. This thing belonged to the 7 demon kings. Suddenly, a burst of power surged, sending him flying backward. Sun Hu also noticed the shockwave from this side. The sphere's attribute panel appeared. It was a mysterious item in the process of completion, with both its level and rank showing question marks. He approached the black sphere and secretly realized, so it was this, the lost weapon of Doom Entergastro. Sun Hu slowly reached his hand toward the black sphere. He gritted his teeth, clenched the sphere in his hand, and endured its power. The system notified completion progress reaching near 1%, then 2%. The pain was too great, forcing Sun Hu let go. Releasing the sphere, he stared at it. The completion rate only increased while holding it, and it had returned to 0% after letting go. Realizing it was becoming more painful by the moment, Sun Hu had to endure a pain worse than death if he wanted to complete it. Chao Yang, who had fainted immediately after holding it, finally woke up, his face looking as if he had just almost escaped a calamity. He understood that he was no longer needed, since Sun Hu had achieved the goal. Crossing his arms, he spoke up to remind him to find Lai Tai-han when he left. He was stunned and stammered back, asking if he would spare him. Sun Hu's gaze turned deep in warning, avoid the Sun Jin army if possible. I warned him, but he couldn't control his anger. Violating the association's rules was condemnable, but Sun Hu thought it was better to keep him alive. Chao Yang knelt down and kowtowed loudly in thanks, and promised to spread his power, but he thought to himself that he had already made examples of many people. He could not rule only through fear. After Chao Yang left, the battle between the Black Sphere and Sun Hu began. He exerted all his strength to endure the pain. The progress reached 31%. Progress 46%. Reached 65%. He screamed in agony. At the peak of pain, Sun Hu lost all sight but still roared. You are just an item. This pain is nothing compared to the pain he shared with his mother. And the system notified completion at 99.9%. Sun Hu was thrown backward. The adversity overcoming skill was activated. He did not give up. He jumped up and charged forward. I have not let go yet. I am still holding it. The mysterious sphere was completed, becoming the lost weapon of doom Entergastro. It was upgraded into a lifeboat, and when the owner sacrifices himself, he can be resurrected through it. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Amazing, the immortality privilege had been developed. He held the sphere in his hand for a long time, muttering the two words immortality. Sun Hu raised the sphere, trembling as he said he had just received immortality. Sweat dripped from his face. He bit his lip and forced a smile. Sun Hu raised the sphere high and cheered. Great, this thing works too. Damn 7 demon kings, your resistance warning is extremely low. Suddenly a system warning rang out. The explorer had been activated. Behind him, space began to distort. The sealing ritual of the Maruka tribe had started. Sun Hu was panicked. His face fell. He gritted his teeth and cursed a damn it. He stood alone with a stunned expression as the space changed. Walking through the blood-soaked, desolate battlefield, he wondered what was happening. Suddenly, Sun Hu saw a figure right in front of him. Seeing the blood-stained fist, he shouted loudly, asking what Lord Sun Jin was doing. Sun Jin remained silent, not replying to any words. He slowly turned his blood-smeared face around, smiled, and said he was just having a little fun. What was there to panic about? Sun Hu was worried. His face darkened, saying he was insane. He should sober up and go back to his family. Sun Jin laughed madly, asking if he meant Jikeon he is dead. Upon hearing this, he immediately turned pale. He covered his face as he walked forward, saying that after being dragged into this damn place, the child did not survive the first stage. He roared in fury. It should have been him who died. His eyes filled with killing intent, he swung his fist and demanded Odin kill him. A wave of power tore through space, shooting straight toward him. Sun Hu instinctively raised his hand to block the blow. His face was ashen, he could not catch his breath. Scene changed. The news anchor reported that Chairman Tai-han of the False Awakener Association had held a press conference, declaring to all of humanity. Sun Hu sat in his chair, hearing the news that the association rejected the system requests of the nations and would follow a new order. A voice came from behind Li Tai-han. He asked in annoyance, do you want to incite a war? The secretary behind him calmly continued, Lord Odin, those brainless humans are no different from a herd of stupid pigs. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Those who do not know their place being slaughtered is only natural. Sun Hu was silent, thinking to himself that the association was created to stop people like him, but human nature truly could not be saved. Suddenly another voice rang out, saying that the war would not happen. Gu Yanhai walked in with an expressionless face, saying that she would control the minds of all humanity, and Li Tai-han's plan was just a piece of the puzzle. Sun Hu was terrified, lowering his head to ask back, Wu Yunhai, what did you say? She resolutely continued, don't even think about touching me. Do you think I would do all this without preparation? His face was full of confusion and helplessness. You know! Gu Yanhai's eyes flashed with killing intent. Your parents are under my control. They are entangled in a web too complex to reveal. If I die, so do they. After passing the test site, Gu Yanhai became the second villain. Jonathan and Joshua continued to vie for power with each other. They became the 8 great villains and 8 great saints. Even if you killed them, others would take their place. Sun Hu lost all his ideals in life. He felt tired, everything was meaningless. The scene shifted to a large hotel. Waitstaff took turns bringing out the food. The waiter respectfully asked if everything was ready. Did you have any other requests? Sun Hu in his obese fat body replied, okay. He patted his round taut belly whose buttons were about to pop. That's enough. Sun Hu, current weight is 320 kilograms. Looking at the plates of food cleaned off the table, he said that was enough for today. The staff gossiped he eats at least as much as 30 people, all premium food. How much money does he have anyway? There are rumors he is a wind-rank awakener. A female employee disdainfully waved her hand, no way if he were an S-rank awakener. Suddenly the face of her colleague beside her turned pale. I didn't say anything. Sun Hu appeared behind her back, startling everyone. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Finally caught you. I knew you'd come to check on me sooner or later. He reached out and violently grabbed that employee by the neck. Sun Hu shot a bolt of electricity into her, showing no mercy. She was in so much pain she nearly passed out. Her face quickly contorted into a monster's. Sun Hu stared. Now you reveal yourself. Turns out you're still human. Back to reality, the tentacles were suspending Sun Hu in the air. His electric bolts struck straight into his own body. Sun Hu's eyes shot open. He began to vomit a slimy substance. He swung his hand, destroying the tentacles, and fell to the ground. Sun Hu wiped the slime from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, where is this? He looked ahead and saw Oka staring at him in shock. Its face was extremely terrified. It began to tremble. Cheetah. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh, long time no see, Cheetah. He didn't know how long he had been trapped there. The regression had no response. When Sun Hu destroyed the wall, seawater rushed in. The system announced the seal was complete. You are at the bottom of the sea. Only him and that thing trapped in an inescapable structure. Sun Hu looked at the figure awkwardly plugging the hole. The info panel showed Oka's mission had changed to protect the secrets of the Maruka tribe. He found it ridiculous. It was grimacing and complaining about the earlier incident. Jolted again upon feeling the piercing pain. On this side, Sun Hu was voraciously chewing on its tentacle. Oka frantically complained in a strange language. Sun Hu told it to shut up. Did it think he wanted to eat this stuff? While chewing the tentacle, he thought. Checking the info, he saw his system power had reached its limit. There must be an exit. After a while, Sun Hu spat out a piece of flesh and said, "Okay, let's begin." He slowly stood up, his large figure so tall that Oka had to look up in fear. Sun Hu cracked his knuckles, approaching the trembling figure full of killing intent. "Find a way out of here, even if I have to ransack your entire tribe's memories. Remember, I'm full and strong enough to beat you to a pulp." It finally surrendered after over 100 deaths, and he found a feasible albeit simple solution. That was to create an E-rank dungeon with low-level Maruka tribe members through splitting. Sun Hu looked at the slime on the ground and thought to himself if the system would open a path to this dungeon. With careful calculation, he predicted that he and Oka would be considered the dungeon's hidden anomalies. Occasionally there were such bizarre dual dungeons. A long time passed as they waited for guests. He began to consider smashing the wall to escape the ordinary way. Sun Hu was silent, arms crossed and eyes closed, when he suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing a noise. He jumped up with an expectant look. Here it is, it worked. On the other side, Oka was using its tentacles. To let the guests in, they were suspended and screamed for help. Sun Hu was surprised to see a Maruka noble in an E-rank dungeon. It let out a cry, Cheetah. Looking at its dangerous face, they panicked. Damn it, we're dead for sure. But suddenly it was struck on the head from behind. The guests fell silent, surprised, and looked at the monster. Oka was hit on the head by Sun Hu. It held its smoking head, he said. Don't you know the entrance will close if they all die? Go tie them up now. Seeing Sun Hu casually give orders, he rubbed his head and said a few perfunctory words. He pretended to be obedient with a smiling face, but Sun Hu saw through all his deception. Perhaps he picked up that habit while maintaining the illusion world. He pointed at the man and said, "This way." Oka slowly lowered the man to the ground. An information panel appeared, announcing the skill insight. You have seen through the target. Name Sin Brown, level 225 gold. No guild, no company, attack unit, beast. Sin at this moment turned pale, stared at Sun Hu wide-eyed and stammered. You are human, right? He said sternly, there is no time. Only I get to ask questions here, explain the situation. According to him, the trial zone had reached the second stage, 5th scene. The structure had changed since he was sealed. A long time had passed. What troubled him more was that the guild leader change caused many to flee, obsessed with quests and charging into dungeons. He began to mention the person Sun Hu was looking for, saying they too were a fugitive from that woman. Hearing the strange alias, he asked further. Sin described, she controls monsters like pets, just like you. Seeing Sun Hu ask, he was surprised. She is very famous. Have you never heard of her? Finally, Sin revealed everything he knew. Her name is Mary. That was indeed Ian He's name. Sun Hu urgently asked, where is she, where is Mary? At the place where the high-rise buildings were severely devastated. The scene was chaotic with a massive horde of zombies pouring in. They frenziedly charged at a group of people. A shout rang out, they are coming, stop them. Suddenly an earthquake made everyone freeze. He's pet Sophist, its massive body, opened its mouth wide and advanced. A person yelled, it is Mary, get back. It immediately fired a huge energy beam from its mouth. The horde of zombies was completely incinerated under that energy beam. Everyone looked at Sophist in fear, murmuring, is that monster on our side? Honestly, I cannot get used to it. He sat on Sophist's head, pressing the system panel to check. The system announced about the sealed troublemaker of the Maruka tribe, the Explorer reward. He stared at the announcement panel. Then finally she spoke, this problem is probably why the second stage cannot end. With a face mixed with worry and gloom, she looked into the void and wondered, where are you, Sun Hu? Outside, the zombies were appearing everywhere. One of them began to notice something in the sky. In the sky, a dragon was flying towards them, speeding right over the heads of the zombies. A few seconds later, the real blast of wind arrived, blowing everything away. Sun Hu looked back, surprised, only vampires and zombies, not soldiers of the Demon Lord's horde. This place is becoming a dead zone. This is the price to pay for touching Doom Entergastro stuff. Standing on the dragon's head, he looked ahead and thought, it is terrible, but finding Gu Yanhe is the top priority. Scene shifted to the ruined high-rise building. A voice came out, Guildmaster, we are being forced to retreat from the vampire front line. A person in the team turned to report, Miss Mary is supporting the Northern Front. The other continued on the same topic, she is currently handling over 90 quests. Their group was the Last Bastion Guild. The one sitting there biting his nails was the Guildmaster, full name Sung Juan. Face darkened, clearly very stressed. Familiar voices kept echoing in Ju Wan's head. Ju Wan, look at this. Me and the kid cleared over 200 quests, yet the whole guild only managed 80. Images of Gu Yanhee holding Sophie appeared. Its eyes gleamed through the fur. Its voice rang in his head. This is the last chance. If you seize it, I will help you work harder. Ju Wang broke into a nervous sweat, muttering, damn it, rather than being turned into a puppet, I should act first. Ju Wan again associated the image of Yanhee. He held his head. No, just thinking about it is dangerous. Those psychic ability users are devils. Suddenly the wall behind him cracked. It was smashed in from outside. A soldier also flew out from there. A strong gust of wind rushed in. The rest were thrown backward. They stammered, what is that? The three of them slowly stood up, their eyes wide with shock. The one who broke that wall was Sun Ho. With a sharp gaze, he spoke in a threatening tone, I came to find Mary, where is she? They saw his power, thinking inwardly terrifying, thought that woman was the limit of human strength. Everyone felt the special aura around him, a class of power far surpassing anything they had ever seen. Information from Sung Juwang when he went to meet Gu Yanhee matched what Sin had said earlier. A land drained of life appeared in the 4th scene, and the battle between humans and zombies erupted in the 5th scene. The system created many quests draining life to create new sacrificial objects. Sun Hu understood, that is to maintain my seal. He gritted his teeth in anger at the pointless losses. Gu Yanhee, who did everything to free him, was being treated as a villain. Then Sun Hu closed his eyes, using a telepathy skill to call out loudly, Mary. Invisible threads spread across the city. Sun Hu's voice echoed, Gu Yanhee, you can stop now. On the other side, Gu Yanhee was flying in the sky when his voice reached her, I am back. Hearing his voice, she immediately lifted her eyes. Gu Yanhee's eyes flickered with a gleam. She called Sun Hu when she saw his figure rushing over. He quickly landed, dismounting from the stream's back. Gu Yanhee placed her hand on Sophus's head, commanding it to return to its original form. Immediately it shrank back into a harmless creature. Its form was that of an animal with a furry back, a wide mouth, and a small body. Sophus perched on Gu Yanhee's shoulder, while Sun Hu approached her. But he halted when Gu Yanhee praised this creature as cute and said she obtained it in the final scene. She stroked Sophus, saying that it had recognized its owner, even though it took quite some time. Gu Yanhee let out a relieved laugh, saying she had been very worried. Despite the positive scene, Sun Hu still found it strange. Calmly replied that it was all thanks to her. A door opened from the sealed place. Even so, he clearly sensed the strangeness and the invisible threads. He asked why she did not use the regression stone when returning from the territory of the Bekran Legion, asking if she knew how long he had waited. Behind him was the Last Fortress Guild watching. Gu Yanhee suddenly fell silent, which made him feel puzzled. Her voice when it rose was not like usual. He still didn't understand why. Sun Hu, you should not get involved with me. Recognizing the familiar threads, Sun Hu immediately understood. She began to reveal that here they called her the Witch Mary. Within Sun Hu's heart were countless unanswered questions. An enemy of the public, she was an enemy. The leader of humanity was involved with a witch. He quickly realized something was not quite right. Gu Yanhee continued to warn him to think about his plans after the testing site. If I am by your side, others will become suspicious. My place must be behind you. Sun Hu angrily interrupted, telling her to stop talking nonsense. She fell silent, her eyes wide with astonishment at the other's attitude. He said seriously that if she was a witch in others' eyes, then he was the worst villain, calling himself the master of the world. Sun Hu's voice turned somber as he mentioned the things he had done, gathering power, suppressing the media, even silencing others. There were more dead than he could count. The world had been stained by his sins long before the day of the beginning. Gu Yanhee screamed, not wanting him to torment himself, arguing that it was different. Sun Hu asked back, different how? She looked straight at him. You saved all of humanity. He immediately retorted that she had also saved him. If he saved humanity, then she was also saving them. Faced with that compelling argument, Gu Yanhee had nothing left to say. She quickly turned her head, sighing. I only did it for you. Sun Hu reached his hand out to her, saying he also only did it for his family, and that saving the world was just a side quest. He grabbed her shoulder, saying he didn't care what others said. He had gotten here because of her, so she didn't have to be like this. Gu Yanhee, even if you weren't here, I would still fight. Sun Hu sincerely expressed the truth. No matter what their initial purpose was, they were currently saving humanity. His voice echoed, causing those nearby to break out in a sweat. They could say whatever they wanted. The truth could not be changed. Suddenly, Sun Hu spread his arms and hugged Gu Yanhee tightly. He gently rested his head on hers, talking about everything they had done and would do from now on. Sun Hu closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from the person in his arms, and said gently that these were things only they could do. Just then, the system sent a notification requesting to select a target for the lifeboat. Objects, animals, summons, targets were not limited to a specific type. You cannot change your decision. The lifeboat is currently not activated. This was the notification he received when he took the lifeboat. Sun Hu had to be careful because it could not be changed later. He considered choosing Valkyrie, Kodo, or Odin's golden armor. However, the final lifeboat was an item to counter the Demon King's horde. Those powerful entities could see through a small space like an inventory. He calculated, placing the lifeboat on something considered meaningless. The safest place was far from him. A person who would fight for him, even if they had to stand against the whole world. Sun Hu cupped Gu Yunhei's face, his heart resolute that there was only one person in the vast universe. He gathered all his courage and decided, I won't hold back anymore, this is far enough. Seeing his unusual attitude, Gu Yunhei stammered in confusion, calling out Sun Hu. Sun Hu told her directly that she was his source of life, then placed a kiss on her lips. The people standing nearby reluctantly witnessed this scene, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The system sent another notification, Odin's wrath has been activated. The ground beneath their feet exploded, and everyone panicked and ran. Odin's absolute battlefield activated, a large shield enveloping the space where Sun Hu and Gu Yunhei were standing. The shield quickly separated them from the outside. He reached out to take off his coat. The system notified, you have set the path of the Fire Demon King. The demons trapped within the absolute zone were incinerated instantly. Seeing Sun Hu's urgency, Gu Yunhei felt a bit uneasy. Wait, slow down a little. He tightened his grip on her hand, not allowing anything to disturb them. Even if chaos and death occurred, he still felt he could defeat him. A strange emotion surged. He had tried to keep his distance for a long time to avoid being consumed. In the space where only the two of them remained, Sun Hu's voice was both urgent and trembling. I have wanted to see you so much. Gu Yunhei wrapped her arms tightly around him. I missed you, Sun Hu. Over time, she had to endure so much damage alone, both physical and mental. When the two became one, Sun Hu told himself it was now his turn. From now on, I will protect you. With everything I have, the world in his eyes now seemed to be shifting in a fantastical manner. The barrier layer vibrated violently and emitted strange sounds. The people outside, after their initial fear and flight, now watched with a mix of curiosity and fear. One person hesitantly analyzed. Though they saw nothing, they felt something supernatural was happening. Another person nodded in agreement. Duke furrowed his brow in thought, then said, I am certain that if we are still here when the barrier disappears, we will not leave here alive. As he spoke, the remaining people gaped in terror. Ignoring what was happening inside, they frantically shouted to each other, let's get out of here, hurry up! After a strenuous bout of activity, Sun Hu was now straightening his clothes. No one knew what he was thinking, only that his gaze held a trace of tenderness. Sun Hu instinctively turned his head to look at the battlefield the two of them had just created. He was a bit embarrassed. I got a little excited, sorry about that. Gu Yunhei was also embarrassed, but to break the tension, she forced a big laugh. It's fine, Odin and Mary had to do their thing. Taking a deep breath, Sun Hu gently said, we need to wait and see, but I think the final scene is not far off. She was a bit stunned, then his voice rang out again. It might even be the very next scene. The space and time of the territory were stalled, but the armies of the 7 demon kings were still trying to break through the frozen time. Then Sun Hu frowned slightly. I have just confirmed 2 rituals. One from the Maruka tribe, one from the Balan Legion. He carefully added, remember the ritual we saw at the home base of the Balan Legion? The system is not omnipotent. It had weakened after expending energy to unseal Sun Hu. He proposed a plan, we need to confirm it. Gu Yunhei asked curiously how. That moment, Oka was summoned, and without saying a word, Lulu appeared right before their eyes. Gu Yunhei was surprised. You tamed a Maruka noble? Impressive for a non-mid-tier awakener. Sun Hu sighed inwardly, after killing it 100 times. She exclaimed happily, great, I wanted to see this horde again too. Seeing Gu Yunhei, Oka helplessly closed its eyes, its head filled with the stench of killing. This was the woman as powerful as several males, the one it had seen through the tribal memories. It lost all will to resist. Sun Hu saw Oka suddenly collapse and was confused. What's wrong with it? Gu Yunhei explained, I owe its tribe an apology. I used it as a window to view the tribal memory archive. Just as you said, Sun Hu, they are organizing a large-scale invasion force. He nodded in understanding. Just as speculated, this is a clear sign that the space boundary of the territory is about to be breached. Sun Hu's face darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on the void. Suddenly he shouted in anger, hey, I know you are listening. Open a door to my realm world. That's where the main force is. It will be more efficient. The space was silent with no reply. Despite his immense power, Sun Hu seemed to be just a pawn. The system did not even respond to his request. Sun Hu reluctantly said, I do not know who among those I tried to strengthen will survive, nor can I guess the difficulty of the next scene. Remembering Sun Jin and Taihan, his mood grew tense. We are running out of time. Since I cannot progress the third act battles, I do not know what the system will do. A loud explosion rang out, revealing that Sun Hu had just punched the system hard. Oka jumped in fright. He was fuming with anger. Sorry, I usually say don't look for meaning in the system's actions. But when I see it running rampant, there's nothing I can do except Gu Yunhee softly asked, Sun Hu, have you ever heard of Oan? She said, that name I found in the Maruka tribe's memories. I cannot directly convey their language. She switched to a communication method. It is closer to an intent than an individual. They believe the system is a defense mechanism created by the will of something called Oan. The information stunned Sun Hu. She continued, more alarmingly, it has a personal name, an entity that resists chaotic death. O1, the entire universe was swept clean in the war of the two monsters. He raised a hand to his forehead, keep this matter between us. The system fanatics will go mad if they know the name. Sun Hu looked directly into her eyes. Okay, for now we don't know what Oan is plotting, but promise me one thing. If danger comes, you must stay away from me no matter what happens. If an enemy on par with the 7 demon kings appears, everyone becomes a burden. Gu Yunhee silently looked at the man before her, her eyes full of understanding. She smiled softly, even if you beg to fight together, I could not agree, because now I have a reason to survive no matter what. Sun Hu also smiled back. In this absolute battlefield, he chose Gu Yunhee as his lifeboy. The system suddenly announced, the lifeboy has been activated. As long as Gu Yunhee lives, Sun Hu cannot die. Though not as romantic as exchanging rings, it was an unparalleled act. The sincere act of two longtime comrades pledging their lives to each other was something even the word love was insufficient to explain. She carefully reminded, we should avoid activating the lifeboy as much as possible. You understand me, right? Sun Hu smiled brightly. I understand. Let's clear this realm world's quest together to level up. He glanced over his shoulder and called out, Oka, let's make the pet jump in surprise once more. Looking at it, Sun Hu marveled. Never thought the day would come when I'd make a monster a pet. Follow me. Oka looked at him, its expression a mix of awkwardness and emotion. Suddenly it cried, tears streaming down its face. It turned out it had understood everything Sun Hu had said all along. Two monsters in a human pair, an oddly matched team never seen before. Sun Hu gently extended his hand toward Gu Yunhee, causing her to freeze momentarily. Understanding his intent, she reached out her hand and grasped his steady one. Looking at their tightly clasped hands, he smiled happily at the other person. Yunhee playfully pulled Sun Hu's hand and ran, saying as they ran, let's go. The swarm of zombies surrounded them tightly, constantly making chaotic noises. Sandin raised his weapon high, ready to counterattack the monsters. He decisively swung his hammer powerfully to push back the advancing zombies. They were heavily affected, flying in all directions through the air. He turned around and shouted to his teammate Priya, which way? Priya immediately used her special ability to float in the air. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a strange purple color. Accordingly, the eyes of the Tuima also lit up purple all at once. Thanks to that, Priya found the correct path. Sanji heard the news and replied, okay, 350 meters per hour. The veins on his hand bulged with ferocity. Sun Jin prepared his stance while thinking, Mary should be here, but we can't rely on the kids forever. Finally, he launched an attack accompanied by a curse. Now that you're dead, rest in peace, you bastards. The brutal battlefield suddenly fell into a tense silence. The zombie corpse falling beside her suddenly reminded her of something. Legion Mage of Bailan Kimji, the Dominator rank, appeared. Seeing that, Sun Jin asked directly, are you exhausted? At this speed, keeping you is useless. Priya was tired but still argued, you can't use your mind, so how can you understand the pain of looking into the brains of the zombies? Even so, he maintained his stance. She angrily screamed, what did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this? Sun Jin raised an eyebrow slightly and bluntly commented, very clearly your ability is too weak. His every word made Priya bite her lip in grievance. He added, instead of arguing, go do your work. She sighed, trying to defend her talent. Who can satisfy your standards? The great Odin will judge me differently. Despite Sun Jin's face darkening, Rhea continued, he will recognize my talent. Jihoon, who was nearby, also couldn't hide his displeasure. Both Chao Yang and Tahan radiated disgust when hearing that name. Priya felt the gazes around her and thought, just mentioning Odin affected them. Why can't they accept reality? He disappeared years ago, clearly dead. Finally, he placed his hand on Sun Jin's shoulder to soothe him. Let's go, hesitation only wastes time on the mages. Priya was still lost in thought, what if Odin appeared in the form of a demon? Could the association withstand the shock? Suddenly a bold idea came to her. This could be a great opportunity if she succeeded with the mind control ability she had been hiding. His group continued moving according to her directions. Suddenly a giant foot slammed down, blocking their path. A zombie with a muscular body appeared and kept snarling fiercely. Both Sun Jin and Tyan widened their eyes in shock. Gunasen. Next, a female zombie also began to emerge from the shadows. Finally, another sturdy zombie joined the fray. He struggled to restrain his trembling and asked his teammates, it's finally here. Do you have anything to say to yourselves? He knew this battle would be very difficult. An old awakened demon, at least diamond rank. We were lured into a trap. At his wit's end, Sun Jin still roared and used his power. You filthy mages, let's see who gets trapped here first. Elsewhere, a monster had just been decapitated. Sun Hu acted very gently, cleanly finishing off the group of demons. You have eliminated the surplus mage. You have leveled up, level 551. The birth of the destroyer 1, 551 to 561. The remaining zombies also fell one by one. When the mage died, the demons reverted to corpses. Even the demon that Gu Yunhee had seized control over collapsed. He clicked his tongue regretfully. Too bad, he was quite useful. After hearing that, he could only sink into silence. Sun Hu looked at the corpse on the ground and asked Han, "Do you know him?" Actually, she wasn't sure either, not really. Brother Hai noticed a special detail. "I remember he was once with Joshua in Mutation Realm." He quickly realized the pursuer had a resemblance to Casino Chip. She was a bit surprised. Casino Chip. It's been a long time since I heard that name. Guyon Hai posed a hypothetical question. If he were still alive, would he have survived until now? Sun Hu put her hands in her pockets and analyzed. Probably hard. Even being famous, it's easy to die meaninglessly here. His gaze sharpened as he thought about the issue. How many more people are dying right now? And how many people are still alive at this moment? The battlefield was now flooded with thousands of blood-soaked corpses. In a small corner, a pile of stiff bodies lay stacked. Suddenly, a movement sound came from that direction. A strong hand reached up, escaping the mountain of corpses. Sun Jin struggled to get out, his body drenched in blood, wondering how he was still alive. His gaze took in a scene of utter desolation. He couldn't believe it. My God, is everyone dead? Suddenly a weak voice came from below. Please translate a bit. It was then that he was surprised to exclaim, because he had pinned down Jihoon, who was exactly Kim Jihoon. Sanji immediately pulled him up and praised him. You are also tough. Jihoon just smiled and replied, you are not the only one who can do it. He held his wound and asked in a low voice, with this situation, the match is probably about to end, right? He remembered that you cannot predict the situation. If they still have humanity, then that is true. Look for a hand nearby. At the same time, Luma cheerfully appeared and asked Han, more survivors than I thought. I am always surprised by your sacrifice and willpower. Then it made a final announcement. This is the end. Step into the final scene with that determination. Luma kept talking, ignoring the stares that pierced like bullets. At the end of the final scene you will go home. It casually expressed its mood in the tense atmosphere. I am about to tear up now. Seeing no one respond, Luma asked in surprise, hey, are you not happy? It continued to advise even though everyone was full of hatred. Smile. Luma pointed at itself and shared good news. There are many more surprises. I was just recommended as the guide for the final scene. It briefly mentioned the rules of the final round. All awakeners from the 8 camps will gather on one track. Hearing this, Sun Jin immediately marked the important area. He could not help but curl the corner of his mouth slightly. Sun Jin became confident because that person would also be present, meaning Boss Mary will join us. Elsewhere, the system board kept ringing. Run 1 section 12 92991 people. At the 2 older awakener associations, 74555 people. Run 3 Mingxian 21 73 rest dry 192 people. Run 4 section 30 69800 people. Camp 5 Mingxian 19 54252 people. Camp 6 Jonathan Investment Financial Group 43901 people. Run 7 section 28 42824 people. Run 8 section 42 39665 people. Guyonhai happily turned around to convey the news. The Awakener Association and Jonathan Group are still here. But Sun Hu sternly corrected him. That does not prove Joshua and Jonathan are alive. In his head he calculated the important numbers. The final count is 49090 people. We started with 4.5 million and still have the final battle. From that, Sun Hu summarized the battle experience. The survival rate is only about 1% because the average level of Awakeners was higher. The lengthy battle against the undead in the second act was even more difficult. He led the way on the thorny path. Let us go, hoping that everyone survives. On the other side, Tahan sat with his head bowed in thought. Everyone came from the previous association. They all originated from Odin. He frowned, not hiding his serious expression. Without Odin, we are just people sharing the same ancestors. The battles of blood are getting more intense. Past events had forged the Taihan of today from his struggles for power with his sister. Taihan had a premonition that before the battle with the monsters, a brutal civil war would break out. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Hey, what are you thinking about? Gihan approached to probe the situation on the other side. Has the war fund been calculated? Sun Jin waved his hand and briefly said what he knew. It is done. But Priya only reinforces those people. He was very annoyed because he was framed by Priya Square for the group. Let me tell you, they are spreading all sorts of nonsense rumors everywhere. If I catch them I will. Tahan calmly advised, calm down, they are always like that. Sun Jin knew that, so he just vented his frustration. I am too awake, so I speak. Then he seriously discussed an important issue. I also believe Odin will return, but we are still unprepared. Do not get angry, do not get distracted. Nevertheless, his anger still flared up, I know that. But the things they say that they are like us only makes me madder. Who do they think they are? They truly do not know their place. In his heart, Sun Jin bitterly waited for the teacher to counterattack. Wait until Boss Mary returns here. They are dead meat. Elsewhere, she remembered you silently calculating. Speak to the Jonathan team, but do not use skills on them. We need to join forces peacefully. Suddenly, Rahul from behind spoke up. That matter reminds me of the Jonathan Investment Financial Group. Priya turned around and asked a probing question. You were a high-ranking official. Do you have any relation to the Jonathan Group? After hearing this, he flatly criticized. They are an unethical and greedy bunch. Rahul frowned, emitting a strong killing intent. Remembering all the land they took under the name of the International Environmental Fund made his blood boil. Seeing that, she curiously inquired further, Was it not thanks to them that we managed to hold on at the very beginning? He immediately retorted, Miss Priya, what they like to do cannot be repaid, even in that situation. Rahul did not hide his indignation as he analyzed. Can you imagine? More than 35% of the Earth's surface is under their control. Even if we return to our world, no awakener can escape their financial power. His hand gripped the reins violently. If Jonathan Hunter is truly in the camp we are heading towards. Priya was silent for a moment, then asked a question. You will eliminate him. Rahul declared with a look of confidence. What happens here will stay here. Suddenly, she raised a hand to her mouth and signaled cautiously, wait. Seeing this, he immediately asked, then what? Priya honestly announced, I sensed something very terrifying. Using her ability, she was monitoring the situation, and the group Priya was closely following was Oka's group. Instantly, her pupils constricted in shock. Priya's whole body broke out in a sweat at the thought of the presence, people from the Maruka clan. Rahul, seeing her reaction, also asked in panic, is that not the noble level? She had to speak out what she witnessed, and that woman was carrying a ship host. In Priya's head, only one question remained. Who are those people? Sunhu, seeing this, asked himself, what is going on? I only looked at them with a bird's eye view. Meanwhile, Guyan Hai sent a murderous look and asked, do you know who you are looking at? Do you want to die? But very quickly he stopped him. Wait, I think they are in the same camp as me. You can check, right? Hearing that, Priya was extremely alarmed. What is this? Whose mind am I inside? Taehan on the other side calmly spoke. Talk to the Jonathan group, but do not use skills on them. Sunjin commented frankly, it is too obvious. Your ability is too weak. As for her, she still could not get over the shock, bringing her memories out like that. How could it be? He did not care about Priya at all. He only said we needed to join forces peacefully. Guyanhai observed and wondered. This man seemed to be the leader. Who was he? Then a name popped out, Tahan. Guyanhai suddenly remembered. That gun-loving conglomerate. Somehow she recognized him. Sunjin beside her coldly cut in, but if you have time to argue, go do more work. Hearing that, he said it seemed Sunjin was also doing very well. Next, Guyanhai immediately scanned everything meticulously with her eyes. Then she spoke up, so what to do with her? She is plotting something very big. After that, Priya stubbornly insisted that those monsters were human. They were not. Right after, Guyanhai coldly ordered, say it with your own mouth. Hearing that, she struggled intensely internally. No, I have not spoken it yet. If I can control minds, I only just thought it. While Priya was still confused, not knowing if Odin was alive or dead, she was struck down by a blow from Guyanhai. After striking, Guyanhai even calmly said, know your place. When she left the mine, the woman was still breathing, but Priya had lost her mind. Sunhu watched and thought, she might be the second villain. She had a mental attribute, surviving to the end even though Gu Yanhai had the perception of an ISIS agent. Gu Yanhai suddenly turned and asked, you know her? He pondered for a moment, then replied briefly, perhaps. As soon as he finished, the girl spun around and announced, something is approaching us from over there. Sunhu recognized at a glance. He definitely knew this person. The one who had just appeared behind the two was Olivia, the fifth villain, the woman more famous under the name of powerful summoner Jin. A second later, she introduced herself. I am Olivia. You are Odin, correct? Sunhu asked warily, which camp are you from? Olivia quickly replied, I am from the Jonathan Investment Financial Group. He instinctively asked, where is Jonathan? Sunhu thought to himself, let him stay alive if he dies to the fifth villain. She gently replied, my master is waiting for you, new master. Scene transitioned to another place. Sunhu and his group took long strides as they entered inside. Amidst the ruins, a man sat arrogantly on a chair, surrounded by people on all sides. Jonathan smiled and spoke, I have been waiting a long time, Sunhu. He happily replied, thanks for staying alive. Sunhu could not help thinking, could my only friend have lost to the fifth villain? A second later, he raised his voice cheerfully. Too long, Jonathan. Shortly after, a bottle of wine suddenly appeared on the banquet table. Two were astonished at the sight, not because of the $30,000 bottle of whiskey. Sunhu understood why Jonathan kept it by his side. Guyanhai asked in surprise, you can still get these things from outside, just like you kept your father's bank account. To Jonathan, this was a lucky charm. He opened the wine and confided, thanks to you two that I had full equipment when I arrived here, but it was still not easy. I patiently awaited this day. The man was like an emperor eager to spend time with an old friend. Tonight was for Sunhu's friends. On the other side, Jonathan enthusiastically introduced, what do you think? Countless people offered 2 or 3 challenge boxes just for this. I had tried to drink until drunk. Though it was only one bottle, everyone's face was flushed red. Rare laughter thus echoed throughout the space. Suddenly, Guyanhai leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Jonathan witnessed the intimate scene and was deeply shocked. What the hell? You two. Very quickly he accepted the fact. I knew this would happen. Congratulations. As they were having fun, Olivia's voice rang out. Sorry, master. There is urgent news you need to know. Jonathan immediately became serious. Damn it, cannot even enjoy one night. What is the situation? She reported. Some people came with large units. Others came with small units led by guild masters. As soon as Olivia finished, he turned and asked, right, we seem to be the easiest to deal with. Son, what do you think? Sunhu immediately called Olivia. She respectfully answered, yes, new master. He calmly continued, just like how you naturally are under me, so are they. Fate has already been decided. After saying that, Sun Hu added, your task is not difficult at all, just make them remember that fact. Gather the leaders of each camp under the name Odin. Olivia repeated in surprise, under the name Odin? Sun Hu confirmed with a murderous aura, yes, under my name. After receiving the information, Olivia and her group immediately set off. As she walked, she thought, when I first heard the name Odin, I thought it was Joshua von Kazan. Olivia said to herself, but he is an opponent of Master Jonathan. Both here and later, opponents will always fight for dominance. Remembering when Jonathan affirmed he would come, be ready to welcome him, that surprised her. That was the reason Olivia could not understand this situation. Now he declares that Odin is also her master. She knew Joshua von Kazan was not Odin. At that time, Jonathan said that just like how you naturally are under me, so are they. Fate had been decided. This made Olivia think, a never-before-met Asian man, looking down on everything. The more she thought about it, the faster her heartbeat became. Olivia looked ahead worriedly. Would this mighty army obediently listen to his words? The first place Olivia went was the World Awakener Association 1. Their name suggested they cooperated well with BNTN and Ming Tian, and they had the most soldiers among all the teams. It was just that their appearance was not very bright, making Olivia quite concerned. The sickness of the 33rd Legion made them look like demons. She told herself that they had also crossed through hell, but never this miserably. Just then, a voice rang out. The messenger from Jonathan had arrived. After finishing the announcement, he turned around and invited them to enter. Olivia introduced herself as she stepped in. Hello, I am... But before she could finish her sentence, the other person interrupted. Jonathan, is the brat still alive? Seeing Olivia hesitate for a few seconds, he snapped, answer me. She thought in fear, damn it, what is this pressure? But she still had to reply, he is alive. Hearing that, Osiris ordered, tell Jonathan that he can rest assured, I did not come to kill him. After saying that, he added, as long as I protect him, the other bastards would not dare to cause trouble. Hearing this, Olivia began to suspect, protect him, could this person be? Then she suddenly blurted out a name, Joshua von Kazan. As soon as she finished, Olivia was knocked back. A second later, she landed in pain. A notification of an item being disabled rang out continuously by her hand. Olivia's situation at this moment could be described as hanging by a thread. Finally, the warning for summoning gene had also disappeared and appeared. This shocked her, an A-rank summon taken down in a single blow. Before she could react, Olivia was attacked again. After a while, she was hung upside down in front of Osiris. Seeing that she was not yet defeated, he praised, Jonathan did not train his subordinates well, did he? Finishing his words, Osiris was about to reach out and finish her off. But Olivia cleverly shouted, wait, I have a message for you. Before her breath was choked off, she managed to utter a word, Odin. That very name saved Olivia's life. Osiris immediately changed his expression and asked, what did you just say? She replied tremblingly, Odin has ordered, everyone gather. The name Odin. As soon as she finished speaking, he stood frozen like a wooden statue. Even she was stunned seeing that sight. At that moment, the entity like the weeping god of death, Osiris choked up and muttered to himself, his master. Elsewhere, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out incessantly. Sun Jin spoke irritably. Where did that woman Priya disappear to? He found it strange and asked, what is the matter? Meanwhile, Priya stood in front of them like someone lost her soul. Rahul hurriedly reported, there is an Asian man and woman accompanied by a monster. I really do not understand what is going on. The two were thinking about that couple when they heard a subordinate frantically report, boss, it is Lord Caliber. He panickedly said, all the camps are moving towards us. There are dozens of people outside. Hearing that, both of them could not hide their fear. Outside, Osiris led the army that had arrived. Jonathan also led his army standing before the gate. Outside, hundreds of thousands of people had surrounded them tightly. Seeing this, Sun Jin grimaced. Damn it, you bastards want to fight? Jonathan declared clearly, listen up. He said loudly, I, Jonathan Hunter, my soldiers in 6 camps. Ignoring Tahu, who was following Odin's orders to gather at the central camp, Sun Jin, silent. In the midst of Jonathan's shout, the mutations of 12 opened the gates for Odin's warriors. He smirked. Sun Jin and Tahan were instantly stunned. Immediately after, Tahan shouted joyfully, it is Odin. Odin has united all the camps. Then both of them were moved to tears. He cried with pride, I told you Odin is my commander. A moment later, all the camp leaders had gathered fully. First was Camp 1 Mutations 12, the guild leader was Tahan. Next, Camp 2 Awakeners Association World 1, the guild leader was Osiris. Third was Camp 3, Enlightenment 21, the guild leader was Yanzan. Then was Camp 4, Mutations 30, the guild leader was William Spencer. Following that was Camp 5, Enlightenment 19, the guild leader was Deborah Pelosi. Camp 6, Jonathan Investment Financial Group, belonged to the guild leader Jonathan. Camp 7, Mutations 28, belonged to the guild leader Sun Jin. Actually, the guild leader of this camp, where Gu Yanji once stayed, was Sung Juan, but because his level was too low, Sun Jin took his place. Finally was Camp 8, Mutations 42, of the guild leader Jiang Goilong. Initially, Ian John of Camp 3 and Deborah Belushi of Camp 5 were not originally part of the Mutations in Enlightenment. However, the founder of Enlightenment, Aoki Yuria, was nowhere to be found. But the most surprising thing was the absence of the fourth Saint Michael. Remember back then it was Osiris who made the decision. I have erased the old name. Please call me Osiris, my master. Some thought he got rid of Joshua von Kazan, the representative of the Awakeners, because his face was ruined. The memories of the horrific battle came flooding back. The traces of the life and death struggle in Act 2, Scene 1, left me in this state merely to sow fear. After that battle, Joshua's team suffered heavy losses. His segment had a high rank, so he must have endured a trial as brutal as the mission that reduced our guild to a third of its size. At this point, there was speculation that Michael was also swept away. When everyone was present, Sun Hu announced that the final scene was approaching. Having come this far, he did not believe anyone wanted to give up. He glanced at everyone. You all want to survive and return, because after going back, you can use your Awakener powers to acquire how much wealth, status as you please, or that is just your own thinking. Fighting is inevitable. The world is controlled by the military, and we are the minority. After the final scene, our numbers will decrease further. What awaits us is not glory, but oppression. He turned to ask Jonathan. Correct, Jonathan? He had to admit it, although unpleasant, it was the truth. But he also added, if you wanted to, couldn't you guarantee the safety and freedom of all Awakeners, Odin? The true master of the world. That statement from Jonathan displeased him greatly. Sun Jin thought to himself, what is that man talking about? Sun Jin seemed not to understand. The others all shared the same sentiment, but they were all stunned. Hai Long also felt similarly because of what Jonathan said then. In their minds at that moment, only one thought remained. The richest man in the world was bowing his head to another. Jonathan continued calmly. Everyone here knows me. Every year I top the list of the world's richest people, but the power I hold cannot be measured in numbers. He looked towards everyone. If anyone wanted to oppose me in the outside world, they would risk destroying at least 2 or 3 G7 countries. Then Jonathan introduced Sun Hu. This is the master of such a man, and the center of world order, Odin. He was not sure how many understood the meaning, how many connected the existence of the John New Club to what was just said. However, he interrupted him. That is not important. Announce to everyone what I am about to say. He declared before everyone. The Awakener Association goes global. It is an organization created alongside the world upon the completion of the testing site. Those who pledge loyalty to the association will enjoy privileges under its name. His entire body flared with power, but remember well who it is that allows you to live. He reminisced about the early days. In the original world, Sun Hu could not come here. Whenever they were about to lose, the system would send them home. It would not let them be completely wiped out. Through the battles he experienced, humans were classified as the lowest species in this war. If things had continued, they would have surely become living soldiers of the Baba Legion or hosts of the Graf clan. Then a punch was thrown. This time it was different. With these hands I will... At this moment the system screen appeared before Jun. Lucy's group set its sights on the other. Final scene, suddenly a hand appeared behind Da Sung. Sun Jin immediately popped into his head. Grown up now, have you? Grown your feathers yet? He dodged away uncomfortably. I am almost 30 now. Stop treating me like a kid. After awakening, humans did not disappear, but they still continued to grow. He was still happy to see him. It has been a long time, has it not? Finally, the final scene is here. Sun Jin again continued to rub his head. Trust Odin and move forward together. Just follow me and victory is certain. Jia Song was curious. What is so fun? Why is Uncle so excited? He smiled a sly smile. We have hit the jackpot. Uncle knew Odin was top tier, but did not expect him to be this top tier. Sun Jin pulled him away, leaving Sun Hu behind. Come here, let me tell you about this. It is quite a story. He walked over to Oka. He called out, Oka, how is the situation? He was silent for a moment, then answered, Not yet arrived, Maruka. Sun Hu thought he was still learning the language, but his pronunciation was quite clear. I think he could be more polite, but chose not to. Next, Baeklan tried to guess. So Baeklan is our enemy in the final scene. Ba. Suddenly a series of sounds erupted. Graf, Dicklan, Sifis. Those cries frightened Sun Hu. The army of 7 demon kings were all different civilizations. The only common point was that they all worshipped Doom Charles, chaos and death. They had never acted together. An unfamiliar name was mentioned by Oka. Amidst the confusion, a new name came out of Oka's mouth. Lunia. Self-doubt, what is Lunia? Just then, it blurted out more incomprehensible sentences. Worship Luna on the edge. He finally understood what Lunia was. It was the moment the final piece of the 7 demon kings puzzle fell into place. I only knew of its existence, but had never had a related mission. The species that worshipped it were known to me. The image of a 3-faced monster surfaced in his mind. These are the monster races and the 7 demon kings they worship, the rulers of all duns. The list of monsters once encountered flashed through his memory. Baeklan, primordial power, 33 23 Kimji Ruler Class. Power over Death Kimji Subject Class. Maruka Explosive Regeneration. Learning through Rebirth Graph Poison. Especially the battle with Dung Mall was hard for him to forget. Sip Host Explosive Regeneration. Power of Numbers Dicklan Indomitable Fighting Spirit. Sun Hu thought carefully. What characteristics would Lunia have? If I know the aspects of the monsters, I can predict the aspects of the doom they worship. So this information is very important. Unable to figure it out, he turned to stare intently at Oka for an answer. But Oka only knew that much. Getting nothing, he had to look for someone else. Then the guide. For some reason, the guide refused to appear after the final scene began. Lost in thought, what scheme was it plotting? He called out loudly again. Guide. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Uma appeared, bowing politely. Greetings, friend. Even if you hadn't called, we would have met soon. I am Luma, your guide through the final stage. Looking up, he realized that Sun Hu was the one who had summoned him. Luma quickly clarified. I worked hard to be promoted to the final stage. Don't dream of challenging me. Seeing he remained silent, it started to assume, the one who was supposed to protect me is no good like this. Then it laughed. But it's fine, you'll understand soon enough. Only then did Sun Hu ask, is it a mission? We need to protect someone? Luma hesitated. Should I tell you? It's a headache. This is information you can't get as an explorer. It suggested, how about we consider this the first step in building trust? Sun Hu still didn't understand. Go on. Luma explained. What do you think a guide's role is? The system grants us immense power and I, Luma, won the competition among 450,000 guides. It looked at him with intense blue eyes. You must side with me, because I am the one who sends you all home. Hearing that nonsense, Sun Hu understood. This guy didn't care about humanity's fate at all. While thinking, he secretly tricked it. Got it. Now let's build more trust. Luma was surprised. Huh? He asked further. What do you know about the Lunia race? It paused for a moment, then replied. We used to be called that, just like you are called humans. Luma wondered. Where did you hear that name? Sun Hu realized these creatures were Lunia, but it still asked, I'm asking you, where did you hear that name? He thought to himself, so it really is a mind type. Damn troublesome. At that moment, Luma noticed Oka standing behind. It asked with hostility, a proud noble of Maruka wagging his tail for a human. How interesting. Sun Hu remained calm. Just like you're a dog for the system. I heard your race is coming soon. Can I kill them all? Hearing that intention, Luma was still leisurely. Go ahead. Lunia is no longer my race. Sun Hu guessed secretly, you've been separated for a long time, but I'll still slaughter them all. Luma brought new news. I worry more about Doomdizia than Lunia. He confirmed, Doomdizia will come in person. Luma wasn't sure. Possibly. Be careful if you encounter its avatar. It warned. It can send you to a past that ends in death. Everyone has that moment. After that, the space shifted. When Sun Hu regained his senses, he didn't understand anything, only the voice lingering. It's also possible. Suddenly, he snapped awake. Sun Hu reached out to grab something, but there was nothing. He was extremely startled. He had just seen a message, but it didn't look like a system quest. Trying to recall, he thought, did I get monster blood on me and hallucinate? Damn it, I didn't want to touch them. Dongsu quickly woke him up. Manny, still spacing out. If you're awake, get up. Sun Hu was furious. That bastard always calls me that because he knows I hate that nickname. He stood up, walked past him, thinking to himself, being in a team with these idiots is so embarrassing. My chance of survival is very slim. Catalina wondered, why do you call him Manny? He sneered contemptuously. Outside, he's filthy rich in finance. In here, he keeps talking about trading, so he got the name Money. She asked doubtfully, is he an idiot? If you want something, just take it. Why trade? He kept laughing while he was too angry to respond. Sun Hu decided inwardly, keep laughing, keep living like that. You'll die from monsters, not from your teammates. Suddenly, the message echoed again. If you encounter the avatar of Doom, stop to ponder. The avatar of Doom Bazir. A hallucination can't create something that doesn't exist yet, but I've never heard this name before. Just then, Chao Yang came to call them. Manny Jiangsu, the commander is looking for you too. Hearing that a mission was coming, he wasn't pleased. What? Can't even have a bit of fun. Manny wasted too much time. He wondered. Calling two people for pursuit means the dungeon was already cleared. Sun Hu quickly rummaged through his pants pocket. He took out a crumpled piece of paper. Clenching it tightly in his hand, he resolved inwardly. Protect him one more time, Dad. Under everyone's gaze, Sun Hu and William knelt to the ground. On the steps, Jinnam was being healed by his subordinates with magic. Worried, Sun Hu thought, the leader, Kang Jin Nam, was a figure of great power. Even without pursuit characteristics, he still felt the pressure. The more he thought, the more he sweated. That man must have burned through many members to get this position, and now it was his turn. Suddenly a commanding voice rang out. "Raise your heads. Listen to the order." He cautiously lifted his eyes upward. Dynam said sternly, "The mission is simple. Clear the path so I can avoid unexpected tentacles in that damn dungeon." Sun Hu was startled. The Maruka dungeon. Sun Hu thought. Easier said than done. Even if he invested everything in perception, the entire Maruka swamp felt like a single monster. The image of slimy tentacles rising from the bog made him think it would be very difficult to distinguish what was what. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Ends in death, Sir Challenger." The voice ended and Sun Hu froze in fear. Shocked, he speculated. The hallucination I saw earlier seemed like a message from the guide, but it was hard to believe. Could they be sending a private message to a low-tier awakener like me? Suddenly, someone behind him shouted loudly, "Hey Manny, are you listening?" Sun Hu was startled. Refusal meant death. The answer was already set. Not daring to resist, he slowly replied, "Understood. I'll do my best." Night fell, and the crowd began to pour outside. They lined up in a row, cautiously moving forward. One person started complaining. The structure changed again, different each time. At that moment, Sun Hu felt a sudden chill, his eyes widening. Sensing something unusual, he raised his hand to stop everyone, telling them to wait. There was something ahead. Beneath their feet was a green marsh. Dongsu still spoke in a low voice, saying there was nothing here. He was just being overly worried. Sun Hu got furious, cursed the turtle as an idiot, and told him to stay back. Before he could react, Dongsu was sliced into multiple pieces right before everyone's eyes. A gigantic tentacle suddenly appeared, waving in the air. The blindfolded man saw the scene, stammering that it was not. Seeing the tentacle emit a red light, he shouted loudly, "That was a Maruka noble. Retreat immediately." The monster slowly transformed, forming two grotesque eyes and a mouth. The tentacles began to attack everyone around wildly. Amid the bloody scene, the system chimed in again. "It could send you back to the past, which only ends in death." Sun Hu froze. While his teammates were being torn apart, the system warned to be careful of facing the Avar of Doom. It seemed the monster did not understand what was about to happen. He smiled firmly. Yes, the Maruka were the monsters he used to fear the most. His will surged, his eyes blazing red, but that was just the past. The system confirmed the host had decided, logging into Odin's absolute battlefield, mission to attack Dronzer created. The sky was crimson red, corpses piled high. Osiris fought against the 33rd Legion. Sun Jin, who had lost an arm, was being healed by Da Sung. His arm gradually regenerated. Sun Jin groaned, telling Da Sung to be gentle. Da Sung replied helplessly, "How could the skill be gentle? Don't be picky." Sun Jin frowned. Looking into the distance, Odin was still the same. When would he break free from that barrier? A shield barrier appeared. Odin's absolute battlefield was created a week ago. Even Jia Sung was at a loss, saying they could only wait. Even Mary did not know what was happening. Sun Jin raised his hand to his nose. Boss Mary must be very worried. The barrier was no different from a seal. Da Sung said the healing was done. His arm healed. Sun Jin praised it, looking decent, indeed a high-class healer. Jia Sung wondered, asking if Osiris was reliable. Why did he choose this side? Sun Jin slowed down, silently recalling the time before the monsters poured in. Sun Hu once told him to protect the Book of the Dead Volume 1. The Supreme Commander of the 33rd Legion had it. Sun Jin asked back, "You mean I should go with Osiris? But helping Mary would be better, right?" Sun Hu placed his hand on his shoulder, saying he was not skilled enough to handle Mary. Focus on Osiris, and let him handle Joshua. Sanji glanced at Sun Hu, thinking to himself, care about that guy. He swallowed his saliva, knowing clearly that Osiris was definitely plotting something. Osiris's appearance made Sun Jin shudder, still unsure if he was human or monster. When he moved with the attack unit, it looked like an army of demons. Thinking of the death note, he guessed Osiris was planning a betrayal. "Eat it, hunt alone, tears careful." He looked worriedly at Osiris, wondering if he could stop him. Amid the bloody scene, the system chimed again. "It could send you back to the past, which only ends in death." Sun Hu thought silently, where his teammates were torn apart. The system warned to be careful with the Avatar of Doom. He smiled firmly. The monsters he used to fear the most were the Maruka. His was full, his eyes blazing red, but that was just the past. The system confirmed the host had decided, logging into Odin's absolute battlefield. The mission to attack Doom DJ had been created. The monsters gradually appeared, time remaining 2 hours and 30 minutes. From the magic circle, Chaburu and 7 Declans appeared. Gate 5 had opened. Sun Hu destroyed the monsters while silently assigning the strategy, handing over Gate 1 to Gugu Yonhai and Gate 2 to Joshua. Suddenly he was trapped in a past memory, a past that only ends in death. He looked at the bloody scene, thinking he was a low-ranked awakener who could die at any moment. Without fear, he sneered, saying even with a small intervention, they could take his life. Suddenly, surging magical power enveloped Sun Hu. The monster was startled by that sight. The purple rays bloomed in patches at his command. He silently thanked Guyanhai and Oka. Seeing the severed tentacle, Sun Hu was suspicious, certain that Rhea was hiding somewhere. He was swept by the thought, using the absolute battlefield so they could not escape. Beneath the crimson sky, ruins of tall buildings appeared. Bloody bodies were piled up, screaming, echoing endlessly. The sound of healing rang continuously. "You have cast body healing." Those missing body parts were forced to regenerate. Some begged to die. A voice spoke up. They tried to reconnect limbs, but skills and missions were not transferred. Flo spoke up. When a skill user dies, their skills return to the system for redistribution. Someone nearby asked about the experiment with the families again, and the other replied that the situation of killing each other to grow remained unchanged. He continued, saying that the killer's emotions did not seem to affect the system, but before he could finish, his head was chopped in two. A heavy footstep echoed, as if someone was still left in this chaos. Sun Hu slowly walked over, spreading his arms and saying that destroying their base was something he always wanted to do. Kira's sharp gaze immediately turned toward him. Fred looked surprised to see Sun Hu appear. Flo asked about the money matter. He thought that the man should be panicking, and Flo annoyingly asked again, but the man's face showed no expression. With just one slash, that man's head was severed from his body. He thought to himself that since he had never seen the man look worried, it was hard to recreate. Kira said he was not money, and Sun Hu evaluated him, finding this guy fine because he showed no emotion. Sun Hu flashed a sinister smile, replying that the Manny he knew was a mid-grade awakener. With a ferocious face and bloodshot eyes, Sun Hu roared, asking him what he thought of him now. Surge of energy shot out from Sun Hu, severing Kira's arm clean off. Kira quickly activated a skill, using an instant teleportation badge, and landed on the ground after losing his arm. He frowned and hurriedly used healing magic, astonished to see the body healing badge. A massive silhouette appeared before Kira's eye. When he lifted his head, Sun Hu's foot was already poised to stomp down on his face. With a single kick, Sun Hu sent Vankira flying far away, leaving him no time to react. He flew from one side to the other, skills being activated continuously, and the ability to overcome adversity had been triggered. Kira's body was now covered in blood. Sun Hu grabbed his head and pulled him up. With bloodshot eyes, he warned that he always regretted letting him die too easily. Overwhelmed with terror, Kira opened his wide in fear. In his eyes, there was only the terrifying image of Sun Hu, who said he always wanted to see this. Like a demon, he laughed loudly and sincerely thanked him. A long spray of blood shot out, signaling that Kira had been defeated. After the decisive blow, Sun Hu threw Kira down, telling him not to think he fooled anyone, only fooling himself. His eyes emitted a dazzling blue light, wanting to see if he had any tricks left, then declared he would destroy everything in sight. Streaks of lightning continuously struck the ground. Under that power, the buildings were destroyed one after another, fragments scattered everywhere across the sky. With a ferocious face and powerful energy, Sun Hu shouted loudly, asking anyone who did not want to be swept to death to show themselves. Sun Jin's group pulled out to the open ground, a scene contrasting with the previous round. They protected the pillar of light, while the opponents tried to destroy it from the first floor. The first awakening duration was 6 days, 14 hours, 32 minutes, and 51 seconds. Wind howled from all directions, sweeping away dry leaves. The scene was desolate to the extreme. Sun Jin looked at the scene before him, sighed, and asked just how widespread the plague had become. It was such a nuisance. From afar, a young man rushed over hurriedly to report to Lord Caliber that Osiris had responded. He reported in detail that things would only get worse if delayed, and Osiris said the first awakening must be resolved quickly to reduce casualties. Sun Jin frowned after hearing this, but had to follow orders, telling everyone to prepare. The young man was more anxious than Sun Jin, worriedly asking if he would obey the order, saying they just needed to endure. There was no need to go this far. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Sun Jin flew into a rage and roared, asking what the hell he was saying. Suddenly, the young man froze, as if choked by water, unable to say a word, leaving Sun Jin confused. A few seconds later, his eyes, nose, and mouth were covered in black blood, gushing out like a waterfall, startling Sun Jin. Soon after, he swelled up like an inflated balloon and exploded on the spot. Sun Jin used his hand to shield himself from the splashing fluids, calmly observing the scene. After the explosion, someone walked over, but not to clean up or handle the situation. Joshua arrived at Sun Jin's side, paying no attention to the explosion, and simply asked if he had any problems. Seeing Joshua, Sun Jin felt uneasy, growing more tense at his indifferent demeanor. Finally, unable to bear the pressure, he lowered his head and replied there was nothing, apologizing for not being able to control his mediocre subordinate. A strange voice cut in, threatening that if anyone did not want to be swept to death, then they should show themselves, not hide. A look of terror was evident in Sun Jin's eyes. He immediately recognized that voice. Sun Jin turned his head to search for the source of the sound, wondering if it was Odin's voice just now. Suddenly, a deafening and piercing sound rang out, terrifying the listeners. Sun Jin quickly covered his ears but could not stop it. He wondered in confusion what was happening. With his mind in chaos, he used his last shred of clarity to speculate if that bastard Doom Oka had appeared. At that moment, the system warned that Doom Dizia had logged in. Throughout the dungeon, that warning also flashed continuously. Doom Dizia had logged in. After the system disappeared, another large mesh appeared, inside which were strange sounds. Sun Jin stood watching curiously alongside Joshua. He gritted his teeth in tension, becoming more certain that Odin was fighting him inside there. From tension, Sun Jin shifted to humiliation and frustration, thinking to himself that Odin was fighting those bastards, while he was scared of a brat. Immediately, Sun Jin rushed forward, loudly calling Lord Osiris, saying that they should also do what needed to be done. Sun Jin's voice still echoed from afar. Odin was over there, but Joshua absolutely refused to move. After a moment, he slowly raised his arm. Joshua waved his hand forcefully. A loud explosion rang out, and hundreds of black shadows immediately rushed forward and scattered everywhere. Joshua turned his back to Sun Jin and said slowly, "I will observe." Without being opposed, Sun Jin was full of excitement. He shouted loudly, "All right, I will show you why I am called Caliber." Sun Jin turned around, encouraged the entire army, then charged forward to lead. "Everyone attack! Remember, we only live once." Full of energy, he led the way while shouting loudly, "Crush them! Caliber is leading." Sun Jin took down monsters one by one with his fists, combined with the weapons of Joshua's subordinate squad. In his heart, Sun Jin was worried and eager. He thought to himself, "Wait for me, Ji Qian. I will be there soon." On the other side, Sun Hu was also full of fighting spirit. He swung his sword to eliminate all opponents around him without hesitation. The aggressive Gu Yong continuously swung his sword and charged forward, sending every monster far away, supporting Sun Hu. The imposing Jonathan flew high into the sky, the corpses of the monsters he had just defeated falling around him. A commotion sounded in rapid succession. Then the attack began. Support from behind carefully, stay far away. Disease resistance has been activated. Disease 33 has been removed. Disease 3055. Back to where Sun Jin was fighting, he lay on the ground gasping for breath. The system reported, disease resistance activated. 2 diseases 33 were removed. Sun Jin lay on the ground. The system kept sounding. Disease 3353. He staggered. The system again jumped up with a notification that disease resistance had been activated. Sun Jin sat up abruptly, reached out his hand to grope blindly. His whole body was dirty and looked very disheveled. Sun Jin had lost an arm. He scratched his body restlessly, shouting, "So itchy. Where is this place?" From afar came a soft voice calling Sun Jin's name Uncle. Sun Jin tried to open his eyes wide, but everything around him was hazy. He quickly yelled, "Jia Sung, I can't see clearly." He fumbled around restlessly, searching for the voice. "Damn it, where are you? What's wrong with my eyes?" Jia Sung lay gasping weakly, struggling to ask, "Don't you remember, Uncle?" Sun Jin's mind was spinning. He tried to remember, but everything was vague. "I don't know. My head is all messed up." Sun Jin was extremely irritated, scratching and yelling, "What is this? The itching is so bad I can't feel anything." The system screen appeared, announcing, "Kang Jia Sung has used the blessing of the Wind Warrior." Hearing this, Sun Jin stopped scratching, stunned. "Hey, why did you use that thing? It's only for emergencies." Jia Sung gave a faint smile as a farewell. She said, "I am done." Sun Jin was surprised to hear this, not understanding what was happening. Jia Sung's body began to melt. He struggled to ask Sun Jin about the meaning of life. "How much is my life worth?" Sun Jin fumbled to stand before his body, guessed the situation, and roared his name. Jia Sung. Jia Sung recalled the time when he was little, sitting amidst the ruins and playing with the system. Back then, a voice reached him asking, "What's your name, kid?" Jia Sung answered strongly, "Kang Jia Sung." The person asked why he had come out after being told to hide. The boy gave an evasive answer. Returning to the present, Sun Jin painfully called his name, Yasung. Jia Sung moved his lips to read the number sequence 0511. Sun Jin panicked and tried to comfort him, but he continued reading 051234824441. He knew he was about to pass away, so he left information. Father Kang Yugu, Mother Josu Rian. Sun Jin grasped his hand tightly, tears streaming down. "You fool! Worry about your own life first." He stammered, "I have to." And Jia Sung tried again to read the number sequence 05512336. Sun Jin understood the situation, held his face, and wept helplessly. "All right, find 133348241. Sun Jin repeated what he said. "Tran and Jia Sung, Father Kang Yugu, Mother Josu Jian. I remember everything, don't worry." Before closing his eyes, Jia Sung teased, 10 million. He was both frustrated and fond. "I am Caliber, the right hand of Odin." He promised Jia Sung, "Just trust me." The boy tried again to call out, "Uncle." Jia Sung's arm strained with all his might to grasp Sun Jin's hand as a gesture of trust. When the final moment drew near, Jia Sung only then grew frightened and begged, "I'm scared, save me." Several silver rings fell from the sky, rolling next to where Sun Jin was kneeling. After the item dropped, the system announced, "Wind Warrior's Protection Ring, A grade. When used, the user will be affected by the blessing." Sun Jin bent down, fumbling to pick up each ring. He clutched the silver ring tightly in his hand, grieving for his nephew. Sun Jin realized he could not grieve forever. He calmed down, knowing there was no time to waste. Sun Hu's words echoed in his mind. No matter what, he must protect the Death Fist One book. Perhaps the commander of the 33rd Legion has it. But he shook his head to dispel that thought, clenching his fist. "Sorry, Odin. There is something more important I need to protect." From behind, a rat spirit crept up, preparing to attack while Sun Jin was dazed, but he reacted in time. Sun Jin turned around instantly and struck the rat a blow that sent it flying far away. The system immediately signaled, the effect of the Wind Warrior's blessing has ended. Just as he finished dealing with one, the system displayed a notification for disease 33351. Sun Jin, irritated by the itch, ignored it. He ran deep into the cave looking for a hiding place to observe the monsters. Hiding behind a large rock, Sun Jin was extremely tense. I've come too deep, I have no idea which way to go anymore. System screen appeared again, notifying that the plague count was 33261. Sun Jin irritably rubbed his eye, cursing inwardly. If this kept up, he would scratch his eye out. Hearing the noise, the monsters rushed over. Sun Jin knew he had been discovered and cursed inwardly. Damn it, then silently resolved to escape this cursed plague-ridden place. No longer hiding, Sun Jin charged into close combat alone. The system continuously notified that Plague 33 had increased. Sun Jin's body began to melt like fig skin. He slowed down, thinking to himself that he no longer even had the strength to scratch. Finally, Sun Jin collapsed to the ground, conceding defeat in this battle. He lay there gasping, waiting for the approaching end. Suddenly, from the ground, a strange-shaped thing emerged right beside him. Sun Jin quickly recognized it as the Maruka tribe. Breathing heavily, he tried to brace himself and stand up to fight. Sun Jin staggered forward, mocking laughter echoing throughout the cave. Watching the plague wreak havoc, he told himself, Maruka first, Baba later, it could only end in death. A rat from behind lunged and bit into Sun Jin's neck, ferociously trying to tear him apart. But seeing that this man did not react, it was also confused. Sun Jin slowly looked at it, opening his mouth wide in rage, causing the rat to flinch back in caution. He swung his arm without hesitation, finishing off that rat immediately. As if reborn, Sun Jin brushed off the filth on his body, blaming himself. Jia Sung, I have no excuse left for you, Odin. Thinking this, he wiped the blood off his face, determined to muster all his strength. This would be where I lay down. Without hesitation, Sun Jin yelled loudly to taunt the rats. Come on, you bastards, at least I'll drag one down with me. Just as he was preparing for a desperate fight, suddenly another monster appeared. Its tentacles surrounded Sun Jin, sweeping away all the surrounding rats. One that seemed to be the leader approached, reaching a hand towards Sun Jin, as if wanting to say something. He was a bit scared, staring at it, stammering. That is, the monster's tentacles suddenly coiled around Sun Jin, binding him tightly. Sun Jin was about to open his mouth to curse when the system displayed Plague 33 eliminated. Seeing this, he was enraged. Are you finally showing your true nature? The system screen continued to report 2 Plague 33 eliminated. 4 Plague 33 eliminated. Confusedly looking at the monster, Sun Jin became vigilant. Was I saved by a monster? But he was not afraid and politely said, thanks for saving my life. Hearing the noise, the monster turned back to scare him. Sun Jin relented. All right, I don't understand what you're saying. But where are you going now? The monster made an incomprehensible sound. Sun Jin wondered, what's wrong with this guy? The monster led Sun Jin to the side of the massive bluish-green net. Seeing it, he exclaimed in surprise, Odin and Doom Desir are still fighting? Monster pointed a hand in one direction. Sun Jin looked and discovered something strange. Sun Jin squinted. It turned out to be a small crack. He happily ran to the side of the crack. Though tired, he still tried to look inside. Sun Jin bent down, straining his eyes to observe the situation inside. Inside was pitch black, only the sounds of fighting and debris from objects remained. Sun Jin looked elsewhere, saw a rolling skull, and realized in shock that it was Odin's. Sun Jin wondered, discovering another arm nearby. That monster had been destroyed. Sun Hu stood in the middle of the battlefield, his arm having been severed and flying into the air. Sanji looked in the direction of the arm, discovered Sun Hu was fighting, and his eyes widened in surprise. Sun Jin focused on following the battle, saw him get defeated, his severed head falling right in front of him. Extremely panicked, Sun Jin cried out loudly, calling his name, Odin. In another space, Sun Hu's body floated. In the final moment, he heard Sun Jin's voice, but was sucked into some place. The surrounding space was only a deep red and an ink-black dark area. Suddenly a system panel appeared. You have eliminated Doom Desir. How is that? Quest, the Birth of the Doombringer 1 has been completed. Quest, the Birth of the Doombringer 2 has been created. Quest, the Birth of the Doombringer 1 has been completed. He stared at the display panel, pondering, said he must have his own force. Lee Tai-Han contributed greatly to this matter. The electronic panel continued to change. Quest, the Birth of the Doombringer 3 has been created. Eliminate Doom Desir. Or Doom Mall has successfully eliminated Doom Desir. The image of a goddess appeared right after the system's notification sound. You have met the quest conditions. Congratulations. You have completed the quest chain. Sun Hu thought to himself, as long as the first quest was completed, the remaining quests would automatically finish. Unexpectedly, in the dark space, eerie red lights began to appear. Seeing them, he was startled in astonishment. That thing increased more and more, transforming and emitting ominous sound. Sun Hu's eyes went wide. He was speechless seeing that thing. Completely different from when he encountered it before it was sealed. The level was worlds apart. It emitted an enormous wave of killing intent right in front of him. He could not escape the feeling of being trapped, even though he should have been inside the escape pod. Sun Hu's face darkened, he gritted his teeth in hesitation. The pressure was too great, he was terrified, nearly having his mind manipulated. Pulse of electricity suddenly appeared. Sun Hu quickly sensed the energy, but he felt something was being transmitted through that gaze, something very difficult to explain in human language, regarding will or harmony of thought. A mechanical system appeared in his mind. It said it had already spoken about the system. This existence's real name was Owen. A blinding light source appeared. Owen was a being opposing Doom as it passed through many territories. Whenever Doom Charles targeted a territory, Owen would surely appear there as well. Two large swords swung out, clashing heavily together. In a global war beyond the understanding of mortals, good and evil lost their meaning. A stream of light flowed through, cutting those things into two different parts, even violating the principle of binary thought, declaring that Doom Charles Ark and Owen Good were actually no different from each other. In Sun Hu's mind appeared an image of his family on Earth. The most important thing was their lives and the safety of humanity. At this moment, his body emitted killing intent, his gaze full of determination. If he could achieve that, he did not care if it was O1 or Doomcher. Immediately after, Sun Hu yelled towards the other being, "Ensure the safety of humanity. I will become a loyal subordinate and fight alongside you against Oan." He spread his arms wide towards the being, screaming incessantly, "I will give you everything, my life, my soul, the world. Tell me, what do you want?" Suddenly, the system panel displayed a notification. "You have inherited the position of Dundee Ria. Asu will fear you." Sun Hu said nothing, only silently stared at the electronic panel. It seemed it still wanted to communicate this way. He was aboard the Dun Castle. The road was long, but this start was not bad. Mechanical sound rang out again. Revival time was 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 49 seconds. The scene shifted to another place. The monster was suddenly decapitated. He saw Gu Yonhai appear within his field of view. This was her perspective. Without hesitation, Sun Hu tried to call her name. "Gu Yonhai, Gu Yonhai, can you hear me?" System panel displayed another notification. The Merry Army Guild had successfully defended the first barrier. Time until the first awakening was 6 days, 4 hours, 1 minute, 3 seconds. Seeing Yonhee not reacting, he thought to himself, "No reaction at all. It seems she doesn't realize the escape pod has started." Sun Hu observed the situation, curiously wondering. He had sided with Doom Charles. Why were the 7 Demon Kings still attacking? Perhaps he had to complete the revival to be accepted. Sound came from afar. A group of people was gathered there. She was quickly drawn to it, looked over, and remained in place. That group of people was talking, then suddenly noticed something. Gu Yonhai crossed her arms and approached, asking in a low voice who he was. Raphael looked at her trembling, stammering in reply, "Raphael of the Diego unit, under Diego Rodrigue of the 3rd Corps of the Merry Army." She gave a soft smile and tilted her head to inquire further. "Tell me, Raphael, what is going on?" His whole body trembled incessantly. Raphael's face turned pale as he tried to plead that they did not intend to do anything. They were only discussing that matter. Hearing him speak, one of Gu Yonhai's eyes flashed. Odin said he would handle even the deep parts of the system, so we don't understand why this quest appeared. Light shone directly on the middle of Raphael's forehead. The assassination quest against her existence was the worst. The quest to kill Mary. Time limit 30 days, remaining time 29 days, 21 hours, 30 minutes, 2 seconds. Then, she immediately received an S-rank item, 50 challenge boxes, the Protector quest item, a mysterious black fragment, the owner of the Bone Dragon, the growth acceleration privilege, and the collection privilege. A tracking item will be provided. Don't worry that Mary won't receive the assassination quest, and this quest will give a massive amount of experience points. Gu Yonhai raised her hand to her forehead, sighed, and said, "I was wondering why everyone was worried. Turns out it was because of this." She slightly furrowed her brow and thought, 50 challenge boxes probably meant Sun Hu was on the same side as the Dun Chief and was likely inside her body right now. Gu Yonhai turned to look at Raphael and ordered him to gather all trackers inside the Merry Army. Anyone who resisted or hid them would be executed immediately. Quickly received the order and ran out. "Understood, we obey." She gently closed her eyes and furrowed her brow, thinking it won't be complete control, but at least I'll have the majority like the other armies. Then Gu Yonhai's eyes snapped open, a wave of killing intent emanating from her. There were many people around and various noisy sounds. Her ears were about to explode from their murmuring. Everyone gathered in groups, talking incessantly. 50 challenge boxes. And what about growth acceleration? Has there ever been a reward like this before? They frowned and clamored, wondering why Mary had become the system's target. Whisper must be that Odin died in the battle with Doom. This must be the dark side of the system's rebirth. The crowd openly and heatedly discussed her personal affairs, believing this could be a plan to cause internal conflict among them. Watching everything unfold, Gu Yonhai thought to herself, but the reward was too good to give up. Someone suddenly spoke up. "Is there a way, maybe Osiris or a demon king tricked a turn?" The blonde-haired man hearing this rubbed his chin and smiled, saying it seemed like he had never seen an awakened of the mind type go mad. That That person thought of the moment she erupted with power, when they flew into a rage after resonating with the surrounding bloodthirsty frenzy. They became insane, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Blonde-haired man looked towards the other man and grinned slyly. Do you think we are the only ones who know about this? Several mind types resonate with the killing intent of monsters and go mad, then wondered what would happen with the bloodthirst of fellow humans. Lines of text were continuously written onto a piece of paper. If it is Mary, the highest-ranked mind type, she will surely show a beginning. Sun Hu slightly furrowed his brows and silently observed those who did not know she had an empathy skill of the challenge rank and continued to scheme. Gradually, people communicating through writing began to appear. Those men received various pieces of paper. They agitated Gu Yunhai more and pushed her into a dangerous state. On the other side, Gu Yunhai slammed her hand down hard. The surface she punched immediately shattered. Gu Yunhai tiredly closed her eyes, raised her hand to cover her face, and muttered, "No, not again." Inside, Sun Hu crossed his arms in contemplation, suddenly realizing that Gu Yan had previously undergone a fit of rage. He quietly closed his eyes in self-blame, understanding the reason she avoided him, his heart heavy with the pain she had endured. Suddenly, her heart twitched and then tightened. A bolt of electricity shot through her, freezing her in place. Immediately, Gu Yanhai lost control and sprinted outside. "Gu Yanhai, no!" She dashed through the crowd, startling them into exclaiming, "Uwak, what was that?" In the distance, a group of people were discussing at a table. Sunhee's figure rushed from behind. Without hesitation, she used her foot to kick one person away. The other two people opened their eyes wide in shock and screamed. Yanhai charged over and slammed her hand hard on the table. Her face darkened, her eyes radiating a threatening, murderous aura. Then, she calmly picked up the paper on the table. During the final review of Act 1, she was confirmed to have flown into a rage. The group watched her read in fearful silence. Mary's close associates from Act 2 had disappeared, after which she went missing. She resumed activity in the latter half of the final act, when the codename Mary began to be known. Containment Strategy 1. Radial formation. Members require an A-rank containment medal or higher. If containment is successful, focus all strength on her. While reading, Gu Yanhai paused, sensing something. Containment Strategy 2. Separation. Exploit the characteristic that she is stronger when many people are around her. Sun Hu nervously gritted his teeth as he observed everything. He knew the person who wrote these lines understood Gu Yanhai well. Over here, everyone secretly passed the paper among themselves. After receiving it, they split up and each got a different piece of paper, quietly reading it with focus. A man concentrated on reading the paper in his hand. Suddenly, he realized something and then looked up slightly. From above, Gu Yanhai dove down with a knife in her hand. She attacked fiercely, startling the man. The man, drenched in sweat, screamed and ran away. "The witch has gone mad. Everyone run quickly." Gu Yanhai turned her head, contemptuously murmuring, "That disgusting bastard." She maintained a calm demeanor, a stark contrast to Sung Ju-won's expectations, and her eyes seemed to say, "You people are always cautious, but now you are very fast." The group of people in the distance heard her and their faces turned pale. Almost everyone's hearts nearly stopped. But Mary remained calm until the very end. Anhai's eyes flashed with killing intent. She raised her hand and began to use her power.
Bald-headed man widened his eyes in terror and screamed, "What are you people doing? The witch has gone mad."
The eyes of everyone lit up, and they all charged in simultaneously. They grabbed and attacked the other person. Yanhai paid no attention and turned to leave. Her face darkened with fury, her eyes blazing with intense killing intent. Osiris suddenly appeared right in front of Ione. She did not care and loudly commanded, "Move aside." Osiris said nothing, only stared at her silently. Gu Yanhai simply brushed past him. She walked away. Sounds gradually began to emerge. On the other side, the sky darkened, the scene silent without a sound. Huge rocky hills stood towering, the air gloomy and still. Gu Yanhai had chosen a position far from the battlefield. In a gap between the rocky mountains, she intended to destroy anyone who dared to use a tracking device to approach her. On a rocky peak, Gu Yanhai lay sprawled out after days of high alert. She had fallen asleep without realizing when. Sophie stood nearby, staring at her blankly. A figure approached from a distance. She quickly recognized it. Sophis hurriedly ran over to wake the sleeping Gu Yanhai. She sat up, yawned widely, rubbed its head and said, There, I am awake now. Thank you for calling me, my dear." Yunhee placed her hand on her forehead, tried to look into the distance and murmured, "Let us see who our first guest is." The figure staggered closer. He was slightly surprised to see that person. Sun Jin, with his body severely injured, slowly walked over. Sun Jin of the military. Sun Jin crossed the Baeklan army to find Yunhee. He had chosen the shortest route, avoided Li Sua and nearly died many times. If not for the item Sun Hu left behind, he would have hardly survived. Suddenly the other threw the bronze-colored armor to the ground. "Boss, take it." Odin left it there. Hearing that, Gu Yanhee was stunned and asked, "Is that all there is? What about that bone dragon then?" Sun Jin was a bit puzzled. Is that really important right now? Do you not understand? He lowered his head deeply, tears streaming out, his forehead still stained with blood. Odin has. But do not worry. From now on I will protect you. Sun Jin slowly picked up the sparkling stone with 2 fingers. This damned mission was not given only to me, right? Gu Yunhei was shocked. Sun Jin, did you see Odin die? Then you should not be here. The other widened his eyes in confusion. Meanwhile, Gu Yunhei calmly explained, you would defeat me if you sided with Joshua. Do you not think so? Receiving a reward from me, you would immediately become the strongest. Hearing the last sentence, if you are lucky you could kill me with your own hands, Sun Jin shouted in shock. What are you saying? I am Sun Jin of the military. Gu Yunhei gently puffed, holding Sophis in both arms. I did not say that out of pity. Are you serious? You will side with me. Sun Jin kept shouting loudly, you know better than I do. Contrary to that attitude, Gu Yunhei calmly explained, with your level, this matter is not easy, and people's hearts always change. Sanji immediately put one hand on his forehead and waved the other. Whatever, now is not the time for that. He did not hesitate to request, come with me to Oka's territory. Oka will help us. Sanjin still tried to persuade, it sounds a bit strange, but that kid is better than many people. Gu Yunhei lowered her eyes to look at Sophis. I know, this kid is also the same. She stared at Sun Jin. Do you know what will happen if you come with me? Causing him to feel a surge of negativity. You want to say I am just a burden, right? Gu Yunhei quickly explained, no, I mean I also cannot protect you. Sun Jin said painfully, I do not care. I will protect you, boss. He continuously observed the other. She also did not know what bad thing would come. No one could predict anything. Sun Jin suddenly opened his palm. Inside was a small round object, but I only ask for one thing. The blessing of Wind Warrior item. His voice slowed down. The speaking rate decreased significantly. The name Kangra Sung 051133324111 Father, Kang Love Gu Mother, Rosulian, if I die, please take care of it. I owe that kid twice. Sun Jin wanted to know the answer. If she agreed, I would have no regrets. Gu Yunhei was puzzled. Do you not have a son? Sun Jin smiled gently. I cannot ask you to take care of Ji Qian, but if you could, I would be very grateful. After saying that, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. He immediately wiped his mouth with his hand. Escaping from those crazy bugs was extremely difficult. Sua, that girl is truly strong. Gu Yunhei was amazed. To be beaten that badly and still live. You are quite extraordinary too. At the same time, countless system screens appeared around Sun Jin. You have cast Mary's Touch. Mary's Touch, an A-rank skill, quickly restores combatability and significantly heals the wounds of the target. All negative effects, such as illness and curses, were completely removed. Upgraded to rank A, Mary's Touch was no longer dangerous to the target. After a moment, Gu Yunhei slowly reminded him, did he forget I am a healer? Hearing that, Sun Jin replied with a weak voice, feeling as he had been revived. Gu Yunhei still calmly ordered, protect me in advance, so he could not refuse. Understood, boss. Suddenly, Sun Jin unexpectedly grabbed his head, showing signs of intense pain. He showed dazed eyes, muttering under his breath, we are ready, you can come down now. Thank you for waiting. At this moment, countless people wearing dark robes suddenly appeared in the air. One of them stared down at the 2 people below without hesitation. Seeing that, Sanji quickly furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp. I had found it very suspicious and my doubts were correct. I do not know how long I can hold out. Meanwhile, Joshua suddenly called out, Mary, I will buy time for you. He lowered his eyes to look at the person on the ground, adding, the troops have escaped safely. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yunhei looked up and asked, what are you thinking about? Joshua immediately admitted, this is my last mission with Odin. Gu Yunhei then looked puzzled. Did you give up the reward? Joshua did not hesitate to reply, I will also stop you from going anywhere. You are his person, I will protect you to the end. His voice was as cold as ice, because it seemed he truly loved you. Yunhei sighed contemptuously. I did not expect you to understand those words. After that, she began to explode with her hidden power. Joshua, it seems you misunderstand. I am the one who holds your life, you know how strong I am. This scene stunned him. He stammered, you should stop this unnecessary aggression, Mary. Meanwhile, countless powerful energy currents gathered around Gu Yunhei like a storm, continuously intertwining to form a vortex. She glanced up at the vast sky. Whatever, you are quite commendable, so I will let you know one thing. Gu Yunhei frankly admitted, Odin is not dead yet, he will be resurrected soon. Hearing that, Joshua was extremely incredulous. That is absurd. I confirmed his death. Gu Yunhei pursed her lips slightly, her eyes becoming sharper. I know it is hard to believe, but you need to know that you made the right decision. On the way to Oka's territory, thanks to the protection of Joshua and Sun Jin's troops, Mary was no longer the one fleeing, but the one hunting. Elsewhere, Sun Jin flew into a rage, his muscles bulging. These bastards are more violent than the monsters, disgusting wretches. The 2 had arrived at Oka's central swamp area. He slowly walked behind Gu Yunhei, urging, let us go, boss, they will not easily chase us here. As soon as he finished speaking, she looked at the scene before her and praised, not bad, I can use this. Before them was a tall, bronze-colored object shining with countless tentacles beneath it. Seeing that, a thought surged within her, accumulating massive experience from the battlefield. Oka had grown strong enough to compete with his own mother entity, Duke An. At this moment, Sun Jin standing nearby could not help scratching his head. He has changed a lot. And Eunhee stared at the thing in front of her with a focused gaze. Why is everyone from the feet aside so weird? Suddenly, Sun Jin unexpectedly spoke up. But is that true about Odin's resurrection? After hearing that, Gu Yonhai glanced back and replied, yes, you do not believe it, do you? Sun Jin awkwardly asked, can the boss prove it? Gu Yonhai closed her eyes and answered softly, if I could, the situation would be different. We would not be chased like this. Sun Jin was still curious. Is it a skill, a crest, or some kind of privilege? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yonhai tilted her head and said, just call it a privilege. Odin has become an immortal being. Elsewhere, the time until resurrection was 15 days, 12 hours, 36 minutes, and 21 seconds. The entire area was surrounded, with various groups pouring into Oka's territory. They were very well prepared, as if challenging a high-level dungeon. The things they left behind to come here were pushed forward for Jonathan and Lidhen to deal with. At this moment, the resurrection time was 8 days, 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 53 seconds. Meanwhile, Gu Yunhee's group fought every day without rest. Her rage surged when she saw those fools blinded by the rewards. A powerful stream of thought roared in her head, to the point I feared it would shatter the lifeboat. Time slipped by. A few days later, I heard that Li Taihan had gone missing after being attacked by the operators under his command. Even though my resurrection time was drawing near, the difficult period for Gu Yunhee still continued. At this moment, Sun Jin hurriedly ran from behind, shouting loudly, boss, there is new news. He did not hesitate to point at the crowd before him. Look, they are citizens of the Savior. Her two brows were tightly furrowed, her scheming face slightly curled its lip. She just needed to know they were trustworthy. Look, covered in injuries but still fighting steadfastly. Sun Jin observed those people and added, they were on the same leg with me in Act 1, Scene 1, called fellow believers because of their strong faith in me. Even though they were split into different attack units, their unity was commendable. After resurrection, they will become the core of the new group. After several countdowns continuously passed, finally the new system was established and the resurrection process succeeded. Next came another notification. You have received an order from the Master Doom Charles. Protect the human army, that is the order. The system's screen continuously brought more information. Veteran troops are being trained before you. Make them understand who their true master is. Do not leave any followers of Oka behind. Remember this, the fate of humanity lies in the hands of men. Finally, it displayed the failed achievements and the next tasks. The attack on your territory under Kasu's command will be stopped. Failure compared to the previous plan. Your land and the human army will be sacrificed to the almighty Doom Charles and the beings below him. You will have to find an army in another domain and nurture them again. At this moment, the sleeping person's eyes suddenly opened. I eliminated the system's followers long ago. Ensuring the world's safety with just this is as easy as turning my hand. The second order is to eliminate the guide Luma. Owen is trying to reclaim your power. To stop that, you must eliminate Luma. This is also the starting point for obtaining Dooman's unique authority. Successful, Oka will return the land to you and flee elsewhere. You will receive the common authority to create gates. If the human army fails, everything will be changed by Owen according to his will. Sunhu frowned, the corner of his mouth curling up. Well done, Doom Charles. I also want to teach them a lesson. He crossed his arms and looked at the system screen. Those were the only two commands. On it was a line of text requesting a respawn point selection, near the escape pod or the suggested location. After a moment, Sunhu pointed at the number 2 without any hesitation. Suddenly, a scene of fierce combat appeared right before his eyes. At the same time, countless warnings rang out. Doom Man has infiltrated. Lines of text flashed continuously, warning of Doom Man's appearance. One person could not bear it, covering their ears and crying out, save me. That sight immediately caught Gu Yunhee's eye. Beside him, Sun Jin was also wide-eyed with terror. At the same time, Sun Hu's eyes suddenly flashed, a powerful surge of killing intent bursting forth. A voice cold as if from hell rang out, worship Doom Man. Those who heard it immediately bled from their noses, their eyes glazed over, muttering, worship Doom Man. Afterwards, everyone seemed to lose control, raising their hands to the sky in worship. They faced towards Sun Hu. He stood upright, his hands coldly in his pockets, and replied, Doom Man. Hearing the call, Sun Jin could not help but sneer. What the hell is that? Around him and Gu Yonhai, everyone knelt down, continuously calling out, Doom Man. At this moment, Sun Hu smiled coldly, an unexpected expression. He placed his hand on Sun Jin's shoulder. Thank you for your help, Mary. These words frightened him. This is my duty. Ah, Odin, you are the Doom Man? Sun Hu replied immediately, you can hate me, but this is the only way to protect the world. Hearing this, sweat poured from Sun Jin's body. You don't look any different. You won't grow fangs or horns or anything, will you? Sun Hu gave a sinister smile, probably. This only made Sun Jin more afraid. Don't do that. His voice was filled with extreme panic. But you are still human, right? Suddenly, a mournful sound rang out everywhere. Doom Man. However, Sun Hu still listened calmly. At this moment, Guyon Hai bowed her head and knelt. Welcome back, Odin. He choked out, no, my lord Doom Man. At the same time, Luma, drenched in sweat, was furious. Stupid humans, you ruined the picture the system painted. Angrily bit its nails. Useless, stupid, moronic. Ian John sat still on the ruined battlefield, his eyes empty, staring into the distance. His cold face was covered in cold sweat, his body trembling. An information panel appeared with thousands of lines. Luma is the only guide who has defeated 450,000 opponents to stand before you. Its power is something you cannot comprehend. Mission: protect Luma from S-level Doom Man. Rewards include a challenge box. This mission grants enormous experience. Ian John wearily looked at it, thinking it resembled the mission with Mary, but with Doom Man. He despairingly hugged his head and roared. Even the great Odin died at the hands of a Doom Man. If he comes for me, damn it. Luma flew down from above, its voice calming. Focus. Create defenses and fight head-on. Completion will grant rewards equal to killing Mary. His eyes flickered to the side. He made a threatening offer. You want to live too? Give the reward first. I will protect you. Luma crossed its arms, disappointed. I never expected the last survivor to say that. You must prove yourself first. It emphasized, this is the system's absolute rule. Ian grit his teeth, then die together. I cancel the mission. And John roared, if you are so capable, fight the Doom Man yourself. Luma calmly replied, by all means cancel it. But as he was about to do it, his body trembled violently, cold sweat streaming like a spring. Luma gave a strange smile. I knew you would not do it. You cannot pass up this opportunity. It flew up and left arrogantly. Ian John struggled to stand up in his restraints. I will pray for you, hang in there. He grit his teeth, trying to calm down. I always live in danger. Death is just a matter of time. But I have overcome it all and become stronger. Ian John recalled his successes, comforting himself. More and more people follow me. This is an opportunity. I can do it as always. Then, the system voice rang out. You have entered Odin's absolute battlefield. His eyes were wide with terror. Ian John panicked and repeated, Odin's absolute battlefield. Odin? Luma said coldly from above. Warning, you cannot leave the area. Time remaining 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As the time counted down, he trembled and roared. What is this? Wait, the true identity of Doom Man is... Ian John turned his head and screamed, Guide, what is going on? Luma spread its arms, looking helpless. Odin is the old name of Doom Man. I did not say so because you did not ask. Roared furiously. You animal, go find someone else. I am not doing this. Its face became fearsome, its eyes glowing red. It sneered, fool. What does giving up change? Doom Man has gone mad. Luma directed his gaze to where thunder was striking violently, proudly saying, look, feel his rage, tremble. It returned to its normal form. Completing the mission makes everything easier. From the beginning, it was humanity that ruined everything. Luma furiously continued, if the system's will were carried out, the death of Doomdisia and Doom Man would not have happened. You ruined the system's picture, fools. Scene change. Tens of thousands of people knelt before Sun Hu and Sun Jin, with monsters behind them. He turned and said, they all surrender to you. Sun Jin remarked with satisfaction, letting them live was the right decision. Sun Hu suddenly raised his head, his gaze filled with terror, saying they had to prove who the true master was. A group of people shouted fiercely, grabbed weapons, and rushed to some place, repeatedly chanting, kneel before Odin. The attacked people panicked, their faces pale as they screamed, the Odin followers are attacking us. Please give the order, Lord Hephaestus. They turned back to seek help from Ian John but only saw him silent, seemingly lost in thought. And John's face was bloodshot, his eyes red, his head bowed and teeth clenched as he thought angrily, damn it, does he mean we didn't need to bother coming here? On the other side, the people were still arguing in chaos, unsure what to do next. It's not too late to surrender now, let's join his side. Don't say such stupid things. We'll just end up as meat shields like them. Better than dying like this. Sun Hu was silent, staring at the house that had just exploded. He furrowed his brows with a mocking expression, thinking, our troops haven't even arrived, and they're already in civil war. I'll leave Ian John to them. On the other side, a solid protective barrier had been erected. Luma pushed against it with all its might, but only a cold notification kept appearing above its head. Warning, you cannot leave the area. Just then, Sun Hu stepped behind Luma, saying with contempt, that's a barrier even Doomdisia couldn't escape. You think you can? Luma slowly turned its head, and the moment it met his face, it screamed in terror. Then, it put on a mocking demeanor again, making a scissor gesture with its hands to threaten Sun Hu. He looked at it helplessly. Even in danger, this thing still jokes around. Sun Hu raised his hand, speaking forcefully. Try it, let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Owen has decided that either me or humanity is the one that can be sacrificed. He carried his frustration, muttering to himself, No matter the reason, I'll make it regret this. The challenger is N, and if I use power to overcome the adversity, I can enter the next state. A notification board appeared. Overload. Name, Nasanhu, level 600 N, second attempt. Sun Hu continuously attacked Luma with powerful purple energy streams. Kim Jae's transcendence allows me to kill Doom Dizia. I'll show you the power of the SSS rank Eastern man. After some spectacular dodges, it was finally hit and screamed in pain. He did not relent, continuing to pursue Luma. Another strike hit its mark, making it furious and distorting its face. Luma fell in pain, spinning many times and beginning to descend in despair. Half of its body was tainted gold. It gritted its teeth in anger. You've really pissed me off. You have the backing of Doom Charles. But what then? It smugly threatened. If you harm me, not a single Awakener will get to return home. I am the only guide, Luma. Sun Hu's face darkened as he said stubbornly and irritably, "You insolent bastard, you will die here." He looked at Luma's ferocious scales and said with great interest, "But I won't kill you right away. Let's play a little first." Luma narrowed its eyes maliciously, glancing around as a notification appeared. "You have activated the Odin's Shroud." Sun Hu coldly crossed his arms, glanced at it, then commanded, "Your first task is to escape this thunder prison." Luma confidently spread its arms. "Why would I need to do that? I just have to hide. Play by yourself, Dooman." He immediately understood its plan. Sun Hu quickly scanned his eyes, thinking smugly, "Even the challenge level can analyze the crack. It knows that, but it's deliberately acting to provoke me." As predicted, the moment Luma touched the thunder barrier, it was shocked and trembling. It held its body in pain, hearing his jeering words. "Don't you get it yet? This is a mandatory quest chain." Sweat poured out as it couldn't hide its fear. "You are very different. So you don't care if those humans don't get to return?" Sun Hu shrugged, full of confidence. "My army will return using Doom's authority. That gate is not important." A sinister smile appeared along with the fang on the corner of Luma's mouth. "I see. Then playtime is over." It erupted with power, tearing apart its small form, turning into a giant roaring monster. He was satisfied seeing it drop its mask. Flame burst from its body along with a roar. Luma was furious. Sun Hu silently crossed his arms, calmly observing, "It feels like that Doom Dizia." A powerful space-time pressure pressed down on him. He remained composed in place, even as he saw the spiritual energy stream hurtling towards him. Sun Hu could have dodged, but just stood there smiling, the same way it had treated them all along. Sun Hu smiled with interest and asked, "That's quite good. Does that skill have a name?" Enveloped by the massive spiritual energy stream, it smirked. "Do you think I, Luma, am a fool like you? This system was created specifically for morons like you. Fools, what can you humans achieve without anyone's help?" Instantly, it transformed into a beam of light and struck hard against the outer protective barrier. Luma gritted its teeth, pushing forward with all its might, but its body was pinned and could not move. Seeing Luma's trembling state, he realized its plan, to shoot through his own eye. After turning into a beam of light, it reappeared. Sun Hu stared at Luma with satisfaction. "You escaped well. Now, on to the next task." He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of skills, causing Luma's body to burn fiercely as it screamed continuously. "You have activated Hanuman's tail." The moment Sun Hu stopped, Luma's entire body was charred black and it fell. He still did not let up, assigning another task in a deep voice. "Third task, beg. Beg until I am satisfied." Luma lay on the ground, its entire body burnt black, smoke rising from its mouth, but it still heard Sun Hu's words. "Using the system's power like that, you will be punished." He flew low near Luma, gripping his weapon tightly, speaking forcefully. "I proved myself worthy and took it myself. Owen did not bestow it upon me." He curled his lip contemptuously and asked, "Are you a guide who doesn't even know the rules?" Luma suddenly opened its eyes, feigning weakness, its voice small. "You will spare my life, won't you, great Lord Easter Man?" Sun Hu was displeased and reminded it. "Please don't kill me is what you should say." Luma clenched its teeth as if in intense internal struggle. Finally, it closed its eyes tightly, enduring the humiliation to repeat, "Please don't kill me." Hearing that, Sun Hu was satisfied and raised his weapon high, preparing to strike Luma. "Yeah, I was waiting for that." Its eyes flew wide open, unable to resist, only managing to spit out a curse. "You bastard." A loud explosion rang out, and a notification immediately appeared. The order to eliminate Luma was complete. "Congratulations, you have received the authority to create a transfer gate." Scene shift, a different place. A hand was playing in the air, full of astonishment. The group was in chaos, talking noisily. The quest had disappeared. No, I cannot even see the quest window. The system has vanished completely. Another person checked their belongings and calmed everyone down. "Calm down. The levels and items are still here." Sun Hu folded his arms and watched coldly. He thought a little commotion was inevitable when Owen's influence disappeared. They needed time to get used to Doom Charles's system. His gaze suddenly fell on Luna. More importantly, when the absolute battlefield had just ended, that man had come to find him. Gu Yonhai was puzzled. She did not sense hostility but rather something else. She stared at Luna full of curiosity, then turned to Sun Hu and asked, "What do you want to do?" Sun Hu fell silent, sinking into thought. These things looked exactly alike. Luma must have resurrected itself and almost killed it. He calmly replied, "Let it speak first. The O1 system has disappeared." Sun Hu glanced at Eunhee, thinking to himself that he needed her help to talk to that man. He quickly created a space with a strange green color. Gu Yunhai glanced around and then exclaimed with admiration. A purple light enveloped them as she spoke. "Congratulations, Sun Hu. You have surpassed me in this place." Sun Hu calmly stepped into that space. Even though it was a space created by Gu Yunhai, he could still completely dominate it. His gaze locked onto Lunia below, and he ordered in a low voice, "Speak." She fearfully transformed into human form upon hearing the threat. "Who are you?" Lunia bowed her head, respectfully replying, "I am the mother of all Lunia. Call me Lunia." He continued, "I know my species has offended you, but the guide is an entity that escaped from us long ago." Lunia smiled, apologetically explaining she was not as rude as they were. Sun Hu silently observed. This thing was trying to win his favor. Lunia added, "I only sought you for one purpose. You call us the Monster Army. Please stop the attacks so everyone can return without casualties." Sun Hu sneered contemptuously and cursed directly. "Get lost, you are just making up stories." Lunia replied, "Killing more of the Monster Army will not make you stronger. Owen has already left." He asked, "But items are still useful. Isn't that why you came to beg me?" He cornered her. "Lunia, what will become of your kind? Doom Disia died by my hand. Now will you follow me?" She bowed her head, pitifully saying, "Forgive me, you have nothing for us to resonate with." She sincerely said, "We hope for the birth of a new species to resonate with, then we will have peace." He thought to himself that her implication was if Gu Yunhai became a doomed man, they would worship her. When Lunia looked over, Gu Yunhai just shrugged. Sun Hu replied coldly, "Then there is only one answer. From now on, we will claim back all spoils of war." Having said that, he demanded the Death Ledger Volume 1 and the equipment of the commanders be brought. If this was a stalling tactic, he would personally go to the Lunia territory. In the Lunia territory, a bloody battle had just taken place. Human and beast corpses lay scattered everywhere. A loud shout was heard, "No one survived here. Continue searching, do not stop." Sun Jin closed his eyes, filled with rage. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as if he had just discovered something. He quickly darted away, stepping over the piles of corpses. He shouted loudly, "Found him! Boss, over here!" Tai Han was in a sorry state, with dried blood around his nose and mouth. Sun Jin said worriedly, "Damn it, he is stuck. Can the boss heal him?" Gu Yunhai replied, "Let me try." Jonathan and Sun Hu stood looking down from above. He exclaimed, "Li Taihan's endurance is incredible. When do we go back?" He replied, "When all the power Owen holds in our homeland disappears, we will return through Doom Charles's gate." He asked, "How much longer?" Sun Hu thought to himself, Owen has fled. His power is fading in the homeland world. 54 minutes and 27 seconds left. He told Jonathan, "Less than an hour." His expression turned serious. "That is enough. I am thinking of some people." Sun Hu frantically thought about those who needed to be eliminated in this place. Those blood addicts. Jonathan had already planned to wipe out those who had gone mad for blood. He grew impatient. "It has been quite a while the time we have spent here." He calmly replied, "Let us divide the members by nationality and where they will go." Even though they did not believe the trial was over, people began to separate. Below, Sun Jin was still diligently working. He raised his voice, Korea is here," and he urged America, Japan, hurry up. As she was walking, Catalina suddenly stopped because of a whisper at her feet. "Save me." Blood smeared Ian Jones's face. He managed to say with difficulty, "That is right, Catalina, good." She reached out her hand. Ian John begged, "Heal me." But that outstretched hand was not to heal but to cover his mouth. Catalina clamped down tightly so he could not scream. She pulled out a knife and stabbed down repeatedly. Blood splattered everywhere. Blood splattered all over her beautiful face. Suddenly Osiris asked, "Where are you from?" Catalina turned her head slightly, replying, "From the United States." He pointed a finger that direction. She quickly stood up, holding herself as she walked away. The noise of the corpse cleanup team sounded around. "Hey, thanks to my idea, you have to hand over those items and badges." Another guy replied, "Want to be left behind? Nothing is free in this life." As she walked, Catalina pondered. Her beautiful face was filled with countless worries. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light shone directly at her. She raised her head, her eyes wide with shock. Before her now stood a gigantic spatial gate. It made people fearful, struggling to breathe when approaching it. A trembling voice spoke out. It was at the gate. Sun Hu realized that when the gate opened in each area, people shout as if monsters were coming. He thought that would not happen, then calmly said, "This is the gate I created. We will go home." Tanjin was overjoyed, hesitantly asking back, "Is it really over?" Yunhai quietly inquired about the number of 300,000 initial awakened ones in Korea. Beside her, Sunjin wept with joy, calling out, "Oh my god, Ji Cheon Dad is back." He did not deny it, replying, "That is right." She continued speaking, "But now there are only a few people left. I think no more than 500 people are here." Sun Hu told himself he could only feel rage at the battle between those two absolute entities. In their eyes, how weak humanity was. His hands clenched tightly. He made a firm decision to hide his power until he was ready. When opposing Owen as the Doom Man of Doom Charles, there would be a chance for one of them to end it. He especially emphasized the path of true freedom. Gu Yanhai added, after returning home, "We need to find a way to escape Doom's control. That is the most important task of your life." Sun Hu asked in surprise, "You already know?" She replied with a smile, "What kind of reaction is that? You are so naive." Gate had now begun to operate. The remaining time was 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Owen's power that once permeated the home world had disappeared. The gate was connected. A connection from Washington, D.C., USA to Seoul, Korea, and also to Tokyo, Japan. He thought when the awakened saw their homes before the gate, they became noisy. The crowd buzzed, asking each other, "Are we really going home?" Sun Hu called out loudly, "Listen up, everyone." He commanded, "The first task is to destroy the remaining monsters in the homeland. Then, await orders from the association." "Understood." Tanshin urged them to head towards the place they were born. Raffle said hesitantly, "It is over." Odin gave the order. Crowd cried and joyfully shouted, "The damn testing ground is over. Let's go home." They quickly rushed towards the gate, their hearts light, thinking this era had ended here. Sun Hu muttered to himself. An hour had passed since the monsters resumed their invasion. That was when the testing ground began and the chosen ones, along with us, entered the final stage. He continued to think the testing ground was in another dimension. No matter how much time passed there, the time in this world remained unchanged. In the city, tanks continuously fired flames at the monsters following the order, "Fire!" The monsters fought back fiercely, refusing to be defeated. The commander yelled. The weapons did nothing to them. They were different from previous monsters. Even under fire, they were unharmed, even more ferocious, flipping the tanks. Sun Hu recounted, "In others' eyes, we would appear at the final moment with our power ready." The team leader hastily ordered, "Retreat, reorganize the formation." He silently thought and eliminated this new enemy. The military still kept issuing retreat orders. He silently promised, "Wait for our return." The monsters had no idea their end was near. Right after the military fully retreated, Sun Hu's people appeared. Sun Jin could not wait any longer, using all his strength to land a straight punch on the raging bull. Fresh blood splattered, it fell backward. The military in the city was stunned, their mouths hanging open. He easily took down each one, then cheerfully left, rubbing his arm and saying, "Going home, it's been so long since I breathed this polluted air again." He turned to the two soldiers and said, "From now on, let us handle this place. You can return." The two, having witnessed that scene, fearfully raised their guns, asking frantically, "Who are you? Please obey the military orders." Sun Jin calmly asked back, "It's been a while since I heard that. Who are we?" He replied in a deep voice, "We are warriors returning from hell," while the others were still busy dealing with the remaining monsters. The tank had caught fire, the flames blazing fiercely. A soldier hurriedly called for reinforcements near the Wakon City Hall. Before he could finish his sentence, the radio in his hand was destroyed by an electric current. A voice sounded from afar, "No need." The soldier looked up in confusion. Sun Hu strolled over. He said the monsters would soon be subdued. The soldier, terrified, quickly raised his gun in defense, threatening to ask who he was. Martial law was in effect here. He tremblingly ordered, "Obey the military," and immediately, Gu Yanhai quickly hypnotized him, raising a finger to her lips signaling silence. The soldier could not speak anymore, only trembling as he made strange sounds. He turned his back, saying coldly, "Call the commander and the president here." Sun Hu almost whispered, telling them to come out right now. The soldier asked tremblingly, "Who exactly are you?" Sun Hu slowly replied, "Who?" He told the soldier to go ask the chairman of John New. Sun Hu sat cross-legged on a chair, coldly watching the Jamie military that had arrived after the call. The soldier's attitude had changed. This place was Korea, a nation controlled by John New. Jamie stepped down from the helicopter, her hair flowing in the wind. After steadying herself, she looked on in surprise. She observed him, thinking that it hadn't been long since he disappeared from the resort, but he seemed like a completely different person. That thought suddenly turned into doubt, fear. No, was he really even human anymore? He called out, "Long time no see, Jane." Sun Hu told her to prepare a press conference. Jamie paused, hesitantly asking him how long it had been. He replied, "About 20 years or more," that it was not something measurable by numbers. Sun Hu did not want to explain, so he told her she could hear the details from Taihan. Right after that, Taihan appeared, kneeling on one knee awaiting orders. She was shocked to realize it was Chairman Taihan of Yosung. Sun Hu spoke up, instructing her that he would establish a relationship with that man, and she needed to fully understand the entire situation. Jamie asked him again, what did he mean by what situation? There was a scenario unfolding within the martial law. The prison scene flashed through his mind. Sun Hu thought to himself, the trap operation was still proceeding along the original timeline. A continuous stream of thoughts ran through his head, related to the plan for managing the awakened ones. He pondered about the current president of South Korea, who was like the US president, elected despite interference. But that man could not ignore the club's directives. Sun Hu put his hands in his pockets, stood up and said, "Lee Tai-han, the rest is up to you." He smiled and said, "You have survived quite skillfully until now. Just fulfill the promise at the testing site." Tai-han was startled, taken aback. He quickly bowed his head and replied, "Thank you, Odin." The tall-browed assistant hurriedly chased after him, advising that they were extremely dangerous, begging him to consider carefully. He worriedly added, "This could not be resolved by increasing security." Gusiap walked straight on seriously, telling him not to increase anything, to disband all of them. He frowned coldly and asked, "What did the commander of the martial law troops say? Is it not feasible?" The secretary turned his head to look and replied, "They said his attitude was very firm, demanding a private meeting with the commander of that many people." Gusiap adjusted his tie, asked, "Was that not a private meeting? Chairman John Neal and Yeo Sung were also there. What was the problem?" Immediately after, the office door opened, revealing two figures waiting inside. Gusiap calmly stepped into the office. He frowned, looking at him, silently wondering. Chairman Tai-han was always like this. The same face, but a completely different feeling. Gusiap looked at the two people, spoke to acknowledge the efforts of the awakened ones in suppressing the extraterrestrial creatures. He bowed deeply to the two, expressing gratitude on behalf of the nation and its citizens. Suddenly, a demand from the opposite side rang out, interrupting. "Seize the trap, execution immediately. The soldiers will only suffer more." He asked back in doubt, execution of the trap. Had not all the extraterrestrial creatures been suppressed? Sun Hu saw Tai-han about to say something, so he closed his eyes and gave his shoulder a firm slap. After that, he quickly left under the puzzled gaze of Gusev. He watched Sun Hu's retreating back, chuckled and said there were some unfortunate incidents, but this was the first time hearing about a trap operation. The awakened ones must have misunderstood. I will apologize. Tai-han bowed his head, casually blocked him. No need, just say that operation never existed. Jamie, standing by, also looked over, adding that the reason for this hasty meeting was due to martial law. Gusev squinted, raised his hand to push up his glasses and looked over. He gently stroked his chin and said, "If it was about that, nothing guaranteed the aliens would not invade again." She immediately replied, "That was a problem the association could solve." Jamie raised one hand and said, "This kind of large-scale invasion would not happen again." Gusiap asked, "Did she mean the World Awakened Association?" He looked straight at the request. Currently, Chairman Joshua was still at the resort. I want to meet him. Jamie closed her eyes and bowed her head. "I will arrange it immediately." The corner of Gusiap's lips curled up into a bright smile. "Thank you." He spread his arms and exclaimed, "I also want the people's lives to return to normal." But lifting martial law was not simple. Both Tai-han's and Jamie's expressions changed when they heard Gusev continue. Whether approved by the State Council or not, the world situation needed careful consideration. The invasion here had been extinguished, but not in other countries. She looked up, urging that they would also discuss similarly. "Please confirm and begin immediately." Gusiap's face darkened, his gaze sweeping over as he told them to consider it first. Tai-han's eyes behind his lenses flashed coldly, word by word. This was not a request. He was startled, involuntarily stepping back a pace. Gusiap's forehead was covered in cold sweat, forcing a smile, saying his words were a bit too much. The corner of Jamie's lips curled coldly. "I am not speaking to you as a company chairman." Gusiap asked in shock, "Was it the club?" Tai-han glanced sideways, coldly saying if he refused when the club master had already appeared, he could not guarantee the fate of this country. He was stunned, recalling the scene of Sun Hu leaving, stammering to ask, "So just now?" Jamie raised her head, calmly replied, "It was him lift the martial law." Gusiap thought of that cold expression and sharp eyes, repeated, "His orders." Sun Jin carried a soldier over his shoulder, walking towards the group of bleeding soldiers lying on the ground groaning. Then, ignoring the soldier's pain, he threw him roughly to ground. Sun Jin frowned, looking down from above, questioned, "When I speak nicely you don't listen. Don't you know how to read the situation?" The unit members being executed in the trap operation groaned, forcing themselves to sit up and reply, "We were just following orders." He gritted his teeth and replied, "Right, the lower class always suffers." Fuming inwardly, he thought the command center had stopped the operation and begun covering its tracks. At that moment, Sun Hu calmly walked in with his hands in his pockets, ordering to only treat the critically injured. Everyone moved to the designated hotel. Sun Jin walked over with an awkward smile, scratched his head, and said I should go to Ji Qian's place. Everything was mostly resolved. Gu Yanhai smiled brightly, handed over a piece of paper saying, "Well done, Sun Jin, take it." He looked at her, placing it in his palm, curiously asked what this was. Yanhai's voice rang out, replying, "Meeting your son again after so long. You weren't planning to go empty-handed, were you?" On the paper was a wish coupon for Ji Qian. She calmly said to give it to him. Sun Jin's eyes flew open, his face full of excitement as he thought of having a wish ticket under the names of Odin and Mary. His whole body trembled, and as he looked up, he felt that holding a nuclear bomb in his hand was truly terrifying. Sun Hu smiled faintly upon hearing this, uncertain if it was the best gift for the moment. He looked at Sun Jin's expression and continued, I know it's a bit odd to say this now, but I hope you'll keep taking good care of me. Right after, tears welled in his eyes, and he cried out shakily, thank you, Odin, please save Mary. Sun Jin's face was covered in tears as he turned and raised his fist high. Ji Qian, Dad is bringing a gift for you, wait for me. Dusk had fallen, and Sun Jin stood with his hands on his hips in front of the house door, not moving. He pursed his lips, his face full of worry, silently staring toward the house ahead. When Sun Jin rang the doorbell, a voice asked who it was. He looked toward it and called out, it's me. Sun Jin's wife's voice asked why he had come here. He was startled and asked softly, am I not allowed in? She demanded irritably, the whole world is in chaos. Are you trying to play father and son games? Sun Jin's wife still did not come out of the house, shouting to drive him away, go away, before my husband comes back, don't cause any more trouble. He closed his eyes and sighed, I didn't come to see you, called Ji Qian out, I just want to see him for a moment. After a moment her voice rang out, just for a little while then, come see Ji Qian, come in. The house door quickly swung open outward. Sun Jin's wife followed behind as the boy, his face full of excitement, rushed over. Dad, he also shouted loudly, Ji Qian. Sun Jin quickly opened his arms and hugged the boy tightly. He trembled, burying his head in Ji Qian's neck and murmured, thank you so much, if I hadn't remembered you I wouldn't have survived to come back. In his mind, he couldn't help recalling the scene of the monster's tentacles piercing his chest, thinking about meeting Ji Qian again. Sun Jin's face was covered in tears as he tightened his arms around the boy and shouted, help me become stronger to survive. Ji Qian turned his head in surprise to look at his mother. Is Dad crying? Mom, Dad is so weird. Sun Jin's wife frowned, put her hands on her hips, walked over and scolded, what is this? I was scared to death and now you act like you've lost your mind. Stop crying and go home. We're about to leave. Sun Jin turned with a tear-streaked face. Are you planning to evacuate? There's no need. She frowned upon hearing that. The way you talk is so calm. The monsters are already in the CO center. Suddenly, Sun Jin's wife asked suspiciously, I just noticed now, how did you get here? It's all monsters around. Right after, he spread his arms wide and reminded her, watch the news, everything has been settled. Sanji's wife's new husband was startled upon seeing the news on the phone screen. The couple watched the news headlines flash by, breaking news that martial law had defeated the monsters, awakeners emerged globally, Earth stabilized. The prophecy came true. New news that martial law had been lifted. On the phone screen, Gu Xiov calmly announced that as of 10 p.m. on March 17th, the 10-day martial law had been lifted. He narrowed his eyes and seriously recounted, due to the monster attack, Guochan, Anyang and Gunpo are under restricted access. Gu Xiov was startled and turned his eyes to the side, where the National Summit and the World Awakener Association were holding a press conference. Ji Qian was surprised as he looked at the phone screen, from which a voice rang out, we will broadcast the full scene live. Sun Jin took the boy's hand and pulled him forward, holding the paper from earlier in his other hand. Keep this, Ji Qian, use it when you truly need it. Ji Qian looked at the piece of paper in his hand and his words of instruction with suspicion. It is worth countless lives. Elsewhere, a foot wielding immense force slammed into the screen. Taihan faced the shattered screen, stepping forward one step at a time. His face filled with calm, appeared in the Awakener Association's live stream. Sun Jin put an arm around Ji Qian's shoulder, looked at the screen, and said with a laugh, Taihan, you look pretty impressive too. On the phone, he introduced nonchalantly, decades ago, I was a businessman in Asia. He continued nonchalantly, decades ago, I trembled with anger and fear at the brutal attack of an alien civilization. Sun Jin's wife exclaimed upon hearing this, decades. His voice rang out, helpless humans saw nuclear weapons as the last resort. But, Taihan thought of the others and added, with the prepared power, awakeners will soon emerge. He thought of those monsters and declared they would deal with the new threats. Taihan thought of those too and shouted, the words of director Joshua von Kazan have come true. He looked straight into the screen and bowed his head. Hello, I am the chairman of the World Awakener Association, Taihan. Taihan bit his lip, his face darkening as he thought of the pile of corpses. In another dimension, we started with 45 million people. Less than 200,000 survived. He looked at the journalists staring intently. In that thorny place, we fought under the name Odin. Taihan thought of Sun Hu's figure and cried out, Odin is the king of gods. That person appeared in the test site. He closed his eyes and reminded softly, remember that we fought under his name and remember their sacrifices. Taihan's voice continued recounting Director Mary. He couldn't help but recall that person and added, Director Osura's Joshua von Kazan. Taihan's voice quickly rang out, I am Economic Director Jonathan Hunter. On this side, the man proudly stood with his hands on his hips as he heard his name mentioned, Director Caliber Sun Jin. Ji Qian's trio was startled and looked suspiciously at Sun Jin, who was smiling, as they heard Taihan's voice ring out. Starting from today's victory, humanity will advance to fight against alien civilization. His face serious, he declared excitedly, we will reclaim everything they took. He looked at the stunned journalists raising their cameras cameras, not just rebuilding. We will usher in a new world renaissance. He furrowed his brows tightly and shouted loudly, "We, the Awakener Association, promise a new era for humanity." Tai-Han's excited voice caused the journalists to raise their hands in unison in support. "Today marks a turning point in history. We will prove we are a powerful species." Sun Jin's wife and her new husband were startled as they looked at the phone screen. Then both of them stopped at the same time and turned their heads to look this way. Sun Jin stood with his hands on his hips, smiling gently at the three stunned people. Boy quickly bent down and opened the paper he had just received. It was a wish ticket for Kaon, the son of warriors Sun Jin, Odin, and Mary. Ji Kaon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, could it be?" He let out a breath, full of pride, and shouted loudly, "It is your dad, your father. I am Caliber, the warrior Sun Jin." In the rain, the car drove steadily on the slippery road. The man drove while smoking, grumbling irritably. "Damn it, what the hell is Odin?" It was Raphael. He frowned and thought, why did they block the media? At this time, the Blue House should have released information, but they ignored the reporters. On the dark road, he drove and reasoned. The invasion of the alien civilization had ended. Humanity declared a counterattack, but the only information released was the content of Chairman Lee Tai-Han's press conference. Arriving at the place, Raphael got out of the car, opened the trunk, and sighed. He held an umbrella, a cigarette pinched in his hand, and thought to himself, even the false awakeners and their associations. In this small country, only those with privileges get rich. He walked towards the memorial hall. "We pray for the souls sacrificed in the test area." He stared at the memorial hall, full of doubt. Isn't my nephew just a high school student? How could he? Inside the memorial hall were rows of wreaths and condolence baskets. Raphael walked down the aisle filled with funeral flowers. Politicians, businessmen all sent their condolences. They had all cooperated with the False Awakener Association. He suddenly stopped, startled to realize, Raphael looked at the name on a wreath. "Please send condolences to the deceased. A member of the World False Awakener Association, Caliber Kwansangan." He did not expect such a big surprise. Caliber Kwansangan, what an unexpected harvest. At the same time, elsewhere, there was a call on the table from someone named Sun Jin. Sun Hu picked up the phone to answer. Sun Jin immediately told him that a reporter had contacted them. He asked curiously how they found out. He stammered an explanation. "There is a phone number parents leave for relatives. It seems it was someone in their family." He put his hands in his pockets and told Sun Jin to politely refuse them, and if they still did not understand, to hand it over to the response team. Yu Hanhai lay on the bed, propping herself up to ask, "We expected this, right?" Sun Hu replied, "Everyone must be eager to know more information." He looked at the news bulletin on the TV, but the media's curiosity was not the problem. The girl on the news said, "The World False Awakener Association urges caution and waiting until the global registration is complete." She continued to express deep regret over countries, including China, that are controlling the Awakeners. Sun Hu stated the real problem: there are still forces refusing to cooperate with us. Yu Yonhai asked, "What are you going to do? Should I go?" He replied, "No, that is only a temporary measure." He stated his solution: "We will give a big surprise to those who think we are just an armed force." Sun Hu opened his computer and thought to himself, by imposing the highest economic sanctions, but just applying pressure is not effective. A bigger problem will arise. He typed on the keyboard like lightning. If the money that should be circulating is stopped, it would be like forcibly arresting the Awakeners. Meanwhile, in the US, the Jonathan Investment Finance Group, a man was walking hurriedly down the hall. He walked in and reported to the man sitting in the chair. Although the scale is small, global stock prices have started to rise simultaneously. Chung Su was the finance director, sitting in front of the computer, his eyes dark from lack of sleep. He said, "This is what I did with all my positions. I cannot even contact CEO Jonathan." Chung Su clutched his forehead in frustration, frowning in thought. Selling stocks worth over $1 trillion. Those who liquidated assets on start day created a huge amount of cash. If not controlled, the world will be mired in hyperinflation. He did not know how to stop this disaster. Su thought, normally a deal takes a few months. Now it is completed in a day. The greedy ones rush in. The profit margins are huge because everything is bought low and sold high. He gritted his teeth and decided, "I will take responsibility. Keep an eye on the market. We have just stepped on a hot coal." Chung Su's assistant was startled. Coal? Then he understood, could it be an unapproved transaction? The assistant stared at him in shock. "My God, you decided on a $1 trillion transaction on your own. A transaction the size of many countries' GDP. In the assistant's eyes, Chung Su was no different from a monster. To Jonathan's traders, that small Asian man was as fierce as the monsters of Start Day. Press the calculator while speaking. The sales funds will be transferred to the World False Awakener Association. Send a letter of cooperation to Washington. The assistant was shocked to hear, transfer money to the False Awakener Association. Chung Su recalled Odin that Jonathan mentioned on Start Day. If the head of the capital market and the head of the Awakeners were one, he searched for the necessary information, then realized this would be the right move. Chung Su saw a message from Odin. It was an email from Odin. The message content read, Kim Chung Su transferring $1 billion to the association is an excellent move. I hope you still have the fighting spirit. I have attached details below. He trembled with anger, gripping the computer screen tightly. Trung-soo could not stand it, quickly put on his coat and told his assistant, "Prepare the car, we are going to Washington," the American White House. In a room, 3 people were discussing matters. The US president spoke, so he asked again, "Do you mean you will not pay a single penny in taxes while managing $1 trillion?" Another person objected, "I am saying a private company will do what the government should do. If you stop it, you will have to bear the responsibility." The US president angrily tapped his hand on the table. "Do you mean giving each awakener $200,000 is a given, making money so easily?" The other man quickly explained that the awakeners were extremely violent, and they had no way to suppress them. The remaining person in the room also advised, "If we do not guarantee them a basic life, they could rebel at any time." He was dissatisfied, but when money operates, paying taxes is a normal thing. The other person disagreed. "It is better for our government to spend that money through the Jonathan Investment Finance Group of the False Awakener Association." The US president flared up. "Are you using this to justify the dispersal of capital?" He pushed a paper in front of him. "No, SOB and the banks have worked on this issue. It is only waiting for the president's approval." The US president gritted his teeth and thought, "I know they are all pawns, but this is absurd. Do they treat the US president like a puppet? The monster awakeners are being controlled by the club right before my eyes." Unwilling though he was, he had to sign. "This is pure chaos, damn it." After signing, the US president slumped back in his chair tiredly. At that moment, an assistant came in to report, "Sir, Brian Kim has arrived." As soon as he walked in, Trung-soo got straight to the point. "I will not beat around the bush. I propose that you impose strong economic sanctions on China and countries hostile to the awakeners." He gave the order to him, starting from tomorrow. The US president was puzzled, but he still asked on the surface, "What are you talking about so suddenly?" The US president decided to listen and ask clearly what he meant. Trung-soo explained that it was a complete ban on imports and exports, including oil, and a ban on flights from the US and its allies to those other countries. These were the first 2 steps. After listening, he tried to suppress a laugh but failed. The US president burst into loud laughter, thinking it was a trade war over tariffs. He asked if he truly wanted to drag the US into this proxy war. Pointed straight at Trung-soo's face, saying clearly that if he wanted to do that, he would have to impeach him first. He sneered and asked back, "Why would he do that? You do a better job than the other candidates." Trung-soo reassured the US president that similar sanctions would be applied worldwide. He asked back in surprise, "The whole world?" He replied yes, and Odin had sent him a letter. He placed the letter on the table. The US president exclaimed in panic, "Do you mean Odin, the leader of the Awakened?" He opened the letter to look. Trung-soo answered honestly, "Who else could it be but him?" The letter wrote, April 1, 2018 at the Westfield Marriott Hotel, Virginia, USA, club owner John Neal, the mayor. The US president stared wide-eyed at the letter. It was an invitation from Odin's club. Gu Yunhai hugged her knees, puffing up her cheeks in deep thought. She asked Sun-hoo when he would be back. He was getting dressed and replied, "Couldn't say for sure. If Jonathan contacts you, tell me immediately." Gu Yunhai closed her eyes tiredly, feeling more exhausted than when at the test site. He smiled and said he had to personally oversee these matters. Sun-hoo went to the airport, thinking it would be easier to open a gate to London. But he had to be careful not to be seen as acting on Doom Charles's orders. He put on his glasses, walking and thinking, if necessary, they would have to wait until the association was fully established. On the wall was a notice. Awakened, please register according to the schedule. May 1, 2018, World Awakened Association, headquarters in South Korea. The plane flew through the night. On the plane, Sun-hoo sat reading a newspaper. He noticed someone approaching. A girl stepped up in front of Sun-hoo. She introduced herself as Carrie and asked for a moment to talk. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, she added that she was a journalist for the newspaper he was reading. Sun-hoo then shook Carrie's hand, said it was an honor, and introduced himself as Ethan. Carrie asked about his financial work and what he thought of the current situation, especially the US economic sanctions. He replied that it was an appropriate response to countries using Awakened as weapons. The strongest one had escaped. Carrie said, rather, the weaker group was being detained. It was absurd to consider them a military threat. She thought playing the strong economic sanction card was unreasonable. He frankly told her she was suggesting turning a blind eye to the detention of the Awakened. Sun-hoo explained from a public perspective, the association's slogan was a leap into a new era. To achieve that, they needed to be recognized as part of humanity. She was surprised by his knowledge and asked if he worked for the association. He replied, he worked for the Jonathan Financial Group. Carrie immediately guessed he wasn't ordinary, asking if the Jonathan Group was involved, and if the situation would escalate into a financial war. He crossed his legs, saying that was just a personal opinion. Carrie asked in confusion, what was the point of playing dumb? She mentioned the $1 trillion transfer yesterday, seeing it as proof of a preemptive move before the sanctions. Sun Hu shrugged, saying that wasn't classified information, the global economy wouldn't back down. He continued it was they who held the line on the starting day. His voice rang out in the first-class cabin, clear to everyone. He clenched his fist, saying soon a large amount of bonds would circulate, enough to offset any shock from the sanctions. The worst risk had disappeared. Sun Hu asked back, what did she think would happen when everyone who was pushed out of the market returned? He said with certainty, I guarantee you what is coming is somewhere else, in a building, a period of unprecedented prosperity in financial history. Inside the building, two people were walking and talking. Chinese president spoke up. Assuming that was true, why didn't Odin use his power to control everything? The person beside him hesitated and replied, hard to say, but at the test site he had built a social structure. He talked about a currency system based on mana stones. The Chinese president raised a hand to stop him, saying let's stop here for today. The Chinese president left. All the awakened said the same thing. The other man bowed. He walked away thinking even if all of humanity and the awakened joined forces, they couldn't withstand Odin. Pondered deep. He thought of the imprisoned monster, how ridiculous. But in this world it had appeared. The Chinese president remembered the Western hand human peace and the leap into a new era. Maybe, just maybe, it wasn't as absurd as it seemed. That could be Odin's true intention. The Chinese president crossed his arms, thinking about the monsters. He decided to neutralize the US sanctions and prepare to confront the association. He picked up the phone and called. Suddenly, he heard something that astonished him. What? That was something else. The world's currencies began to decline. China had no choice but to fight the sanctions through the collapse of the dollar via skyrocketing gold prices. If they breached the gold price ceiling with a massive supply attack, the US dollar, the world's reserve currency, would collapse. The mountain would erupt, no different from detonating a nuclear bomb in the global economy, shaking the entire world. In the room, Jillian and Jessica sat opposite Sun Hu. He pushed a stack of documents towards him. He thought to himself, if not for Jillian and Jessica's preparation, they would have used that card to negotiate. He said Russia and Yahello have allied with Rothschild as well. China hoards a massive amount of gold, but we can resist. Sun Hu laughed in reply. Moreover, the stock market surged suddenly. To push the gold price up, China needs many times the amount of money they expect. He praised them. Well done, Jillian and Jessica. A person hurriedly ran down the corridor, looking very anxious. He came to report to you, I am ready, Odin. Jamie and he stood together, all preparations complete. The US president entered, his face stern as he looked around. Sun Hu put on his coat, laughing, alright, let's begin. All of them walked behind him. General Assembly of the John New Club of the New Era. The plenary session of the John New Club of the New Era officially began. Sun Hu stood on the podium, glancing around the room. Suddenly, an invisible figure appeared in the aisle, silently moving towards the stage without anyone noticing. Their concealment skill was quite good. He chanted a spell towards the invisible figure. I will make an example of him for the others. Magical power severely affected him. His body being violently destroyed caused panic among those nearby. Sun Hu killed that man on the spot. He died without a trace, but the stench of death spread throughout the hall. Because the invisible figure disrupted the event, Sun Hu ordered a pause. He said, through this incident, they now understood what the testing ground was like. Postpone the hiring of awakened. It is a waste of money, as many people have not been properly controlled. The US president watched, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear, unable to believe his eyes. So China had an awakened. After subduing that man, Sun Hu remained as calm as if nothing happened. The uninvited guest has left. Let us continue the meeting. The members began to present demands on behalf of their families and nations. A delegate questioned, since this is the first meeting after the day of beginning, there are some extreme demands. I believe we should revive the Tessera project to prevent the ongoing chaos. The Tessera project, items that the slaves of the ancient Roman Empire had to keep, called Tessera, a symbol of slavery. The modern tool is not wood but a microchip implanted in every person. This was a topic raised in the Bilderberg Club after the November 8th attack. It was established for disaster preparation, but was shut down due to strong opposition. Sun Hu heard this, combined his own opinion, and replied, the day of beginning was far more terrifying than that. It should be implemented for the awakened. It will become part of the association's application procedure. States of the two sides were vastly different, the opposing moods between the awakened and ordinary people. However, what came next was the biggest topic. He solemnly presented the key viewpoint. Additionally, there is an agreement between the World Awakened Association and the United Nations members. Please check the documents prepared at your seats. The delegates opened the sealed envelopes and read the contents inside. After reading, their faces changed in surprise. The agreement was based on positions within the World Awakened Association and the United Nations. The terms even made the US president frown in displeasure. Association members include only those who have officially joined through formal channels. The association has the right to access facilities and areas controlled by UN member states. Many unreasonable terms were drafted. The World Awakened Association has full authority to operate, protect, or manage those facilities and areas. The World Awakened Association will have full authority to supervise the facilities and areas from its members. Everything is summed up in one sentence. The Awakened terms are very heavy. No one in the world can interfere with what they do. In return for being microchipped and controlled, they demand nearly unrestrained power. They could not hide their astonishment, but reluctantly agreed. Members with high political and military status could not hide their shock. Things will go according to his will. Each person began to respond calmly. One by one, everyone in the room agreed. According to his will. All revered Sunhu Lord Odin. Scene change. A news bulletin was reporting the changes in the world. Currently, the globe is immersed in bloody conflict between the Awakened. Reporters were broadcasting hot news about the Awakened, continuously pouring in from everywhere. Today we turn our eyes to Tokyo, Japan. Switch to another reporter at the scene, reporter Ju Insong. We hear there was another incident of property damage yesterday in Japan. The severity is increasing. In Tokyo, it seems to be a battle between a male and female Awakened. Innocent civilians and police were unfortunately severely injured, even killed when caught in the crossfire. Dai Tian was watching the news on his phone. Has the culprit Awakened been caught yet? The court? His phone was flooded with news about the Awakened. The truth about the Awakened. They are called saviors, but are they truly human? Another Awakened accident. And there is even bigger news. Dai Tian read the online comments angered by the people's attitude. They treat the Awakened like monsters. Perhaps they look at his father with the same eyes. Boy scrolled to the side, looking towards the row of sofas. Sunjin was lying on the sofa, yawning lazily. His state was like a lazy old man, making Ji Kaon think he did not look like an Awakened at all, even though he was just an ordinary person. But the boy also saw his father had traits unlike ordinary people, besides the fact that he could book the most expensive room at their preferred hotel. Suddenly, one of Dai Tion's friends ran to his house with a panicked face. Really? You live here? Boy quickly explained, did your dad win the lottery? Uncle Tai Han gave it to us, the chairman of the Dung Fusion Resource. Seeing his friend's surprised face, Ji Kaon proudly continued, my dad is a fairly strong Awakened, so money is not a problem. Wow, your dad is really an Excalibur. Sun Jin heard the children's voices and woke up, his face cheerful as he welcomed them. Are you a friend of Zicheon? Feel free to stay and play as long as you like. The friend asked curiously, it's true he's just an ordinary old man. Uncle, are you really a Caliber? Then he asked a shocking question that Ji Cheon could not stop in time. Have you ever killed someone? Hey! After asking, he immediately realized he had blurted out things he should not have. Sun Jin's face darkened, looking very scary, but then he sighed, his face relaxing as usual. It's okay, Uncle has ruined a few people. You can't let people like that live in the same world as everyone else. He gently rubbed the friend's head. Uncle will make the world of Jikan and Yeonju cleaner and better, don't worry. He spoke confidently and cheerfully. If you want to do anything or eat anything, just go ahead, use my name. They will give you whatever you want. Sanji's words made both boys proud. Wow, your dad is super cool. Let's go to the rooftop pool, it's awesome. After waving goodbye to the two boys, Sunjin's face immediately hardened. He withdrew his hand and his smile gradually disappeared. Then he switched to a panicked state. What the hell is this? The system panel of the Awakener now announces, you have been chosen as one of the 4 great priests of Duman. Those are the High Priest Li Taihan and the 4 great priests Mary, King of Hell Osiris, and Caliber. Elsewhere, Taihan also receives a similar notification. You have learned the ritual to change the human army. This is a command from Doom for the Almighty. Guyon Hai is no exception. She performs the ritual to change the command. The battle between the Dragon Army and the 7 Demon Kings is about to end. Sun Hu, sitting on a chair, also receives the notification. The time for the human army to join the battle is approaching. Prepare. His face looks dejectedly at the system. The dungeon remnant of O1 still remains in the home world of the human army. The dungeon entrance needs to be changed to the battlefield. He closes his eyes tightly to think. The change ritual will make this possible. Finally, everything is beginning. All 4 are ready to depart, preparing for the human army's participation in Doom Charles's war. An order has arrived from the almighty Doom Charles. To perform the conversion ritual, the battle between the Dragon Star Legion and the 7 Demon Kings is about to end. The human legion's participation is not far off. Prepare. Jonathan stands on the rooftop, his face turned to look at the burning assassin. On the homeland of the human legion, there are still dungeons left by the previous generation. The exit of the red dungeon must be redirected towards the battlefield. The conversion task will make this possible. Reporters continuously deliver hot news about the whereabouts of the former president of the Awakener Association, Chief Kazan. No one has known for a long time, but now he is entering South Korea. The reporter at the scene connects with reporter Park Seo-yoon. Joshua Von Kazan, or Osiris, Director Kazan has just stepped out of the gate with his subordinates. The former interviewer reports, Director Kazan refuses all interviews and moves straight ahead. To this day, there are still many questions about his whereabouts. While reporting, the reporter suddenly receives new information. We have just received fresh news. A new piece of news is about Jonathan's presence in South Korea. Jonathan Hunter, CEO of Jonathan Financial Group, is also coming to South Korea. The matter of the Awakener is a global topic of discussion. There are 2 weeks left until the registration date. Key figures of the association gather in South Korea, showing unity contrary to concerns about division. Sun Hyu and Gu Eon he travel by private helicopter and monitor the news. The association headquarters is established in our country. Chairman Lee Tai-han attracts global attention. After visiting my parents, I go to the international headquarters. Below them is the crime scene being processed. The old Jeonnu Resort is now the headquarters of the World Awakener Association. Yeonhae sits watching and then speaks. Orca also lent a hand. Handing over one of their buildings was very wise. Sun Hu is still lost in his own thoughts. The ritual performed by the priests of Doom Man, the altar made of gold, the offering presented is paper money. Whether it is money or something else, as long as humans value it, it is accepted. To me, this realization is terrifying, as if Doom Charles has grasped the essence of humanity. Sun Hu lands and goes to meet Jonathan, who is already waiting. Jonathan, where have you been all this time? Had some unfinished business to take care of, and I got scolded by Brian because of that. Sun Hu gathers everyone. Alright, thank you all for being here in full force. Since this is the priest's mission, I cannot intervene directly. Sun Hu relays the information one by one. This is Doom Charles's first order. It will be a bit difficult. Yeonhae listens seriously. I don't know how long it will last, but I hope everyone can hold on. Everyone's face is stern, showing the severity of the matter. Sun Jin eagerly accepts the mission. Just leave it to us, we'll get it done somehow. Everyone stands up and moves in unison towards the mountain, where the money is placed in the middle of the room. Tai-han begins the task. We are starting now, presenting offerings to perform the conversion ritual. The coins are burned red by the fire. Dun Hailin shows abnormal signs, her face is contorted in discomfort. Within the stream of fire, many frightening things appear. A woman laughing, a man crying, an old man screaming. A mixture of distorted voices begins to sound. It seems Sun Hu and the others have arrived where they need to be. A third party is performing the conversion ritual. To answer their wish, retain your authority. Each step out of the ritual room feels very heavy. Let's begin the mission. That is the role they have to play, and I also have things to do. Scene change to another place. What do you mean by that? Chinese finance minister's face is extremely tense. He reads the notice on the paper, trembling with anger. Despite refusal, each country will still sign an agreement with the World Awakener Association regarding affiliated membership with the United Nations. His face darkens, sweat drips heavily. Are they deliberately ignoring us? We are members of the UN Security Council. That's right, now a force more terrifying than Binderberg has appeared. A hand that turns the world. Chinese president speaks. Look, Minister of Economy, the Binderberg Club was never the problem. His face does not change expression, so our vision was that limited. We were all just frogs in a well. He hands a strategy to the finance minister. Then we must break the well wall. Can that plan be implemented immediately? The president's strategy is quite sinister. Regarding the name, carrying a spirit of self-reflection, the golden frog would perhaps be suitable. Let us erase everything and start anew. Hearing this, the minister is frightened by the president's autocracy. What do you think, minister? Erase everything, the structure of the global economy. But he gradually accepts it. Yes, you are right. If we are frogs in a well, then we must break the well wall. The frog's strategy to stretch out and see freedom is truly frightening, even if that means everything gets crushed and we all die together. Scene change to a romantic evening in Manhattan, New York City. Sabina is taken home by her boyfriend. Today was so fun, honey. Me too, I will text you when I get home. She turns away after saying goodbye to her boyfriend. It seems she will go home normally. But Sabina instead changes direction and goes down to a basement. It seems she runs into someone there. In a bar, there is a guy sitting and enjoying a drink. Sabina walks over and speaks to Miki with a bored tone. If we keep this up, it's unavoidable to be suspected. Don't suddenly call me like that. He sips his wine and then hands Sabina a red envelope. When he saw her, he exclaimed in shock, "Really, a red folder?" Problem seemed very serious. Red folder missions involved nuclear attacks, network blackouts, and actions that could trigger World War III. Sabina, have you found the chairman of the New York Commodity Exchange Nimes? Sabina held the red folder, her face grim. He was one of the people who cost us the most effort for the nation's prosperity and power. Miki reminded her of a few things. Everything was under threat. To connect you with Chairman Sabina, you must also take note. I will show you the basics. Then he asked her, what do you know about the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis? I only know it marked the time the Jonathan financial conglomerate dominated the world economy. Sabina replied, not very pleasantly. He summarized briefly. The Wall Street geniuses were very good at packaging toxic waste in luxury wrapping. Mickey's face was serious, his hand swirling the wine glass. As he continued, they condensed it, twisted it multiple times, creating a deadly poison. Sabina agreed. He continued, that very complex mechanism was the deep inspiration for us to create something called. He took out a golden frog and placed it on the table. Sabina saw the frog and fear immediately showed on her face. The golden frog. Are we going to distribute it? Mickey stated the organization's plan through the New York Stock Exchange. Although the first attempt had been stopped by the Gold Trading Organization, Sabina listened to every word, unable to hide her astonishment. But with this thing, even they have no way to stop it. Then came the successful transaction between Mickey and the exchange chairman. He was still scheming in his mind, wondering if the chairman was charmed by Sabina or if she had dug up any information. But the chairman of the New York Commodity Exchange had promised to list the golden frog. Anyway, everything had fallen apart now. Perhaps a way to save the country could still be found. Mickey's face was pensive. The company in the office, everyone was busy. Chris heard the noise and turned around, delighted to see Mickey. He immediately asked, "Mickey, where have you been that we couldn't reach you? I thought you had gone back to China." He replied, "Just had some things to take care of, a few important matters." Rick politely said, "Please have a seat. I've been waiting for you to contact me for a long time." A cup of hot tea was set down, followed by Chris's voice. "The market is currently targeting the rapid formation of awakenings. We need to get involved before the law crushes it. Let's cooperate together," he invited. Vicky was surprised by the information she just heard. A business for fake awakened? She thought to herself, "This brother is braver than I thought, which is also why I came here." But a voice called out, "Chris, I have something much bigger than that." He stood frozen. When he saw Mickey's expression, he made a proposal. "Connect me with the Jonathan Investment Financial Conglomerate. I won't let you down." Elsewhere, in a large room, Trung-Soo was on the phone with Mickey. "I sincerely thank you for risking danger to provide me with information. However, I will leave the golden frog as it is. Out of politeness, I thought I should let you know." His expression remained cold and unchanged. Trung-Soo continued, "If there is one small golden frog, there will surely be another, bigger one. It's fine if you don't seize the opportunity." Hearing this, Mickey on the other end of the line was full of tension and confusion. Trung-Soo said his final words, "We are the Jonathan Investment Financial Conglomerate. I will meet you again soon in a more private place." The key currency serves as the foundation for international payments and financial transactions, with the US dollar as the host, and the euro, pound sterling, and yen as the guests. Chinese yuan continuously tries to join, supported by China's massive gold reserves. Over here, Sun Hu was listening to the phone while watching TV, thinking to himself, "It seems the golden frog is starting." Then came a series of news announcements from China's Vice Premier of Economy. The nation's gold reserves exceeded 15,000 tons, the largest in the world. When the yuan promotes a gold standard system, what will be the fate of the world's key currency, the dollar? The counterattack from China, a nation under economic sanctions, was a direct challenge to the international order. International gold prices soared after China's policy, and global stock markets turned into a recession. The person on the other end of the line said to him, "Everything is happening just as you said. I will contact the club members." That was Brian. Sun Hu thought to himself, raiding the People's Bank of China to steal gold didn't match the future he was envisioning. There is no need for such barbaric methods. He walked over to get a bottle of wine and poured it into a glass, thinking, "Whether small frogs or big frogs, I can crush them all with the power of gold." The task was to extract the packaged spoils. Until now, he had always used history, but now was the time for him to make history himself. His eyes showed a sharp glint. Sun Hu gently swirled the glass, declaring arrogantly, "Welcome. To my history, you have stepped into it." He raised the wine glass in front of him, full of challenge. The Financial City Board was now leaping to new heights. China's Minister of Finance could not hide his excitement, bursting into wild laughter. "Excellent. How could this be avoided?" He stared at the screen with a face drenched in sweat but full of excitement. "This is the taste of capitalism you people live and die for." The explosive trading volume on the New York Mercantile Exchange was the perfect testament to the nature of capitalism. The total transaction value was about to surpass the astonishing figure of $10 trillion. The little frogs were about to devour the world economy by evolving into one super large frog. Yes, what happens afterwards can be dealt with later. For now, just enjoy things going according to plan. He leaned back in his chair. He smiled cunningly. "In the end, it is your insatiable greed that destroys your precious capitalism." The noise of people on the other side caught his attention. The minister walked over and asked, "What's going on?" The employees said panickedly, "Look at the screen, the trading volume chart share." A reverse trade was about to happen on an incredibly large scale. He confidently reassured them, "It's fine, any attempt to stop it now would be useless." The employee urged him, "Sir, take a look." The minister looked down, still calm. "What's all the fuss about?" Then his eyes went wide with shock. The stock chart had now plummeted uncontrollably. He thought, trembling, all that buying power had evaporated. The wave of buy orders from around the world had disappeared in an instant. From then on, all trades were synchronized and aimed at maximum profit, just like this. Like a mass game following a predetermined script. His sweat-drenched face still couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could this? Even if heaven and earth were turned upside down, it's impossible. Bubble had been inflated to over $10 trillion. How could it be completely absorbed by a single conglomerate? Even if the four great Western financial empire urged, they couldn't. The minister was so shocked he foamed at the mouth. Didn't I calculate everything very carefully? Before he could recover, a loud call rang out. Minister, please come with us. Dragged away, he still denied everything. No, it's impossible. This isn't capitalism. The scene shifted to Trungsu sitting in front of a computer screen. He said it was all over. China had stopped issuing the new renminbi, and beside him was Sun Hu. Trungsu held his head and sighed helplessly. Odin's assets would be exposed to the whole world, including our group's slush funds. Sun Hu stood beside him calculating, we control the media, but the public is not stupid. They will compare the starting day with this battle and reach the obvious conclusion that the assets of the Jonathan Group and these four giants far exceed imagination. A world behind the data that even China's Minister of Economy had not anticipated. He must have sensed the existence of the shell companies. The computer screen showed the face of an elderly man, the chairman of China, who spoke up and said Hu, the owner of the Golden Frog, was on the other side of the screen. Sun Hu calmly replied, haven't I already connected you with the President of the United States? You are being too paranoid. He darkened his face and remained silent. Then he spoke, first I must apologize. There is a problem with the product composition. The amount of gold or renminbi equivalent to the trading volume is. He saw through his intention and interrupted. Now you are going to tell me you can't pay up, is that it? He tried to exert pressure. If we collapse, it will cause great consequences for the world economy. This measure is for the common good. Sun Hu let out a soft laugh, then the latter grew louder and louder. That laughter made the chairman on the other side of the screen tense up. Sun Hu was furious, veins bulging on his hands. He held his face and said, you tried to drag the world down with you, but now only you are left at the bottom. You must be really frustrated, huh? His face cold with warning. You better not think out pulling a fast one on me. He panicked and instinctively leaned back. Sun Hu's eyes blazed. I am Sun Hu. I will soon reclaim what is mine. The airplane was preparing to land at the airport. Sun Hu and his people stepped off the plane. On the opposite side of the runway, a group of people in gray uniforms had been waiting in advance. Sun Hu thought those were the chairman's closest aides, a network of associates from his hometown or subordinates who had served him, called the 11th Army. The red-haired man bowed in greeting and introduced himself. I am Liao Guang. Pleased to meet you, Sun Hu. He spoke up, a coin has two sides, gold and new renminbi banknotes. He glanced with one eye. Sun Hu asked, does the government plan to issue more new renminbi? He calculated in his mind. They were designed to push the bubble to its peak, and then burst. Issuing more now would only worsen the national crisis. Liao Guang could not answer because he could not foresee the consequences if he misspoke. His face was covered in sweat, his lips tightly pressed. Sun Hu continued, you can just hand over the gold, but how will my loss in new renminbi be compensated? By my calculation, it is $2 trillion. According to international convention, when you breach a contract, you must pay triple, which is $6 trillion. But considering your government situation, I will accept $5 trillion. A group of people upon hearing this felt as if struck by lightning. Liao Guang trembled in fear and thought, he is demanding 30% of China's GDP, the second largest economy in the world. Is he kidding me? He softly asked if it could be replaced with US Treasury bonds. Sun Hu calmly replied, then there would still be $3,500 billion left. Liao Guang was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly, how much more blood are you going to suck out of us? You greedy demon, screw your international convention, you blatant robber. Sun Hu suggested, if you combine the Panama Papers with the offshore funds of the Fonseca firm, wouldn't that be enough to solve the problem? This idea startled him. Liao Guang thought this bastard's insane. He analyzed, touching the slush funds of both the current regime and the previous one, it will be a huge mess. He trembled and begged him to consider the government's situation. Sun Hu was not listening, calmly replying, you mean a rebellion? If you are afraid of rebellion, then do not be stingy with the money to hire awakened decoys. Liao Guang was silent, his face full of changing expressions. Sun Hu continued, including those you are detaining in a state of forced labor. The scene shifted to a television broadcast. The anchor's voice rang out. The renminbi currency reform collapsed after just 2 days. The Chinese government has stopped issuing new renminbi banknotes. What do you think? The bold man sitting opposite replied, perhaps China wanted to resolve the issue before the sanctions cut off trade. Their strategy was quite effective. The dollar collapsed and gold prices rose. But then the trading volume on the New York Mercantile Exchange overwhelmed the trend. Of course, the Chinese capitalists fought back, but the result was their failure. Rachel continued to ask, there is still one question. How could trades take place when the dollar was plunging? The man was about to answer that all trades were processed on NYMEX, but a cut-off sound stopped his sentence. The director glared and yelled, "Rachel, what are you doing? Stick to the script," Rachel argued. "But that is the part the audience is most curious about. How can you skip it?" He got angry. "Who said the audience is curious? Do not do this foolish stuff." The anchor had to swallow her anger and endure in silence. Out in the company lobby, she poured out all her grievances to the person on the other end of the phone. "Boston, the entire newsroom is under pressure. Not just Washington or the advertisers, the whole world has gone crazy." Boston on the other end of the phone replied, "All right, I will take a look." He looked at his phone and pondered. The power to force China to submit and control the US media. The concentration of assets in the hands of a few was inevitable. But this is too much. Boston typed on his computer to search. The four financial giants always act the same when interests align, including Jonathan, Jillian, Telesta, and Gold and Silver. Their existence is more dangerous than the awakened decoys. Suddenly something caught his attention. A person named A spoke up to greet him. "A long time no see. How is the weather over there?" Boston replied, "B, it is snowing on Jupiter." This was the method A used to provide anonymous information to confirm identity. The first contact was 2 years ago. They had sent internal data from the Fonseca firm, one of the largest law firms in Panama. Over 2.6 terabytes of files filled with tax evasion records of powerful figures, politicians, celebrities, including $4 trillion in slush funds of Chinese officials hidden overseas. The ICE Panama Papers project started from this document. He calculated, after a brief commotion, it quieted down again, then was buried after the starting day. The result was really regrettable. Boston was dejected and did not know how to reply. Then he typed, "Long time no see, I will find out. I am sorry about the outcome of the Panama Papers." Person named A consoled him. "Everyone did a good job." B thanked him for the encouragement. "We should have drawn more public attention." Then A sent Boston a file saying this was new data. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. This warning indicated that things would become even more dangerous for him. 15,000 tons of gold bullion, each truck carrying only 30 tons, would require 500 trucks. That was the largest gold convoy never seen in history. Sun Hu was on the phone. Something strange happened at the association. He received a message from Jamie. Jamie reported a green barrier appearing like a gate. Others shouted that all internal communications were cut off. Damn it, this end also lost contact. Needed to find a way inside immediately. Sun Hu calmly said the mission to break the ritual had begun. The gathering place of the human legion priests was probably the SS-level dungeon. He ordered the restricted zone to be expanded to the maximum, enough to withstand a ballistic missile explosion. Amy fearfully said that thing wanted to kill her. Sun Hu immediately boarded a helicopter to fly around and observe the situation. Looking down, he thought if he entered the Demon King territory dungeon, the entire area would be similarly sealed. Sun Hu suddenly recalled when fighting Doom, he gently realized one thing. There was a small crack in the absolute battlefield, meaning it was not completely impenetrable. A flicker of interest arose in his heart, wanting to see who would win. In the sky at this moment, countless lightning bolts streaked across. The shock from those lightning bolts made Jamie and everyone wary, not daring to approach. She suddenly remembered Sun Hu had expanded the control zone to withstand even a missile explosion. Jamie thought in terror that this was the true power of Odin. No awakener could compare. Nearly half a day passed. The barrier was automatically lifted. Sun Hu observed from a distance that the mission seemed over. He hesitated for a moment, then thought he wanted to personally break it, though it was still not easy. Sun Hu slowly stepped forward. The scene that appeared was extremely catastrophic. Corpses covered the ground. He looked around and immediately saw Ji-hoon approaching from afar. Ji-hoon threw the corpse he was carrying on his shoulder onto the ground. He said they were no different from humans, strong, but most of them ran away. A few bloody corpses included High Priest Lacrima, knights, and heavy armor warriors. Ji-hoon speculated they came for reconnaissance. Sun Hu did not care, only asked about the ritual. Ji-hoon replied it was still ongoing. Ji-hoon added that Orca and Sifos were very frenzied. The enemy could not get close. Sun Hu understood why the corpses were piled up. Sun Hu told him to clean up. Although a ban had been imposed, the press was about to flood in. He turned away, his eyes sharp and cold. When the ritual was complete, a notice would need to be sent immediately. Inside the stone cave, Elan used his strength to pull up a box. His expression at this moment was extremely tense. When the box was opened, Elan's hands kept trembling. He hoarsely exclaimed, "Great Lacrima." Melos saw this and came over to ask if it was an ancient manuscript. Elan looked at him seriously. Yes, it seemed to be the Chronicle of Saint Kazin. Melos stared at Elan, saying that he had been blessed by Lacrima, truly enviable. He swallowed nervously, pleading for a blessing for the boy until his return. Perhaps that was the reason the red-faced tribe was advancing. Hearing this, he paused. The barbarians suddenly proposing an alliance was truly suspicious. Elan said sternly that only Melos could be trusted. This relic must be protected at all costs. Melos replied to leave it to me. Elan suddenly fell silent upon hearing this, just staring at the other person. In his heart, he thought, eyes shining in the night, Malos truly was the blessed one. He had strong faith in him, hoping the boy had no other intentions. Malos, who was walking, suddenly stopped. A large kite suddenly swooped in from somewhere. He swiftly used his weapon to deflect its trajectory. Looking up, Malos was startled to see that the red-faced tribe was already right in front of him. His heart shook. It was the red-faced tribe. Malos was nervous. Damn it, the leader also received a blessing. Fighting would mean death. The leader slowly approached, asking what they were doing here in a highly suspicious tone. He did not answer, glimpsed that they were hunting the Declan. Thinking this, he silently hoped he was not the target. Malos silently prayed they would pass by, then stated seriously that this was a research site according to the treaty with the duchy. The leader sneered contemptuously. That treaty was just a farce, not for your benefit. Malos lowered his voice in concession, begging forgiveness. We will leave immediately. The leader fell silent, his blood-red eyes staring fixedly at him. He turned away, considering you all lucky today. The red-faced group followed the leader in droves. Allah said hoarsely that it seemed they had noticed. Yulan was puzzled. If so, why not attack immediately? Malos quickly turned his head. The red-faced tribe was both brutal and cunning. Who knew if they would launch a surprise attack? Best to be on guard. Yulan muttered a prayer, begging the Lord to bestow the blessing of Lacrima upon them. He looked at the old man with suspicious eyes before Lagrima's blessing. At midnight, the snails found a quiet patch of grass to light a fire. One cautious man approached, the whole group stopped and lined up. The leader spoke in a dull, deep voice, though they were not important. See you later. He let out a hoarse chuckle, but he was still recognized instantly. The leader continued giving orders, dividing into groups of 3 and surrounding them. No sooner had he spoken than the subordinate from before fell over dead. Leader flew into a rage and roared, "Who the hell are you?" The Malos people heard the loud noise and immediately charged to attack him. He ordered in a low voice, "They are here. Hold your positions." The grass in front of them began to stir. The massive dark silhouette of the snail shot into the air. Looking up from below, his jumping power was truly terrifying. The Malos were terrified. Such a huge body jumping that high was no different from a monster. But Malos quickly noticed something strange. The snail leader was falling freely, his face beaten to a pulp like a ragged cloth. His massive body crashed onto the grass, making a loud noise. None of them understood what was happening. They all stared in shock. Right then, Sunjin strode over from nowhere. Spoon Jinjabi are already here. His red eyes were sharp and blazing with murderous intent. Izaguro Zorok activated the talisman. Sunhu also ran into some trouble. After the conversation, he tried to enter Dragarin alone, but the system kept alarming him, which displeased him. You have been blocked by the power of Owen. An order from the Master Doom Charles. The system displayed, protect the route to Star Dragarin, the final stronghold of Owen, a battlefield of concentrated power. Even so, the army of the almighty Doom Charles has won many battles. Therefore, you must achieve merits that please your master. Protect the route to Star Dragarin so the Legion can occupy the fertile lands of the Greenwood continent. Defeat the Kandoran Holy Knights, and you will seize the power from O1 hidden within them. After listening, Sunhu frowned and thought, so this is the reason the low-level monsters appeared. The system added another line, time limit 50 days. Just then, Guanhai suddenly called, asking if he had watched it. The ritual on the screen began. Hello, today we are talking about a topic many people have asked about. The young man introduced fluently. In real life, he was an ordinary middle-aged man, but in the awakened world, he was a super powerful warrior. Dai Qian enthusiastically interviewed Sanji. A hidden camera video revealed the MC's inexperience, but the views still soared. The young man slowly approached Sunjin. Let's begin. At this moment, he had his back to the camera. Suddenly, Sunjin's muscles bulged abnormally. Dai Qian and the other person saw this scene and were stunned. He even started growling, leaving them extremely bewildered. After a moment, Sunjin fell silent. He turned his head, cackled at the camera. Are you still filming this? The curly-haired man blurted out in admiration, Caliber. What did you just do that looked so awesome? Sunjin scratched his face awkwardly, replying that he was just stretching, like a yawn. He asked again if they had asked for permission before recording. Jikao hesitated and nodded yes. The boy changed his tone, saying that Caliber usually drank a lot, but today he was training his muscles, seeming to prepare for the virtual world. The curly-haired person quickly added that Jikaon, our host, could do it. Sunjin praised him for being so good, wondering whose child he was. He immediately continued, saying that anyone who dared to mess with him would get beaten up. Gu Yanhai cheerfully said Jikaon tried too hard. His channel subscriber count was also terrifying. Sunhu nodded in agreement, saying not bad. This was the process of a false awakener integrating into the normal world. She hesitated while looking at him, asking if Sunjin would be okay. Sunhu shifted his gaze, saying that man was a challenger hard to beat. But he still felt uneasy because Sunjin had to return immediately, and 4 hours passed without him coming back. But luckily he came stomping out. Caliber walked out, patted his chest a few times, saying it was tiring, easy to go in but hard to get out. Sunjin raised his hand, saying the watch was working. Sunhu picked it up to look, gently remarking that the passage of time was similar, then asked how he reopened the dungeon entrance. He recalled quickly, replying that he thought he couldn't return so he panicked, had to fight the monsters. Then they all rushed to one spot which was the exit. Sun Jin smiled smugly, saying then he dashed outside. Sun Hu asked further if there was anything special. He tried to remember, meticulously describing that when he entered, the atmosphere felt completely different, or rather, the energy. Sun Jin accurately described the feeling as very sharp and intense. Sun Hu, after listening, also vaguely guessed. But in the middle, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes looking down. Malos was now lying motionless on the ground. Sun Hu looked for a while, then concluded, we can ask these guys. After finishing the questioning, Gu Yonhai couldn't help but ask again about the new demon war. She hesitated, saying that was the name they gave the test site. The strange thing was that a very long time had passed, though it wasn't that long. And connecting her mind with Lunia, Gu Yonhai sensed a terrifying energy hidden within Sun Hu. She hesitated while looking at him, saying it would be faster to show directly. But inwardly she didn't know if she should talk about that kind of authority power, because mind connection was forbidden, afraid of a reaction from Doom Charles. She slowly took another step, saying the more worrying thing was his ability. Gu Yonhai explained that even though they weren't awakeners, they could still use similar power. Ilan listened without understanding a thing, just silently cursed. Sun Hu asked softly how strong he was. She hesitated a bit, saying he was only low silver rank. He realized his spine was getting colder and colder. He could still sense it even without the Lord's blessing. Gu Yonhai looked at Sun Hu, saying it seemed there was power above platinum rank too. Ilan worriedly concluded they possessed strength that made him dare not resist. He calmly raised his hand, saying just try it and see. A man holding a heat gun immediately stepped forward. Gu Yonhai gently said that here, the barriers were weaker. The man of their world was not present. Sun Hu calmly concluded that was what Sun Jian sensed. That man fired the gun for a while, then turned his head to ask for instructions. He said the protective barrier had disappeared. Should he continue? The boy replied flatly, stop. The situation made Sun Hu come up with the idea that firepower was only moderately effective. Maybe they should buy military stocks. She looked at him in disbelief. His voice suddenly turned serious, saying the battlefield still had unknowns. Gu Yonhai softly replied, let me finish speaking first. She slowly recounted that in the child's memory there was a family that gave birth to a grand mage. They knew both magic and the truth about that world. Gu Yonhai tried to speak clearly. If mana was like the trait of an awakener, our abilities weren't limited to skills and items, we could find a way to escape Charles. Sun Hu quickly reassured her, saying this was just the beginning, don't rush. But Gu Yonhai reached out and covered his mouth. She looked at Sun Hu with confidence, saying, trust your teacher this once. Let me try to become a grand mage. Outside the tower it was still as quiet as usual. Grand Mage Roncius was intently searching in the library. He looked through book after book. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, right, Roncius. Sylvie reported that the Countess' news had arrived, her voice full of respect. Roncius wiped his face and sighed, saying you realized it quickly. But it was time to help Gemelin. Tell them I am locked in my lab, not coming out. Sylvie kept her voice calm, saying she had said something similar, but this time the temple's priest had also come along. He spun around in surprise, asking if the priest had come later. After that, he quickly left with her. Roncius thought to himself, since when did Sylvie stop calling him grandfather? Was he too strict with her because she was the heir? He closed his eyes helplessly. He gave the girl everything, yet she still wasn't happy. Just as he sat down on the chair, the messenger said Lord Roncius had a prophecy from Eosland. Roncius frowned, guessing that was the great poet of Eosland, a prophecy from the very heart of the Lacrima cult. A few seconds later, he asked which prophecy was so urgent it had to be sent all the way from Elsland. The messenger replied the message was, darkness is coming, that is all, he said in a calm voice. Sylvie seriously affirmed that in the Southern Territory, the red-faced tribe was wiped out while hunting Dick Lan, and they found undeniable evidence of the prophecy. Upon hearing this, Roncius pondered carefully. The Declan mountain range in the south was where Elon was looking for relics. It seemed helping gem Elon would have to be postponed. He recounted that Dick Lan suddenly started using strategy and tactics. After a moment he ordered, good, we must also prepare to fight the darkness. A month later, on the road to the tower, a soldier rode his horse at a breakneck speed. Just as he reached the gate, he collapsed to the ground with severe wounds. Sylvie stepped forward and asked what had just happened. The man groaned in pain, crying for help, saying the castle had collapsed. Suddenly, a healing energy appeared along with the voice of a soldier belonging to Countess Sylvie. The soldier looked up, unable to hide his shock upon seeing Lord Rolsius. He was concentrating energy into his eyes to observe the distance. This ability allowed him to see the scene directly even from far away. Over there, he saw large figures with heavy weapons subduing many soldiers. They were invaders, but they looked no different from them. Watching closely, Roncius grew even more surprised to see Countess Sylvie easily defeated. He asked himself in confusion, how could a few men around 30 years old capture the castle? Suddenly, a strange sound rushed over, startling him. Roncius exclaimed in panic. The barrier on the tower was in danger. He quickly flew higher to observe. Something was coming from where. Suddenly, the soldier from before let out a chilling laugh. He looked ferocious and sneered, praising the old man for being cautious and well-prepared. Roncius angrily launched a strike that sent him flying. How dare you? After striking, he tried to observe below, his breathing rapid and full of unease. At this moment, Sylvie suddenly smiled in a puzzling way. He was no longer a student, he sneered. Now no one can interfere. Are you happy? Roncius angrily asked in a trembling voice who you are. He taunted, saying you don't recognize your own granddaughter. Roncius gritted his teeth and demanded, answer me, who are you really? Flashed a provocative smile. That will decide the battle. Can you find my name? The scene shifted to the Awakener Association headquarters, the central command room. On the screen displayed registration number A92, the area of Knight Roncius. Duchy of Falkland, continent of Greenwood, was in the process of infiltration. Gai Yang thought anxiously. The infiltration of another world was like when monsters poured into Earth on the first day. Suddenly, a scolding voice sounded behind her, startling her. Where is the authentication code? Yang frantically typed on the keyboard and apologized. A few seconds later, she reported authentication code DK2180511VVK. Infiltration process complete. Wan Jin seriously reminded her to stay alert. Today was a historic day for the association. The next second, his earpiece received a request from Director Jagunjin. There was a guest in meeting room 7. As he stepped into the lab, he saw Guseok. Guseok excitedly jumped to his feet, calling out to Chief Ron. He said cheerfully, since you are from our group, I thought you should meet this person. Wan Jin thought to himself, after transferring to the association, he would even meet Chairman Park Hyung-sik again. In comparison, the vice chairman of Daehyun Corporation was just an ordinary man. He calmly sat down on the chair, saying it was only the first day. It would be safer to wait for the other teams to return. Guseok pleaded, none of their proposals had been accepted. Would the corporation lose credibility? Wan Jin affirmed that it definitely would not. The association was much fairer than he thought. Vice chairman of Daehyun Corporation, he calculated carefully. Because even though the ship was ready, they could not set sail yet. He suggested having the infiltrating foreign capital come back to help. Wan Jin calmly said that was public information. He revealed that this approval round was limited to the Duchy of Falkland. Guseok asked in surprise, then how many dungeons were left in the country? Wan Jin replied none. Hearing this, his expression became visibly worried. Wan Jin calmly reminded him to fix the entry point into a turbulent zone before it was too late. He gently extended his hand, hoping to meet often Vice Chairman. Guseok immediately grasped his hand. He bowed his head, his voice trembling as he thanked Chief Ron. This favor would surely be repaid. The scene shifted to a restricted civilian area under the jurisdiction of the World Awakener Association. Sun Hu stood waiting calmly, strange sounds continuously emitted from all around. He began to stare intently into the space before him. Just a few seconds later, a group of men in black appeared. Sun Hu asked seriously, do you know the problem that needs to be solved? Osiris answered earnestly, I will behead the Holy Knight Gandoran and place him before you. Sun Hu warned to be careful, their abilities were unknown. Osiris acknowledged. After receiving the order, he and his subordinates immediately moved. He pondered inwardly. If he considered them enemies, it would become a nightmare. They would surely open the gate for him. After a while, Trung-Su asked what he would do if the government and private companies formed a joint venture. Sun Hu answered frankly, I do not restrict them to that extent. Everyone discussed global movements. Rothschild Company, CVA, and Great Victory were led by the corporation, established through investment from the US government. Jessica asked if everything was going according to Odin's plan, especially since Creed's CVA and Rothschild Zell were manipulating the stock market. Trung-Su replied that it was because Odin had created that environment. Rothschild was a club member, while Creed was not. Between us, I also don't trust Rothschild. Sun Hu was not surprised to hear this. The next second, he made a blunt declaration that stunned everyone. I want to see CVA and Zell proceed with a merger and acquisition. Jessica worried that Brian Rothschild was a club member, while Chris of CVA held a key role in preventing the start day. If capital shifted heavily to new markets, most companies would be forced to downscale. She emphasized that this would go against Lord Odin's wishes. Trung-Su continued. Jessica clarified that she was only wary of the risk of capital flowing out of control, and that it was only temporary. She continued that even Brian believed if Odin agreed, they could immediately merge and acquire CVA and Zell. The truth was they could take over the businesses at any time. The two continued arguing. One thought there was no rush. The other replied that when money was right in front of you, you had to seize it immediately. Jillian urged impatiently for a decision to be made. The merger issue was set aside after the meeting. He contacted Kim Trung-Su privately and asked how long he had known Jessica. He replied 10 years. Sun Hu remarked bluntly that was long enough to feel something, and asked Trung-Su if he thought so. Trung-Su admitted she had an unusually competitive attitude. Sunhoo's expression turned cold. He praised Trung-soo for enduring well. No matter how talented, once dominated by emotions, they always revealed their weaknesses. After a moment, he asked about the internal documents leaked from the accounting law firm and whether Jessica had access. He promised to look into it. On the other side, Jessica was sprawled across the table. She dejectedly blamed herself that even if she didn't step out, Odin would not allow it. She told herself she was foolish. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, but Jessica could not reach it. Lucy asked if she didn't plan to answer it. She remarked that Jessica seemed unusual. Jessica smiled helplessly and asked if she thought Lucy. Jessica wondered why Lucy didn't go to the other world when everyone was scrambling for a share. Lucy smiled gently. Then who would protect Jessica? That moment, a look of satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Jessica slowly said she was different from other false awakeners. She exuded a sense of calm. Lucy continued that she was not as good as her, but compared to the test zone, this place was like paradise. Suddenly, Jessica asked a question that surprised her. Lucy, do you want to have children? She swirled her glass in frustration. She and her husband had tried everything to have a child, tried many methods, but heaven had never granted them one. She remembered the arguments. Was it all just for a child? Yes, it was. Thinking this, she decisively drained her glass. Lucy sighed and said drinking wouldn't solve anything. Pulling a chair to sit down, Jessica asked Lucy how she had survived in the test zone. It must have been terrible. Lucy sat down and revealed she had once drunk monster blood, but that was long past. She held out a small capsule, saying it was really effective. This was medicine brought from America. Jessica secretly observed. Lucy further explained it was not addictive, but stronger than any stimulant. Jessica glanced suspiciously and asked if it was legal. Lucy replied of course. As she spoke, Lucy placed the pill out and asked if she had heard of the Colton web. She smiled an unreadable smile and said if she wanted, Jessica could try it, and would find it better. Jessica stared at the pill, her heart full of conflict about the pharmaceutical companies developing drugs from monster corpses and blood. After a moment, she took out her computer and began to check. Jessica's expression became more serious than ever when she saw these companies were listed and the true owner was Odin. She pondered carefully that since the start day, countless new companies had gone public, impossible to hide completely, as long as the structure was not too complicated. At that time, Boston was strolling down the street. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang once. Someone sent a cryptic message. Is the weather nice today? Meanwhile, Sun-Hoo wanted to control the entire world, even using real military force. What remained was for the masses to awaken. The TV reported that the Daehyun Group subsidiary Daehyun-ka had grown for 3 consecutive days since its IPO. With approval to enter the dungeon, Daehyun-ka attracted investors. Sun-Hoo was pensive seeing the Falkland Duchy devastated. Focus turned to Maelstrom, driving stock prices up sharply. Charles had set a 50-day deadline to protect the route. Now only 10 remained. The system panel showed a limited time order notification. During that time, Joshua had to bring back the results. He was thinking when a subordinate reported that Jessica and Jillian had arrived at Incheon Airport. Sun-Hoo, hearing this, asked about him. He replied it was a bit costly but had been taken care of. Sun-Hoo asked if the informant knew it was Jessica. The subordinate replied he had only recently realized it. He continued that Jessica planned to reveal her identity and organize a press conference herself. Sun-Hoo thought to himself that she was giving up everything, a person who enjoyed wealth and luxury becoming a whistleblower. He heard she had depression, but she wasn't the type of woman to act impulsively. The scene shifted to a speeding car, inside which Jessica sat in a daze. Suddenly, a man appeared ahead. The driver warned the chairman. There was someone up front. He hesitated, asking if they should just drive on. Jessica's expression unchanged. She softly replied to help him on his way. Jillian breathed a sigh of relief as he got into the car with Jessica. He held his head in exhaustion, demanding to know what on earth she was thinking doing that. Did she know what kind of person Odin was? Jessica replied coldly not to worry. She guaranteed it wouldn't affect him. Jillian gritted his teeth in anger, raising his voice saying that wasn't the issue. He thought things were getting better, so why? He recalled that since they had stopped the start day together, their relationship seemed to have been mended. Jessica forced a smile, saying that if she said it herself, it would be very strange, and he would never understand. Jillian asked back, was it because of the children? Jessica replied, her voice slightly trembling, yes, she did not want to raise children in a world like this. Her expression carried 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts self-mockery, saying that giving up everything for an unborn child sounded ridiculous, didn't it? Jillian held his head, trembling, and replied, no. Jessica said helplessly, see, she told him so, he would not understand. Jillian tiredly placed his hand on her shoulder and said if that was the reason, even he could not forgive her. Beg for forgiveness, Jessica. She calmly brushed Jillian's hand away and said, someone had to do this, Jonathan. And Brian, she was that person. Jillian was furious, but for what? Did she think exposing a little of that would change anything? She replied, Odin would fear public opinion. If he went down the wrong path, fear would bring him back. Jillian asked angrily, did that mean she was giving up her life for that? Turn the car around right now. Did he hear her? He told him to turn the car around? Jillian shouted angrily. Jessica screamed and grabbed his hand. She questioned, what was he doing? Was he crazy? Jillian said, his voice almost trembling, he would forgive him at least once, if he handled everything properly, and then disappeared. Jessica heard this and asked, where would they stop the car? Jillian replied, anywhere, as long as it was far from the association headquarters. After saying this, Jillian sighed to help her calm down. Jessica said she did not want him to get into trouble because of her. Jillian said angrily, then she should not have let this happen. She knew he would react like this. Jessica replied she thought he had lost all feelings for her. He should not do something he would regret later. Jillian tried to calm himself and said, her as well. Why was she dissatisfied with this world? Jessica said when their child was born, it would grow up safer than anyone else, in a completely normal way. He should try being a little selfish. She said helplessly, she just wanted their child to grow up in a normal world like other children. Jillian asked, so what did she consider normal? She replied, a world dominated by the Bilderbergs. Jillian thought to collapse human civilizations, dressed in rags, searching for food while fleeing from monsters. That was the future of their child. No, of all humanity. Jillian hung his head. Please, she had to beg for forgiveness for him. She should say that her depression at the time made her lose control. His tone was pleading, he did not want to lose her. Alright, she understood his feelings now. Let us go back to headquarters. Jillian painfully covered his face. Jessica asked, did she still love him? Jessica looked at him seriously and replied. Now she knew what she needed. Jessica hugged Jillian and said softly, sorry for causing trouble. Then she told the driver, please return to headquarters. I understand, President. They had returned to headquarters. In the room, Sun-Hoo was already sitting and waiting, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. Sun-Hoo exuded a cold pressure. That authority made the two people somewhat flustered. Sun-Hoo looked at Jessica and asked if she had anything she wanted to say. He thought, unlike the traitors in the test zone, he would give her a chance, because her actions were not to protect personal interests, but to give up everything and act according to her conscience. Jessica's words could not clearly describe the change in her heart. She spoke, what must she do to receive forgiveness? He looked at Jessica, thinking how could he convince her. Looking at the flustered Jessica before him, Sun-Hoo was slightly surprised. Another surprise was the faint heartbeat within her. He turned to Jillian and asked, it must be about 6 weeks now, right? Have you thought of a name for the child yet? Jillian replied, flustered, what do you mean by that? Suddenly, a spark of electricity flared up. Flashing through his mind, the system announced that Priest Osiris had eliminated Saint Lizard, protecting the entrance route. Command completed. Sun-Hoo stood up, excited. The entrance was finally open. The path leading him there was not an entrance, but a kind of coordinate. Sun-Hoo imagined and silently assessed. The place to break through the gate must be where Joshua defeated the Holy Knight. The system appeared. The gate has been executed. Teleportation gate showed Joshua's bloody scene. Sun-Hoo, both anxious and shocked, shouted Joshua. Joshua then said weakly, Master, please help me escape before Hen arrives. From afar, a streak of light shot towards where the two were standing. Lizard charged into Sun-Hoo like an arrow, but did not faze him at all. Collision explosion was tremendous, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Lizard was carrying a soldier's corpse and threw it towards Sun-Hoo. Lizard's eyes were mad and fierce as he confronted him. With Sun-Hoo's sharp, cold gaze, he looked at the corpse on the ground and asked Joshua, is that Lizard? He replied, yes, we were about to take him down, but Lizard said coldly, back off. I will settle accounts with you later. Sun-Hoo ordered coldly, Joshua, return immediately. The method does not matter. From within the room, a time-space light appeared. Joshua crawled through it and teleported back. After he was completely inside the room, Jessica saw him and shouted in surprise, Joshua. Damn it, Joshua still has a long way to go. Hurry and call the medic. Saying this, the two hurriedly ran over to check on Joshua's condition. Although injured, he still sent a mental wave warning Sun-Hoo, Master, please. Sun-Hoo was engaged in a fierce battle with Lizard. He continuously lunged to strike Sun-Hoo's weak points, but he successfully dodged each attack. Sun-Hoo summoned a stream of green energy that shot straight at Lizard, the orb carrying immense pressure as if to crush him. He thought, since the opponent was a fire mage, using fire against him would be useless. If there were any more monsters like him, even he himself would be in trouble. Sun-Hoo continued forming another red energy orb, blasting it straight towards Lizard once more. Lizard seemed to be buried deep underground, with only an arm protruding. Sun-Hoo suddenly questioned, you bastard, so that is your true form. Lizard powerfully flew high into the air, still gathering a ball of fire in his hand. His form was like a giant, ferocious demon with thousands of sparks catching the spells surrounding his body. Massive pillar of light shot out, hurtling straight towards Sun-Hoo. Sun-Hoo steadfastly defended, the system notifying that the sunlight mirror armor had transformed into the sunlight robo armor. Cracks had appeared on his shield. Sun-Hoo silently cursed, the flames burning even the sunlight robe. Lizard landed on the ground, his crazed gaze locked onto Sun-Hoo. He attacked continuously, forcing Sun-Hoo to step back. Sun-Hoo assessed the situation, thinking to himself that he had no time to swing his weapon, his speed nearly reaching the N rank. While defending, he pondered, this bastard is from the Black Crown sect, a human under the command of the 7 demon kings. Lizard paid no heed, intending to land a finishing blow on Sunhu. Sunhu stomped on his face, causing him pain as he had to defend himself. The system displayed a notification, merge into melting storm has been activated. Nimble Thief has been activated. Iron Wealth no, Rich Thief has been activated. Sunhu unleashed a massive bolt of blue lightning in retaliation against Kandoran. He thought to himself that he had hidden some traits, knowing the enemy still had cards to play. Even without maximum activation, these traits pushed his agility and senses into an overloaded state. Sunhu coldly snarled, "You bastard, try to escape now, lizard." Flames burst out violently but were quickly blocked by an invisible magical net. Without Odin's absolute battlefield, that flame would have pierced the sky. Endless destruction, fire and lightning mixed together in the fierce battle. Only when King Onyx's muscle tissue finally melted away, revealing bone, did Sunhu understand why he had nearly immortal resistance. The bone dragon was revered by the immortal, powerful energy from the remnants of an ancient dragon flowing through that creature. The energy coursed through King Onyx's bones, concentrating towards the jaw. Sunhu knew exactly what that was. His face turned pale, thinking it was the movement before it breathed out. A notification immediately appeared, "Create gate has been cast." Sunhu glanced around in panic, wondering where the exit was. He had to escape Odin's absolute battlefield. A powerful surge of energy was suddenly released, enveloping the entire space. On the other side, Sunhu was struggling with all his might to escape the net. That surge of energy acted as an aid, pushing Sunhu out of the magical net just as a notification appeared. Pain Bearer has been activated, healing mark has been used. After stabilizing himself, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking one more second and he would have had to use a life-saving tool. Another notification appeared, stating that the red dragon among the holy knights had been defeated and eliminated. He frowned nervously, looking at the information panel that kept jumping. "Your master is pleased. Authority increased by 60. Current authority is 377 out of 380. After all that information, a mission appeared: eliminate the Great Serpent bloodline. If the Great Serpent bloodline was eradicated within the ancient dragon species, the Great Serpent itself would awaken, leaving only one bloodline, supposedly the Queen of Eoslan. Eliminate Queen Elslan. Sunhu rested his chin in thought, so the ancient dragon was On's final card. If one descendant was this powerful, it would be very difficult to deal with. He quickly plotted his next move, first needing to gather more intelligence. If the stats hadn't been amplified by Pain Bearer, he probably wouldn't have figured it out. At that moment, Sunhu suddenly sensed a gaze piercing through space and time. He keenly recognized it magic. Sunhu glanced towards the source of the strangeness with an amused smile. "Great. Every time I see something like this, I want to experience it firsthand." A notification appeared at the bottom as a spear materialized in his hand, equipped with the lightning spear of judgment. Sunhu swiftly hurled the spear towards a surge of spiritual energy that was emanating powerfully. The scene shifted to another place, eyes wide with terror. A bolt of lightning had just struck Rosra's eye, causing her to fall as Kanonas panicked. "Lady Rosra." He quickly ran to embrace her, then hurriedly ordered those outside mage, "Summon a healing mage immediately." Rosra suddenly spoke up weakly, her face covered in red fluid. "No, Kanonas, not even the Queen's blessing can heal this." She tried to force herself up, her body trembling from the wound. "Deliver the words I am about to say directly to His Majesty, not through your faction or through her, but by your own mouth." Kanonas lowered his head, respectfully replying, "Yes, I understand. Mother, please speak." Rosra raised her hand to cover her injured eye. Speaking slowly, "2 holy knights have fallen on the Greenwood continent, Kandoran and King Onyx. You must have heard their names." He immediately recalled the faces just mentioned: Kandoran, the guardian of the Maelstrom Plains, and King Onyx, one of the strongest holy knights. Kanonas swallowed nervously and asked, "Do you mean they are both defeated?" Rosra's body began to ache more intensely, but she forced herself to finish. Kandoran was killed by the high priest of the 7 demon kings. That's why the gate was opened. King Onyx fell after a fierce battle with the 7 demon kings. Then she convulsed once and collapsed as he panicked. "Mother." Rosra trembled violently, trying to force out an important instruction to Kanonas: "Tell His Majesty that King Onyx was a dragon. What His Majesty will do with that truth is up to him on that day." His face was full of dazed repetition. The dragon race. Her eyes gradually lost their vitality. "Always be wary of the court's schemes. Fortunately, you are favored by the Queen. When that moment comes, it will be your opportunity." Before she could finish her sentence, her body stopped trembling and her heart stopped beating in the Queen's bedroom. Kanonas held her tightly, sobbing and saying, "Rest in peace, mother. Perhaps Lady Lacrima will bless you." Scene shift elsewhere. The scientists panicked and held Joshua tightly. "One more treatment course, the sea god's divine punishment item." A cacophony of noise echoed throughout the laboratory. "It's almost here, Master Joshua. Bear with it." Outside, Jessica bowed her head in contemplation. Over a dozen top awakened ones had rushed in to suppress the flames on Joshua's body. If his level were lower, the fire would have burned him and the entire building down. Her body suddenly shook violently as that thought flashed. What kind of monster was in that world after all? Jillian stepped over at that moment and gently asked, "Are you okay? Don't worry, they said the baby is safe." She tiredly covered her face and replied, "This is the first time I've seen Joshua since he returned from the experience zone. Perhaps the balance of the world needs to be different than I thought." He quickly walked over and hugged Jessica to comfort her. "Everything will be fine." At that moment, someone walked up and spoke to the two of them. "Please prepare yourselves, both of you will go to that world." The two of them immediately turned their heads in shock. Jillian angrily said, "Wait, my wife." She quickly hugged him to comfort him. "Calm down, I'm fine." The man spoke again. "That is Odin's command," he said as the two of them, pale-faced, hugged each other. "It will be quick." Scene shift to a place crowded with many people carrying supplies into some kind of barrier. Jillian and Jessica kept looking around in a daze, while the guide began verifying information. Access code 0126, system confirmation, authorization confirmed, entry permitted. And the two of them could step through the barrier. They suddenly looked dazed when they saw something. The crowd impatiently urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up, maintain city security. I will guide the way." The car sped past fallen bodies stained with dark red liquid. The situation was chaotic with continuous shouting. "Where are the healers? Carry the bodies over there." Jillian frowned, thinking to himself, "At first glance it looks like a war zone on Earth." He looked up at the sky, silently confirming, as if seeing two moons, "I am certain this is another world." The car continued through the grassland, heading straight forward. Sunhu silently turned his back, waiting for the two of them. "This way." They walked behind him with determined expressions. Suddenly their faces turned pale and their bodies became stiff. Before the three of them was a bottomless pit of fire, its depth unimaginable. At that moment, Sunhu suddenly spoke. "You two are quite familiar with the system, right?" He calmly explained, "The system's real name is O. I have separated from it and am now fighting under Doom Charles." Jessica paused, then asked the question that always bothered her, "Are you on Charles's side?" Sunhu glanced at them briefly and honestly replied, "I believe that is the safest for Earth. Have the monsters stopped attacking?" He looked at her and asked directly, "Now that you've seen the battlefield, what do you think, Jessica?" Jessica answered truthfully, "It is more horrifying than I imagined, as if an atomic bomb had exploded." Sunhu, hearing this, was satisfied and continued, "Here I once fought against Owen's minion." He emphasized just a single one. She thought, what would happen if this battle took place on Earth? Sunhu crossed his arms and nodded. "Jessica, I respect your conscience. I am truly moved by your determination. In peacetime, that is a fine virtue." He lowered his voice to remind her, "But this is wartime. The whole world must fight with all its might, because this is the final battle for Owen and Doom Charles to decide victory and defeat. You don't need to worry about all of humanity." His gaze was sharp as he asked a difficult question. "Can you kill the creatures here for your husband and the child in your womb? They have human appearances and thoughts. Can you do it?" Sunhu continued analyzing. "Jessica may not be an awakened one or a trained soldier, but a single signature of yours is enough to take countless lives on this land." He closed his eyes and sighed warily. "I forgive you and give you the chance to fight by my side." Sunhu looked at her with great trust, leaving the choice entirely to you, Jessica. He looked straight into her face and patiently asked, "Will you stay or leave?" After a moment, Jessica fell into deep silence, her eyes resolute enough to say it all. She would stand with Sunhu. But he sat under the night sky thinking. Jessica's return brought some respite, but suspicion was overwhelming. A question arose in his mind. Do you pursue power? Prove it. He wondered dreamily. Does the ancient lineage truly prove that? If they built the base from scratch, why would they push humanity into the center of the battlefield? Sunhu's mind was full of questions. Anger surged, but information was too scarce. Must focus. If he chases events, he will end up like someone who lost money. How much does the opponent know about the ancient lineage? At that moment, Joshua suddenly flew down from the sky, approaching close in front of him. He knelt respectfully and said to Sunhu, "My shortcomings have put you in danger. My master, forgive me." He glanced at Joshua briefly and faintly rewarded him. "No, you did well. I grant you the territory of Kandoran." Hearing this, his body suddenly jolted for a moment. Sunhu stood up and lightly scratched his head, saying, "Let's go collect the spoils of war." After that, they headed towards a certain village. All the villagers bowed respectfully before Sunhu and surrendered unconditionally. He remarked with satisfaction that they had accepted defeat cheerfully. Joshua suddenly wondered, shouldn't we avoid interfering in other worlds' affairs? Sunhu coldly reminded him, "This is your group's business. It has nothing to do with the Awakener Association." He nodded in agreement. At that moment, a trembling old man suddenly knelt down and pleaded earnestly, "Please spare me. If you lift the plague, I swear I will be loyal to you." He spoke as if using his last ounce of strength. Kandoran's fortress held out for a long time, but the commoners could not endure. We had not finished when the reinforcements arrived. Sunhu immediately turned and ordered Joshua, "Disperse the plague mist. If everyone dies, what is the point of conquering this place?" Joshua gently moved his hand, and the air filled with plague slowly dissipated. When the plague completely vanished, the villagers widened their eyes in astonishment and cried out, "The cloud of death is dissolving." Seeing their joy, Sunhu spoke up to remind them, "Hey, lead us to Kandoran's fortress. and no tricks. So a girl was singled out to be the guide. She was one of Kandoran's servants, and seemed to have resigned herself to fate. Sunhu suddenly turned to Joshua and said with great interest, "When she opens the door, you can look forward to it, Joshua." He lowered his voice with amusement and anticipation. "This mission will have plenty of valuable loot waiting for us." At this time, the King of Silver was holding his head in distress on the throne. Remax thought worriedly, just as recorded in the annals, "The Demon King has truly awakened." He asked, "Are you sure Duke Kandoran has fallen?" Leo replied gravely, "I saw it with my own eyes. If not for King Onyx's help, I would not have survived to return here." Hearing this, Remax grew even more troubled. He thought he ran away after seeing his father die. What a wretched son. He sighed, "It is hard to believe that both Kandoran and King Onyx were defeated. Both defeated at the same time." Remax asked himself in confusion, "What are we to do? Will Prince Jaden personally appear to save us?" He replied, "I want to fight to the end, but the mission forces me to survive." Remax frowned and asked again, "Your mission?" He answered in a low voice, "My father entrusted me with a family secret during that time." Sunhu, Joshua, and Sylvie were on their way to Kandoran's fortress. Upon arrival, she softly introduced, "This is the place my family has protected for generations." Sylvie continued, "Other than that, I know nothing. That is the truth." He pondered, "I can sense it sleeping far below." Suddenly, he threw himself forward without hesitation into the pitch-black water. Sunhu vanished quickly. On the shore, Joshua called out, "Master." At this time, he was striving to dive deep down below. Before Sunhu lay a ruined palace. A strange, powerful stream of pitch-black energy flickered in the water. Sunhu paid it no mind, directly slashing a path to clear them and enter. He thought to himself, "How arrogant over such a trivial item. Surrender to me." The mysterious black energy dissipated, revealing a book. It turned out to be the Black Ledger Volume 2, one of 3 dark magic books forged by the power of Doom Energastro, an S-rank item, level 620. Sunhu approached, assessing internally. Among all the items he had, the highest leveled piece was the Odin Gold armor, and this ledger was on par with it. Sunhu reached out his hand to touch it, but it was not easy. Something blocked him, making his hand feel incredibly heavy. He forced himself to think, "This feeling is different from when I completed the life buoy. It is resisting with opposing energy." A notification appeared. "Do you wish to purify this item to claim ownership? Required authority 300. The remaining abilities within the book will not be affected." A blinding golden light emanated from the book. He finally touched it, but could not yet lift it. Sunhu thought angrily, "Are you trying to start a war between me and Doom Energastro? No problem, we will clash soon enough anyway." That power was so immense it pierced through the layers of water, shining on the surface. It even formed a pillar 10,000 jang high with no visible end. Joshua called out worriedly, "Master." Underwater, he was clutching the ledger tightly to his chest. Sunhu mused, "Purification authority has been obtained. Is this the way to dominate the gods? Then I welcome it." He surfaced, gently handed the ledger to him, and said, "This is a reward for your efforts." Joshua asked in shock, "Isn't this what you have been seeking from the trial zone? Such an important item, you want to give it to me?" He replied, "It is a bit different. This is volume 2. Sunhu thought, "The first volume of the ledger along with the gear from the main commanders. I sent that guy named Liniesi to retrieve it long ago, but there is still no news." The train of thought continued. "It seems polite talk does not work on him. Just wait and see." Sunhu scratched his head and explained, "I looked for this for you from the start. It suits you much more than me. Black Ledger Volume 2 has been transferred." Joshua said happily, "Thank you, Master." He held the ledger in his hand. Strangely, his face gradually became visible, no longer hidden as before. Sunhu laughed and said, "Now you can take off that robe." Joshua hesitated and called out, "Master." He said, "It has been a long time since I last saw your face." Joshua glanced at Sylvie. Seeing that, Sunhu immediately said, "Follow your instinct, Joshua." She shrank back in fear, panicking and crying out as he slowly walked step by step towards Sylvie. Squelching sound rang out, blood sprayed, and she moaned in pain as his fangs sank deep into her neck. Sylvie gradually withered, not a single drop of blood left in her body. Sunhu said with satisfaction, "The plague bearer, the vampire king." He let out a praise filled with blatant arrogance, "Joshua." Joshua's eyes were bloodshot, and he wiped the remaining blood stain from the corner of his mouth. Elsewhere, the King of Silver stood quietly by the window. He thought sorrowfully, did Kandoran possibly have that item? The Death Ledger, a relic from the god-demon war, once mentioned in the records of St. Cassian. The more he thought, the more his head ached. Remax held his forehead and sighed, telling himself that if it were real, they could have stopped the Demon King's descent, but they did not do it because it was a black magic tome. He asked himself, how stupid, what use was honor when you were dead? Footsteps echoed from behind, and Remax asked how the situation was. The man reported respectfully. It was very difficult to expect help from other kingdoms, but a delegation from the Archer Kingdom had arrived. Hearing this, Remax cursed in anger, "Damn it. I would rather be torn apart by the Demon King's minions than bow my head to those dogs." "Your family also has a deep feud with the Archer family, right?" His subordinate continued. "But your majesty, the Demon King's men have already infiltrated too deeply into our territory." He said, "At this point, both you and I are probably thinking of the same person. We will hire the mercenary king." The subordinate lifted his head, surprised. It seemed they shared the same thought. The mercenary king Onu was known as the embodiment of the spirit king, but unfortunately, he had an insatiable greed. Aniclimax said in a deep voice, "The royal treasury alone will not be enough to bring him here. We need support from you and all the nobles in the kingdom." The subordinate bowed his head, thinking to himself, in other words, the kingdom's future grew bleak. "All I can do is pray for Lord Lacrima's blessing." Outside, the whirring sound from the drone aircraft never ceased. Sun Jin looked up while eating a bowl of noodles. He complained in annoyance. "What is that thing? So noisy." Ji Hun approached from behind and explained softly, "We are mapping the surrounding terrain and conducting reconnaissance at the same time." Sun Jin said in surprise, "Kim Ji Hun, long time no see, you look a lot more muscular. How have you been lately?" He sat down on the grass, rubbed his head, and said, "Not good at all. Those magic traps nearly gave me a headache." He laughed and said, "Don't worry, Boss Mary has already tied those firm ropes tightly." Looking at the barrier before him, he asked, "Is Miss Mary inside that?" Sun Jin replied, "It has been a while." He asked Ji Hun, "By the way, do you have any business coming here? There are more things to plunder near the new capital." He answered, "The Rothschild military company has already taken control of that area. We are here just to clean up the remnants." Sun Jin asked further, "Seems like you were a step too slow. So how much have you earned recently?" He revealed without hiding, 6% of the spoils are mine, plus a separate annual salary from the Yusung Corporation. Sun Jin scratched his nose and wondered, "So is that a lot or a little?" He said, "I also get 6% of the total profits from the occupied zones, so I probably do not have to worry about money anymore." He was surprised and said loudly, "They are still paying you that rate from now on. Then you hit the jackpot." He laughed and said, "That is why everyone is risking their lives. Lord Caliber, you should also take your share." He said without any hesitation, "I plan to take it after this matter is over, but I do not know if there will be anything left to eat by then. I am thinking there will be a lot of profit from building a small magic tower." Ji-hoon said in alarm, "Oh my god, is that a wizard tower? The market value of magic items is skyrocketing if you sweep it." He turned his head back and said with a smile, "You can make more money than I would earn in a lifetime." He praised happily, "You really know how to say things that make people happy. Quite smooth-tongued." Suddenly, the smile on Sun Jin's lips vanished. He said hesitantly, "The barrier stone has disappeared." Gu Yonhai appeared, slowly descending to the ground. Sun Jin called to her sister. Gu Yonhai was angry, her expression tense as she looked at him. Sun Jin was frightened, sweat continuously seeping out, flowing in droplets down his face. He thought to himself, "What is with that attitude? Exactly like when my ex-wife dumped me." She said irritably, "Mages truly are annoying creatures. Is there anyone strong around recently?" Gu Yonhai emphasized, "Someone with power other than mages." Ji-hoon suddenly remembered something. He turned around to get the computer and said, "You reminded me that there is something I need to report. We suspect this is some mercenary group." Pointing at the screen, Ji-hun said, "While monitoring a force of about 10,000 men, our precision drone was shot down from an extremely high altitude." He continued, "It seems there is someone very powerful among them." At the same time, at the location appearing on the computer, a fierce battle was taking place. A loud shout was heard, "Concentrate, ahead, suppress them, suppress them." Dismembered bodies and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Human corpses lay scattered on the ground. Their comrades showed no signs of life. Only a single survivor remained. That was the victor. The people of Silver happily told each other. The Demon King's army was wiped out in an instant. "We are saved." They kept shouting loudly, "Long live the Silver Kingdom! Long live King Remax!" In a small corner, a voice asked, "What should we do?" Onu said softly, "Kill them all." The crowd suddenly fell silent, the cheering now replaced by fear and shock. A resident stammered and asked him, "What are you doing?" A broken voice rang out. Onu laughed savagely and said, "This world is great." He thought coldly, "Even if we kill and plunder, they will blame the Demon King's men." He thought smugly to himself, "If we are lucky, we might even plunder Ronsu's magic tower." Sun Jin stared at Onu, who was babbling like a madman, and lamented, "Damn it, why are they all going crazy at each other?" He held the two legs of two fallen underlings in both hands, slowly taking steps toward Onu in a rage, and demanded, "Lucky that Trung is here, right?" Onu turned his head to see Sun Jin dragging two comrades, leaving the ground splattered with terrible blood stains. Receiving no answer, he asked again, "Are you the bastard who killed my men?" He squinted, not replying but silently assessing the large appearance of the man before him. Onu suddenly shifted his attention to Gu Yonhai, then without a word lunged forward, aiming for the woman behind. The moment his foot touched the ground, he stepped on the henchman's face, bruising it badly. She remained calm, unharmed, her eyes composed as she watched Onu. The henchman was kicked dozens of meters away, but no one cared. Sun Jin suddenly flew into a rage, roaring, "You bastard!" He breathed heavily in frustration, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. "Do you know what you are doing? Soldiers should only fight soldiers." Sun Jin leaped toward Onu, shattering the wall where he stood with a loud crash. Enraged, he raised his weapon high to strike, but Onu dodged nimbly. He was not hit. He exclaimed in panic, "You madman, is that your sword the way you spin?" Sun Jin was famous for his terrifying fighting style, but the real reason was his devastating fists. He did not let up, continuing his attack in utter fury. "How long do you plan to run?" Sun Jin's strength came from his unarmed attack ability, an effective tactic to avoid being considered using weapons. Onu dodged while muttering in irritation, "Unbelievable. The day has come when I have to use skills against him." Onu suddenly swung his sword in a counterattack, shouting, "Die, you dog!" He clenched his teeth in terror, because the attack was too close to dodge, while he taunted, "With such sloppy limbs, who can you possibly hit?" Two slashes simultaneously shot straight toward Sun Jin, and they struck his arm and belly precisely, severing them from his body in pain. Onu smiled contemptuously, saying smugly, "This is the body of the Spirit King, you are not on my level." Outside, Gu Yonhai discussed mana swordsmanship with Sun Hu. It does not fire in the direction the sword swings, but is determined by the preset mana flow. She stared intently at the fight, pondered a moment, then said, "The flow of mana is like a living thing. How you handle it determines the difference in swordsmanship." Based on Rancia's memories, Gu Yonhai added more. The moment he heard that name, he lost patience and asked urgently, "What about Rancia's?" Her voice suddenly lowered, heavy with emotion, "A failure. Instead of letting me control him, he chose death. I also put in quite a lot of effort." Sun Hu quickly turned to look at her, gently comforting, "But it is not like we came back empty-handed, right? Relax." Gu Yonhai lowered her head and explained slowly, her voice hesitant, "I just wanted to possess him." She spoke slowly, her expression thoughtful and somber. "Ordinary memories are not enough to collect mana. Maybe we will never be able to use it all. Mana is the breath of Lord Lacrima, both a protective mechanism of the old city and a part of it." He frowned in thought upon hearing this, then asked, "So it stopped working because we switched to the Doom Charles system. But the content remains the same, right?" Gu Yonhai did not answer, only continued slowly, "That is why I wanted Rancius. If a great mage examines us, maybe we will find a different answer." He nodded slightly, suddenly recalling something and asking, "I understand, but isn't that guy a mage?" Gu Yonhai's eyes were still fixed on the fight, and she answered quickly, "A swordsman uses mana differently from a mage." She turned her gaze to Sun Hu, gently extending an invitation. "I want to check another area too. Will you come along?" He was puzzled by this. "Want Doom Charles's power cause problems?" Gu Yonhai shook her head leisurely. "It is fine." Gu Yonhai's voice was calm. "In the worst case, the only thing destroyed is his mind world." On the other side, the battle was still intense. Even with one arm lost, Sun Jin easily lifted Onu's henchman with his remaining hand and threw him straight at Onu. He threw the body far away, gritting his teeth as he charged at Onu. "Take this, you bastard." Sun Jin leaped high, raising his fist to finish Onu. The powerful punch slammed into him, causing Onu's whole body to convulse and then tremble violently. A series of consecutive blows were thrown, giving him no chance to retaliate. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Sun Hu quickly spoke up to stop him. "Sun Jin, do not kill him." Hearing this, Sun Jin sat down wearily and complained, "Tiring, his fighting style is damn weird." Gu Yonhai then slowly walked toward him, offering praise. "You did well. It was an interesting experience, wasn't it?" Sun Jin raised his arm to the sky, and a new hand immediately grew to replace the severed one. Suppressing the pain, he said with curiosity, "One more interesting experience like that, and I will be meeting my ancestors. What do you plan to do with this guy?" Hearing this, she was startled. Seeing that, Sun Jin sighed deeply, then said casually, "All right, continue." Then Sun Hu and Gu Yonhai flew together to some place. They stopped in a desolate area with only a few tents. After finishing his disguise, Sun Hu landed on the ground. He was extremely curious, examining his new body with his hands. Just then, Gu Yonhai, also finished with her disguise, landed and said, "Your name is Karai, and this is about 25 years ago from when we were there." Sun Hu gently turned his head and glanced at her with a smile. Sun Hu carefully observed Gu Yonhai's appearance and remarked, "It is different now, Wu Gu Yonhai." Gu Yonhai reached out and toyed with a strand of her hair, muttering in annoyance, "I cannot adjust everything perfectly. The stronger the target, the more solid their defense system." She shrugged helplessly, although not as high a level as Rancius. Sun Hu frowned, his eyes showing clear dissatisfaction. "So you cannot fully control it. What if we get killed?" Gu Yonhai slowly explained with a confident, assured tone, "Because we are not invading using the mind-body. So we will not be harmed, just pushed out, that is all." Hearing this, he repeated the term in confusion. "Mind-body?" She quickly clarified, "Think of it as a soul." Sun Hu nodded slightly, suddenly recalling a memory. "I understand. I once cut something similar before." Gu Yonhai then got into character, happily waving her hand. "All right, let us go train your mana. Good luck, Karel." The scenario she created was as follows. Honor and Karel were born and raised as /earned farmers in the Lamentation Forest, joining a mercenary group about a year ago. The leader of the mercenary group was quite skilled at teaching mana usage. Guyonhai smiled to herself proudly. I am the leader of the mercenary group. The movement of mana is like oil paint dissolving in water. First, create a mana flow. After that, the weapon was swung along that mana flow, and countless techniques were born. Honor's talent was undeniable, and by sparring with him every night, Sun Hu learned to control mana. A single mana blade split into 2, even 3 blades. As he trained, he sank into thought and silently evaluated. It had become slower and weaker, but when he fought Sun Jin, he created 4 blades at once, breaking down and rebuilding the skill based on the mana flow. What if we apply that to our system? Long time passed and Guyonhai and Sun Hu could finally return to reality. 2 weeks had passed in the mind world. Tired, she rubbed the fake curls on her head and remarked with annoyance. As expected, the mana handling of this world was not helpful to her because she could not absorb mana from nature. Sun Hu had gained something again, quickly taking out what he discovered and said, but I did get a hint. Notification quickly appeared. You have activated Dabi's blade. Cooldown 3 hours, remaining time 2 hours 59 minutes. What he gathered within the mind showed that energy recharges over time, rather than absorbing natural mana. Because our bodies have a built-in power plant inside, the structure is the same. That was something new to Sun Hu, something he had never felt before. Dabi's blade transformed into Kali's blade. After waiting too long, Guyonhai lost patience and called out. Sun Hu quickly steadied himself and said Kali's blade turned into Indra's blade. He could see the mana flow powering the skills. He suddenly reached his hand forward and used spiritual power. Hey, I can sense something in the end zone. There is no turning back, but I have to try. Sun Hu muttered to himself with a strange feeling in his chest, like when he fought Dragarin to face transcendent entities. A notification appeared saying that Gaia's will had been removed. Sweat fell on his face. He thought he needed a main skill much stronger than a mix of ordinary skills. Gaia's will was a skill that attracted monster attention and healed both physical and magical damage. Sun Hu sighed tiredly as the notification rang. The collector has been removed. He thought silently about a trait that reduced the chance of items disappearing on failed enhancement if dismantled and combined into the skill he wanted to enhance. A series of notifications continued. Set's claws removed. Hira's wrath removed. That sight made Sun Jin and Guyonhai's jaws drop in horror. On the other side, Onu's body suddenly let out a pain breath. His hand suddenly made strange sounds, causing his already closed eyes to slowly open. As soon as he opened his eyes, Onu's eyes went wide from what he saw. On the other side, Sun Hu was embracing a fierce, blinding light. His muscles cracked with blood threads, exerting all his strength to overcome this trial. The synthesis target was this thing. Immediately after, Sun Hu succeeded. Notifications rang out continuously. You have activated Hanuman's tail. Among fire-type skills, Dust Sunlight was the strongest, but for offense, Hanuman's tail was the most suitable. His hand firmly enveloped the light, but it still seeped through his fingers. Sun Hu shouted loudly, Gregorin, burn them to ash with overwhelming flames, turn into fire. Opening his eyes again, he found his spiritual sense was in a strange place. A massive light shone all over Sun Hu's body. He stared in amazement, then murmured, This is the universe inside me. Sun Hu looked at a purple circle, speculating that overwhelming energy might be the one who overcomes adversity. His gaze shifted to the blue black hole. That thing, the biggest change, Dabi's blade, and the torn part was the tearing motion of Odin's wrath. A powerful beam of light caught his attention. A series of notifications arrived for an unknown reason. The skill Hanuman's tail was enhanced, creating superheated fire wings and 3 tails. Please name the new skill. Notification appeared after Sun Hu's action. You have activated Nameless. Outside, Eunhee and Sun Jin screamed in pain. I'm dying, it's too hot. She quickly cast magic. Guyonhai activated Mary's station. Stop. His spiritual sense returned to Sun Hu's body. He woke up surrounded by powerful flames. The notification repeated again, Nameless has been created. On the other side, Sun Jin was still screaming, so hot. Onu's face was pale, full of fear. Sun Jin said gratefully to Guyonhai, without Miss Mary just now, I would have turned to ash. That skill was truly formidable. He had just woken up, his entire body trembling with fear. Excited voices rang out in his mind. Honor, your swordsmanship is like a great storm. A spirit king for sure. Onu in reality screamed, No, Carol. He looked towards Sun Hu, muttering, something worthy of the title Spirit King is probably like this. On the other side, he was scratching his head sheepishly, saying to the two, Sorry, I didn't think about the people around. Scene change in the dark room. Only Semen sat in a corner by the fire, holding a string of beads. His gaze was gloomy, carrying murderous intent. That sudden surge of massive mana, I must investigate what it is. He thought silently, perhaps that thing could benefit our tribe, or conversely, it could be harmful. Before the flickering firelight, Semen's face appeared utterly frenzied as if sensing something. He regained his composure, thinking silently, Is there someone coming to me the answer? What the hell? He glanced over, his expression extremely curious. What is that thing? He was astonished. Is he crazy? Selong stepped forward bluntly, with no sign of fear on his face. He stood blocking in front of him, asking in a deep, hoarse voice, "Hey kid, do you know where you're walking into? Are you lost or something?" He twitched his mouth, let out a sigh, his face full of confidence. Seeing his action, he was momentarily stunned, then roared. Hearing the noise, Saman stuck his head out to look. Still oblivious, he laughed. Sama opened his mouth wide, revealing thick, sharp teeth. He shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to retreat. "That is the Fire Spirit King." Selong walked arrogantly amidst the shouts. "The Flame Great Emperor Sealong." Seeing that, he became smug, gliding toward him and asking, "At least one person recognizes me. Where is your leader?" On the other side, inside a tent set up outdoors, Bomos's face was full of curiosity toward the person before him. A voice rang out, "The Fire Spirit King has appeared." Sealong tilted his head in greeting. "Elder, this our first meeting, isn't it?" It seemed the man still did not recognize him, softly asking Han, "Where is your master?" "That is only to say Sealong is allowed to speak directly with me." He revealed a smile showing two fangs, his voice light as the wind, saying, "Treat me as you did back then." Sealong continued, "Down there, the Demon King's army is almost at your doorstep. So do you understand now?" He slowed his speech, each word striking like a hammer. "Elder, you are now in my debt." The Demon King. His expression grew more serious. Sealong said in a low voice that he was growing stronger and needed to be eliminated before it was too late. Saman, standing nearby, suddenly spoke of the massive increase in mana, realizing it was the Demon King. Bomos issued a challenge, asking if he knew that Kandoran, the Onyx King, and Roncius had all been taken down. He answered confidently, "Don't compare him to those people." The man cut to the chase. "What do you want me to help with?" He said, "I am not telling you to become a saint or anything." Sealong gently released a sentence. "Leave that part to us." Hearing that, Saman and Bomos were utterly shocked, their faces changing color. A woman with a very serious expression appeared. "Excuse me." Next was a man with an overwhelming aura, Lord Noah, along with Lord Ilem. Hearing these powerful names, Bomos gasped. "The four spirit kings are gathered." He seriously recounted each of Selong's words. "The Greenwood tribes have no rights to that land. Instead, the Lagrima warriors will seize it." The man's body trembled violently, as if he could not believe his ears. He thought for a long time before slowly saying, "I trust your master, but I cannot believe the words of a child." Bomos made a proposal and a guarantee, saying to the Flame Emperor Selong, "Appear in person and I will swear on my warrior's honor." Sealong put forth a convincing argument. "If I were lying, why we gather in such force? We will seal the Demon King." Sinfish, with sharp eyes, was glancing at Bomos. Sealong continued speaking confidently, and just as the Elder and the warriors were about to sweep away the Demon King's forces, she suddenly screamed in fear and ducked down. A source of blue energy struck straight down to the ground. Bomos and Saman, hit by the energy, had their faces distorted and twisted. Everyone was still trying to shield Silion, ensuring his safety. The source of energy spread everywhere at a dizzying speed. He and the others had fallen before the sudden catastrophe. Noah and Lem did their best to protect Silion. They still did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, three figures flew from somewhere to land before them. Sunhu asked coldly, "Is that the group of spirit kings?" Gu Yunhai answered uncertainly, "Probably, even though they don't look much like it." He stared straight at them with a cold gaze. "Dragarin, the spirit kings, you all prepared quite well, didn't you?" He asked which one was the fire spirit king. Sunhu's gaze fixed on Selong, stepping forward, saying, "I have some things to test." Sealong gritted his teeth in anger, drenched in sweat. In the courtyard, sounds of weeping rose. The family of the fallen soldier cried out in pain, "Brother Jason." He reported that many of Zell's attack squads had been killed. He asked if the bodies had been checked. "I've never seen anyone burned to charcoal like that." His expression darkened, his voice tinged with confusion. What in the world attacked them? The path the Spirit King took was like the apocalypse of Pompeii. If all four Spirit Kings appeared, the devastation would be even more horrific. On the other side, a body was engulfed in a sea of flames, mouth wide open, eyes wide, already charred black. The S-rank divine beast Odin created blazing fiery wings and 3 tails. Time of 6 hours, back at noon 12 hours, remaining time 11 hours 57 minutes. Divine beast Odin had been neutralized. Sunhu laughed coldly. "That's enough to use." Sunjin checked the corpses, discovering they had no life left. "This area's all gone too." Yonhai voiced his thoughts. "It seems that thing called the Spirit King has abandoned its host and fled." Sunhu glanced around, his face dark. "Good, after this, everyone will realize this place cannot be taken lightly. Trading system will open tomorrow. Then the world capital will go all out for rearmament. To build a force strong enough to resist the Spirit King's power if it reappears, including alliance activities for the worst-case scenario, we must prepare everything perfectly. And next is to generate profit." They busily gathered those who could not be assimilated into the Soul family. To boost production, they are experienced people and will deliver excellent results. The people will live better under the Demon King's rule, at least not starving to death. This is how to occupy a land. Set up a security zone, use it as a center, and spread like a plague, devastating everything. Night fell, the moon rose high, casting a faint light over a castle in Russia. Inside the castle, in a room, Sun Hu was sleeping soundly on a simple bed. He lay still without moving, seemingly in a deep sleep. Suddenly, a moment later, he opened his eyes upon hearing a sound. He turned his face toward the door, where a strange creature was standing. It had two heads, both heads sharing the same body and looking very similar. Sun Hu was extremely astonished. He could not help but ask, "What kind of being are you?" Its body trembled, cold sweat fell continuously. It knew exactly who he was. Suddenly it knelt to the ground as if it could not stand. Sun Hu forced himself up, wondering in his heart if that was a posture of submission. It remained kneeling, turning its body to face the rear. He asked, "Do you want me to follow you?" It crawled forward step by step, as if extremely afraid of Sun Hu. He thought to himself, Orca had more self-respect than this thing, even though he also did not want to die. He followed it for a long stretch of road, crawling into a cave entrance with it. He was puzzled. It turned out that was how it entered the fortress through the tunnel. Sun Hu spoke in a voice that made it flinch. "Hey, how much further?" Startled by the shout, it turned to look at him, its whole body trembling, tears welling up. Sun Hu saw its aggrieved face and drew in a cold breath. The two-headed monster that once terrified everyone. Back then it chased him aggressively, now he is one of the 7 demon kings. Looking back now, it seemed like just a dog from the neighborhood. Returning to the present, it braced its hands on the ground, one hand gesturing for Sun Hu to enter the path behind. He remained calm, inwardly thinking that he had already sensed it. He stepped onto the rotten bridge. Passing this point was the presence of that thing. Thinking of some interesting scene, Sun Hu could not help but smile. He looked at the creature before him. It was quite small, long time no see, Kasu. It wondered, "Is this the place you have been hiding?" Sun Hu's gaze was cold. "A low-level scum like you dares to summon me? Pay the price by becoming a Doom man. The highest is Doom Charles. Next are Doom Energasto and Doom Erakuda. Lower are Insectum Dezia, and Casso at the very bottom." Someone spoke hoarsely, meaning he is below me, one who rose by defeating Doom Dixia. It spoke of the plan, needing the strength of the 8 great villains and the saint to confront, only forcing the opponent to retreat. Continued, now facing it again, realizing how weak a human can be. Amon's voice lowered. "The spoils of war, I will grant them to you." Sun Hu raised an eyebrow. Spoils of war, it declared the war had resumed. Amon offered a tempting condition. "Even the Drago pack will act if you participate. I will give you everything." It continued, "We must cooperate. Doom Charles also wishes for that, Doom man." Hearing such absurd words, he sneered. "You were sealed after being defeated now instead of begging." He said coldly with a mocking tone, "Cooperate, do not amuse me, you will follow my orders." Sun Hu summoned his weapon. That was the law of the 7 Kings Legion. "Is that not right? You are a subordinate. The spoils of war naturally belong to me." Odin's wrath was unleashed. The spear fell with a crack. Amun tensed upon hearing those words. Cold sweat dripped down. His gaze was wild. Is that not too obvious? Truly dull? Sun Hu's hand gripping the spear powerfully raised it, preparing to bring it down. He did not hesitate, quickly driving the spear tip straight into Kasu's eye, creating a powerful earthquake. Screams echoed through the forest, then it fainted. That scream reached even a nearby village. The villagers saw the earthquake and were bewildered. What happened? An earthquake. A stretch of land was pushed up strongly by the aftershock from below, cracking and breaking apart into rocks and earth. A hand with sharp claws thrust out powerfully from within the earth. After emerging from the ground, Kasu held its head in pain. Due to the intense agony, it broke the seal. It looked up at Sun Hu, asking in a deep voice, "Why did you do that, Doom man?" Kasu lifted its large head, roaring in annoyance, "I do not like waking up." He silently looked at it, its body nearly 30 meters tall. His eyes sharp. "You have not woken up yet. I will show you why I am of a higher rank." Kasu rasped, with one eye stained red. "Is it because of the matter in the motherland? I only followed orders." It powerfully raised its hand and punched down, roaring loudly. "This is what you brought upon yourself." Its hideous teeth clenched, its hand raised high to gain momentum. The fist flew down with an overwhelming force, tearing through the wind. Sun Hu watched in horror as the fist flew towards him. The wind pressure was terrifying, like a storm. He gritted his teeth, remembering Palak and Panson being swept away by the wind like fallen leaves. After a moment of thought, Sun Hu's hand tightened on his weapon, silently vowing, "This time will be different, Kasu." He raised his weapon high to confront the powerful aura from the fist. Its 2 eyes widened in shock. Cold sweat covered its face. Kasu gritted its teeth, putting more force into the punching hand. Suddenly, its hand jerked back up, and it screamed in intense pain. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Hu immediately lunged towards it. He grabbed the tuft of fur on its head and yanked hard. Kasu noticed Sun Hu had arrived and prepared to counterattack. But it was too late, as he used his strength to press its head down firmly. Kasu could not resist and was pulled to the ground. Sun Hu landed gracefully while Kasu struggled, stuck to the ground. Kasu smiled, then dusted his hands with satisfaction, saying, "They were even now, you mangy dog." Kasu's entire body trembled with rage, ignoring Doom Charles. "Do you think you will be forgiven?" Sun Hu raised his hand to touch his head and calmly said, "This is a conflict between you and me, because you were insolent to a superior." Sun Hu's soft words made its face stiffen. I only wanted to teach you a lesson, but your endurance is really good. He turned his head to look straight at Kasu, then drew his hand across his throat in a provocation. To the point I have to kill you. Fear and anger were clear on its face as it screamed. Aren't you afraid of your superiors? This matter will reach others. Sun Hu's eyes burned red as he confidently said, I think Doomchas will allow the appointment of a new Doom rather than keep the one who lost to Dragarin. Kasu trembled and shouted in anger, What do you know? You haven't been on that battlefield. That battle exhausted even high ranks. He sneered, pointing out its fear. You were stronger before, but using the seal as an excuse is because you fear the Dragarin lineage, isn't it? Sun Hu looked at Kasu and said each word, Kasu, you are the disgrace of all. During that, it suddenly sat up. The movement was slow, but it still tried to act tough, as if the pain did not subdue it. Its brows were tightly furrowed, voice full of anger and irritation. Finally, you force me to reveal my true form. Kasu is exerting his innate power. The final moment of the war days had come. Latch was attacked by that thing, the one who had hidden itself after Elak's counterattack. Sun Hu looked at it, his hand clenched tightly, thinking to himself whether he could withstand one of his own strikes now. He confidently said loudly, Use every trick you have. Back then, Sun Hu did not understand Kasu's potential. He only saw it as an erupting volcano. Now he understood. Its fur turned red as it charged forward, carrying the power of fire. A contemptuous smile played on Sun Hu's lips as he saw the fur attack, truly a poor choice, but its destructive power could not be ignored. He equipped his mask armor immediately, then devised his strategy should dodge first, but the Adonis helmet had been activated. A series of equipment were unlocked. Odin's golden armor and sword were ready. He firmly told himself the goal was to subdue him. Kasu looked at Sun Hu with eyes burning red, mixed with surprise and wariness. He lowered his head, casting spells while thinking he needed to display even more overwhelming power. A strong light from Sun Hu's weapon enveloped the space. He confidently thought he would neutralize all of his attacks. Like a flash of lightning, Sun Hu rushed towards it, leaving behind a trail of bright sparks. Kasu's eyes widened in terror as he saw his silhouette already right in front of him. Sun Hu raised his hand high, recreating the moment Elak had made him lose his will to fight. This is the weakness. The sharp blade slashed across Doom Kaso's face so fast it could not react. Kasu's pain scream echoed to the village, causing the villagers to shout in fear, monster. Turning to the battle after a series of strikes from Sun Hu, Kaso screamed in agony and despair, begging to stop. He stopped, smugly saying, It's over then, not surprising, truly a disgrace to a Doom. It gritted its teeth, trembling, its hand holding the gash on its face, asking why he did this over the matter of their homeland, which both of them knew clearly. Before Kasu could finish, Sun Hu slashed his sword straight at it again. The sword plunged straight into Kasu's eye, causing it to scream in pain. That man collapsed to the ground, repeatedly admitting fault. It was my fault, it was all my fault. Hearing that, he finally satisfiedly put away his weapons. The sword and spear were stored. Sun Hu hopped up, standing over it with a cold expression. He dismissed all his equipment, revealing a face heavy with thought, calmly saying the equipment had been made invisible. Sun Hu asked a strange question with an extremely serious expression. How far do you think I will rise? Kasu broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, then he immediately cut in, rank 4, right insectum. That position is not far off. Kasu hurriedly flattered and nodded. Sun Hu ignored him and said, I removed everything from Charles to insectum. They belong to another reality. He continued asking, his tone calm but full of pressure. So where do you think you stand? Who can save you now? Doom Kasu's face turned pale and immediately replied, only Doom man. Sun Hu nodded in satisfaction, then slowly said, so there is one more matter. His hand tightened, his tone calm but his eyes terrifyingly bloodshot. I will plant a fear so deep in you that you dare not look me in the eye again. Kasu's pupils contracted violently, streaks of blood appearing, revealing the terror surging within. It gritted its pale teeth, its voice trembling with fear. Please don't do that. The superiors will not allow it. Sun Hu heard the plea and delightedly leaped up, unleashing a storm of blows, saying, yeah, so I will make sure you cannot tattle. Afterwards, in the dark forest, its screams echoed everywhere from having to continuously receive his blows. Even the fierce wolf packs trembled nonstop at those screams. Returning to the battle, Kaso had fallen, panicking and muttering, what is that pressure? Sun Hu, covered in its blood, suddenly paused in a daze at the words of Dun Kaso. Despite being at a disadvantage, it still stubbornly brushed aside its flattering attitude, angrily saying, you think you can force me to submit? He suddenly realized with suspicion that the voice belonged to something else. Sun Hu furrowed his brow, looking down at Kasu, sensing something off, then slowly asked, who are you? He answered without hesitation Kasu, but he shook his head. You know that is not what I wanted to ask. Kasu's eyes suddenly shut, as if pondering something. The massive crimson body covered the ground. After a moment of silence, it honestly replied, Raktikalaktu Doom Jiso is the one who replaced me for a long time. Sun Hu asked in confusion the reason for the personality split. Kasu slowly explained that the lifeboat was too small. They could not pursue immortality like the higher beings. A voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Doom man, do not let time sweep you away. You have not understood everything yet. Those might be memories not belonging to Kasu, but they made humanity already at a dead end. Even more desperate, the destruction of one of the two central cities was a fatal loss. That ruined city was the base of the Panchen faction. As a result, the great saint and the great villain, who had been in a ceasefire, launched a war for the center. Sun Hu silently recalled the hardships of those days, and caring for his mother became even more difficult. His mind now kept recalling painful, dust-laden memories, and soon he was struck down by the first evil man. Sun Hu stood on the edge of Kasu's mouth, looking down. That is why rage made him only want to kill him. But it did not know that thought and still asked in confusion, why do you want to kill me so much? And why do you still let me live? Kasu struggled to lift his head, hoarsely mocking. What good is subduing me to you? Do you truly believe you can do it? He disregarded that contempt, silently sinking into thought, the weary sigh of an old soldier exhausted by endless war, his soul bound to break sooner or later. Sun Hu thought with certainty when recalling the image of the one who once resided in his mind. That was how he created Doom Charles, an impulsive teenager who thought the sky was the limit. He broke free from his thoughts, calmly stepping away from it, saying, it seems I can reason with you. Tell me everything you know about the 7 demon kings. But Kasu coldly replied, once you join the meeting you will understand. Its voice wearily and painfully explained, war is recurring, the meeting will be soon, then you can face them. Sun Hu was astonished by this, secretly thinking, so even among them there is a meeting. He sneered in contempt, there you are no different from a bottom-tier slave, forever like that, is it not? Sun Hu looked directly into its eyes, continuing as if understanding Kasu's pain. Between Doom Charles there is only pain, and you know better than anyone, if no one pulls you up, you will stay in that position forever. He was stunned, his eyes slightly shifting as he remembered the other 2 monsters. Only Doom Charles, the situations of Doom Insectum and Doom Maul are no different, just like how I infiltrated the Binderbird Club. Sun Hu thought with determination, just patiently gnaw everything from the bottom up. Su interrupted his thoughts with confidence. You have given up, but I have power. Using the resources On left behind, I will become stronger. The blood threads began to appear on his arm, his eyes affirming to use equal power to challenge the throne. Sun Hu's eyes burned red, his tone full of manipulation. Submit Raktika, the rules will be rewritten. The scene shifts to another place in Central Seal, the headquarters of Yuzu Construction Company. The person on the raised chair looking at the paper was Chairman Choi Chaman. The content included information on the Yuzu Grand City office, land area 7,447 square meters, total floor area 11,966 square meters, scale of 7 basement floors and 16 above-ground floors, value 509.41 billion won, annual rental income 44.919293 billion won. After reading, Chaman angrily slammed the paper stack on the table and roared, "What is this? What is this?" Yang lowered her head and explained confidently, "I will try to start with this capital. CEO Choi Yang, father, please trust your daughter just this once." She took a deep breath, stepped forward and looked him straight in the eye with determination. "I do not promise to multiply it many times, but I guarantee not to lose it. I have never made a mistake." Chaman asked doubtfully, "How can you be so sure?" Yang slowly explained each sentence convincingly. "I met someone from Daehyun Company. This is a gamble worth betting all capital on. Just look at the profit structure and you will see." His eyes darkened as he questioned, "Is there nothing shady about it?" Yang shook her head and explained they are having difficulties because everyone is rushing into leverage. She continued persuading with benefit information. "If we cooperate, all support will be handled by them. If we do not join immediately, they might change their minds." He touched his forehead wearily and leaned back in his chair asking Yang, "If there is a problem, will it become a big issue?" She was puzzled by Chaman's words, asking, "Is it because of the largest shareholder? What is your real thought, father?" He suddenly became agitated, slammed the table, and stood up worriedly. "That is not what I mean, Yang. It is trust. I have never interfered because you manage well, so why are you now shifting direction to a subsidiary? Is that reasonable?" Yang lowered her head, still wanting to invest, but her words lacked conviction. "But that person has not shown up for 20 years. Either they trust us now, or they never cared from the start." Chaman gradually calmed down and sat back down. "Do not talk like that. There are not many people like them in this world. You know that favors must be repaid." Hearing that, her face lit up with joy. She quickly turned to reassure him. "I know. I will not let you down, father. Do not worry." Yang closed the door and left, leaving Chaman alone in silence, sinking into thought. His eyes were fixed on the door, his heart sliding into sudden nostalgia. The company had developed to break into the top 20 construction firms. Chamin glanced at the photo of young Ga Yang, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed happily, "When did that little kid grow up to be this big?" The image of young Sun-Hu, who had helped him, suddenly appeared in his mind. Chamin walked to the window, helplessly scratching his head and muttering, "It is time to repay the debt of gratitude, but where to find that person?" A long time passed. 1 month later, Ga Yang was diligently working on her computer with focus. She tiredly rubbed her eyes, sighed in disappointment, and muttered, "No response, I really hoped, but it truly is not easy." Just then, the secretary announced through the intercom, "Director, a guest has arrived." Hearing that, she asked awkwardly, "Who is it?" The secretary hesitated. "That person." The answer made Ga Yang's eyes widen in shock. "It is Caliber, the Lord Sun Jin. He said he came after receiving the contact." Before hearing the full sentence, she hurriedly left her seat and ran to the waiting lobby. As she walked, Ga Yang thought in amazement, not only awakeners from Korea, but also Japan and China. "I sent emails everywhere but received no response." She urgently flung the door open as countless questions flooded her mind, and suddenly Caliber comes at this time. Did he come in person? As soon as he saw the door open, Sun Jin glanced curiously. He glanced at Ga Yang and asked politely in confusion, "I came to see Chairman Choi. Who are you?" Her face froze as she affirmed inwardly, "It is real. It is really Caliber." Sweat awkwardly covered Ga Yang's face as she nervously replied, "I am his daughter." Sun Jin asked in surprise, "Chairman Choi's daughter?" She slowly walked toward him with caution and asked, "My father is not in the office right now. What business do you have, sir?" Sun Jin quickly stated the reason. "I came because I heard you just opened a company, so I thought I would stop by." Ga Yang hurriedly said, "If it is about that, you can tell me. I will inform my father." Inwardly she was bewildered. Does he know my father Caliber? Calling to confirm with Chaman, he only replied dazedly, "I do not know anything. You must have mistaken the person. How would someone like him know me?" Ga Yang lowered her voice to explain further, "Jikon Construction Company. It seems he was involved in many of our projects. You brought them in personally." He interrupted before she finished, affirming, "I truly do not remember anything." Kamen pondered for a moment then sighed in admiration. "It was probably a small subcontractor, so I do not recall." Life is amazing, truly unexpected connections. Throughout the crisis, Chaman never forgot his benefactors. Therefore, whenever he met workers who reminded him of the old days, he never passed them by. Many construction companies were established with his help, and Skion Construction Company must be one of them. Sun Jin suddenly spoke politely, saying that Chairman Choi did not need to come in person. She just wanted to meet to thank him for the past matter, but hearing his voice was enough. Seeing Ga Yang look dazed, he pointed to his ear and explained that he was not intentionally eavesdropping, but an awakener's ears are naturally very sharp. Sang Jin sternly advised her that since she was running a company, she had to avoid mistakes. He was fine, but some people had a very unpleasant aura. Ga Yang smiled and nodded in thanks. He glanced around, assessing that this place was still quite empty, then asked her if she had signed a contract with any awakener yet. She lowered her voice, feeling a little embarrassed, and replied that she had not. Sun Jin unexpectedly took out a folder and told her that since he had received something from someone, he had to give back. Chairman Choi gave a lot, but the recipient never forgot. Ga Yang quickly stopped him and apologized, saying her company was too small to support someone like Caliber. He calmly told her to hear him out. Sun Jin gently patted the folder, saying that they didn't have to occupy the land immediately, but should first try to help him handle a few matters. She quickly understood and asked to confirm if he meant a consignment transaction. He nodded, looking at her with trust, and said that as long as she performed well, they could later seize land together, and asked if that request was too much. Her expression turned serious, and she replied gratefully that they would do their very best since he had personally given them this opportunity, then thanked Caliber. He smiled in satisfaction and reminded Ga Yang that they were all valuable targets with huge potential, so she should handle it properly. Sun Jin turned and walked away, leaving behind a hopeful remark that if things went smoothly, they would develop together and go far enough to dominate this market. A system notification appeared for all awakeners. Prepare for reconstruction. The association trading floor officially launches today. 1 week after the trading floor launched, the prices of all types of seals and items skyrocketed. Stories of awakeners becoming billionaires appeared in the newspapers every day. Currently inside a building, Sun-Hu was walking up the stairs. He calmly entered a room. There, Gu Yonhai was anxiously glued to her computer screen. Beside her, another man was also sitting at a computer, his expression extremely focused. Seeing the tense scene, Sun-Hu scratched his head, thinking that this was not the time to talk about Doom Charles. He walked behind Gu Yonhai and asked her how much she had earned so far. On the screen, the total balance information displayed was $92 million. Owned items included a trading dark helmet, a trading Johnesius staff, and a pending enhancement B. Sun Hu leaned in to look at the computer with her. $100 million, not bad. Gu Yonhai, sweating, replied that if they let it be, the value would certainly be no less than 500 million. She leaned back and sighed, thinking that the drama was over, but then it skyrocketed again. She had no idea where all that money came from. Sun Hu looked at her frustration and laughed, saying she should have waited for the market to stabilize, or at least waited for him. The man at the next desk watched them talk and muttered that they seemed experienced, holding out stubbornly for so long and finally starting to sell off. Even Mary with her charm ability had to swallow a bitter pill. Reading the market flow was never easy. The current market prices fluctuated as follows. Grade B cost $200,000. Grade C cost $1.5 million. Grade B cost $12 million. Grade A cost $150 million. A master fully equipped with A-grade gear was like a mobile treasure worth 120 billion won. The price of a stealth aircraft was nearly 300 billion won. Had the value peaked? Sun Hu sat at his desk, started his computer, and muttered that once the profit model from the other world was perfected, prices would skyrocket again. It was time for him to join in. While pressing the computer and calculating, he targeted the seals because they were single-use items, so the supply was limited. The screen displayed information. Holy Land of Recovery A-grade seal, sold for $45 million by Lucy. Transaction completed. For ordinary awakeners, there was no reason to use it, but when the Flame Spirit King appeared, if someone held that type of seal, the number of casualties would have been much lower. He muttered to himself that for now, it was just a hypothesis, catching Gu Yunhee's attention. Sun Hu looked over to chat with her. Seals were also created from mana, meaning they themselves could supply mana. Gu Yunhee continued, saying it was a single-use type, so its structure might be different. Then she decided to start collecting seals. Instantly, Sun Hu clicked his mouse once. Suddenly, he frowned unexpectedly. Even Gu Yunhee on the other side was startled and surprised. On the screen appeared an item along with a notification that the auction session for Queen Mother of the West 10,000-year witness had opened. While the man at the other desk cheered in excitement, Gu Yunhee stammered in disbelief that this was one of the 8 great villains' important items. He observed the screen, thinking that he had anticipated all sorts of bizarre items would surface, but this one exceeded all predictions. Market price was rising from 1.3 billion to 1.5 billion, updating rapidly as it increased. Sun Hu smirked sinisterly, telling himself that no matter what, he had to obtain it, regardless of some bastards flaunting their money. In the evening, at a secluded place, a 4-wheeled vehicle drove up. Inside, the man in the red cardigan was driving and looked up. In front of his house, a crab-faced man was standing leaning against the wall. That man stared intently at the person in the car and then smirked. The man in the red cardigan immediately got out of the car. He raised his hand to show him a chip attached to his wrist. In response, he also raised his wrist, which had a chip attached, and said that the chaotic times were over. There was no need for such vigilance. The man in the red cardigan approached and asked him what wind had blown him here. He waved his hand, telling him to skip the unnecessary formalities. The attack team leader was in the past. He tossed a piece of jewelry to him, saying he came to discuss something more valuable and to consider it a down payment. He looked down and wondered, B-grade jewelry. The crab-faced man did not hesitate, telling Caden, when you finish the reconstruction, join his faction. The man in the red cardigan asked what faction his was. He replied that if Odin was the ruler of the test zone, then the mainland had long had a dominant master. After hearing this, he exclaimed in disbelief, the Flame Demon King. He immediately replied, exactly. The crab-faced man's expression turned mysterious, saying the plan was that they would release a supermassive amount of capital along with the Jonathan Financial Investment Group. On Sun Hu's side, he was chatting via computer, asking about GMC, the Jonathan Military Company. The person on the other end replied that the association had just identified them. It was Jonathan's private military company. Sun Hu instructed them not to bid, as this was a gift for Jonathan. Person on the other end of the line replied that they understood. Jonathan was a force behind the price inflation of the 10,000-year spider certificate. Gu Yunhee's expression changed, and Ms. Gao Mei wondered if he had secretly established a military company. He had been acting independently even before the ritual of the 4 great priests. He was not worried, replying that there must be a reason and that Jonathan was a trustworthy person. Gu Yunhee closed her eyes in refusal, saying she only trusted Sun Hu because people change depending on their circumstances. Sun Hu thought to himself, if he were easily changed by circumstances, that nature would have manifested when the massive fortune came pouring in. That was why he chose him as a partner. Then he assessed that Gu Yunhee rather cheaply regarded those subjects outside her control. That evening, the lights in the high-rise building were still on. In one room, Kubra was sitting monitoring a computer. The screen displayed the price chart of the 10,000-year spider certificate of Shi Wangmu, which had risen from 2.9 billion to 3 billion. He took a drag of his cigarette, blew out smoke, and thought that 3 billion was still rising, an unimaginable number. Kubera clicked the mouse, firmly telling himself he had enough capital to handle it. For the sake of the great plan, this item was necessary. He muttered about the great plan, which was so mad, and then let out a sinister laugh. From a soft chuckle, he began to laugh loudly, causing those around him to turn and look. Kubera covered his face, still unable to stop giggling. No one could have expected this. In his heart, he was scheming that Odin, the ruler of the world, was disguising himself as an analyst. To appear as an ordinary child before his parents, that was the trivial reason. He had discovered Sun Hu's secret. Kubera stubbed out his cigarette, thinking this matter was hard to believe, but the indirect evidence was already too clear. Immediately after, he formed a dark target aimed at Odin, a demon king. This time, Kubera was targeting Sun Hu's parents, the weakness of that Odin. His eyes lit up with new plans, and he whispered that he had found it. A moment later, one of Kubera's employees approached from behind, handing him a folder of documents and reporting that it was what he had requested. Kubera flipped through the pages to examine them, thinking in his heart about the profiles of people who could lure Odin's parents to a meeting point to take them hostage. They were direct subordinates of Nezanu, even longtime close friends. They knew he was a foreign investor, a financier seeking retirees with influence within the inner circle of John Neal. Kubera looked behind him, observing the employee, and thought that all his subordinates were acquaintances from the testing zone. A few words would be enough to succeed immediately. Kubera continued to think that they had to be more careful. If the identities of John Neal and his wife were exposed, all their efforts would go down the drain. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and read the message. Who sent this? If you are participating in the auction, stop now. Kubera frowned and typed a reply. The other side responded asking what was going on because it was an extremely valuable item. They told him to just pour money in. If the plan succeeded, this amount would be nothing. Kubera was startled and surprised when Benna messaged that Odin had joined in, and that he should not provoke him at the front door. The other side continued sending messages, repeating that if the plan succeeded, this amount would be nothing, so now was not the time to be greedy. In an instant, Kubera crushed the phone in his hand, hissing, "Damn it!" At 2:48 p.m., the numbers on the screen kept changing, reaching $3 billion. The person sitting before the screen was the CEO of Nessus, Lynn Andrian, who was nervously watching. Sitting in the quiet meeting room, he thought to himself that even if it was an S-class item, $3 billion seemed a bit high. Andrian thought again that the business of cross-space entry had been approved by the shareholders, so there was no problem with fund management. But pouring such a large amount of money into just one item, then he told everyone that $4 billion was the maximum limit. Some people looked surprised, while others remained calm. Andrian asked if there were any objections. Then he looked at the man with the greatsword, who was sitting with a sullen face in silence. He thought an old grudge at rank 430, this was the core of the entry operation. It seemed Skanda also agreed. Andrian wiped his sweat, muttering that Skanda's mirror was also S-class, feeling like 3 million was right in front of him. He thought it was just an economic bubble, but that was the reason they needed to quickly enter the other world. He assessed the current situation because there were forces driving the price up. They were positioning this item as a source of income from the other world. When the number surpassed 4 billion, most opponents had given up. On Sun Hu's side, Guyan Hai stood behind him watching the screen. Numbers kept jumping non-stop, from 4.1 billion rising to 4.2 billion. Sun Hu's face darkened, hesitating before a big decision, wondering if he should change the first digit. Then the number rose again to 5 billion. Immediately, someone bid 6 billion. Guyan Hai was surprised, exclaiming, "Incredible," wondering which side it was. He observed carefully, then clicked his tongue, joking, "If China blows up the council, it should be fine, right?" The main item of the 8 great Evildors, the giant spider, the 10,000-year spider certificate for that creature. This was worth far more than that. Suddenly, the price chart jumped sharply in one go to 10 billion. This startled the competitors on the other side, who exclaimed that this was truly madness. They were so angry they trembled but still struggled, telling each other if it was really necessary to do this. But it was an S-class item, they had to protect it at all costs. Then the number shifted again. This time they only increased it by 1 million. Seeing the other side retort, Sun Hu laughed sinisterly and said, "Going all in, huh? Let's see how long you can hold out." He quickly added only $1. This made the group of rivals even more astonished. They erupted in fury, some smashing things, some trembling, telling each other to stop because they were being mocked from above. Damn it, a member of the Shijajun faction. The auction ended when the father and son of the Li Jihang family gave up. As soon as the first S-class item auction ended, hot news poured in. Everyone online was buzzing with discussion. Even the newspapers reported that Shi Wangmu's 10,000-year spider certificate had a final price exceeding $10 billion. It was the only awakening item worth $10 billion, amidst the clash of anonymous capital on the AX stage. $10 billion, a number with undeniable destructive power. On the OBC television channel, the daily news program, The host, named Zhonggin, introduced that yesterday the first S-class item auction had taken place, and the final price far exceeded all imagination. Then Zhongjin turned to the guest and introduced that he would exchange views with Professor Li Soi, an expert in international security studies. He immediately asked, "Professor, what do you think about the current situation?" He began to answer that awakening items could be relative to the public, but if viewed as military weapons, the matter became simpler. He explained that the annual U.S. defense budget was approaching $1 trillion. South Korea had also surpassed 6 trillion won on the battlefield, so $10 billion was an easy investment. He replied that he understood. The public would hear that number and think it enormous, simply because they did not understand wartime conditions. He said that was the key point. He continued, saying the association seemed to want humanity to avoid war, but there were also those who opposed the association's control. He asked another question. Under the agreement between the Awakener Association and the United Nations, he was referring to the protests in the diplomatic zones, was he not? He replied that being dissatisfied when property rights were infringed was natural, but demands exceeding the compensation plan were strange, and why were they wearing monster masks? He then offered his opinion, that they even attacked the association headquarters. If they wanted to assert their rights, he believed more mature attitude was needed. He turned to the audience, saying this was the modern wartime situation. From the other side, Sun Hu watched the television broadcast, while bathing, drinking, and muttering to himself. How could Jamie's influence reach even a program like this? He continued, saying there were still those who understood the association's circumstances. Gu Yanhai had just finished showering, drying her hair, and smiling at him. Gu Yanhai agreed, then leaned down to kiss Sun Hu on the lips. She said she was glad to see him a little relaxed. She stood up, seriously changing the subject, apologizing for ruining the mood, but Jonathan still had not contacted them right. Sun Hu immediately recalled the image of Jonathan from before. There were a few people he had his eye on, those who could not be eliminated here. He looked at his glass of wine, thinking to himself that he said he was watching those who could not be dealt with after the test zone. So why had he still not contacted them? Sun Hu continued to think perhaps he was stuck between the test zone and reality. He was torn between returning to the role of financier Jonathan Hunter, or continuing his role as the Flame Demon King. In the end, he smiled and raised his glass to drink. Whichever choice it was, he would respect it. If he returned as the Flame Demon King, he would entrust the 10,000-year spider. If he returned as Jonathan Hunter, he would hand over the club's gold. The scene shifted to Jonathan's mansion, another place. The sound of high-heeled footsteps approaching belonged to Olivia. She looked at Jonathan standing there, saying Odin was always looking for him. He coldly said he felt bad too, but what could he do? Jonathan placed his hand on the paper, seriously instructing, "Remember this clearly, Olivia. This matter absolutely must not be exposed." His voice was so stern it was frightening, making Olivia flinch. Jonathan turned away as flames of anger flared around him. There were forces targeting his parents. With a heavy expression, he turned back and said, even he himself had not expected that. He put his hands in his pockets and casually walked forward, asking what wind had brought him here. The man he called captain slowly spread his arms, telling him to skip the unnecessary formalities. The attack team captain was a thing of the past. From his hand, he took out a ring and threw it towards him. He came to discuss something far more valuable. Consider this a down payment. He looked at the ring in his hand in surprise, thinking this was a B-grade accessory. He continued speaking, Caden, as soon as you finish rebuilding, join my faction. He looked up and asked what faction that was. He turned to leave, replying that he would like it. If Odin was the ruler of the test zone, then this continent had long had a dominant master. Hearing that, he frowned, broke out in a sweat, and said the Flame Demon King. He nodded and said exactly. He turned away with a sinister smile, saying they would release a massive source of capital along with the Jonathan Financial Group. Next morning in the city center, in an office there was a man and a woman. He turned his back and walked away to answer the phone. Yes, he was on his way. After ending the call, he turned his head and asked if she was all ready. It was time. He turned around and said it had been a long time since the group of friends had gathered. She reached out to adjust his coat, softly replying yes. It seemed they were already late. He hurriedly said leaving now would be just in time. At this moment from afar, a pair of eyes was watching the couple's conversation. So it was him. He heard what the couple said and told his teammate the target was starting to move, just as planned. Elsewhere, Kubera and his two bodyguards used a teleportation seal to arrive at the subordinate's location. He took off his glasses and immediately asked how the situation was. The subordinate smirked and replied that everything was going smoothly, Kubera. But inwardly he assessed, using teleportation seals as a means of transport, it seemed they really had money to burn. The subordinate finally approached and said, for you to appear in person like this meant the time had come. Kubera answered his question, then took out his phone to call someone. He said it could be put that way, making a final check, and then they would begin. Elsewhere, someone's phone rang. It was Kubera calling. That person's gaze turned cold as he looked at his phone. So that person was Jonathan. He stared at his phone for a moment before picking it up. Kubera connected the call and immediately asked. It was him. The preparations were complete. What about his side? Jonathan on the other end of the line said gruffly, "Stop it, stop everything." He looked at his phone in disbelief. Hey, what did he mean by that? While Kubera was hesitating due to the phone call, the subordinate, weapon in hand and eyes burning, lunged forward to attack. On his side, he warily moved the phone away. Kubera on the other end of the line suddenly shouted, "What the hell?" He was suddenly attacked by his subordinate on the other side, and angrily cursed, "Wait, you bastard." Jonathan sat dazed on his chair, looking at the group of people he had just logged off. He hung up the phone and then spoke, so many people accompanying him like this, going down there he would not be lonely. Among them, there seemed to be one young man who was still conscious, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. Jonathan looked down and then continued asking, "Right, Resner Rothschild." Resner Rothschild, lying on the ground, said with difficulty. Odin was forcefully suppressing the violent acts of awakeners. Whoever he was, Jonathan, he was making a serious mistake. What was his purpose? He was extremely angered after hearing this, and immediately used his foot to stomp hard on his hand. Resner Rothschild, his hand stomped on in extreme pain, screamed. Jonathan's eyes suddenly blazed with fire, daring to casually utter the name Odin like that. Did he still think he was a member of the club? He commanded in a stern voice, "Kubera." His real name was Samuel Rothschild. He was utterly shocked by this, his eyes wide. Jonathan continued speaking. He had amassed a massive amount of gold during the Gold Standard War with China. He had been watching him ever since. He looked at Resner Rothschild, listening while trembling slightly with a faint laugh. "I grew more certain when I saw the seeds secretly infiltrating the city's security system. If you have anything to explain, just say it. No need to drag Mary into this. Ordering one person with mental abilities was enough." He finished listening and silently cursed. These people were truly insane, daring to go behind the backs of those monsters. Resner Rothschild lifted his eyes, staring intently at the demon in human skin. He said sternly, "I only ask for one thing. This plan must disappear completely. I will not let anything disturb him. You know what you need to do, you not?" Scene change. Someone was talking about the launch of the largest public interest fund in history. A brilliant decision by the Rothschild Group. So that was the news about the charitable fund established by the Rothschild Group, reported day after day. He continued reading, 13 funds hold all the assets of the Rothschild family, divided among the members. Each board of directors is independent, not subject to family influence, and not for tax evasion. Sun Hu listened to the news while reading the paper in his hand, falling into deep thought. This was purely an act of charity. He was puzzled, thinking hard. What on earth is going on? Did someone possess Dresner or something? On TV, Kim Trong-soo said, "I have thought a lot since the beginning. I considered whether this decision would burden the club." Sun Hu listened while thinking. Kim Trong-soo had sent him Dresner's video. The man in the video continued, "If this helps your ideals even a little, then in my view it is very worthwhile. The family members will not understand my actions." As he spoke, Trong-soo's gaze grew colder. "They might point their guns at me, but I do not regret it. Please be lenient with them." Trong-soo said that video was sent to Odin. Dresner's whereabouts are currently unknown. Sun Hu crossed his arms and glanced at the man on TV. He feared a violent backlash from the family since everything was announced at once. Sun Hu nodded. "I understand. Sooner or later we will find out his scheme." He thought to himself, "Whether he lives or dies, we will confirm his intentions through Gu Yonhai." Trong-soo said, "The English members all share the same view. They want to dismantle the old foundation because they cannot contact me directly, so they rely on Jillian's words." Sun Hu placed his hand on his chin and thought, "That is only natural. The Rothschild family once represented his interests." The man on TV added, "Hard to believe, but it seems Dresner has offered all the family assets to Odin." Chung-soo continued, "According to testimonies from relatives, secret activities have been ongoing since the beginning. There has been no shortage of dissatisfaction within. They plan to file a lawsuit to reclaim the assets, but the entire library burned down and all documentary evidence is gone." Hearing this new information, Sun Hu fell silent. Only the old records in the British government system remain. In other words, only the trust deed handing the corporation to the sole patriarch remains. The colder Trong-soo's gaze became as he spoke. Sun Hu said nothing, only thought to himself. Rothschild, in its effort to maintain the patriarchal system to preserve tradition, ended up falling apart. That caused the name Rothschild to disappear from history. A few days later, he held the paper in his hand, pondering endlessly. "The Rothschild case bothered me for a few days, but there is no need to worry too much." Then, an unexpected clue appeared. Suddenly, someone's pair of legs walked over. Sun Hu was startled and turned his head to see who it was. It was Jonathan. He said cheerfully, "Long time no see, son. I accidentally snatched your gift right from under you. Coming empty-handed like this should be fine, right?" He looked at the person before him, sighed softly, then smiled. "Does not look like you came empty-handed. So it is you, Jonathan." Sun Hu spread his arms and stepped forward to greet him. "I found it strange that Dresner made such an unusually perfect move." Jonathan scratched his head as he walked over. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Suddenly his face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Did Mary say something? Sun Hu smiled slightly. Not at all, Jonathan. Let me explain. Mary did not read your emotions or mind. He said softly. Let me ask you one more question. Jonathan replied happily. Go ahead. Sun Hu then asked, what is your intention? It seems you have already decided everything, that other world or the continent. Hearing this, Jonathan smiled and replied, staying with Mary has made your judgment sharp. Huh. That is right, son. I took time to sort out my thoughts. Jonathan said with a cheerful smile, because Osiris is in the other world, I want to stay here. As a supreme ruler, I will execute his orders. Jonathan's voice rang out. From the very beginning, wealth has been concentrated on one side. A world where over 60% of global capital is controlled by 10 corporations. With rankings public on Bloomberg, public outrage could explode at any moment. No one remembers the efforts of those who protected the market during chaos, keeping civilization running. Social disorder begins right now. His gaze grew colder as he spoke. The consequences could be dire. Thinking about that foolish, rotten behavior, I just want to use severe measures to crush it all. But suddenly Jonathan looked up and asked, son, you do not want your family to live in a world like that, do you? Sun Hu confirmed it was so. He continued, do not worry, son. I will try to see things from your perspective, setting aside my own judgments. Jonathan spoke about the earth. This place will be maintained by the very order you wish to protect, be it deep faith or conviction. The reason behind Rothschild's handling no longer matters. He walked away, thinking there must surely be a reason behind his friend's actions. It was now afternoon, and Sun Hu stood on the mountain looking down at the buildings below. He crossed his arms and observed, falling into deep thought. Entrusting the continent to Jonathan felt like lifting a 1,000-pound burden. Thanks to that, I now have time to carry out what I planned. Sun Hu silently calculated, first I need to analyze the seal design and determine its usage limits. If a single-use seal can become a skill, and the teleportation and recovery of a sanctuary can be used multiple times, the game will completely change. He thought up the perfect plan. Next is to search for the ancient battlefield where good and evil once fought their decisive battle, in order to seize all remnants belonging to the 7 demon kings and Owens. Things called relics appear hidden within the memories that Gu Yanhai once infiltrated. I will gather them all. A while later at Joshua's place, he spoke. There is a man named Yanhan. Joshua stepped out and said, he meets all the qualities you need. However, he is extremely greedy for money. Hearing this, Sun Hu curled his lips. A greedy man is always the easiest pawn to control. Well done, Joshua. Sun Jin, sitting on the chair, spoke up. I am a bit curious. Could we not just use mind control to investigate? He tilted his head and said softly, we came here to conquer, not to plunder. Then Sun Hu turned and walked away, saying those not involved in the war should have their own order maintained. Evening quickly arrived. Someone was running for their life on the road. In a small wooden house, the door was locked. Someone was lying on a soft bed, fast asleep. Suddenly, continuous knocking on the door woke him up. What lunatic knocks on someone's door at this hour? Outside the house was a stranger wrapped in black clothing, knocking incessantly. Annoyed, he cracked the door open and said, does anyone know what time it is? The mysterious man asked, are you Enhen? He nodded and replied, yes, it is me. Hearing his reply, the mysterious man continued, I hear there is nothing in this world that you cannot find. Is that true? Inhan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, hesitating as he answered, that is true, but it is very late now. Suddenly the mysterious man pulled out a heavy bag. He took it and opened it, stunned by the pile of gold. What is this? The mysterious man explained, I always pay fairly for results, but today is an exception. If you agree, all that gold will be yours. Inhan, still bewildered, looked up and asked, is this a commission fee? The mysterious man left the bag of gold with a few words and then walked away. Gather the most experienced exploration team. I need someone well-versed in ancient records. Time flew by. 3 months later, Enhen and his teammates sat inside the tent, studying the papers together. Enhen spoke up, Your Holiness, is this certain this time? This is already the 3rd exploration team. He frowned, a very worried expression on his face. This guest is a bit unusual. The person beside him gently comforted him. What are you worried about, Enhen? He crossed his arms, looking at the stack of papers. If anything happens, I just need to step in and everything will be fine. That was the sword expert, the mercenary Basman. Inhan looked up and answered, I trust Batman, but I dare not underestimate that man's abilities. He recalled the mysterious man from that day, secretly thinking every time I see those eyes, a chill runs down my spine. If it were not for the money, I would have run away long ago. Basman smiled to reassure Enhen. He funded us for several months straight. He is definitely no ordinary man, but rest assured, if the job fails, just kill the chicken for the eggs, squeeze the thatch and discard the skin. As he was speaking, a girl interjected, sorry for interrupting, but hearing this, both young men turned to look at her. She said softly, I am not sure if this exploration site is truly a holy ground. The girl was Manolia, the high priestess of the Lacrima order. She continued, the data from the ancient records and prophecies is too vague. It is hard to find a clear clue. She recalled and then said, but this place is the point where all records agree. Place where the Holy Family Dun and Doom Energasto were rumored to have once fought a holy war. And then suddenly stood up and shouted, Doom Energasto. Batman was also surprised, his mouth agape as he asked, "Are you sure, miss?" Manolia tremblingly clasped her hands. "By the gods, may Lacrima's blessing be with us." Elsewhere, Sun Hu thought about the place where all records agreed. The player Saint Zadun and Doom Antagasto once waged a holy war. Even the ruins have their own hierarchy. If the location is linked to ancient holy knights, like Saint Cassian or the Holy Family Dun, it is an S-rank location. But if a demon lord like Doom Antagasto participated in the battle, it would become an SS rank area. He had a strong intuition. "I saw the grafting scar nearby and thought this place was related to Doom Insectum, but I did not expect it to be Doom Entergastro." Sun Hu was confident, if the priestess is telling the truth, then I hit the jackpot. The problem is, others are probably thinking the same. Meanwhile, Enon was constantly discussing tactics with his teammates. He seriously instructed them, "From now on, send all investigation information only to me, and be careful with your words near the client's tent." Just then, Osiris suddenly appeared, startling Inhen. He lost patience, pressing for answers. "This is the third investigation. Do you have any results yet?" Although very scared, he still bravely replied, "Nothing noteworthy yet, but please give me a little more time." Osiris coldly warned, "You had better not play any tricks. Every time you asked, I poured in money, but time and time again I receive only disappointment." Before turning away, he casually dropped a sentence, "I do not need to exert myself to deal with you." Enen's face turned pale. He stammered, "Do not worry, I will bring you good news soon." After seeing that man off, he immediately ran back to his two teammates' tent. In his haste, Enen forgot to announce himself and barged to announce, "Hey Batman, I think we have been found out." Wild scene inside the tent made him regret his thoughtless action. The two quickly separated. Basman complained bitterly, "Hey, have you forgotten your manners? What is so urgent?" Enen quickly explained, "We need to speed things up. When are you ready?" Manolia, frowning beside him, chimed in, "A great sacred relic with the power to change the tide of war. That kind of thing cannot be found in a day or two." He heard this and agreed, "She is right, Enhen. With me here, you need not worry." Enen quietly observed and then thought, "Batman may be flashy, but his mercenary skills are undeniable. He saved me many times. But I still feel uneasy. My guts me even Batman cannot handle this one." Fear clouded his reason, but when he replied, he still said, "I understand. I place my trust in both of you." At night, what kept Sun Hu awake was not their scheme. He calmly looked at the notification appearing before his eyes. The 10,000-year egg of the Queen Mother's addiction is finally about to hatch. Knowing the enormous size of the 10,000-year-old spider, Sun Hu quickly moved to another location. While moving far away, he thought, "This place should be far enough." As soon as Sun Hu placed the egg on the ground, a countdown notification appeared, egg hatching time 5 seconds. Less time remained, the more the egg deformed, preparing for new life to emerge. 1 second later, the egg officially hatched, creating a shockwave explosion. Its long and massive legs gradually revealed themselves. Next came the young but extremely aggressive face of the spider. After completely revealing itself under the light, it let out a loud screech as a greeting. Sun Hu happily replied, "Pleased to meet you, 10,000-year spider." Then another notification popped up. The 10,000-year spider is forming its skin, its exoskeleton is hardening. Next, the system screen appeared. The 10,000-year spider recognizes you. Not stopping there, it notified that the 10,000-year spider accepts Doom Man as its master. You can now control the unique skill, reproduction. Sun Hu was extremely surprised to hear that. Reproduction was a skill never used by the 8 great Evildors. But he quickly thought perhaps it was because they had never become the true masters. Sun Hu realized the Millennium Spider was an item that developed based on the user, so he told it to reproduce freely to see its ability. Though huge, upon hearing this, it was still as happy as a small beast. A second later, it began to start up by continuously digging the ground beneath its feet. The spider's speed was not ordinary. The ground was quickly torn up by it. After reaching a certain level, it then burrowed down the hole it had just dug. The hole was so large that Sun Hu was also accidentally swept into the depths of the earth. When he got out, he could not help but think silently. Perhaps he needed to discipline them a little. After a few steps, Sun Hu witnessed a chaotic battle. Someone shouting to hold the torch steady and look ahead, and sensed someone behind him and turned his head to look. Thinking it was Osiris, he raised his voice to ask where his lordship was going at this hour. As there was a big earthquake just now, it might be the Graf horde moving. Sun Hu quietly judged. He thought the spider's tremors were caused by the Graf horde. As long as they could still sense his presence, they would not dare to attack. While looking at the scene before him, he silently added, "Unless they were completely out of their minds." On the other side, he desperately ordered to maintain the formation and prepare to attack. Sun Hu looked at the terrifying scene before him and was also surprised. Over 30 Grafs had suddenly attacked. Having hidden from Sun Hu for so long, they now revolted against over 100 expedition members. This was not something they could handle. On the other side, Batman was still trying to fight against the graph. He struck repeatedly while cursing inwardly. Damn it, with his current strength there was no way he could win. Then, Basman silently speculated, at this rate, everyone would die. Just as the graph was about to swallow him into its mouth, it was struck. This stunned everyone for a moment. Batman could not believe his eyes, exclaiming in shock, what was that? Flames continuously appeared, attacking the monsters and saving their lives. Graph horde, caught off guard by the attack, quickly scattered soon after. Suddenly, a notification appeared that Odin's divine beast had been unleashed. They saw Sunhu appearing from behind with fiery wings and were extremely surprised. Batman and the others, witnessing this scene, cheered loudly. The Holy Family had arrived. Meanwhile, Sunhu was casting a sharp gaze forward. Next, he spoke coldly, I wonder why they went mad, was it your order? Looking at the ferocious monster before him, he thought to himself that he could sense it. Its original origin was even more ancient than Aman, the creator of Orca, the one who appeared before the split of Maruka and Graph, an entity that survived the demon god war. But instead of fighting directly, this monster chose to run away. Sunhu could not let it go. He immediately chased after it, causing trouble and then running away. During the chase, Sunhu unexpectedly threw in a few attacks, catching the monster off guard. Seeing it was still not defeated, he assessed, not bad for an insect. Have you sent envoys before? Just then, one of its limbs reached out, intending to ambush Sunhu, but with his quick reflexes he detected this. Before it could touch him, Sunhu coldly smashed it away. However, after the counterattack, the monster had taken the chance to flee. Looking at the scene before him, he involuntarily blurted out a name, Insectum. Beneath a small floating island at sea were its wings, healing wounds from the demon god war. It waited for an opportunity in the deep sea. An assessing voice suddenly rang in Sunhu's ear. He was wary of the power struggle and sighed, what you say is no different from Kasoka. Do you know I am now above you? Having said that, Sunhu added, you have no right to order me. If you have something to say, crawl out of that cocoon first. The warning had no effect. He knew that man might have already occupied the ruins. The original lifeline was intended for him. Sunhu anxiously pondered. He was plotting something very carefully. He had to hurry. In a short time, there had been quite a number of casualties. Corpses scattered among the burning graph remains. The wounded were being moved to a healing zone created by the priest. After returning, he observed while thinking the effect was like a recovery sanctuary, probably energy non-official to him. Enhen and Basma quickly noticed Sunhu's return. He shouted joyfully, your lordship is alive, you saw it too, right? The one beside him also chimed in, the Holy Family protected us with fiery wings. Just then, Manolia's voice rang out. I think we should stop the investigation here. Exploring the divine-influenced Holy Land has too many problems. The other two hesitated, not daring to decide, but Sunhu thought stopping the investigation was fine, even if Doom Insectum was keeping an eye on these ruins. After consideration, he decided to no longer hide his identity. I did not want to force it, but there is no other way. Is this what you mean by the fiery wings? As soon as he finished speaking, Sunhu manifested fiery wings before everyone. After doing so, he calmly asked a question. Priest, answer me. How do you see me as similar to Zedun? Manolia's face grew increasingly contorted, her mouth stammering, unable to form words. You. Finally, she panicked to the point of screaming that she was not a deity. Sunhu immediately shifted his gaze to the other two and said, call me the Nightmare Demon King. He coldly added a few more words, then silently vanished. On the ground, the bodies of the Graph clan lay scattered with patches of red blood, as if they had just endured a brutal battle. Suddenly, spider webs appeared surrounding their corpses. The bodies were gradually dragged away, leaving long dragging marks on the ground. The two who witnessed the scene were astonished, because the spiderlings of the Millennium Spider were dragging the Graph clan bodies to feed the spider, which was exhausted after giving birth. The red-haired guy hesitantly said, what the hell is that? All monsters never seen before. Suddenly, a huge and powerful tentacle whipped across the air. It aimed at his position, cracking the ground and sending rocks flying. Oka slowly approached. Its purple eyes made everyone wary. The group standing there hurriedly ran away, saying, understand, I am going right now. Sunhu folded his arms, thinking to himself that with Oka's participation, this guy certainly. He continued to think summoning Oka because it could confront Doom Insectum. Oka would grow. The train of thought in his mind continued, as if it was absorbing and growing stronger. Sunhu told himself the path leads to a powerful enemy. Oka showed no mercy when moving. The people fled in pain, no one dared to look back. It was late at night. The entrance to the ruins they sought made him feel dejected before the scene. Sunhu stepped forward, pondering. Of course, only seasoned explorers would find it, even though he had expanded his senses to the Ender Zone. Thinking this, he suddenly raised his hand, and a surge of blue power quickly emitted. He murmured to himself, only I can perceive the disguise. Sunhu continued to mobilize his power, thinking with difficulty. The entity had hidden right in front without being sensed. No wonder he could not find it. Finally succeeding, he turned his head and ordered, go in first. Red-haired guy stammered, "Go where? Go in?" Before he could steady himself, Oka quickly wrapped its tentacles around him. It lifted him up, ignoring his terrified screams. Red-haired guy thus entered through the spatial gate. He crossed his arms and said next. Finally, Sunhu also entered, thinking to himself, the feeling of passing through the disguise was like stepping through a teleportation gate. He speculated to himself. The prickling air made his skin slowly burn. The mana concentration was too high. Suddenly, Sunhu halted as a vague figure appeared behind him. But before it could touch a hair on his head, Sunhu quickly grabbed its neck. Monster, knowing it was exposed, trembled in fear. Sunhu coldly thought, indeed, the Graf clan was not an original species, but its level was equal to Oka. His other hand clenched, red inner power coiling around the fist. He indifferently told himself, well, it does not matter. The punch was thrown, and the Graf clan monster quickly shattered. The onlookers were stunned, their mouths agape. As for Sunhu, he had lost his initial composure, his eyes bloodshot, his pupils gone. He said coldly, occupying the ruins without molting, doom insectum. Immediately after, the heads of the other monsters fell to the ground one by one. They did not have time to attack or do anything. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Sunhu laughed loudly and said, "You must be furious about to lose a prepared meal." The more he fought, the more frenzied he became, constantly cursing, "Die, all of you die, damn insects." Sunhu stepped on the fragments from the corpses of the Graf clan insects. He calmed down, returning to his initial appearance, and wondered, wait, something is not right. Why is there a sudden, inexplicable scent of pollen? So it was because the Lunia light item had been used. Lunia's light blessing was applied to the entire party, physical defense reaching 5,000 out of 5,000. He thought in confusion. The undefined self-polarization effect had been removed. It seemed the ancient mana had affected him. The prickling sensation on his skin had eased considerably. Sunhu said to himself, but his senses were still disturbed, and he told the priestess, "Lead the way." The priestess clasped her hands, bowed her head, and muttered a few words. Suddenly she erupted with power, shouting loudly, "Enter the formation." Sunhu was puzzled but remained still in place, not acting. He thought seriously, binding. Behind him, the red-haired guy had drawn his sword and assumed a combat stance. His eyes narrowed, killing intent clear on his face. He charged forward as if intending to attack Sunhu. The sword strike was released swiftly. Sunhu, arms crossed, was immersed in thought. The ancient god's mana once made me perceive pollen. Those who entered the ruins all underwent a great change, especially for mana users. They fell into a trance and broke through their limits. Train of thought continued. Basman, who was originally best only at the platinum rank, had broken through to the myth rank. As for Manolia, she reached a resonance depth so deep that the fluctuations touched the threshold of a challenge. The red-haired guy continuously swung his sword, as if controlled by something, his pupils already bloodshot. But Sunhu was not afraid. He directly used his hand to clamp down on the guy's sword. Sound rang out, the sword snapped in two. He wondered, but in the end it no longer mattered. The swordsman who once faced him now lay moaning on the ground, Sunhu told himself. After beating them within an inch of their lives, the corrupted energy finally left their bodies. Manolia's gaze followed the essence that was gradually fading away. Sunhu coldly threatened, ordering the priestess to lead the way and not to think of any cheap tricks. She replied, "Yes, sir." Sunhu noticed the ambushing Graf were now rushing forward in mass like an endless swarm. They were completely frenzied, with no trace of fear left before him. He surmised that was why no one had captured the ruins despite finding them. Because the Doom Insectum could not move on its own. Perhaps no one could withstand the mana density in this place. Sunhu stepped straight into the pools of blood beneath his feet. He paid no attention to the corpses or bludged all around him. He pulled the priestess out of the mess, and she coughed with difficulty. Sunhu coldly tossed her down and ordered, "Get up, keep moving." They had to navigate through the endless maze, fending off successive ambushes from the Graf. Priestess' body finally reached its limit. She collapsed, trembling, unable to take another step, but they had drawn close to the destination. Before Sunhu was a chaotic heap of countless fragments, surrounding a spatial gate. She let out a weak, painful cry. The priestess' face twisted as if all the strength in her body had been drained. He thought to himself as he walked. The deeper into the center he went, the more his senses were disrupted. Even so, with just one glance, he knew exactly what this place meant. He finally set foot in the center. He told himself, this was the battlefield of Zadun and Entergastro, the place where those two monsters once fought a battle to the death. Sunhu silently assessed. Even though over 1,000 years had passed, the killing intent between them still swirled violently to this day. His eyes gleamed with danger. Sunhu analyzed these two entities had been in conflict for too long. They had destroyed each other to the point their original forms were no longer recognizable, leaving only the objects at the center of the ruins. They were the achievements of Zadun and Entergastro. He told himself it would be very dangerous to try to seize both at the same time. Then he made a decision, suppressing them one by one, while charging forward. sword. His fist touched the broken mirror of the shield of Saint Jarden. Sun Hu thought to himself, starting with Zadun, because the entirety of its hostiles was focused on Doom Entergastro, so there would not be much resistance. Suddenly he paused, wondering, wait, the half-heart item of the Great Red belonged to Saint Jarden. He was surprised. This is half the total essence of the Great Red. It retains the same powerful authority, and will from when it was split. Requires purification. Item grade, your authority stat is too low. Sun Hu was puzzled. He had never felt such an alien and bizarre sensation. When the item's name changed, a heavy resonance vibrated within his body. He told himself he wanted to focus but had no time. When Zadun's presence temporarily calmed to catch its breath, the other entity began to take clear form. He tried to observe each fluctuation and realized it was assembled from many different fragments. A powerful, immense flow of energy formed. He resolved to sever the connection between them. After severing one, he lifted his head to look. Then he leaped up, trying to reach for something. Sun Hu wondered again. He thought to himself, the moment he grasped one of the scattered fragments, the resonance appeared again. This was a lost rib of Doom Entergastro, containing the authority and will from the time it was severed. Though weakened by successive impacts, if enough of the remaining bones were collected, they could be forged into a weapon. The train of thought continued. Now he was certain. He had once thought all notifications were part of Doom Charles' authority. The thoughts kept taking over his brain, and he finally realized he was wrong. The item information was the result of the internal energy sources aligning. The system left by the ancient god was still operating steadily within him. Sun Hu silently calculated. After collecting all the fragments, all the materials were gathered. An unbelievable notification appeared. What type of equipment do you want to forge from the ribs of Doom Entergastro? 1. Weapon. 2 or 3. Accessory. He quickly discovered this was not a notification from Doom Charles. The internal system was generating it on its own. He thought to himself, it was as if he had become a creator. This feeling was unprecedented, not even when using the Challenger trait. All the time spent researching mana and sifting through the ancient god's possessions had finally paid off. An emotion welled up inside him. It was enlightenment. He told himself with relief he had grasped something of eternal value, something invisible that could never be stolen or destroyed. Suddenly his eyes shifted. The system asked again, what type of equipment do you want to forge from the ribs of Doom Entergastro? 1. 2. Armor. 3. Accessory. Sun Hu hesitated. He needed to stay calm to make the important decision. He wavered incessantly, weapon or armor? No, what he needed most right now was, he finally made his choice. The system confirmed, you have chosen accessory. Instantly, a golden power enveloped Sun Hu. The halves of the ring joined together. Sun Hu was surprised to witness that scene, because it was the bone ring of Doom Entergastro, an item revered by the dead. This was the crystallization of horror forged from 24 ribs of Doom Entergastro. It contained the authority, and will from the time it was severed. Requires purification, Grey SSS, level 666. He exclaimed joyfully, oh my god, unbelievable! I have obtained an SSS rank, something I have never even heard of. Holding the ring in his hand, the system continuously displayed information about it. The item bone ring of Doom Entergastro, revered by the dead. Authority level insufficient to purify and possess. Requires 500, but currently only has 380. Sun Hu said softly, still, this was manageable. That half-heart didn't even show the required authority level. He thought to himself the feeling was a bit uncomfortable, but not to the point of being unwearable. He would soon make it his own. While Sun Hu was absorbed in admiring the ring on his finger, a disturbance came from outside. He thought, it seems we have guests. Let me go out and see. Outside, dust and smoke were thick everywhere. The mountain shattered from the violently erupting golden source. At this moment, Sun Hu stepped out. He glared angrily at Oka, who had lost all his imposing aura as something squeezed his neck tightly. Sun Hu exuded killing intent as black tentacles appeared on the ground. He thought coldly he had arranged Oka and the 10,000-year spider for defense, not expecting that man to come in person. Sun Hu sneered, asking why he still looked like a larva just crawling out of its cocoon. Was something not going his way? The slimy insect raised its blue eyes to look at him. His tentacles stretched out to grab Sun Hu, but he had already flown up high one step ahead. Doom Insectum continued to rise, one tentacle aiming for his eye. Sun Hu crossed his arms arrogantly when he saw him suddenly stop. He laughed and asked, what are you hesitating for? Afraid of me now? He told him to hand over what he was wearing on his hand, while threatening him with Oka's life. Looking at the ring, he replied coldly, words come easily from a man like you. If you want it, then come and take it. Sun Hu challenged him, saying he was tired of being ranked below him. Let's settle this once and for all. Hearing this, he immediately threw Oka aside. He opened his mouth and roared like a bomb exploding. Suddenly he faltered, his feet standing still. Sun Hu had accumulated a massive source of power, something he had not expected. The system spoke. The omnipotent Master Doom Charles has summoned the Council of Lords. Sun Hu thought angrily, damn it, die now, have I been discovered? He told himself, don't give up, he doesn't know everything yet. The system announced portal initialization has begun. Sun Hu thought to himself that he had thrown the bone ring to Lai Tihan's office, and half a heart into the living room where Gu Yanhai was. He said, insufficient resistance to divine power. The system warns of an incoming summoning. After struggling in pain for a while, Sun Hu finally managed to stabilize himself. He thought to himself, just a summoning, and it felt like his soul was being sucked out. At the council, he was already standing there waiting for him. Sun Hu guessed the one right below Doom Insectum was probably Doom Mon. He thought, below me is Kasu, so who are the rest? Sun Hu's eyes showed clear determination. He felt neither fear nor a desire to retreat. Sun Hu muttered two names in his head, Dung Antagasto and Dung Arakuda. He knelt on one knee, thinking in pain. Doom Charles reigns above. The pressure is terrifying. Doom Entergasto extended his enormous hand. The system immediately warned Sun Hu to leave his domain. He couldn't help but curse, damn it, who knows what'll happen if I dodge it. He clenched his entire body in his hand. Sun Hu cried out in pain. Thought to himself, this is a space of forced submission. He is punishing him for causing internal conflict. He couldn't resist, struggling, but the system reported compatibility lost. It said the talent adversity survivor was blocked. Sun Hu cursed angrily. All that was left was to endure. The system continued, the talent zealot has been sealed by Doom Entergastro's divine power. Suddenly it announced, Doom Insectum is dead. Sun Hu was stunned, his eyes wide, blood from his mouth and eyes gushing out from being squeezed. He was now defeated, fresh blood flowing nonstop. He thought furiously, this is insane, isn't this just a trial? Sun Hu shouted, do you really intend to kill me? Monster was gradually being destroyed, its body dissolving abnormally. In its hand, Sun Hu fell out with a charred body, covered in wounds, but the system gradually helped him recover. Talent adversity survivor activated. All wounds were healed. In an instant, Sun Hu's body recovered, and the Doom positions were inherited. Doom Mal replaced Insectum, Doom Man replaced Mal, Doom Casso replaced Man, Doom Luna replaced Casso. He was surprised, his eyes wide open. He asked again, Luna? Luma appeared with a radiant smile. A series of Dooms appeared to sign the contract. Doom Charles assigned the role of Herald to Doom Lunia. Lunia swore, I shall forever be absolutely loyal to the omnipotent Master Doom Charles. The monster's ferocious face still held its bitterness, his eyes fixed on me, his anger at failing to kill me still unquenched. Even so, Sun Hu was determined not to give up. Try one more time, I won't take this lying down this time. The adversity survivor has activated. At this moment, Luma leaned close to his face, said, Oh Lord Dong Man, I beg to speak first, I hope you all do not misunderstand. He waved his hands and feet as he spoke. Ah, Luna is merely relaying the words of Doom Charles, nothing more. Sun Hu sat listening to his rambling, holding his face in dismay. I have to witness this nonsense again. I should have finished him when he broke the knife. What a bother. Luma kept talking, saying to Neil quickly, Insectum is at fault, but you are not much better. Before the tolerance of Lord Doom Entergasto changes, before our master also changes his mind. He spoke until Sun Hu went mad, urging him to hurry up. Very well, I will kneel. If everything ends like this, there is no reason for me not to do so. His insolent attitude and talkative mouth made Sun Hu want to explode. Lord Doom Entergasto is merciful even to me. Lunia is also extremely grateful. Lord Doom Man, do not forget this moment. There will be a day I deal with you personally. Bearing a human form yet spouting words like an ancient one, abandoning the clan, claiming yourself to be different. That is merely a lie born from fear. Then Luma transformed, the moment he put on the messenger badge of Doom Charles. Let us begin reviewing the battlefield, then open the main council. The frivolous ones are revealing their true nature. Images of other places in Sun Hu's team appeared, showing them fighting bravely in the center of the western Greenwood continent. The eastern Vortex lands, territory of the Varian Empire. East of the Silver Border, the human army of Lord Doom is truly strong and full of fighting spirit. Our master is very pleased. Luma spoke as he mocked Sun Hu. But you see, the human soldiers follow our master's will so eagerly. So what are the other legions doing? He laughed scornfully at Sun Hu. I, Luni, am truly disappointed. It is not I, but Lord Doomchos who is disappointed. His face twisted frighteningly, but he still sneered. I hope everyone will conscientiously do their duties, and not waste time on something useless like Insectum. Now I understand why he was chosen as the lower lord. After hearing Luma, Sun Hu thought about himself. So he will monitor me through that guy. The Lord's trials have begun. He was tense, sweat on his face. I barely managed to grab that item in the nick of time. So, shall we chant one last time together? Luma suddenly became strangely cheerful and excited. Our almighty master, Doom Charles, forever loyal. The Dooms present also chorused loudly, forever loyal to Doom Charles. Even so, Sun Hu was still suspicious. Forever loyal to Doom Charles, is it finally over? Luma explained again, but his words only made him angrier. Lord Doom Man, do you not intend to bow your head? This bastard, even at the last moment, right at this moment, in Seoul, at the headquarters of the Awakening Association. Tai Han and Gu Yunhee, with stern expressions, were hurriedly heading somewhere. Taihan stopped abruptly and was surprised to see something. He knelt respectfully in greeting when he saw Sunhu return. "You have arrived?" He smiled politely at them. "Sorry for suddenly throwing such a dangerous item to you. The situation was too urgent. I could not think of any other place." Gu Yanhe followed up with a reply. "I thought you were in danger. If there had been no news today, we would have already stepped in." She recounted to Sunhu about Jonathan, Li Taihan, all of them. Suddenly Sunhu took out the ring obtained from Doom. "That is right, I suddenly threw that thing. So your shock was understandable." Seeing everyone terrified of its power, he immediately stored it away. "That is the bone ring of Doom Energastro, the one who terrifies even the dead." Sunhu informed Eonhee that a meeting had just taken place and all teams had gathered in one place. The other two looked astonished. If he had been caught during the meeting, there would have been big trouble, because Entergastro was grinding his teeth in anger. Gu Yunhee asked again, uncertain. "Another one of his items? Truly an ill-fated connection." Gu Yunhee and Taihan sat listening to Sun Hu's report. The discussion focused more on the rings than on the Doom Council. The first SSS rank skill, possibly linked to a life vessel, part of Entergastro's equipment set. Mid-sentence, someone interrupted. "I still cannot confirm it because I have not fully claimed it as my own." Jonathan rushed in with a panicked face. "Son, are you safe?" He said, a flurry of things Sun Hu could not keep up with. "I thought I would finally get some action, but everything is already done. I even told Brian to prepare to cancel the board meeting. Good thing I did not have to." Sun Hu deliberated for a long time. His words shocked Jonathan, but the problem seemed to lie with him. He immediately turned to Gu Yunhee, but she also shook her head in denial. Jonathan helplessly told the story and handed his phone to him. "Right, you should know about this matter." Sun Hu took the phone and carefully read the information. "John J. of the Jonathan Investment Financial Group. Who is he?" "In-depth investigation. A super rich man, monopolizing wealth, signs of a second Occupy Wall Street movement." After reading, Sun Hu coldly asked if there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Jonathan answered seriously, "That is right. The atmosphere this time is completely different. A central figure is gradually emerging." Jonathan asked Sun Hu if he knew about Attack, a seasoned old professor in the field. "I heard he is a professor, working there as an academic advisor. That white-haired old man is named Clayton." Sun Hu found the name very familiar. A flood of information about that organization appeared in his mind. Attack, the Association for the Taxation of Financial Transactions and Citizen Action. The Association for Taxing Financial Transactions to Support Citizens. This is an organization founded in France, a pioneer in the anti-globalization movement. The slogan "to control enormous capital" was once forgotten, but now the world has changed so much that people have no choice but to agree with them. Jonathan Investment Financial Group and Jillian. The assets of these two groups alone account for 42.6% of the recorded global market capitalization. If the public stock numbers are already at this level, how terrifying are the things in the shadows? Even a child could see it. Sun Hu turned to Jonathan. "It seems he is stepping up to be the leader himself. He must have learned from the past. The first Occupy Wall Street movement, the time the Rothschild family collapsed and the John News Club was launched. There was once a wave of opposition to the rise of the new capitalist class. The movement lasted for 2 months under the slogan, 'Do not let the new giants rule us,' but it fizzled out for lack of a common focal point to rally strength." Sun Hu and Jonathan discussed seriously, confirming he was gathering his colleagues. Activists from Yitz would step up to lead. He stated his view that it would take only a moment for the crowd to erupt. In other developments, Clayton and Michael met each other. Clayton opened with a vision. "Imagine a person's size being determined by the wealth they possess." Michael listened quietly, then replied that if so, he would have to look up to Clayton. Clayton used social arguments to manipulate Michael, saying that on Gone Street there were countless giants many times larger. Michael acknowledged those arguments, but suddenly heard a loud noise. Turning around, he saw a giant over 2 miles tall. That was the ultra-wealthy class. Clayton spoke with calculation. The director panicked and ran, afraid of being trampled, and suddenly began to think. Michael, inherently weak-willed, wondered why the world was now full of darkness. In the past, the sun still rose and shone, right? Clayton spoke as if piercing his black heart. The director then asked if the giants up high could see the sun. The question was passed up through the mouths of the giants, from small to medium to large, finally reaching the one as big as a mountain. Clayton asked the things Michael feared most. In the end, no giant had ever seen the sun because their shadows had already obscured the world. Could there exist a giant greater than all? He wondered what would happen if such an entity truly existed. He began to waver. It was very frightening because a single stomp could tear a country apart. Clayton continued, driving Michael to despair. What if that entity accidentally fell? Clayton sipped his tea and said reality was no different. The protesters outside were not rebelling against the system. He thought they were being manipulated by society, but in truth they had realized their fate was decided by the great giant. They were the 99% of ordinary people. Michael broke out in a sweat and asked back if he meant the great giant. Then that was Jonathan Hunter and the leaders of Jillian. To that question, Clayton calmly set down his teacup and said there was a giant even greater than them. He mentioned a formidable person, John G. Because he had never revealed himself to the public, he certainly sat at the very peak of the ruling class. He was a very terrifying man. Do you know John Jay, the king of the giants? After Michael's documentary was released, the slogans of the citizens began to unify. People talked about John G's enormity. The government only released numbers. Looking at them, the economy seemed to be growing, but why was it not like that around me? One person spoke up. My family and neighbors still suffer, from jobs to renting homes. It was heartbreaking to see them in pain. The meeting was tense. People thought the protectors of the Dawn Day had defended the system, but they only acted out of greed, monopolizing information and making investments that guaranteed victory. Clayton argued that evidence of their knowledge of the alien invasion before Dawn Day could be found everywhere. The level of their manipulation was terrifying. They did not oppose Dawn Day. They exploited it. A society where the top 20% of highest earners held 90% of the wealth was already deformed. But even within that top, a minority like Jonathan Hunter and John Gear held 70%. So just a few people held over 60% of the world's wealth. A black man spoke out in protest. Just a few people. Even my child knows this is wrong. Not just them. The majority of people were speaking up. Look at the World Awakening Association. How did those ticking time bombs become docile sheep? Everyone reacted fiercely. People like Jonathan Hunter and John Drew wielded power beyond imagination. They remained silent in the face of suspicion. If they were truly protectors, they would have no reason to hide. So they stood up to fight. Ron Doe and his cronies, show yourselves. We are not your slaves. They carried signs everywhere. Ron, show yourself. The campaign drew over half the population into revolt, receiving widespread support. A person stood atop a tall building, witnessing everything below. Was Jonathan, his face solemn as he observed? In other developments at the White House in the United States, the presidential secretary announced the upcoming midterm election. If this situation continued, they would suffer a disastrous defeat to the Democratic Party. He was bewildered by the dossier sent by the Senator Dickon. He was shocked when he read the title, The Plan for a Hearing on the Subject, John Doe. The senator explained that at least they had to appear to be taking action. The Republican Party's internal faction had gathered opinions. The U.S. president panicked, his face beaded with sweat, his features trembling. He covered his face, his body shaking violently. He spoke in a trembling voice. If the party turned its back on me, I would do the same to them. Hector gave the order. I do not agree to hold the hearing. My intent is clear. The U.S. president, alone in the room, helplessly held his head. This matter is driving me mad. He did not know what to do. That was the one person absolutely not to be touched. If he could not stop this, he was finished. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and endured. The U.S. president thought of a temporary plan. Perhaps with the club's support, declare martial law or something. Jonathan heard those words. Martial law over this matter. Was he planning to ruin a world that had just stabilized? Seeing his appearance, the U.S. president was bewildered. Jonathan Hunter, he stood up to explain. I will find a way to stop this. Please don't worry. Jonathan picked up the dossier on the table and wrote something on it. He threw it in front of the president. This is the compromise point. Use it to convince everyone. He picked it up to read, and his face immediately changed color. Jonathan was confident in what he had written. The line had been crossed out and replaced with a new name, no matter how sullied it might be. I will handle everything on this side myself. Son, the plan for a special hearing on the subject, Jonathan Hunter. The senator held the dossier that Jonathan had just revised. Bewildered, U.S. president ordered them to follow the directive, unified like this. If they still lost the election after going this far, then Senator asked anxiously about the Jonathan Financial Investment Group. Had this matter been discussed with them yet? The U.S. president affirmed firmly. Did he think they were opponents that could be subdued by force? Of course it had been properly discussed. Senator breathed a sigh of relief. So you feel relieved, right? It should be that way. The U.S. president sneered. I truly envy you for having a president like me. He told the senator, do not forget that it was I who saved your lives. Afterwards, a series of news spread widely across websites. Hot news that the House special hearing had reached an agreement regarding the financial defense process on the starting day. Special hearing for Jonathan Hunter would be held, with an early statement saying Jonathan would attend. People read the news in confusion. Jonathan Hunter is going to a hearing. He is a member of the Awakening Association. He should be able to use veto power. And then that made everyone cheer and celebrate in joy. We won. We managed to drag that giant out. At Jonathan's apartment, Jiangsu walked in holding some documents. He reported that the search warrant review process had begun. The submitter was just a familiar prosecutor, but many congressmen and civil organizations were backing him. Jonathan did not react. He continued speaking, even without the approval of the chief prosecutor. It had been confirmed that he was directing this case on his own. Jonathan closed his eyes and sighed for a long time. Then, from his body emanated a wave of immense pressure that Jiangsu could not withstand. They are definitely using the antitrust law as a pretext to target us, right? Antichote, that is the law that once shattered the empire of Rockefeller, the man known as the Oil King. After the shock, Jiangsu's ears were affected with neural dizziness. I could not hear what you said clearly. So this is... Jonathan saw he had overdone it and apologized. I said they will use the antitrust law to target us. Jiangsu handed him a stack of documents. That is right, this wave of attack will be especially fierce. Jonathan read the documents while listening to Jiangsu's report. Democratic Congressman Jack Benedict. He instigated that prosecutor to request the search warrant. He spoke about the severity. We have used every connection, but it seems this matter will not be easy to resolve. At the meeting in the US, everyone was present in full force. Everyone's face was stern with a hint of fear. Their expressions did not relax for a single moment. Cameras were ready to broadcast live to the entire nation. Jonathan walked in powerfully with a majestic demeanor. He also thought about slaughtering this place. I am ready. They trembled in fear when facing Jonathan. The first speaker could not even utter a word. Meeting Jonathan's gaze, Dickon once again realized his own situation. Another voice rang out, but without any fear. Thank you for attending. Several sheets. It was Democratic Congressman Jack Benedict. Many Americans feared that the monopolistic economic structure promoted by the Jonathan Corporation would cause negative impacts on society as a whole. Dickon and the high-ranking officials panicked upon hearing his words. This is different from what we agreed upon earlier. Using inflammatory terms like monopoly again will not be pleasant if you insist on playing the lone hero. Jack showed no fear, his tone added with sarcasm. I hope many of your concerns will be answered today. You remember the starting day? Jonathan replied bluntly, of course I do. That was the day we struggled to absorb a massive amount of stocks being liquidated from everywhere. He pressed further with questions. That very point is raising suspicions in public opinion. Didn't you know beforehand about the alien civilization invasion? Jonathan answered like a well-oiled machine. I had a premonition through information gathered thanks to the explorer traits of a pre-awakened person. The confident response stunned the entire meeting room. Did you inform the government of that fact? Of course I did. Heads of state worldwide, not just the United States, knew about this matter either directly or indirectly. That is the reason on the starting day, the military could react so quickly. Jack continued with a heavier question, but you did not inform the public. At that time, Chairman Joshua requested limiting the use of nuclear weapons in a press conference. He raised his voice to insult Jonathan. You foresaw the failure of the alien civilization. If the public had been shared the information, they would have prepared in advance. It was precisely because of this information asymmetry that many Americans liquidated their assets and suffered heavy losses. His insolence forced the chair to intervene urgently. Congressman Benedict, please wait for your turn to speak. Jonathan angrily smashed the podium to pieces with a single punch. That surprised and frightened Jack. Jonathan was angry, emitting killing intent around him. I know there are people who find it hard to accept the current outcome. I also understand their feelings. He affirmed firmly, but if you think we profited from that information, that is a distortion. Jonathan directly faced everyone. I believe I have clearly explained that we prepared countermeasures together with governments worldwide. The side that decided not to disclose this to the public was not us. But that is a question the government must answer. Jack, though afraid of Jonathan's pressure, still argued boldly. The details you just revealed are considered classified information and are difficult to verify. The truth might only be revealed 20 years from now. He listed a series of evidences and asserted, look at the present. Since the starting day, the global economy has undergone a massive shift and the Jonathan Corporation's takeover of the entire society. This can be confirmed through various indicators. I call this monopolistic power. Jack pointed directly at Jonathan and said boldly, and we have laws to punish such situations. The antitrust law, I am talking about the antitrust law. The chair was angered by his attitude. You should not declare such assumptions as facts. Congressman Benedict. He was unafraid and pressed on, do not clearly declare. Do not ignore the voices of great American citizens. We are not only examining the defense process on the starting day, but first we must question whether the Jonathan Corporation has violated the antitrust law. His statements gradually swayed those in the meeting. Were they abusing power based on their takeover? Were activities taking place to create monopolistic power even larger than what currently exists? Jack passionately proposed, Mr. Chairman, esteemed fellow congressmen, and great citizens of America, I propose to postpone this hearing. The waters were rising, and Jonathan was still gritting his teeth and enduring. The approval process for a search warrant for Jonathan's corporation was underway. Furthermore, he had to use parliamentary authority to establish a special investigation committee into the monopoly of the Jonathan Finance and Investment Group. He said that distorted emotion was the will of the people and the justice of the era. While he was speaking, the door suddenly exploded, shocking the entire hall. The one who did it was Olivia. She angrily smashed through the door and shouted, "How could you swallow such humiliation? Her face was full of rage. Please don't forgive me, I can't hold it in anymore. Olivia immediately ordered them all eliminated. Kill them all, Jean. Jean obeyed and lunged straight at Senator Benedict. He swung his arm violently and struck the man squarely. Senator Benedict was sent flying high into the air, to everyone's astonishment. Then his entire body fell onto a woman's desk. All the members were in chaos, fleeing in terror, screaming for help. In the distance on the high platform, Jonathan grimly watched the panicked crowd scattering. He asked with a displeased glance, "Do you think that helps me?" Olivia froze at those words. "Sun must have warned you, right?" Her image faded, and the figure of Gu Yanhee appeared, asking how he recognized her so quickly. Jonathan watched her dumbly rubbing her head and said helplessly, "My Olivia isn't that stupid. I hope you've vented some anger." He winced, a displeased tone in his voice. "Do you think a childish illusion like this is enough to soothe me?" Gu Yanhee quickly replied, "That's why I broke it early." She tilted her head slightly, staring intently. "If you don't calm down, the old men here will die. The aura you're radiating is enough to cause a massacre." An image of Jonathan emitting a sound wave that made a man hold his head in pain appeared. He frowned and ordered, "This is my business, Mary. Get out of my head right now." Gu Yanhee looked away and let out a soft sigh. The space was empty. Only the unconscious Senator Benedict and him remained, everything blurred, and the image of the earlier meeting reappeared with the declaration about the people's will and justice. Above, Jonathan's face darkened as he thought before realizing it was an illusion. "I should have stopped Olivia." He lowered his head, annoyed, thinking, if Mary hadn't intervened, my emotions would have shown. Then he said slowly, "If you want a recess, I agree." A stern old man spoke up as the court was reviewing the search warrant. "Let's take a 1-hour recess." He walked wearily to a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs, rubbing his neck. Trung Su, standing nearby, asked anxiously, "Was the search warrant rejected, or are we stopping here?" He looked at Jonathan resting and said, "The chairman apologized and wants to know your intention." Before he finished, Jonathan cut him off. "No, we continue." After a moment, Jonathan put on his vest and stepped outside. "If this doesn't end soon, they'll latch onto us again." While adjusting his coat, Jonathan suddenly noticed something. The cameraman caught his eye. "Are you there, Mary?" Gu Yanhee, disguised in that form, signaled, "Give the signal if you need me. I'm always on standby." He hardened his face, giving no reaction, thinking, "I won't say thank you. You overstepped." Jonathan then returned to his spot. "Regarding today's matter, we'll talk later." The old man at the highest position frowned and called out, "Order in the committee, please. Recess is over. We will resume the hearing." Trung Su silently took steps closer to him. After initial questions about the startup's defense, the witness was changed to Kim Trung Su. As he passed Jonathan, Trung Su gave a subtle nod. He then stepped onto the platform under everyone's gaze. "The true beginning starts now." Senator Benedict asked with a cunning smile, "Rayan Kim, do you know someone named Ethan?" Trung Su quickly averted his eyes, thinking, "Damn it." Then he answered slowly, "I know him." The man pressed further, "We want to invite Ethan, a key figure in the Jonathan group, to this hearing. But he is what is called a ghost." Senator Benedict turned to Trung Su. "Please explain about him." Trung Su leaned on the podium and replied, "Ethan is an independent director, in charge of advising on major contracts. He continued connecting with 2 other major figures, Mr. Dukenbos of Fenot. On the day of Google's Larry, we confirmed that Ethan was deeply involved in the contracts and public listings of both companies." Senator Benedict smiled and asked Trung Su, "Is that correct?" He calmly replied, "That is correct." He still didn't stop, making Trung Su anxious. However, looking at Ethan's tax records, the Jonathan Group has not paid him a single cent. Senator Benedict seized the opportunity to push further. If he was involved in the Google and Fenot contracts, the money earned must be beyond imagination. Trung Su hesitated. "It is very difficult to disclose the compensation here." The man cut him off. "Isn't Ethan in a position where he doesn't need to receive performance bonuses?" Senator Benedict slightly raised one finger, smiling smugly. "Only one person fits that description, John Zay." Immediately, everyone present was stunned. Jonathan observed, frowning as he thought, "They are touching a dangerous part. Is he aiming for the presidential candidate position?" He glanced at the crowd buzzing with discussion. "I need to stop this before suspicion goes too far and Sun's identity is revealed." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling many. "John Jay cannot be Ethan." Jonathan sat with his legs crossed, hands clasped, calmly explaining, "Ethan is an old friend of mine. We support each other materially and spiritually, but it is not recorded in the system." Senator Benedict asked dazedly, softly, "Then John Geller?" Jonathan's voice rang out, "John Geller, whom you want to know about." Jonathan declared with a stern face, "It is exactly my borrowed identity account." Everyone sitting below was shocked, eyes wide. The man's whole body trembled, his eyes bulging as he stammered, "If that is the case." He lowered his voice again and spoke once more. Jonathan sat down, his sharp gaze confirming, "I, Jonathan Hunter, am John Zay." His image was broadcast on screens across the city for everyone to see. The people who heard this immediately stirred. What was he even saying? If Jonathan Hunter and John Zell were truly the same person, then that meant he alone held all that money? In the crowd, someone tried to hold back a laugh. Jonathan is finished. He looked up with satisfaction, muttering to himself. Confessing like that, he would be jailed for life. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Do you really think so? Jessica appeared, her tone stern. Borrowing an account is not illegal. Since Jonathan is an awakened, the court cannot imprison him. Another person spoke anxiously. That is not the issue. Detaining a monster like him would affect the market economy. On the other side, Jonathan raised his hand and clapped lightly. He stood up from his chair, smiled, and stepped forward. Congratulations. Jonathan glanced at the people sitting there. You have finally revealed Jose's identity. He spoke to explain, stunning everyone. If I traded under my real name, the market would be too heavily affected, so I had to hide my identity. Jonathan's face darkened. What will you do now? I will no longer hide behind my identity as an awakened, he declared decisively, making everyone grit their teeth in fear. I will take full legal responsibility. Can you handle the economic shock that is coming? Jonathan approached Senator Benedict. Senator Benedict. He looked up and stammered yes. He asked about the stock market. The senator paled, looked at his phone, and reported it was falling. Jonathan calmly criticized, that is the result you created. I proved that from the very beginning. In his mind, countless past images flashed by, determined to hold his ground no matter the sacrifice. I will protect the current system. Even after awakening and fighting alien monsters, I remain steadfast. Jonathan said to the silent, enduring crowd, I am striving so that you can live normally. He closed his eyes and firmly declared, but because the American people demand justice, I accept the verdict as the price for trading under a fake identity. Jonathan opened his eyes and stared straight at Senator Benedict. How is the stock market situation now? He immediately replied, it is rising. Put one hand in his pocket and stepped forward slowly. I will prove it again, no matter how much you doubt me. Jonathan glanced around, his face serious as he said, I and my corporation do not stand outside the current order. His image was displayed on electronic devices across the city. Please inform me of the time, and I will appear in court. Right after that, the people in the city began to change. The protesters watching Jonathan's trial began to lose ground. Amidst the jeers, chants in support of him also started to emerge. Bright light shone down on the city, while in South Korea, a wave of backlash erupted. Sun Jin roared in demand, shut up all of you, be quiet. He went berserk, clenching his fists, take me to America, I have to blow those bastards' heads off. Guy Yang held onto his arm, trying to persuade him, please calm down, Caliber. He turned back and pointed his finger at her face. If you do not take me to America immediately, then tear up the agreement. The people around panicked, even if she was the chairman's daughter. Do not even think about it. A voice made Sun Jin stop. Big brother, many people are watching. Ta-Han folded his arms from a distance respectfully. For the fifth-ranked person in the association to act like this, everyone would be worried. He quickly turned around. You came just in time, little brother. You must have a private jet, right? He smiled lightly and bowed his head. This way, please, I will explain. Although Sun Jin was furious, he still followed. Explain what? I see some chairmen are going to jail over this name borrowing account case. A table full of delicacies appeared, attracting him. Those bastards are binding Yama the right way. Sun Jin dove and eat and drink wildly. Some people risk their lives fighting monsters, while those big shots pull dirty tricks. He filled his glass to the brim and downed it in one gulp. Only when they taste blood will those people wake up. I learned that in the trial zone. Tai-Han watched him eat and drink, explaining, the trial zone is different from the mainland. Yama only acts according to Odin's wishes. Tai-Han asked further, you have heard about the club, right? Sun Jin chewed as he replied, I have heard rumors. Sun Jin looked up at Tai-Han, so it was all arranged from the start. Even when Yama was humiliated, Tai-Han replied, I am in a low position, I do not know the details. But Janzei is Odin. He tilted his head slightly. You think I could not guess that? Tai-Han said, the fact that Yama is taking responsibility means Odin is handing over management rights to him. Sun Jin stopped eating and gritted his teeth. Does he trust Yama that much? Tai-Han replied, that is not for me to interfere with. Tai-Han said seriously, the important thing is that Yama, one of the strongest in the association, has declared he will obey the judiciary. He is showing his will to not rule the country by force. He suddenly changed his tone, startling the other. If Big Brother keeps provoking like this. Sun Jin grabbed the bottle of liquor and drank it in one go, saying nothing. He put the bottle down and exhaled. Ruling the world is no joke. They have their own difficulties. Tai-Han chuckled softly. So Big Brother will not bring up going to America anymore, right? Sun Jin frowned and sighed. I am just following orders. Odin is probably seething inside too. He asked curiously, so is Odin in America now? Tai-Han lowered his voice, no. In another remote, desolate mountain region, Sun Hu floated in the air facing the two monsters. Two of them showed fear, cautiously observing him. Sun Hu's whole body blazed with killing intent, his eyes focused on the hunt. The two monsters with different appearances appeared, one blue and one green. Across the sprawling battlefield, it was easy to spot them. The green monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs, gathering an attack. The attack shot straight at Sun Hu. He thought their true forms would be revealed through their reaction to this blow. With a tense expression, he deduced their simultaneous appearance made things a bit difficult. But Sun Hu was ready. As the blue dragon prepared to strike, its fist was surrounded by a glowing ring of blue energy. Suddenly, a streak of mucus whizzed past its face, startling it into a scream. Mucus from Sun Hu's hand had struck directly into the blue dragon's eye. His palm was stained with a yellow-brown fluid. He realized its toxicity was weaker than before. From above, a colossal monster silhouette suddenly appeared beneath the ground. That was Orca. After Insectum and Sun Hu disappeared, it had fought for its life against the primordial race. With the help of the Millennium Spider, it had developed to the point of dueling a Dragorin one-on-one. Suddenly, Orca's tentacles shot straight towards the green Dragorin. Before they could touch, the green Dragorin released energy that froze the tentacles in place. Magic circles were continuously fired from its mouth. The pressure from its power forced Orca to be pinned to the ground. Having controlled its opponent, the green Dragorin raised its hand high and shouted, "Die!" A massive source of energy shot out, piercing straight towards Orca. A terrible force tore through Orca's body, sending its tentacles flying everywhere. To finish it off, the green Dragorin leaped into the air. It stamped down hard, directly onto Orca's body. Seeing Orca shattered on the ground, it laughed in satisfaction. But it wasn't over. From the ground, small tentacles began to writhe it. Noticing that, the green Dragorin was momentarily stunned. Tentacles slowly coiled around its body, making it cry out in panic. Sun Hu calmly warned, "They aren't that easy to kill." Seizing the opportunity, he quickly slashed, cutting the blue Dragorin's hand. Pointing the energy blade at him, he said, "Where are you looking? Your opponent is right in front of you." With blood on his face, he declared, "Enough probing, become the offering for my power, you lizards." From within the mystical blue magic gate, Oka and Sun Hu stepped out together. Witnessing that scene, Guyonha couldn't help but widen her eyes in admiration. She looked up at Oka and praised, "That's really impressive, Oka, at this rate." Sun Hu calmly chuckled and said, "You've worked hard." He thought Wu Yunhai was probably disappointed not to be on the front lines. He patted her head, thinking about the caution required. As a Tier 2 Awakener, she must have been itching to act. Looking at Orca, Sun Hu calculated. Oka wanted to revive its primordial race. This was mutually beneficial. The twin building of the Awakener headquarters appeared. It would be the place to hatch its eggs. Crossing his arms, he said to it, "If this place isn't enough, I will grant you new territory, Oka." It rasped back, "Okay, it's enough." Sun Hu looked at it and ordered a new mission assignment, believing it understood. Behind it, a giant iron-armored entity stood with its arms crossed, having once protected its creator and the life vessel. Returning to the main matter, Sun Hu asked Gu Yonhai, "Are you ready?" When she nodded, the ring on his hand began to emit purple energy. Gu Yonhai's face began to show discomfort. Her energy was absorbed by the ring, and she screamed in pain. The system announced it was absorbing the vessel into the Doom Entergastro ring. The power gathered into a dark purple sphere. Sun Hu thought the bone ring was truly linked to Entergastro. Immediately after, Oka knelt on the tiled floor. The sphere slowly entered Oka's body and a voice rang out. "Life vessel re-established. Target Oka." The serious expression, Sun Hu told it, "Protect this at all costs, Oka. The entire Earth will protect you." Lumen sat cross-legged and asked, "How long do you plan to stay on the continent? The human army is giving their all, but the mission isn't progressing." It floated and babbled, "Have you forgotten the mission to eliminate Queen Elsland, the bloodline of the Great Red?" Not stopping, it continued, "I admit you beat 2 Dragorins, but things must be done in order." Sun Hu clenched his fist, thinking about that troublesome guy who had sent another message. Helpless, he glared and thought, "I still have to endure this. I don't know what would happen if I interfered further." A pitch-black pointed tower, he remembered trying to enter Eoslan. He had opened a teleport gate farthest from the royal palace, but the system detected an ancient person's power field interfering. Conquering it would not be easy. Yonhai spoke up from behind. "Maybe find someone with a connection to Queen Elsland. You can investigate from there." With full determination, he replied, "Alright." Should he make a grand appearance as the second-ranked member of the human army? Atop the wall were countless guards, this being the central region of the Greenwood continent, territory of the Varian Empire. One of them was nodding off, looking sleep-deprived. Suddenly, a loud noise woke him up. A grotesque face appeared with terrifyingly sharp fangs. It stood right before the soldier, startling him. Seeing it, someone quickly shouted an alarm for the entire army to prepare for battle. Suddenly, from within its mouth, a stream of blue light was converging. That energy source shot straight toward the group of guards, causing them to scream. Following the command, cannons fired one after another, blasting it away. All the cannonballs were caught neatly in a spider web trap. That sight stunned them. The cannonballs had hit something. What was that? Suddenly, a massive dark shadow covered the stone floor. A soldier slowly turned his head. He discovered a giant spider right behind the city wall. "Oh my god, what the hell is this?" Unexpectedly, Suddenly, both monsters joined forces to attack the wall. Someone shouted, "Hector, save me." In the distance, Sun Hu was with Eon Hai. He thought to himself they had begun to attack the central front of the Greenwood continent. At this moment, Gu Yunhai descended from above. She said, "We do not need to act yet." Sun Hu replied, "Only when the Holy Night appears will it be our turn. Just wait leisurely." Inside the shattered city wall, the battle was mostly handled by Gu Yunhai's pet and the Millennium Spider, the fear of the Demon King's army growing ever greater. Going back to the story, Luma continued, "Then one night during the Endless War, that person came to me again. Finding it annoying, he glared, 'You are working hard. I, Luna, am satisfied.'" Hearing Luma's latter words, he widened his eyes. "Do you know, I forgot to mention, I have already obtained the first volume of the Book of Death." Luma calmly went on, "If you permit, I will use it effectively since you took my race's greatest artifact. Consider it a mutual destruction." As it spoke, it raised its hand. "The master also wished for that, so I consider you agreed and gratefully accept." Hearing this, Sun Hu widened his eyes in anger. "This bastard truly is crazy." Unconcerned, Luma cheerfully said, "You are not angry, are you? As thanks, I will tell you what I discovered." Saying this, it rested its chin on its hand. "I wonder if I should say this, but I, Lunia, always repay kindness." It opened its eyes wide and pointed straight at him. "Listen up, the doomed man of the sea among the former man's subordinates." An image of a magnificent building appeared. Something had infiltrated your continent. Bloody scene with corpses lying scattered across the floor. A brown-haired man lying in a pool of blood suddenly stirred. He sat up, looked at the person beside him, and thought seeing his own death really wasn't pleasant. Suddenly the man suffered a violent headache. Images of war flashed through his mind. So Sun Hu had been reborn into this body. He thought with a headache, the body's memories came flooding back. Get a grip. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Lord Azira, are you all right?" That voice startled Sun Hu. The bodyguard approached and said he would escort him to the hospital. He immediately replied, "Not needed." What happened to the attackers? With a tall physique, the bodyguard said sternly, "We took care of all of them, but we suffered losses." Too much information. He held his head and ordered, "I understand, leave me alone." The bodyguard, sweating, said the attack complicated the group's situation. Sun Hu cut him off later. Obeying orders, the bodyguard bowed his head. "I understand, my lord." He pondered, "Isn't this the world of the Demon Lord Doom Man? So what exactly is this world?" Scene shifted to the room where Sun Hu was typing furiously on the keyboard. Looking at the screen, he thought they formed groups like civilized people but had no class division. News broadcast showed Jonathan Hunter announcing a post-lockdown. Sun Hu thought to himself, a man of the highest class like him had to go into post-lockdown. Remembering the high-level monster, he worried, "I completely don't understand this world." Thinking that, he tightly shut his eyes, his headache unbearable. The continuous sound of typing. That wasn't the important thing. This was actually too perfect. Sun Hu seriously looked at the screen. Creating chaos in this world meant there was no need to reincarnate into an awakened person. Organizing his thoughts, he brought his hand to his face. That reduced the risk. Who was the next body to reincarnate into? Click the computer mouse. A serious young man appeared. "Brian Kim, that's him." Sun Hu paused his observation. He was not awakened, but was a strategic advisor for the largest financial group in the world. A single click held the impact of a nuclear explosion. He rubbed his cheek, calculating, but meeting him was very difficult. He needed a stronger connection with Brienne. The next day, at a certain high-rise building, the blonde man enthusiastically welcomed Sun Hu. Greeting Azira, he was Daniel Goldman, CEO of Gold and Silver Investment. Daniel cheerfully asked, "You can walk now," Sun Hu replied with a smile. "Yet you never came to visit me in the hospital." He approached and asked, "I heard you were fine, so why visit? What's this about all of a sudden?" He sat down on the sofa and began to explain, "I need an outsider's perspective on some matters. As you know, my group's situation is a complete mess." Hearing this, Daniel was a bit surprised. An outsider, that sounded harsh, but go ahead, he would help with all his might. Seeing his lively and curious expression, Sun Hu smiled cheerfully, still as energetic as ever. Then he suddenly became serious, saying that the 24-hour non-stop gold standard battle had arrived, and it was time for him to rest. Seeing that expression and those words, Daniel stammered out Azira's name. The strong aura and sharp eyes, Sun Hu stepped closer. "Get a good rest, Daniel." That evening at Jonathan's mansion, he was standing there, enjoying a glass of wine. He suddenly froze upon hearing a noise from outside. On the second floor, several figures in black broke in from the rear, holding weapons. Guards continuously fired their guns at them, shouting alarms about intruders. But the bullets had no effect, and the guards were immediately cut down. One of them charged straight forward, heading straight for Jonathan, who stood on the steps. His face darkened, he raised his hand, gathering firepower, thinking that these troublesome protesters actually came in handy after all. With a swift motion, Jonathan launched a fireball towards them. Cries of pain echoed everywhere. The flame incinerated all of them at once, but he noticed something strange. One man still stood there, the fire could not touch him. He crossed his arms, using magic to block the flames. Jonathan's eyes widened in surprise, wondering how his fire could be stopped. That man furrowed his brow, looking at him with disgust. With a single stomp, he dashed forward and vanished. Then, like a gust of wind, he appeared behind Jonathan and raised his weapon. He stabbed straight at the back of the neck. Jonathan quickly raised his hand to block the blade. The tip of the knife pierced through his palm, blood gushing out like a fountain. But Jonathan's true intention was revealed as he gripped the man's hand tightly. The other man seemed to have guessed what was about to happen and looked panicked. Jonathan spun around, shouting in anger, "Die, outsider." Then flames erupted from his hand, blasting that man away. But when the fire died out, the man's figure had vanished without a trace. Jonathan remembered his face but had to think for a moment. He clutched his injured hand, letting him get away. This was exactly the kind of person Sun had mentioned. On the television, a news report covered the alien creature attack at Jonathan Hunter's estate. Daniel listened to the news in silence. According to officials, most had been subdued, and Jonathan was only slightly injured. Public opinion spread rapidly after the incident, with many believing Jonathan Hunter's presence had only grown stronger. Daniel clicked his tongue in disappointment. He threw the remote control hard at the TV, shattering the screen. He held his head and lamented. He had said not to touch the Flame Demon King. He had even submitted an emergency report. Daniel kept calculating, but the Imperial Court was full of internal strife. Who knew if his report ever reached the Queen? He turned to put on his coat. There was no other choice. This was the only path left. A while later, inside that high-walled building, Brian was speaking through a computer. In the past 100 days, there have been 23 attacks by alien creatures, most targeting awakened headquarters. Jonathan on the other end said, "This time they targeted me." The leader of the attacking group was at an unprecedented level. Jonathan ordered the corporation's security level raised by 2 levels, and Brian immediately complied. Suddenly, the phone on Brian's desk rang. He looked at the number and answered, saying it had been a while, and he had also been planning to contact him. Listening to the voice on the other end for a moment, Brian smiled and replied, "In America, that was convenient." The voice on the other end remained flat. "Let's meet and talk, Daniel." Meanwhile, Daniel snorted coldly, his expression unfriendly.